Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Queen of Villains. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I won't make it easy for you. Play the villain until either captured or killed. That was the role Izumi Midoria, aka Karma, had decided to portray. She'd spent months agonizing between her role as a hero and a villain, but now that ship had passed, she allowed herself to soak in the regret and guilt for the lies she told. She allowed herself the grief of losing her friends, classmates, and dreams. But now it was time to accept her duties as queen of villains and act upon them. Her first official duty was to ensure the financial support of herself and her followers. Without the trust fund Sensei had provided her, they would need to find some other way of gaining currency. The money she'd invested into the donation fund was enough for them to live on for a time. But expenses such as equipment, service fees, and information were expensive. If she was going to lead this group of misfits, they would need to figure out how to raise their bank. Look at those wheels turn. Dabi's sitting across from her as she eyed the chessboard. He watched her meticulously move pieces, all the while that sweet face remained passive and stern. "What you thinking about so hard, Highness?" She finally gave him a brief glance and switched her current move from the rook to the black knight. He found it both odd and endearing that she'd given him that particular namesake. It made him feel important and trusted. Anything and everything all at once. Sounds tiring. He leaned forward on the table and moved his white piece to counter her move. "I wouldn't have the energy for something like that." "Well, it's not your job to think now, is it?" She shifted her knight to capture his white rook and gingerly set it aside along with the rest she'd collected. She then eyed the black knight for a long moment as a stray thought entered her mind. "How long have you been a villain, Dabi?" "Not long," he admitted with ease. Unlike the other members of the league, he was completely comfortable opening up to her. "I wandered around on my own for a while, did some mercenary work in America, and a bit throughout Europe. It was fine for a while, but I wasn't really doing anything productive or worthwhile. In order to make my mark, I know I'd have to make some kind of allies. Hence why I'm here serving you." He moved his knight across from her queen and made her lips twitch. "Serving me? Huh? Who really holds the reins of this group? I'm not sure it's me anymore." She retreated her queen to station in front of the king. "Don't let what Shigaraki did and say affect you." His eyes went cool. "It's always been you pulling on his strings. His actions, no matter how surprising, are the results of your ideals. That might be how it started, but it wasn't my idea to expose All Might's secret like that. It wasn't my idea to fake my own death," she pointed out, scowling. "No, that was him, but you went with it. It was your decision to pull off the mask and reveal your identity to the world. We figured fake your death, cut your ties to the hero world, and the job was done. But you went a step further." He shifted the next piece and smirked when she had to evade to avoid capture. "You shifted his plan into your own. You chose to lay all the cards out and reveal yourself to the world. Now you're the most famous villain of all, the one who outwit the fools at UA. You've a point there." She smiled. That reveal was more instinctive than a thought-out plan. "I have a bad habit of going into rambles and mutters when I'm excited. But I somehow managed to avoid that and came across as cunning and manipulative." "You did, and no one saw it coming." He moved in for the kill, putting her king in check, but failed to see the trap she had laid. "I like a good surprise, don't you?" She shifted her queen again. Dabi blinked in surprise when he noticed she'd managed to cage his pieces, including the king. "Checkmate. Damn, and here I thought I had you on the ropes." He smiled coyly and stood up, leaning over the game to press a kiss to her lips. "You done thinking?" "I'm never done thinking," she murmured back, her eyes softened with affection. "I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't thinking." "Take a break, Highness." He ruffled her hair and put the game away. "You've earned it." "Have I?" She sat back and folded her hands together, thumbs twiddling in an old nervous habit. "Doesn't feel like it. Until I can solve our financial dilemma, I've got plenty more thinking to do. We can always do what I did and find some mercenary work," he pointed out. "It pays the bills, so to speak, and the work can be entertaining. I know I've done my fair share of killing, but I'd prefer to avoid it if I can," she said with a scowl. "Most mercenary work requires bloodshed. Well, you could always sell your body." He ducked the flying plate she'd flung with her quirk. "Just a joke, Highness. Make that sort of lewd joke again and I'll toss you out a window," she threatened, and aimed a smile as Tamura came down the steps. "Good morning, my king." "Good morning, my queen." He cupped her face with his gloved hands and kissed her firmly, then eyed Dabi suspiciously. "I heard a crash. Have you been misbehaving?" "Not my fault. Her Highness can't take a joke. I was trying to help her come up with a solution to her problem." "Both of your solutions are out of my comfort zone," she tossed back irritably. "Can we really afford to be comfortable?" He pointed out and eyed Shigaraki, who now pat the top of Izumi's head as if to soothe the inner rage. "You've committed to being a villain, so you'll have to toss some of those sensibilities out the window. Mercenary work can be helpful, And for the most part you can pick and choose the jobs within your small comfort zone. I suppose you've got a point, but we've an image to protect. There's not much to be said for the king and queen of villains if we're taking orders from other people. In Japan, maybe, but what about other countries? Only Japan knows about All Might's weakness, as the Japanese government has done their best to keep that secret under wraps. Which means the League of Villains is also being kept in a secluded part of the world. If you want to change things, you need to start making a name for yourself in other markets and building up a reputation. Izumi rubbed her chin. I hadn't thought of that. There's no point in only changing part of the world if the rest isn't going to follow suit. As intrigued as I am about branching out, just how do you expect the lot of us to leave the country? We're on high alert, and even Kurogiri has his limits in teleportation. Shigaraki pointed out. Not all of us have to go. Izumi pointed out. I can spend some of the donation money to buy a guise and false identification for myself and a couple others. She looks to Tamura. Would you mind staying behind and weeding through some of the newbies Jern will be sending in? According to Ace, we're going to have plenty of fresh faces to build up our ranks, but I want us to comb through them carefully. Quality over quantity. Shigaraki scratched at his neck irritably. I don't like the idea of you leaving the country if I'm not going with. I'll make it worth your while, she murmured and nuzzled into him. If you do this, when I get back she leaned into his ear, whispering seductive murmurs that had his face twisting in a sadistic and possessive smile. His hand wandered down, firmly grasping her ass. Deal? Deal. I'll put up with the world for a time so long as you come back and make true to your word. Believe me, my king. She nuzzled him. I won't be gone long. 2 weeks later. I gotta say, you look super hot as a redhead. Dabi tugged the red-orange curls, laughing as it sprunched back into place. Very American. Thank you. I'm happy that my English is somewhat good. Izumi spoke in her best possible accent, trying to avoid the rolling Ls her people were known for. She'd practiced with Ace for 2 weeks, using English at every availability. She wouldn't be able to pass as a born and raised American, but it was enough to have her fit in for the most part. You butcher it, Dabi said in a far more believable accent that had her pouting. He wore long sleeves, a baseball cap, and had inherited Shigaraki's disguise that consisted of a shaggy black wig, glasses, and face mask. Screw you, she fired back and had him chuckling. He glanced backwards at the other two who were accompanying them. While Toga's quirk would have been ideal for this situation, her personality and fear of flying ultimately had her staying put, which was fine for Izumi, as she'd be useful to Tamura by playing spy and informant. Twice looked uneasy amongst the sea of people, his face sweating, but for the most part he passed off as a sane member of society. Then there was Mr. Compress, who seemed quite at ease with himself in a nice dapper business suit and a slick-back hairstyle. They were boarding the plane as strangers from different worlds, but would exit the New York airport together and prepared for anything. They'd use Compress quirk to stow away their weapons and costumes, and Izumi had shifted funds into their alias accounts just in case they were separated. American currency is so expensive, she murmured, taking a look at her online funds. We've only got a little over $1 million each to play with, but who knows how expensive tech and such is over there. I wouldn't worry. America is full of greedy and twisted tycoons who run the black market, but they also are the ones who end up hiring mercs in the first place. If we get one good job, it'll set us up nicely for a time. So all we need is that one good job. She closed her phone as they all boarded the plane. She nearly slept through the entire flight, waking up only to eat and catch snippets of the hero drama playing on the TV. Twice and Compress behaved themselves, though Twice indulged in alcohol and went into a drunken sleep. Several hours later, once in America, Izumi indulged in a wide-eyed and tourist view of Manhattan, her eyes bright and excited for what adventures lay in store for her and her team. She stuck her head out a taxi window, snapping photos with her phone and eyeing the sights and sounds of the bustling city. Kids are so easily entertained. Dabi pulled her back in and ruffled the red hair, nearly tugging the wig out of place. Good to see you smiling, though. I know we're here on business, but this is my first time outside Japan. Everything looks so bright and new. They pulled up to the hotel and she scampered out, holding her arms up. I love it. Let's see if you love it once you've seen the night crowd, he warned, and pat her on the rump as they head inside. Once in the room, they regrouped with Twice and Compress and headed up to their joint suite they'd be occupying during their stay. New York City. Twice yawned and flopped on the bed of the hotel room. Big whoop. If you've seen one overpopulated city, you've seen them all. His head popped up, eyes wide and expressive. I love it here. Indeed, New York is so diverse in its attractions. I'd like to partake in a Broadway performance before we say goodbye. He loosened the tie around his throat while staring out the wide-open window. The suite they'd rented sat high above the skyline, overlooking the city and its bustling crowds. We can take a day or two to play tourist, but don't forget why we're actually here, Compress. Izumi reminded him and plugged in her laptop to get it charged and get access to the Wi-Fi. So says the girl who was sticking her head out with her tongue hanging out like a dog. Dabi mused and took the kick to his shin. Oh, not to worry, I'm nothing if not professional. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go shower off that dismal flight. Then partake in some food. Call me if anything comes up. He flicked his hand haughtily in the air and disappeared into the restroom. Well, Dabi removed the wig, scratching his itchy scalp. He's certainly in character. He looked down at Twice, who passed out on the bed, choosing to snore off the time difference. So's that one. I'll let them indulge. There will be plenty of work for them to do once we've set ourselves up. She sat at the provided desk and immediately went to work using the website Ace had sent her a link to in order to connect with the American black market. Damn, it's all in English, she muttered, trying her best to translate each line, and furrowed her brows. Give it here. Dabi leaned over her shoulder so their faces were close and typed for her. You want to avoid bloodshed. And with the crew we have, my suggestion is looking into theft jobs. You don't sound too thrilled with that idea, she muttered and leaned back to keep her face out of the way. Thievery is fine, as I'm better at covert operations than any hostile environments. It's just assassinations, and hostile jobs pay a lot better. You said you spent time in America doing mercenary work. If it paid well, then why did you go back to Japan? Izumi asked curiously as she scoured through the job postings. Too expensive in terms of living conditions. Plus I got annoyed speaking English all the time. He started, and then sighed when she turned her head and gave him a raised eyebrow. America has great food, freedom, and all that shit, but it's such a mishmash of ethnicities and backgrounds that there's all kinds of unnecessary backlash. In order to keep people from discriminating each other, they don't have as many rules or restrictions as other countries do. And a lot of people, not just villains, just take full advantage of it. Isn't that a good thing in our line of work? She nudged him into the chair next to her and turned her body more to face him. Good for us, but bad for the common people who are just trying to live. He rubbed his neck, sighing. The majority of the heroes here have given up on trying to control the situation or set any kind of standard, so they perform half-assed, and it pisses me off. I mean, if you're gonna be a hero, at least do your fucking job. I'm starting to see why you and I get along so well, Dabi. Izumi smiled at him. It took me a while to notice, but you and I have very similar viewpoints about hero society. We don't necessarily hate them. We just feel those that call themselves heroes aren't living up to the standards they should. Like your father. Let's keep him out of this conversation, especially since we seem to be bonding. He took her hands, cupping them between hers. It's been some time since we've gotten the chance to be alone without Shigaraki lurking nearby. We're not exactly alone. She shifted her eyes to Twice, who was still asleep on the bed. Alone enough for this. He leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. Izumi closed her eyes, indulging in the firm yet touching kiss. When he pulled back, her eyes slowly opened and she let out a soft, shaky breath. Dabi. She could only say his name, hoping it was enough to keep him from delving deeper into her emotions. It's hard to tell that you're not even 16 some days. The way you talk and present yourself, you seem so grown up and mature. He rubbed her knuckles with his thumb. It's ridiculously attractive. I don't understand you and Tamura sometimes. She gripped his hands to stop the seductive movement. I'm not attractive, or at least I'm not what many would call a beauty. I'm just plain and ordinary. Yeah, your looks are pretty textbook. But what makes you think it's your face that I'm attracted to? He smirked at her bemused expression and pulled her hands to his lips, kissing them. Get back to work, Highness. I like you best when those wheels are turning. Back in Japan, the kids of Class 1A all celebrated having completed their final exams. While a few students did struggle during the practical portion where they were paired up against teachers, no one failed the written exam. As a reward, the school would be sending them out on a summer camping trip for both fun and for training. This is gonna be awesome. We get a few weeks of relaxation for ourselves, and then we get to go camping. Ashido bounced and hugged Yaoyorozu. Thank you so much for helping us study, Yao Momo. Her mind having been elsewhere, Yao looked up flustered at Ashido and lay a hand on her heart. Oh, of course it was my pleasure. You okay, Yao? You seem distracted. Yes, I was just. She rubbed her hands nervously on the desk. Well, she lowered her eyes, sighing. I guess I'm just a little depressed. I didn't perform as well as I'd hoped in the final exam. You did fine, Todoroki said, standing up from his seat. Our team passed thanks to your ingenuity. You should be proud of the job you did. Still, she looked up at Todoroki. I made so many mistakes and kept doubting whether or not what I was doing was right. I still have such a long way to go to gain the kind of confidence I need to be a good hero. Take lessons from Bakugo, Minda suggested teasingly. He can sure give you pointers in that department. Shutted, grape face. Bakugo popped a few explosions in his palm as a warning to Minda. Nobody asked you for your opinion. Geez, that's harsh. Minda cried and shrunk into his seat. He does have a point though, Bakugo-san. Yaoyorozu stood up and approached him. You performed well in your pair-up with Kirishima and Sato. Those idiots were lucky that I was in their group. If I hadn't been there, they would have rushed headfirst into a fight they couldn't win. Bakugo pointed out with a huff in Kirishima's direction. I cannot deny it. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. You saved our butts, Bakugo. Kinda makes you wonder though. Kaminari lounged with a grin. You guys were the only team with 3 people on it. If Midoria were still here, we'd be even and you'd be teamed up with. He drifted off as the room went silent at the mention of Izumi. Sorry, to CH. Bakugo turned up his nose. Doesn't matter. No matter who I got paired with, I was gonna win. He'd already lost twice to that stupid rabbit. No way he'd lose to anyone else. And he was not losing to her again. I'm going home. I'll see you losers later. Hold on, Bakugo. Todoroki shouldered his bag and briskly walked up behind him. I'd like to talk with you. Let's walk together. Whatever, icy hot. He shoved the door open and let Todoroki close it behind him. So what the hell do you want to talk to me about? Do you have any plans for summer vacation? He strolled up next to him, hands in his pockets. No, and why is that any of your business? Some people from the Hero Committee approached me the other day. They gave me some free tickets to some kind of special event for heroes. He pulled out the tickets in question. I thought maybe you and Kirishima might like to come with me. I don't really have any other friends I could ask. Let me see that. Curious, he snagged the ticket and narrowed his eyes on it. All expenses paid. Why the hell would the committee give these to you? I came second in the UA Sports Festival. And plus I'm Endeavor's son. They're extending invitations to heroes all over the world in order to increase the revenue and publicity of the event. He shrugged. So, do you want to come? I'd be an idiot if I didn't want to go. But it really bites that I have to get tickets from you of all people. He waved the ticket in Todoroki's face. Better me than not at all, right? He took the ticket back and pulled out a piece of paper writing information on it. Here's my contact info. Shoot me a text later and I'll send you the information so you can forward it to Kirishima. Unless you want to bring Shiro or Kaminari instead. Don't be an idiot. Of course I'm inviting Kirishima first. Those other 2 idiots can find their own way. I'd hardly call Shiro an idiot. But Kaminari is pretty dense, especially after what he just did. Everyone's mood was high because of the camping trip, but it really took a turn. Todoroki agreed, holding his chest as it ached. Damn straight. Bakugo snarled. That stupid dunce face. I could kill him for bringing that bitch up. It's not just him. Yaoyorozu's been thinking of her a lot, using her as a yardstick for her own combat and confidence. I think all of us wish Izumi were here. Class just doesn't feel the same without her. That damn rabbit made her choice. She chose to be a villain. Nothing we can do to bring her back. Bakugo huffed, refusing to admit he'd felt the same. Did she really though? Shoto hung his head thinking of Izumi's farewell video. I never wanted to be a villain. It sounds to me like she didn't have a choice at all. In America, Karma had spent 3 hours browsing through jobs on the black market network. She struggled through translations, poking Dabi whenever she didn't understand a term or phrase. A few jobs looked promising, but as Dabi had predicted, they didn't really pay enough for her to get too enthusiastic. Maybe he's right. I may have to go out of my comfort zone. She sighed heavily and clicked on the next job listing, and paused when a phrase caught her eye. What's this? Did you find something? Dabi rose from his chair and leaned over her shoulder. I-Island. Where's that? It's a secret island. All hero-related business companies invested in creating a city that was dedicated in the study and development of quirks. It's a man-made island where all of the best scientists and inventors live for the sole purpose of researching quirks and creating hero items. Sounds promising, but why do you have that confused look on your face? He poked her cheek and she slapped it away. As I said, it's a secret island. It's mobile, so no one knows where it's truly located at because it floats around the world. The only way to get access to it is through invitation, and even then getting through customs is a bitch. No way a villain could enter without a high security clearance. She continued to mutter as she went over the job requirements. Need help securing a very valuable item from the expo. Payment nego. She paused as her brain started to connect dots. expo. Hero items. Holy shit, this is it. She suddenly jumped up and slapped her hands on the desk. What happened? Twice snorted as he sat straight up, having woken from his nap. Mr. Compress entered from the second bedroom holding the book he'd been reading. Did something happen? Oh hell yes, she turned smirking at her team. Excitement was coursing through her as the plan formed crystal clear in her head. Payday is in sight, boys. We're going to I-Island. What do you mean someone already has the job? Dabi narrowed his eyes. Are you sure you translated correctly? Yes, Karma said with annoyance. He already hired someone named Wolfram who has his own men. He said if we want in, we have to negotiate with him. Son of a, he grunted and kicked Twice, who was easy access. Oh, man, that tickled. Twice held his shin, scowling. Did we at least get contact information for this Wolfram character? Compress wondered, sitting cross-legged on the bed and playing with a deck of cards. That's what I was getting at before I was so rudely interrupted. Karma narrowed her eyes at Dabi, who turned his back to her and stuffed his hands in his pockets. I've actually already set up an appointment with Wolfram. Lucky for us, he's centered right here in New York City and we'll be able to meet with him with little problem. That's good at least. So how should we convince him? We'll start diplomatically. She cracked her knuckles a finger at a time. If that doesn't work, then we'll resort to more forceful methods. The villain network runs deeper than the norm, Dabi pointed out. It's possible he's heard of the League of Villains before, and if that's the case, he may not let us aboard. Huh? Twice looked up confused. Why the hell not? Reputation. Karma answered for him and pulled up her knee. Like I mentioned before we left, those that know about myself and Tamura know we're not ones to follow orders or take the back seat to other villains. He will think we're trying to muscle our way in and take the reins and refuse to let us in. So, we're screwed? Twice asked comically, giving a thumbs up. Not necessarily. She stood up and walked to her chessboard. She faced the black pieces and played with the top of the queen. It's only possible that they know of our league, but just to be certain we don't have to introduce ourselves as such. What's your plan? Dabi asked, enjoying the calculating and devious expression on his queen's face. It's simple. She turned the board around so she faced the white pieces. If being the League of Villains puts us at a disadvantage, then we won't go in as the League of Villains. We'll introduce ourselves as someone else. I see. An alias to cover our true goal. We go in simply looking to join a crew, while simultaneously completely our own separate objective. Compress gently applauded. Brilliant strategy, Your Highness. We'll need to come up with a group title and temporary code names for this mission. Not me. Dabi crossed his arms. My looks aren't easily changeable as the rest of you. They already know me here, and it's likely they'll just see through any disguise I put on. Besides, I've got a reputation for coasting through groups to earn my living, so it's not a big deal. Okay, Dabi aside, the rest of us will need to come up with some alternative identities. Mine and Twice's should be simple enough, Compress explained. We both wear masks, so it's easy enough to find alternate ones that won't reveal our true identity. In terms of quirks, we can change little facets of them so that our new partners have nothing to hold over us. Sounds good. She lifted up the red wig she used to get into the country. As far as my look goes, I'm set, but my quirk is pretty recognizable despite being flexible. I'll need to change things up. Even your weapon is recognizable now. Dabi hefted up the whips, giving one a quick snap in his hands. You'll need to come up with something alternative. The joys of popularity, she said with a heavy sigh, and then set the wig down, frowning. I want to find a training area. Compress, your English is pretty good. See if you can track down someplace where I can do some private training. I'll need at least a few hours to work out some new techniques. A few hours? Dabi raised a brow. Don't you mean like a few days? We don't have a few days. Our meet-up time with Wolfram is tomorrow, and I want to be prepared then for any boasting I may do. She pulled out her luggage and popped open a case. She removed several layers of clothing before pulling out a silver box that Dabi immediately recognized. Isn't that your hero costume from UA? How in the hell did you commandeer that? Oh, I might have sent a little email to our spy on the inside and have him drop it off at a discreet location for Kurogiri to pick up. She gave a playful smirk and popped open the case, admiring the material with affection. Sensei and Tamura gave me this costume. It belongs to me, not UA. Won't you be even more recognizable in this? Dabi questioned, lifting up a sleeve and eyeing the details of it. Not necessarily. She glanced behind her at Twice. It just needs a few little modifications, right, Twice? No way. He held up a pair of scissors, snapping it a few times, and then a tape measure. Leave it to me. A few hours later, Karma modeled off the new and improved costume. She'd known Twice was skilled at sewing, having done his own costume and plus having the basic knowledge of measurements and proportions for his quirk. Still, she hadn't expected it to come out as well as it did. She'd provided him with the materials he'd asked for, and within only a few hours he'd modified the costume so that it was almost unrecognizable, with its edgy cuts in the legs and sleeves, crimson lining, and sexuality. It still felt incomplete, but she imagined adding a few weapons might spice it up. She used the straps Tamura had given her, attaching the throwing knives, and tucked a few diskettes in the pockets. But Dabi was right, she needed a new weapon. She was a lot better in hand-to-hand than she had been before. But with so many muscle-bound thugs and shape-shifting quirks in the villain repertoire, she doubted it would impress Wolfram. She needed to bring something new to the table, something exciting and threatening. Why not just stick with your telekinesis? Dabi lounged against the wall of the big abandoned warehouse they were using as a training facility. You didn't show it off much in those videos. No, but I showed it off plenty at the sports festival, and that the entire world did see. She retorted and picked up a sword, swinging it a few times before getting bored and tossing it. I wish there was a way to change the properties of my quirk, like making it a different color, or changing the way it moved, or... She paused when he flicked flames at a rat that scurried too close. The temperature. He turned his attention back to her, raising an eyebrow. The temperature. Dabi, come here. She held out her hand to him. He grabbed it and stood up with he, and she stood in front of him, holding his arm out so that it extended out in front of her. When I say go, release some of your flames. I don't see the point, but I'm not gonna complain about the positioning. He smirked and lay his head atop of hers. He laughed when she elbowed his gut. Be serious. Now hold out your palm and just let out the fire in a steady stream. Don't change the flow. She extended her hand next to his, her eyes going focused and sharpening on their parallel palms. Now, not sure what she was getting at, but not wanting to question it, Dabi let out a small burst of flame, keeping the stream steady as she requested. He watched her, so focused on his quirk that he nearly pulled back. Suddenly he sensed the change. Her quirk began to join his, their energy mixing together, forming a kind of spiral that spun and flowed more elegantly than his chaotic flames. He couldn't see her face, but he knew she was excited. He stopped the flames and she turned around, eyes bright and face just beaming with excitement. That's it. That's it. It's perfect. She hugged him tightly around the waist. Good, I guess. He stroked the top of her head. What exactly is perfect? It's a bit messy yet. And it may take longer than a few hours, but we still have enough time that I can work on perfecting it. She started to ramble and pace around as her mind and mouth worked at light speed. I'll need compress to go get supplies for us, and I have to go shopping myself for some accessories to complete the look. But it'll be worth it for this new identity I've created. I have the perfect name too. I never really got to use it since I was outed right after internships. But the name just fits. Geez, slow down, Karma. What? Dabi held his hands out, trying to calm her down. She whirled on him, that happy yet crazed expression doing things to his heart that he didn't care for. Not Karma, Phoenix. She took his hand again, and her eyes sparkled when he took the immediate hint and formed a fireball in her hand, and she shifted its shape with her own quirk. Black Phoenix. Meanwhile in Japan, Tamura grunted as he paced the living room of the cottage. He would have to receive and go through a group of new hires later that day, but for right now he was bored out of his skull. And irritated he didn't have Karma there to occupy his needs. Kurajiri was no help, spending all his time either cooking or going over things with Ace and Jurin. The man was all business all the time, and it was damn irritating. The only other person there was Toga, and she. He paused and gave the crazy girl a curious glance. She sat on the couch, eyes sparkly as she watched a horror movie on TV, admiring the blood and gore that spewed on screen. Toga, she blinked and turned big bright eyes onto him. Yes, Tamura-kun, come here. He crooked a finger at her. She hesitated at first, but at his glare she immediately stood and skipped over. She let out a little yelp when she grabbed him by the neck and dragged her upstairs with him. Where are we going, Tamura-kun? She blinked curiously, and her face immediately flustered when he shoved her into his bedroom, closing and locking the door behind him. Oh, wait. No, I can't. I'm not ready for this. In the first place, I don't. She held out her hands and waved them around frantically. Shut up and transform into Karma. He stabbed a finger in her direction. Do it now. Why? Won't Queenie get mad if we... Do you want to die, Toga? He held up his hand, looking ready to snap the glove right off. She gulped loudly and immediately stripped in order to transform. Once Karma, she stood and shifted nervously, looking at Tamura with a flushed face. Okay, now what? Now this. He snagged her around the waist. Toga squeaked and squealed as she flopped back on the bed, her eyes spinning as she tried to process what was happening. When all Tamura did was hug her waist and lay his head on her breast, she calmed some and looked down confused. Tamura-kun, the breasts aren't big enough. He complained and wiggled some to get comfortable. Karma's are much softer. Oh. She stopped stuttering when Tamura drifted off and seemed to fall right asleep. I'll work on it. Curiously, she pulled back some of Tamura's hair and admired his face. She hadn't thought about it before, but Tamura actually was really her type. He had scars she found intriguing, and he loved blood and violence just like her. She wished she'd kept her dagger on so she could cut him a little just along the face to further add to his appeal. While Queenie, she whispered as her face went soft and affectionate. Now I finally see why you love him so much. She stroked fingers through his hair and licked her lips. He really is deliciously cute. The next day, in America. You sure this is the right place? Twice scratched his head, eyeing the rusty metal shop. His new appearance made him appear like a simple thug with a thick bandana over his head and another over his mouth. He wore baggy pants and a loose white tee with a simple denim jacket over both. Looks kinda sketchy, which is exactly the reason I know it's the right place. Dabi insisted and shoved Twice through the door. Get in, loser. Hey, no pushing. Twice demanded and stumbled inside with the rest of the group coming in behind. The workers inside all glanced up from their projects to look at them. They all shared a look of animosity at the group of characters and started coming together, holding pipes and chains up in defense. Whoa, we come in peace. Put up your dukes. Twice held up a middle finger and squawked when Dabi snagged it and bent it backwards. Don't mind him, he's an idiot. I'm looking for a man named Wolfram. We've got an appointment, Dabi explained, and the defenses lowered slightly. Yo boss, one of the men spoke with a sneer. These clowns are here to see you. So I heard, Swordkill. Wolfram stepped up from the back, hands in the pockets of his jeans as he took stock of the litter. So, you're the illustrious Inferno gang. I gotta say you're not at all what I was expecting. What were you expecting? Compress, looking a bit out of place in a smoky gray tracksuit to encompass his new identity. I was expecting people actually worth my time. but half of you look like you've never left your grandma's house until now." He chuckled and folded his beefy arms. "Don't judge by appearances." The sound of heels clicking on the ground caught Wolfram's attention. He watched the young teenage girl come around her much taller group of men. Talent lies beyond intimidation. Wolfram's eyebrow rose in interest when he took in her appearance. The costume with its edgy cuts and crimson lining was impressive enough, but she'd paired the look with a duster jacket that matched Dabi's. But it had a bright, bold phoenix on the back. Her hands were covered by gloves and seemed to have some kind of device that spiraled up the arms under the jacket. "I recognize your voice and broken English." He pointed a finger at her. "You're the one I spoke to on the phone." "Yes." Izumi offered a coy smile. "My name's Black Phoenix. I'm the newest member of the group." "At least you got some balls, kid." Wolfram laughed and looked to the others. "So what your newbie tells me you want in on my score. Why should I let you in when I've already got a perfectly good team to infiltrate with? Like Phoenix told you, our talents lie beyond intimidation." Compress explained and held out his hands, smoke surrounding the group covering their movements so that he and twice vanished from sight. "Pathetic. Why don't you?" Wolfram started to comment and choked a little when he saw they'd knocked out several members of his crew in a span of only a few seconds. "The only person, huh? Neat trick. If you think that's something." Twice cracked his knuckles. "Just wait until you see our big guns." He snapped his pointer fingers like guns all the while posing. "Just because you can make yourselves useful doesn't mean I'm letting you in. But you have whet my appetite." Wolfram crossed his arms looking back at Izumi and Dabi. "So what about you two? What have you got to show aside from a big mouth?" Dabi flicked up his hand, blue flames lighting up at each fingertip. "A fire quirk, huh?" Wolfram eyed it with an approving nod. "Not many elemental types around here. If you like mine, you'll love hers." Dabi jerked a thumb at Izumi and she held up a hand shaking her head. "Boss, you know I don't like to show off. It gets messy." Izumi played up the innocent act and had Dabi inwardly laughing. He always got a real kick out of watching her tie invisible strings around her puppets. As part of the ploy, it was decided Dabi would play the role of leader as he spoke the most English and had the most experience in mercenary work. It kept Izumi's role small, so that she could manipulate them without revealing just how much power she really had. "He won't be satisfied until you do." He patted her shoulder and pushed her forward. "Well, if you insist, but remember this was your idea." She shrugged and stretched out her hands. Dabi looked to the crowd and motioned them to step back. "I'd take cover if I were you. She doesn't have full control over it just yet." On cue twice and Compress took a dive under a thick table and Phoenix cut loose. The pads on her fingers turned red and she winced a little as fire jettisoned from her fingers and whipped around like puppet strings. The flaming strings cut through thick hunks of metal, the slabs falling and the workers scattering around shouting in surprise. Dabi watched the fireworks with a nod of approval. For a technique she'd spent less than a day training on, it had really come together. Her costume had been hastily modified to incorporate a flamethrower. The tubes that were hidden under her thick coat formed the initial flame from the tips of her gloves, and using her quirk she was able to funnel it like mini cyclones. It was far from perfect, but he was confident that the intimidation and usefulness of her quirk would outweigh any small problems with control. "That'll do, Phoenix. I think you've proved your worth." He set a hand on Izumi's shoulder to keep her focused so she could cut the power successfully. "Better than yesterday, and very effective from the looks on their faces. Will it be enough?" She rubbed her hands through the gloves, her fingertips burning from the display. "Well, let's see." He nods to the leader. Wolfram stood in his original position. The slabs of metal that had threatened to fall on him were instead floating above him. His eyes were crazed and his smile wide as he let out a deep gut laugh. "Now that's impressive. You've really got a hand for destruction, don't you, kid?" He tossed the hunks of metal aside and walked up to Dabi holding out his hand. "You caught my attention, Inferno Gang. You're in." "All right then." Dabi shook hands with him, then placed it on top of Izumi's head. "Wanna give us the rundown? We've got the bare essentials of the mission, but we'd like some details if you wouldn't mind." "Anxious are we." "All right, we'll start the meeting now." He whistles high-pitched and motioned his crew in. "All right, you cowards, come out of hiding and let's do this." Machinery and debris was shoved aside, people giving her wary looks and keeping a wide berth which made her smirking satisfaction. Wolfram opened up a thick manila envelope with varying contents inside. Several maps with instructions about pickups and travel protocol, a burn phone with a single number on it, and a wad of tickets to the expo. "Our client is David Shield and his assistant Sam," Wolfram explained, and Izumi's head immediately shot up from the maps. "The David Shield, the winner of the Nobel Quirk Prize, and All Might's former and creator of all his costumes, David Shield." She started to go on and caught herself, her face going bright red. "The same. You know your stuff, kid." Wolfram laughed and tapped a finger on the phone. "This phone is our only lifeline with the man. We've got explicit instructions not to call from any other number, which explains why we got the shove when we inquired about the job." Dabi murmured and got a nod from Izumi. "Our job is to infiltrate I-Island and take hostage of the central tower. According to the information given to us, all the big shots will be throwing a party and all located in one room. Everyone else will be scattered around the island, either enjoying the attractions or enjoying the nightlife. We'll take the party hostage and assumedly force Sam and S.H.I.E.L.D. to dig up the goods for us. I see. But what about their security system and any outside forces? How can we be sure that the hostage situation won't be found out by the other heroes on the island? Simple. Sorkle formed a blade and stabbed it into the table, grinning. Since we're being given complete access to the tower, we take control of the security system ourselves. To make doubly sure no one wanders in, we'll announce there's been a bomb threat and announce to the island to remain where they are until the crisis has passed. There are holes in that plan, Izumi thought as she held her chin and eyed the map. She wasn't sure what all his members' quirks or skills were, but with a security system that complex they might run into a few hiccups. Also, none of them knew the real protocol the island followed. If they did things out of context, then many people would get suspicious. So, reading the atmosphere, Compress decided to ring in his 2 cents. Just how much leeway are we being given in accordance to this plan? I assume you will remain boss and brain, Wolfram, but let's say you become out of commission. How should we respond in accordance? My becoming out of commission is the least of your worries, Smoke Boy. He floated a hunk of metal and twisted it up until it was completely misshapen. In any case, the main goal is to get the goods. If anything gets in your way, remove it. You heard him. Dabi smirked at his team. The goods come first. Right. Izumi snapped out of her theorizing and mental questions. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid, but it strikes me as odd that David S.H.I.E.L.D. would want us to steal for him. With his connections and status as a top scientist, wouldn't he have access to all kinds of technology? I mean, he's even one of the leading scientists featured at the expo. Good observation, Pyro. Wolfram complimented. You're a smart one, aren't you? It's Phoenix, and no, not really. She answered and had Dabi snorting a little. Shut up. A smartass at least. Wolfram chuckled and leaned forward on the table. I wouldn't worry about the whys of a job. After you've had a few, they've stopped mattering. The thing he said that does intrigue me is the item in question. Apparently those that had been funding his research had decided to confiscate it. They were afraid it was too revolutionary and could have powerful effects on society. An item like that, and manufactured by David S.H.I.E.L.D. himself, is most certainly a high-ticket item and worth a fortune. Oh, really? Izumi's eyes sparkled with intrigue and her lips quirked a bit. An invention that could change hero society. Now that sounded like a good investment. In that case, when do we leave? I-Island sat in the middle of the ocean looking like a shining paradise. It was a large city that slowly but surely traveled the world, its location a secret to prevent any villains from threatening the scientists or stealing their research. Any and all people who stood on its grounds were free to use their quirks providing they followed etiquette rules such as not harming the citizens or committing crimes. It was quite ironic that Karma, now known as Black Phoenix to her temporary crew, had planned to do all of that and more. She wasn't sure what to expect from this place as she'd never stepped foot there, but she'd spent nearly a week preparing. She'd scoured the maps that had been provided, read and reread the mission pamphlets, and had even bought the guidebook of I-Island as well as the expo pamphlet. She studied and memorized key areas, highlighted certain exhibits and attractions she wanted to explore, as well as read up on her client and his associates. David S.H.I.E.L.D. There was a time when she'd admired him for his work. He was the top scientist in the world. His inventions and gadgets had been craved by so many heroes. Not to mention the costumes he'd helped design. If given the chance, she'd like to meet him in person sans mission, but doubted it would be possible. What sort of item had driven David S.H.I.E.L.D. to hire villains to steal his research? As the plane landed, herself, her team, and Wolfram's gang all unloaded and passed the security checks with the clearance codes they'd been provided. Standing at the entrance and wide walkway, Izumi tried to hold in her excitement and curiosity at seeing the massive island and its crowds while Wolfram made the call to their client. We infiltrated without a hitch. When should we expect the goods to arrive? Wolfram's asked in a refined manner. For a guy who seemed to enjoy chaos and destruction, he knew how to put on the mask of calm calculation. Karma found it amusing. All right, we'll be there. Wolfram hung up. The goods will arrive by 3 p.m. at gate 66. That late? Dabi crossed his arms. It's only 8 in the morning. What the hell does he expect us to do until then? We wait, apparently. Wolfram shrugged it off and started leading his group down the stairs. Might I suggest we take a look around the expo? Phoenix piped in, trying to hide her hopeful expression. It might be beneficial to get the lay of the land. No, we shouldn't wander too far away from our location. If we don't make it back in time, it could affect the mission. Swarkle turned his nose up at her suggestion. He didn't care for the fact the boss had taken a shine to her and took every opportunity to show her up. Phoenix pouted and glanced down at the ticket, stroking a finger over it. What was the point in having previewing expo tickets if they weren't going to use them? Then let me go, she suggested and stepped forward. I can do some scouting and such, and I've memorized all the maps and primary mission locations so I can easily catch up to you if need be. You should do as you're told. Dabi said, a hand on her head leaning in. Don't let him ruffle your feathers, Phoenix. I'll let her go. Wolfram turned to her and Dabi. The kid's got a right to her curiosity. Let her have some fun. Really? Her eyes went wide with initial excitement, then pulled back suspiciously. You're okay with it? Find out what you can, then meet us by the gates by 2 p.m. If you're late, we're moving on without you. He warned and looked up at the others in her group. Dabi, take your crew and accompany the little lady on her excursion. Scout out and find out whatever information you can before heading back. Make sure you don't get separated, if that's what you want. Dabi gave a casual shrug. He'd put the disguise back on, the shaggy black hair in his eyes and face mask over his mouth. Both he and Izumi wore their dusters under casual clothes, as they weren't allowed any weapons or items on the trip over. Their equipment would be shipped with the goods at 3 p.m. Double vision, Mr. Smoke. Wolfram looked to the other two. Make sure the lady behaves herself and not use her quirk in public. We don't want anyone knowing what's about to go down. Aye aye. Twice saluted him with his middle finger, then wrapped an arm around Phoenix, leading her away from the group and towards the expo. Compress casually followed behind, his hands in the pockets of his slacks. Dabi eyed Wolfram speculatively before walking after his crew. You sure that was a good idea, boss? Swarkle frowned after the Inferno gang. What if they get caught? They don't have all the details that we do, so it's doubtful they spill anything inconsequential to our mission. Besides, we're already here. It's not like anything's going to stand in our way. Meanwhile, you're in the way, icy hot. Bakugo shoved Todoroki aside as they lined up for the test courses. There were several attractions where heroes could show off their quirks in various ways, either through obstacle courses, puzzle mazes, and of course the villain course, where you had to defeat a number of robots. Each course was timed and the participants competed for the top time and score. Patience is a virtue, man. Kirishima laughed and stepped up when Bakugo finished signing his name on the sheets. Besides, the courses don't open for another hour, so we've got some time. Faster we get this done, the more time we can spend preparing for the events. I don't know about you losers, but I'm not going in unprepared and half-assing it. He cracked his knuckles, smirking. I'll wipe the floor with their puny asses. Well, that's unsanitary. Todoroki mused and let out a slow sigh. He was beginning to wonder just what had possessed him to invite Bakugo with him to begin with. He supposed it was because, aside from Izumi, Bakugo was the other one of his classmates he'd gotten the chance to know better. Not to mention not very heroic. Hey, thanks again for inviting me along, Todoroki. Kirishima patted his back. This place is seriously awesome. Don't mention it, Todoroki said with some reverence as he looked around and then to Bakugo, who had suspiciously gone quiet. Something wrong? No, Bakugo grumbled and adjusted his gauntlet. He'd been admiring the place as well. All the attractions, excitement, the hero celebrities, and exhibits. They were all things that reminded him of Izumi. He had a clear image of her in his head. Middle school uniform, those curly locks loose and framing her sweet face, big green eyes shining with excitement and awe as she meticulously took notes or read the pamphlets provided. Kaken, look, it's Godzilla. Wow, I've only ever seen him in movies. This is great. I can't believe how lucky we are to be here. Shit, he thought with gritted teeth. Even her voice rang clear as a bell in his head. I can't believe I'm here. This is so awesome. Her voice haunted him again, pitch perfect and so realistic that it shook him. When would that damn rabbit stop haunting him? Geez, calm down. You're way too enthusiastic about being here. A monotone voice spoke as if responding to the voice in his head. Why wouldn't I be? This place is amazing. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to be here. Bakugo jerked to a halt at that and his head whipped around. For an instant, just an instant, he thought he saw Izumi's bright, excited expression amongst the sea of people. He started shoving his way through, ignoring the grunts and shoves of other people as he made his way to the source of the voice. He spotted a small figure with bright red hair suddenly cling to one of the older members of her group and drag him towards the hero items exhibit. As he stepped in that direction, he felt a hand his shoulder and whirled around, seeing both Todoroki and Kirishima panting and looking concerned. Bakugo, you're pale. Yeah, you okay, man? You suddenly took off looking freaked. What's got you so spooked? It's nothing, I just... He looked around again, his pale face and wild eyes frantically searching the crowd again for that redhead. I thought I saw someone, but I was wrong. I was wrong. He told himself again and finally controlled his breathing. Now he felt so stupid getting worked up. I'm fucking going insane. There's no way she could get past all that security. Not even Uzagi is that smart. Shit, now I look like a fucking idiot. Well, so long as you're okay, man. Kirishima patted both of their shoulders. Come on, let's go back to the arena and blow off some steam. That'll take the edge off. Yeah, Todoroki let out a calm breath of his own and looked out at the crowd where Bakugo had been searching. There was only one person who could get Bakugo that worked up, and it made his heart skip a beat to think that she might be there within reach, hiding in plain sight. He peeled his eyes for anything that looked remotely familiar to him but spotted nothing. Good idea. Back with Izumi. Now this is what I'm talking about. Grinning ear to ear, Karma scanned over the displayed hero items. The wide showroom displayed at least 100 different exhibits, all with their own unique use: multi-purpose vehicles, protection suits, sense enhancers, weaponry, and more. Seems we've hit the jackpot. Dabi murmured low and slung an arm over her shoulders. What's the plan for getting the goods out? Only way we can swing it is if we take it while we're in charge of the security system. She murmured back and glanced around, getting a quick look at the security measures. Twice, compress. Yes, boss. Compress answered, pretending to read the description on the exhibit. Take a bathroom break. She casually slipped a piece of paper into Compress' pocket and pulled Dabi to the next exhibit. Twice came in close as Compress removed the note, and they both got a look at their orders. Divide and hide. They shared smug looks and walked companionably to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, they came back out and wandered the exhibit casually and inconspicuously. When they finally rejoined Karma and Dabi, they gave them a thumbs up to signal they completed their task. You sure this'll work? You doubt me? She glanced up under her lashes and smirked confidently. Relax. Who could possibly stop us? Mirio-senpai. Uraraka's bright and chipper voice echoed through the room and had her choking on her own words. Her face went pale and she slowly turned her head in the direction of the voices, and her eyes went wide. Shit. Uraraka, Jiru, Yairazu. What a pleasant surprise. Mirio, in full hero garb, stood in front of her 3 former classmates, positively beaming. I wasn't expecting to see you 3 here. My father is a shareholder in one of the companies, and I was given some free tickets so I could come out and represent him. Yairazu explained. Yeah, and since she had extras, we were invited along. The other girls are here too, but they couldn't come in for the early showing. Uraraka explained, rubbing the back of her head, laughing. I see. Well, this is wonderful. Oh, he turned to the blonde next to him. Where are my manners? Girls, I'd like you to meet my new friend Melissa Shield. Her father is one of the top scientists here and she's been giving me a tour. Oh, the girls shared amused expressions and had him laughing and waving a hand in front of his face. Friends. Melissa, I'd like you to meet some of my underclassmen. They're also students of All Might Sensei. Oh, so you guys are from UA also? Melissa beamed. It's wonderful to meet you. Jesus fucking Christ. Karma muttered under her breath and instinctively touched her wig to make sure it was on properly. Of all the fucking people in the world, why did he have to be here? Not just him. Dabi whispered and pulled her closer to hide her better. Sounds like All Might is here too. This doesn't bode well for the plan. We should get back and tell Wolfram. Compress suggested. Question is, how are we gonna get out of here without being spotted? Huddle around, act natural and don't rush. Dabi instructed and pulled Karma. No, Izumi along. One look at her former classmates and upperclassmen had shifted her into the persona she'd tried so hard to cut herself off of. This really didn't bode well for them. They needed Karma in top form to pull off this heist, and they couldn't afford any careless mistakes. Snap out of it, he demanded and gave her a little shake. I'm fine. She shoved him back a little, swallowing hard as she felt her mouth go dry. They passed the group, none of the students even giving them a second look. She let out a calm breath and held her pounding head. I'm fine, but damn if I couldn't use a drink. I'm gonna go grab a water from the cafe. She started walking in that direction, the boys hanging out in the shade and wiping sweat from their own brows at the close call. It's fine, everything was fine. There's no reason to panic, she told herself and stepped up to one of the wait staff. Excuse me, can I get a water? She spoke in her broken English accent. She sat down and lowered her head to rub at her neck. A few moments later, a glass was set in front of her. Instead of the water she'd asked for, an expensive-looking soda with whipped topping and fruit was set in front of her. I didn't order, she started to complain. No worries, pretty lady, it's on the house. A familiar voice spoke and had her blood running cold. She risked a glance up and got a brief look at Kaminari and Minta before quickly averting her gaze away. Them too. Oh, and well. She cursed under her breath and fidgeted. Thanks. How hot is she? Minta whispered to Kaminari. Dressed like a punk, but so adorably shy. Totally my type. Kaminari agreed, trying not to drool. You idiots realize I can hear you right. Izumi thought with an irritated eyebrow twitch. Damn fucking perverts. I appreciate it, but really just water is fine. She shoved the glass away and kept her head turned down and body twisted slightly away from them. Relax, it's our treat. Kaminari scooted the glass back to her, then tilted his face low, trying to get a look at her. She shifted and grunted when he shifted with her. Hey, have we met? You look familiar. No, not familiar. We are strangers, and you're creeping me out. Please go away. She snagged the soda and sipped at it to appease them and waved her hand away. You have other customers, go bother them. Hey, come on, don't. Kaminari, Minta, Uraraka called out to them as she, the girls, Melissa, and Mirio all took a seat to get acquainted. What are you guys doing here? Izumi tensed up and nearly spilled her drink. She let out a sigh of relief when Uraraka's call diverted their attention long enough for her to gulp it down and take off. Thank Christ. She spoke in English and sighed heavily, holding her heart. Now I can. Kaminari, Minta, what are you two doing slacking off? Ada rushed by her and she squealed, spinning around and covering her face. Luckily, he ran right by her into the two perverts, giving them a piece of his mind. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Ada was here too. When she had given her classmates the challenge of tracking her down and finding her, she hadn't expected them to just suddenly pop up here of all places. This had to be some kind of sick joke fate was playing on her. Or maybe it was a test of her patience and resolve. Either way, it was nuts. It was all fucking nuts. Is all of you at this stupid expo? Who else could I possibly? An explosion ripped out and made her heart stammer. She looked out at the arena and her eyes went wide with shock and realization. No. She rushed off towards the location of the explosion. Dabi saw her make a dash and immediately raced after her with the other two on his heels. He watched as Izumi shoved past people and ran straight to the metal bar to look out at the villain course. Kirishima's face graced the big screen TV, his body fully hardened and sharp teeth bare in a wide smile. Seconds later, Izumi's heart did another tumble as Bakugo walked up to take the course. She watched as he obliterated the robot opponents in a flurry of 15 seconds and had the crowd roaring and announcer in ecstatic shock. Kaken. She felt her knees start to give and Dabi hauled her up and pulled her aside as Ida and Uraraka's group quickly came up from behind. The hell are you doing? You're going to get spotted. Dabi shoved her face mask back on and turned her away from the event. We can't stay here. If your old classmates recognize you, then you can forget about our score. Why are they here, Dabi? Her voice shook with fear and panic. Why are they all here? Yura-chan, Ida, Senpai, Kaken, and Kya. The announcer squealed as Todoroki took the lead with an impressive mountain of ice, destroying all his opponents in one flashy move. Izumi's eyes went wide and she slowly turned to look at it and then down at Todoroki. Just seeing him and Kaken, seeing them together and butting heads brought back all kinds of emotions inside her she thought she'd killed and buried away. Let's go. Dabi snagged her arm and shook her. When she just stared blankly and fearfully down at her feet, he grit his teeth and smacked her once across the face. The move had gained some attention of nearby people, but it had been enough to snap her out of the daze. Oh, she held her cheek and let out a long calming breath before looking up into his hard blue eyes. Thanks, I needed that. Don't ever make me do it again. I'm not into that kind of shit. He yanked her along. Let's go. Yeah. She sighed heavily and took one more glance back at her old classmates. When they went back to the main entrance, Izumi bowed her head a little in apology. Forgive my behavior. Seeing them here just caught me off guard is all. I panicked. It's understandable considering our mission just got a shit ton more dangerous. Twice pointed out, then pulled her in for a noogie. You little shit, what the hell were you thinking? Oh, damn it, Twice let go of me. She shoved at him and readjusted her wig. I told you I lost my cool. I'm back now. And you're right, our mission just got more complicated. She sat on the stairs and bit her thumbnail. We need to tell Wolfram about the potential threat to the plan. But how do we do that without revealing who we are? Easy, we don't tell him. What? Izumi looked up at Dabi. The plan is to gatecrash a party full of supers. He's already planning to take on pros, so some adolescent knuckleheads won't be an issue. Hey, those adolescent knuckleheads are a lot more powerful than you give them credit for. Kaken and Todoroki alone can take on Wolfram's band of thugs no problem. And Senpai, she shuddered. He's All Might's successor, and so powerful. I've taken him on personally, and he's beaten me effortlessly every time without using the full extent of his power. That's if they're prepped for a fight, which they're not. They're gonna be in dress clothes. No costumes or items at their disposal, and caught off guard. This island has one of the top security systems in the world, and it's gonna get flipped on them, which adds to their disadvantage. That might work on the others, but Senpai is another matter entirely. Those anti-quirk strips that Wolfram talked about may not work on him. His quirk is permeation, and he's made it so powerful it's like he can teleport and be anywhere he wants. His mind, his skills, his physical prowess are leagues above most pros, and he has All Might as his supporter. She stood up and crossed her arms. No, we can't afford to let him anywhere near the party. Okay, so then what do we do? You just said you can't take him down in a fight. Compress asked, looking both irritated and worried about their situation. I don't have to fight him, she said suddenly, an idea springing into place when she spotted some waiters bringing food into one of the back entrances of the hotel. I just have to outsmart him. She pat Dabi's shoulder and motioned the others in close. All of our weapons are in that caravan, right? She asked Compress, who gave her a nod. All right, then here's what we do. Let's meet up with Wolfram to collect our gear. We'll tell him the potential threat, and then she whispered the rest and lay out the plan. At the idea, Dabi let out a small snort of laughter, Compress a curious brow raised, and Twice an odd sparkle of interest and 2 thumbs up. You would come up with that plan? Dabi teased. You sure you can handle him alone? Like I said. She playfully spun one of the red curls around her fingers, smirking at him. I don't need to fight him, just outsmart him. Meanwhile, Wolfram called his contact to give an update on their progress. They'd put the bodies of the knocked-out guards into closets completely unharmed as promised. The shipment at Dock 6 contained all their weapons, costumes, and gear for the heist. All Might is here. He raised a brow when his contact told him of the unexpected guest on the island. After a moment of thought, he just let out a short, pithy laugh. Doesn't matter, we'll go according to schedule. He hung up and looked up as the Inferno gang finally joined in. When they told him of another potential threat and their plan to efficiently take him out, he gave a shrug. So long as your stupid plan doesn't mess up mine, you can do as you like. Wolfram pat Phoenix on the head, earning a little warning growl he found adorable. Just be sure you take care of him quick and easy, little red. Trust me. She bat away his hand and hefted up the silver case with her secret weapon inside. He won't know what hit him until it's too late. Mirio stared at himself in the mirror, fussing with the tie of his suit. He didn't often dress up, but when he did, he preferred to look his best. He wished he could have worn his costume, but All Might had made it clear that he would make a better impression this way. He wondered what sort of heroes and people he'd get the chance to mingle with at the party. It was a wonderful opportunity for him, he knew, to gain contacts in the hero industry and build up a good reputation among others in the field. Just about ready, he murmured to himself and slicked back his hair, aiming a beaming smile at his reflection. There, done. A knock on the door caught him off guard. He turned and walked to the door and pushed his head through, smiling at the person on the other side. May I help you, Kaya? The maid jumped at his sudden appearance, fumbling a little with the tray in her hand. She managed to not spill the contents and flushed, lowering her head with embarrassment. Oh my, you startled me. Forgive the intrusion, sir. I was told to bring this to you. Ah, I see. He pulled back and unlocked the door before opening it to her. Thank you so much, miss. It's no trouble at all, sir. She kept her head down. Would you like me to set it down inside? No, that's okay. I'll take it. He took the tray from her and bowed graciously. Thank you very much. You're quite welcome. Please enjoy. She hurried off, holding her face. Mirio looked after her for a moment, curious as to why she seemed so nervous and determined to hide her face. Little warning bells went off in his head, but he shrugged them away, deciding to investigate the tray rather than the girl. He kicked the door closed with his foot and set it down on the little table by his couch. Chocolates, he noted. A big box of them, along with a glass of sparkling cider and vase with a single rose in it. Under the box of chocolates was a note, and he curiously picked it up and flipped it open. His heart stopped and his eyes went wide at the message he read. Good to see you again, senpai. It can't be. He whirled around and resisted the urge to use his quirk to jump through walls to go after the maid. Instead, he burst through the door and ran down the hall after the maid, hoping to catch her before she got too far. Turning the hall, he spotted her about to board the elevator, and he zipped straight, snagging her by the shoulders and whirling her around. You, Kaya. The maid turned around, the sweet-faced brunette looking startled and shaken. I'm sorry, sir. Did I do something wrong? You're not her. He relaxed and released her, sighing. Forgive me, I thought you were a friend of mine. I didn't mean to frighten you. It's okay. She held her cheeks, laughing nervously. She told me you were eccentric. She was right. She? Mirio's eyes narrowed. Yes, the young woman who asked me to bring you those chocolates. She said to be careful because you're quite eccentric and unpredictable. It made me nervous. I'm sorry if I offended you before when I didn't greet you properly. Mirio's blood ran cold, and he quickly let go of her and raced back to his room. He found Izumi, in full phoenix gear, lounging on the couch with the box of chocolates open. She popped one into her mouth and arched her head back to smirk at him. You left the door open, senpai. How careless of you. Izumi. He closed the door and raised a fist, eyes going fierce. It was such a scary look. She sat up and crossed her legs, smiling sweetly at him, the look of innocence clashing with the hard and villainous attire. Relax, senpai. I'm not here to hurt anyone. She held out the box of chocolates as if to offer him one. I just want to talk. Why do I not believe you? He crossed his arms, his eyes a little more fierce. She shrugged at his refusal. You and I both know that you're stronger than I am. She took another chocolate from the box and popped it into her mouth, chewing it slowly before speaking again. Which is why you haven't attacked me yet. You're curious as to why I'm here, why I approached you of my own accord, and how I got on the island in the first place. Am I right? Despite the tension of the situation, Mirio found himself smiling at her. Clever as always, he thought, and twice as bold. Whether she was assuredly confident or putting up a front, the fact that she sat so casually and spoke to him with intellectual calm was a testament to her skill. Those thoughts have crossed my mind, he admitted and folded his arms. Am I going to receive those answers? That all depends on you. She smiled back at him, though hers was a bit more twisted. If you play by the rules of the game, I'll be more than happy to oblige. Game? He raised a curious brow. That's right. She stood up, picking up a case she'd been hiding behind her. She lay it on the table and opened it up to reveal a chessboard and the game pieces inside. There's no way I can defeat you if we fight normally, so I'm suggesting a battle of wits as a more even playing field. She sat at the table and started setting up the pieces. As we play, I'll answer any questions you have for me. So long as the game is going, I will willingly give you any and all answers. Win or lose, you get the information you want. Okay. He leaned over the other chair, watching her set up the pieces. I'm waiting to hear a catch. Here's the catch. She lifted up one of the panels in her case and held up a pair of quirk restraining cuffs. Mirio took them and examined them. He'd been interning with Night Eye long enough to tell they were the real deal. We stay cuffed together during the entire match. If you win, I'll hand over the key to you. However, if I win, I get to leave and you pretend you never saw me. Deal? I see. He finally took a seat and scooted closer. Sounds like fun. I've only played chess a few times with Sir, but I've got the basics down. Are you any good at chess? Is that your first question? She set the last piece in place. She faced the black, and he the white, indicating their opposing sides. If so, then we're about to find out. White moves first. All right. He obliged, being cuffed to her. As a test, he tried using his quirk to phase out of it. Found he couldn't. In terms of physical strength and size, he still outmatched her, so if she tried anything funny, he could handle her. He was sure, as he moved his pawn in place. He watched her casually reach for a chocolate and bite into it. Didn't you give those to me? Yes, but as you displayed earlier, you don't trust anything a villain offers to you. She moved her black piece in turn. Her eyes flicked up when he reached behind him into the mini-fridge and grabbed a water bottle. I figure, why waste good chocolate and cider? Good point. He took a swig of water and set it out of her reach. He wasn't taking any chances, she noted. Despite that, his happy expression never faltered. He eyed the board, meticulously trying to figure out what strategy to use. He decided simple and strong was best. Since he had the advantage of first attack, he took the black pawn she'd left open and set it aside. So I guess my first question would be, how did you get here? On a plane, she answered sarcastically at first, but then continued after shifting her next piece. There's only one way to get access to this island, senpai. You have to be invited. You were invited to the island. By who? He glanced up at her face. She kept her focus on the board, but he saw the smallest of smiles twitch at her lips. David Shield. What? His hand fumbled, and his rook fell forward from the space he'd moved it to. Why would he invite you here? Doesn't he know that you're a villain? It's not as if I know him personally, senpai. She leaned her cheek onto her knuckles. I'm here as part of a group that was hired by him. I can't go into too many details, unless you force me to, but essentially we were hired to liberate something that was stolen from him. I see. Mirio's happy expression dimmed at that information. Melissa really looks up to her father. She'll be very unhappy to know he's stepped onto that dark path. I agree that he stepped into territory that he has no business being in, which is why I'm so avidly curious as to what this item is. It has to be super important to him for him to go this far to attain it again. She took his knight with a quick flick. You don't know what the item is? Nope, I just know it's very important to him. She reached for another chocolate and licked her lips. She strained a bit against the cuffs so she could lounge back in her chair. To save you a question, the reason why I'm here is to get paid. Without my inheritance, I'm running low on funds. And being a villain is expensive. The check for this particular job was fat and requires little to no bloodshed. You're trying to validate your reasoning for doing this, but the end message is still the same, Izumi. He slapped his bishop over her rook, taking it with a glare. A crime is still a crime. I'm a villain, senpai. She snagged the bishop with her queen, leaning in with a sinister smirk. Crime is in the job description. You don't need to be a villain. He tugged on the cuff, slamming his next piece down with another rough flick. You're a good person, Izumi. You've made mistakes and been led astray, but you're a truly good person. That's not my name. You're searching for a naive child that no longer exists. Senpai. She squeezed the handcuff to hers, eyes going wide and the pupils going small. My name is Karma. Whatever was left of that pathetic little girl died. If that's true, then why are you here? He squeezed back, her knuckles cracking under the force of his grip. Why risk coming to talk to me? Why tell me about your mission and letting me know about your presence here? Why take such a huge risk? You can't win a game without risks, senpai. Her smile turned twisted again at the crack of her knuckles. Not when your opponent is so strong. You and All Might are too powerful to take head on. I'm not strong enough. My comrades aren't strong enough. If the plan goes down the way it's meant to, then there are too many people here who could thwart it. Then, he started to argue, but she cut him off by slamming her next piece down. This was the only way, senpai. The only way I can assure that I can get myself and my comrades off this prison island without being caught. If I win this game, you will go to the party. And when the fun starts, you will play along with David Shield's plan and be taken hostage. You won't interfere. You won't help others interfere. Those are the conditions for this risk. Mirio narrowed his eyes, noticing the nervous and desperate look on her face. She knew what she was up against. She knew there was no backing out of what she'd gotten herself into, and she was trying to find a way to escape without capture. Well, that just wasn't happening. I'm sorry, Izumi. Mirio placed his knight in check with her king. As a hero, I can't allow any villains to escape. He watched her eyes flick down at the board. A shallow gasp escaped her throat. Especially not you. Damn it. She grit her teeth. Basics my ass. She jerked up when he stood, their hands still cuffed together. He held his hand out for the key and she belligerently obliged, shoving it into his open palm. Well now, that was fun. I wish all villains could understand the grace of defeat as easily as you do. You beat me fair and square, she whispered and hung her head. You got the information you wanted. And the key to the cuffs. Yes, and now you'll make good on your part. And he twinged as his head started to pound. He stumbled a bit and held it in his free hand. Izumi's defeated expression immediately changed. Something wrong, senpai? My head. What did you do to me? He stumbled back into his chair, dragging Izumi with him. She leaned into the drag, bracing her arm on the back of his chair and smiling sinisterly down at him. What are you talking about, senpai? She tilted her head to the side and leaned in, nuzzling her lips over his ear. I offered you chocolates and cider, but you wouldn't take them. You did this to yourself. What? He looked around and his shaky hand reached out, picking up one of the chess pieces. The thought immediately struck him. The poison. I took the opportunity while you were chasing down that maid to put the spray toxin a little bit everywhere. On your bed, in your clothes, on counter surfaces, even in your fridge. She held up the water bottle, smirking. The chocolates and cider were the only safe things in the room, and I laced them with antitoxin just to be on the safe side. And since I knew you wouldn't be stupid enough to accept them, I just helped myself to the cure. You really are too smart for your own good. He laughed a little and grit his teeth, fighting against the dizziness and fatigue. You outsmarted me ... but I still won't let you win. He shoved her back before putting the key in his mouth and swallowing it. He then bunched his fist and struck out at her. She used her small stature and his fatigue to her advantage, leading him stumbling around the room as he tried to hit her. One good swing and he would have her unconscious. You know, she pulled up one of her throwing knives, her eyes going cold and annoyed. Maybe you really are stupid. She flipped and strained the cuffed hand around his back and tackled him. The toxin is not going to kill you, senpai, but it's going to knock you out for a while. She pressed the knife to his back. If I really needed the key, I could gut you while you're sleeping and you couldn't do a damn thing. You wouldn't kill him, he trailed off, his eyes already drooping as he struggled to remain awake. What do you mean if you needed the key? One of the first things All for One taught me. She grit her teeth as her wrist dislocated, and she wiggled her hand free of the cuffs before popping it back into place, was how to escape from a pair of handcuffs. The moment the cuff came free, he bunched his muscles and tossed her off with a violent jerk of his body. She flipped up and over him, her quirk vibrating around her. She used it to block his oncoming tackle, then wrap him up like a mummy with the sheets from his bed. With the sleeping toxin heavily induced there, she held them tight, keeping a firm grip to asphyxiate him. He continued to struggle, trying to wriggle free. Sweat pooled down her temple as she focused hard on the task at hand. His movement slowed and slumped, and she waited a beat before releasing him. She double-checked to make sure he was out and let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the effects herself, she picked up the cider to down the contents and fight back the sleepiness. You really are a hell of an opponent, senpai. No way I would have taken you in a fair fight. She tossed the flute against the wall where it landed with a satisfying crash. It irked her that she had to resort to such underhanded methods ... but it couldn't be helped. Still, I win this little power struggle. So take a well-deserved nap. Her lips curved again and she gathered up all the evidence of her presence. When you wake up, this will all be over. Meanwhile, Todoroki walked in between Bakugo and Kirishima, eyeing his phone and scowling at the time. We're late. Ada's not going to be happy with us. TCH. Bakugo clicked his tongue and shrugged. Let him be upset. I don't give a damn what that Four Eyes says. I didn't want to go to this stupid party to begin with. Oh, come on, don't be like that man. Kirishima slapped his palm against Bakugo's back and grinned. We get to pig out on free food and meet some real high-class people. A lot of these guys are investors in hero stuff. There's no harm in it. He's got a point, Bakugo. Aren't you still aiming to be the #1 hero? Todoroki put in and shoved his phone back in his pocket. These are people you're going to want to make a good first impression with. You'll need their support to be on top. As if the #1 spot is all about strength and popularity. Who cares what these old prissy farts have to say? He tugged on his tie, grunting. He really hated wearing a suit. It was so damn suffocating. They reached the elevator and took it down to the lobby where they spotted Ida, Kaminari, and Minda waiting for them. You're late, Ida complained, and both Kirishima and Todoroki eyed Bakugo, who turned his nose up. Whatever, let's just get this over with. We're still waiting on the girls and Mirio-senpai, Kaminari explained. I'm certain senpai has already gone to the party as he is expected to meet up with All Might. As for the girls, they should know better. 6:30 means 6:30. Ada grumbled and folded his arms, looking miffed. The elevators opened again and Uraraka got off first, looking pretty as a cupcake in pink and flowers. Bakugo's brow twitched a little. Round face sure cleaned up well, he noted, as did the other two when he noticed them getting out of the elevator. Kinda makes you wonder, Todoroki murmured, and stuffed his hands in his pockets. Huh, Bakugo raised a brow. Wonder what? No, never mind. He lowered his head, eyes closing as he tried to picture Izumi in formal wear. He imagined her in something long-sleeved and hugged, something that shimmered with just a hint of color to accent her eyes. Wishful thinking, he scolded himself. She was a villain now. Even if she managed to sneak onto the island, he doubted she'd be anywhere near a party full of pro-heroes. Back with the villains. You're late. Wolfram and Dabi scolded together immediately and had Phoenix laughing. Yes, sorry about that. She rubbed the back of her head. Took a while for the toxin to kick in, but he's down for the count. What about you? Dabi tugged on one of her curls. No side effects. The anti-toxin is working like a charm. I don't feel a thing. She smiled confidently. It also probably helped that she'd spent the last 20 minutes washing off any possible residue left from the toxin off her costume. Good. Swarkle and your two flunkies are upstairs manning the security system. You two are with me, and we'll escort the professor and his associate upstairs. Once they've got the item, we go into phase 2. Got it. Got it. Izumi slipped her black face mask on and tugged up the collar of her jacket. Dabi in turn placed his own mask over his face and shouldered the gun that had been shoved at him. He didn't care for standard weapons, but it was imperative they look the part. After a quick once-over, Wolfram gave them both an approving nod. You pass. Now then, let's get this show on the road. Wolfram put his metal mask into place and the big silver doors opened, letting him and their crew in. Upstairs in the security room, Swarkle, Compress, and Twice, as well as several others of Wolfram's crew, had taken care of the guards and associates manning the system. With a few tweaks and the override codes they were provided, the system went into lockdown mode. Oi, Twice leaned into Compress, whispering, with these guys manning security, how are we supposed to unleash our own plans? He twitched a little and held his head, fighting back the irritating passive voice shrieking in his mind. A trivial matter, my friend, Compress assured and leaned back against the wall, watching the others at work. Once Karma and Dabi have joined us, everything will fall into place just as Her Highness has planned out. That's another thing. She's been off ever since we ran into those friends of hers. Are we sure she's still stable? He tapped his temple. Maybe she's still broken up here. He pulled a box out of his pouch. I've got band-aids just in case. I wouldn't worry. Compress smiled and tapped his fingers against his forearms as he watched the crew move in from the monitor. She's proven that no matter the stressful situation, she can come out on top. We just have to trust our queen and do what we're told. That's it. We're in. The tech tapped the last key and the entire system went into alert. Screens went red with an alert system and everyone on the island was put into lockdown. Thousands of robots spread across the city, herding the people into nearby buildings. At the party, all the heroes and guests attending looked around, startled and puzzled by this sudden alert. David's eyes went hard and he turned his gaze to his associate, who nodded. It's time, they thought together, and mimicked the shocked expressions as Wolfram and the others infiltrated the room holding up weapons. In case you haven't caught on, the security system is under our control now. Wolfram spoke, immediately putting himself in the leader position. His team flagged out, surrounding the guests with their guns pointed at the ready. Phoenix and Dabi flanked him, looking more lax with their weapons, but the evil intent clear in their body language. As Wolfram explained the dangerous situation to their hostages, Phoenix took a good look around the room and couldn't help but let a smile tug on her lips when she spotted All Might at the podium. The look on his face showed he was braced to fight as always. Wolfram must have caught the look too, because he immediately gave the order to the security to release the restraining devices. Following his flow, she stepped forward with Wolfram and fired her gun once in the air to catch their attention. Don't get any ideas, heroes. She tapped her gun against her temple and let the flames flow out and around her. The guests closest to her backed away immediately, cowering in fear. This isn't a battle between villain and hero, but instead a demonstration of power. She pressed her foot into the nearest hero and pushed down, rolling him. Liking the way all eyes turned on her, she let the high of the moment fill her voice with excitement and eyes with twisted delight. Wolfram eyed her, sharing the same look of twisted enjoyment. He really liked this girl. Once this job was over, he was going to convince her to ditch her losers and join him. Phoenix caught his look and her smile intensified. She shoved the hero away with a quick kick and walked up to the stage with Wolfram looking down at All Might. She crouched down beside him, and she saw the instant he recognized her. Little Mai, as they ch. She pressed a finger to her mask and winked at him. Excitement flooded her, the rush of adrenaline fueling her performance. No talking. Be a good little hero and just enjoy the show. Okay, All Might. What the hell is going on, you guys? Minda asked with worry and stress on his face. The building had suddenly closed up and shut down. There was no cell phone service, the elevators weren't working, and all the doors and windows were sealed with huge metal plates trapping them inside. This isn't the normal protocol for locating explosives. Melissa puzzled over the situation. Something feels off. What should we do? Uraraka fidgeted, feeling nervous. We should find All Might and Senpai. Ada suggested, walking forward. If the situation is that dangerous, then they should be able to give us some form of instruction. Good idea. But how do we get to the party if the elevator's not working? Kirishima asked, rubbing the back of his neck. Not follow your sense of direction, that's for sure, Bakugo murmured, remembering how Kirishima had almost taken them in the wrong direction from the get-go before Icy Hot had corrected them. We can get there using the emergency staircase. It should at least get us close, Melissa suggested. All right then, let's go. Ada lead the way, jogging to the door and opening it for everyone to file in before following himself. The staircase got them as far as the lounge area that circled above the ballroom. There was a wide open glass dome in the center of it looking down at the stage below. See anything, Bakugo? Kirishima asked when Bakugo peered over. When his friend gripped the bars and his body tensed up, he peered over as well and let out a strangled gasp. All Might, what happened? He's been restrained and there's people standing over him, Hiraraka whispered when she also took a look. Get back, Bakugo ordered both of them and crouched low. Oi, earphone girl. He motioned Jiru over and tapped the ground. Try listening in on what's going on. Jiru obliged and stuck her earphone into the ground. She strained a little, picking up a lot of movement, erratic heartbeats, murmured in panicked voices. Her heart shook when she heard the familiar sound of metal weapons being cocked and at the ready. Something was definitely wrong down there. Don't worry, she heard a voice speak and tried to focus on it. If you all do as you're told, there won't be any reason to harm you. We plan to release you all safely once we've attained what we're after. Wolfram walked the floor, glancing back at Phoenix, who remained crouched beside All Might, a gun pressed to his head. Why are you doing this? All Might whispered, and she pressed the gun harder to his temple. Unknown to him, she hadn't even bothered loading the damn thing, let alone taking it off safety. How did you even get here? You really ought to shut your mouth, All Might, she murmured back to him. You're better off doing as he says and letting this play out. Movement caught her eye and she quickly flicked her head up and barely caught sight of someone flinching back from the lounge. Her eyes narrowed and then took a gander at the room. When she didn't see any of her classmates, she clicked her tongue in agitation. You'd best tell your students to butt out too. She stood when Wolfram called her over to him. They'll just end up putting themselves in danger if they interfere. She walked away from him and over to the two scientists he singled out. She recognized David Shield immediately and did her best not to show her excitement at being in his presence. The other man, Sam, was his assistant and apparently the man who had set everything up for them. All right, you two take these guys up to the tower and put them to work. Signal me if there are any problems. You guys fail to oblige, I'll start popping heads off civilians. Got it? Yes, Sam said with a slow, shaky breath. Izumi's brow rose at his reaction to that. For someone who was in charge of this whole operation, he seemed very shaken up. As she and Dabi escorted Dave and Sam out of the ballroom, All Might struggled against his restraints. He mentally assessed the situation, trying to figure out how much power he had left and what all he needed to accomplish to gain control of the situation. What puzzled him was Izumi's involvement. Why was she here and under a guise? What were these villains truly after? You're better off doing as he says. Her performance earlier had shaken him. She'd had everyone in the room believing she was some kind of twisted psychopath enjoying the rush of the situation. Yet when she spoke to him privately and away from her peers, he could hear and sense the old Izumi. So calm and focused. Tell your students to butt out too. That second line puzzled him too. Miria wasn't there, so what students could she be talking about? A flash of light caught his eye and he slowly turned his head. His breath caught when he spotted Todoroki flashing his phone screen, trying to catch his attention. Of course, Todoroki would have naturally received an invitation. But how had Izumi known he was there? And how was he supposed to tell them what was going on? Todoroki looked to Gyro, who gave him a thumbs up. She'd focused on All Might's breathing and grunts and isolated the sound so he was all she could hear. Todoroki gave the signal to All Might to start talking by cupping a hand over his ear and motioning his other hand towards him. I hope you all can hear me, All Might whispered and broke down the situation. A group of villains have taken the tower and now have control over the security system. The entire island has been taken hostage. That includes all the heroes at this party. He wondered how much he should tell the students. If he told them Izumi was there, how would they all react? Still, if they took action despite his instructions, they would benefit knowing who they were up against. No, he quickly decided, remembering how they all had reacted after Izumi's farewell video. If they knew she was involved, there was no doubt they'd take action. He knew some of the students still had faith in her, still believed she could turn away from villainy. It was better, he thought, for them to treat her as a real villain. It's dangerous. You all should stay hidden and get away from here as soon as you can. This is bad. Gyro retracted her earphone and let out a shaky breath, looking to Todoroki. Deciding it was safer to retreat to the stairs and out of sight of any cameras, Gyro relayed the message to her classmates and Melissa. We've received the message from All Might loud and clear. Ada told them all, his face fierce and authoritative. He's our teacher. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place. I'm afraid I have to agree with Ida. Momo held her heart, looking down. We're still only students. We can't fight these villains without our licenses. Why don't we escape and tell the heroes outside? Kaminari suggested. It's not going to be that easy to escape, Melissa piped in, holding her chin and looking fretful. She hoped her father and everyone else was okay. She didn't want anyone she knew to get hurt. The security system here is on the same level as the Tartarus prison where they keep the most dangerous criminals in the world. So all we can do is sit here. Kaminari sighed, then glanced over at Bakugo. You've been strangely quiet this entire time, Bakugo. I figured you'd be raring to have a piece of action. I'm confident, not stupid, dunce face. Bakugo crossed his arms and grit his teeth. There's too many villains down there and innocent people who would get shot if I just jumped down there and started blasting them to shit. We don't know what their quirks are, how powerful they are, or what they're after. That's calm and rational coming from someone like you. Todoroki mused and had Bakugo sneering. I'm always calm and rational, you damn half and half. You okay, Uraraka? Gyro placed a hand on her shoulder, seeing her stare at her hands. You guys will probably think I'm crazy. I know we're only students and that we don't have our licenses, but I think we should go save them anyway. You're right, you are crazy. Minda pointed a finger at her. You heard what All Might said. I know, but... And this is where the real crazy hits. She rubbed the back of her neck. Earlier today, I thought I saw Izumi. Bakugo tensed up and whirled around at Uraraka. Where? At the expo, when we met up with Mirio-senpai and Melissa. She laughed a little. Stupid, right? She didn't even look like Izumi. The hair color was all wrong and the way she was dressed. But there was something about the way her body moved that just gave me that vibe. No, it wasn't stupid, Bakugo decided immediately. He'd seen the exact same girl and had gotten that exact same reaction. Who's Izumi? Melissa inquired. She's a former classmate. Kirishima explained. She was probably the best in our class before. He trailed off and looked down. At any rate, Momo cleared the tension by addressing Uraraka again. You thought you saw her, but what does that have to do with why you want to help everyone? Well, since she's been on my mind, I can't help but think what she would do in this situation. Uraraka smiled warmly and rubbed the back of her head. You mean aside from joining them? Kaminari scowled and got an elbow to the ribs. Oh, I'm serious. Uraraka got to her feet, clenching her fists at her side. Izumi wanted to be a hero more than any of us. She wants to save everyone, including villains, which is why she ended up where she is. But, I just know that if she were here she'd want to help everyone. You're right, Todoroki agreed and stepped forward to join the movement. I feel the same way, Uraraka. Izumi wouldn't be able to just sit and wait for something to happen. She'd take action. You guys are all talking crazy. Minda scolded and waved his own fists in frustration. Did you forget that Izumi's a villain now? You're trying to think like a villain. There's nothing we can do. Sure there is. Kirishima bumped his fists together. We could just bring the security system back online. If all the heroes at the party were released, they'd be able to take out the villains no problem. That wouldn't require us to do any fighting, right? He looked to Melissa for verification. Yes, Melissa nodded, a look of determination and courage coming over her face. I know where the security system is. It's on the top floor of this tower. She clenched a fist over her heart, her mind going to work. If the villains were able to take control of this tower, then that means the authentication locks and passwords have been disabled. We should be able to restart the system ourselves. All we need to do is stay off the villains' radar until we can get to the top floor. Then let's do it. Todoroki nodded. It's pointless to just sit here and wait. I'm going. Me too. Uraraka bounced in her shoes, smiling. Now hold on a minute. Momo looked around at her classmates fretfully. She didn't want them to just all jump in at this. She looked to Ada, who had stayed silent this whole time. She watched him pull back the sleeve of his jacket and shirt and eye the scar Karma had put there. Ada, heroes are supposed to help and save people, he murmured, catching everyone's attention. He lifted his head, his eyes fierce again. Midoria. No, Karma told me that the only thing she ever wanted in life was to help people. She said heroes are only capable of so much because society created rules that limited their actions. In this instance, she might be right. I can't believe you of all people just said that. Kaminari pointed a finger at him. I don't like admitting it. I doubt any of us do. But even as a villain, Midoria has taught us so much about being heroes. When I made the stupid mistake of confronting Stain, she saved me even though it wasn't in her best interest. She wouldn't let him kill me, but she punished me for my stupidity nonetheless. She didn't want me to make the same mistakes she made. And despite the hurt and betrayal at learning who she was and what she had done, I can't help but feel grateful for her lesson. I think Ada has lost his marbles, Minta whispered, earning a nod from Kaminari. It may seem strange to the lot of you, but I truly feel that Midoria has been guiding us down the right path from the start. She left us that video, told us to track her down and defeat her because she feels she's become too tainted to do it herself. He looked to Todoroki and Uraraka. If you two truly believe that this is what she would want us to do, then count me in. All right, let's do this then. Oi, Bakugo, are you? Huh? Kirishima looked around for Bakugo. Where did he go? The sound of footsteps above them had everyone going blue-faced. He left us behind. Boy, Bakugo, wait for us. Kirishima jogged up the steps after his friend. Majority votes. Come on, Todoroki. Uraraka went after Kirishima with Todoroki right behind. One by one their group jogged up the steps, all with one goal in mind. We have to save everyone. Meanwhile, the elevator doors opened and Izumi removed her mask and tossed the gun on the ground. Dabi followed suit, removing his own guys. Phase 1 complete. David Shield smiled at the two of them. I can't thank you lot enough for your help. Huh? Izumi glanced back at David, who took her hands and gripped them tightly. Excuse me. You're welcome. Dabi said it for her and pat her on the back. Don't be rude, Phoenix. Right. What the fuck was going on? Izumi questioned and pulled her hands out of David's. Mr. Shield, can I ask you a question? Of course. He smiled warmly at her. It confused her even more. Can I ask why you're going through all this trouble for an invention of yours? She crossed her arms. What exactly does it do? David's smile faltered a little and he looked down. Dabi caught the look and he put a hand over Izumi's head. Don't mind her, she's just young. No, it's okay. David nodded. It's an invention I made to help a friend of mine. He's losing strength and this invention will help him get back to normal. All Might. Izumi immediately put it together and she squeezed her arms tight to hold back the fury in her gut. The man had made an invention that could help heal All Might. That's why he was willing to do this, but a few other things didn't add up. I have to say, for someone so young, your performance was astounding. David pat her shoulder companionably. You're a very talented young actress, Miss Phoenix. He smiled at her. You even had me shaking in my boots. Oh, actress. Thanks, I guess. She glanced at Sam, who avoided her gaze, and the final puzzle piece clicked into place. The dirty little snake. Now it made sense why David would be so calm. And Sam a nervous wreck. David thought they were all actors or something, pretending to be villains. But Sam knew the truth. It was Sam who had put up the request on the mercenary site. It was Sam who had hired them and had stupidly given real villains access to the most highly protected city in the world. For greed and glory, she imagined. With David's invention coming to light, Sam would receive the glory. Or worse, the little man planned to sell the invention to the villains for a price and get his pay cut. David had put his trust in this man, in this greedy and selfish little man, and was about to have the rug pulled right out from under him. Finally, Swirkle came up behind them, sneering at her. Took your time getting up here. Get to work, old man, and make it fast. He pulled out his sword and put it under David's chin. Unless you want to lose your head. Easy, you jerk. Phoenix shoved him off David. He's no good to us, Dad. Neither are you. But I wouldn't hesitate to. He started to point the blade in her direction, but Dabi got between them. Phoenix, stop picking fights and escort those two to the vault. Keep an eye on them while the rest of us mind the security system. He glanced back at Izumi, who nodded. Fine. Come on, Professor. She got behind him and pushed him from behind. Let's get this over with. She sent Dabi a knowing look, her lips curving slowly as she escorted them out of the security room and towards the vault. Just who the hell do you think you are? Swirkle shoved at Dabi, turning him around. You're not the boss around here. You're right, I'm not. He glanced over at Compress and Twice, who nodded. In fact, Karma's the one in charge. Wow. He grunted as Dabi's hand flicked out and coated him in fire. He screamed bloody murder and dropped to the floor, trying to put the flames on his body out. Dabi and Twice then went to work on the rest of the crew, knocking them around like dolls before any of them got a chance to get in contact with the boss downstairs. Within seconds, Wolfram's gang was knocked out and restrained and shoved into the storage room with the bound and gagged security team. Nice work, boys. Karma came back in, though you could have gone overboard just a hair. She squinted her fingers together. David and his slimy associate got a little freaked at the screaming. What did you tell them? I left them to do their work and said I'd find out what's going on. I'll go back in a minute and tell them it was just a small internal dispute that got out of control, but the matter is solved. She eyed the room. Do any of you guys know how to work this thing? Not as well as him. Twice jerked a thumb at the tech guy they'd slammed in the closet with the others. It was useless. I recognize a few of these. Compress told her, motioning to the control pad. I see where he flipped the switch to activate the elevators and open up a communication channel with Wolfram. He also pointed out this button over here that'll disable the security measures and reboot the system onto default. He was insistent that we not touch it. Oh, can I push it? Twice raised his hand up eagerly. No, all three of them answered. We should put our plan into action while Wolfram is still oblivious to what we're doing, Dabi suggested. Agreed. Karma tapped the screen, searching for the one she wanted and smiling when she located it. Operation Hide and Divide unleashed. Outside in the expo center where they'd seen all the latest hero gear, the security system deactivated. The doors and windows came free and the anti-theft sensors turned off. From their various hidden locations, Twice's clones of Mr. Compress hatched out of their marbles and walked out to the center. Look at this wonderful treasure trove. I shall liberate it in the name of the League. All of them spoke in unison and activated their quirks, turning the inventions one by one into marbles for easy carry out. Back in the tower, Karma and her crew watched them work and inwardly celebrated. Operation Hide and Divide is underway. It won't take long for the clones to gather all the goods from that location. All we need to do is rendezvous with them and take the multi-craft off the island. Sounds like a plan, Karma smiled, but it quickly faded when a small alert came up on the screen. Compress took a seat, tapping a finger over it. A security screen popped up showing the UA group opening the door on the 80th floor. Looks like your friends from UA are making their way up the tower, he told her. They've got Melissa's shield with them. Karma leaned over his chair, narrowing her eyes on the screen. She's probably guiding them through the building in order to get to the top floor and get back the security system. That doesn't give us much time then. Dabi turned his eyes onto the screen where Wolfram still held the heroes and guests captive. If they start setting off alarms, then Wolfram's going to catch wind of what we're doing. Then let's give them both a distraction. Karma tapped her earpiece and gave Compress a go-ahead to open the communication link. Hey boss, we've got a problem. What's the matter, Phoenix? Wolfram pressed a hand to his ear. Some kids got past the system and are making their way up here. They're on the 80th floor. TCH, damn kids. Alright, I'll send a couple men up there to detain them. You just focus on Shield and his wimp assistant. Yes, sir. She shut off the link and gave a knowing smile to her crew. Let them worry about each other. In the meantime, we'll use the confusion to finish our plans. Oh man, you're creepy when you're sinister. Twice wiggled, holding his cheeks. It's so hot. You three keep an eye on our progress. I'll go into the vault with Dave and Sam. Once they've got what they need, we'll go into the final phase of our plan. Her lips curved wickedly. It's almost payday, boys. No sense in holding back now. David Shield was a genius when it came to his own inventions. But with even his vast knowledge of I-Island, it would take time for him to crack through the large number of hidden treasures locked away in the vault. The entire room was over 50 feet tall and was covered in wall-to-wall locked boxes. All of them were electronically controlled by the main database now at his fingertips. Almost there, he thought as his fingers clicked along the keyboard. It's almost within my grasp again. Are we having fun in here? Phoenix strolled in casually and eyed the room with a low whistle. Look at all the fancy gadgets. No wonder you guys call this place the vault. How's the situation outside? Sam asked, wiping sweat from his brow. We heard a scream. Oh, nothing to worry about. She waved it off with a sweet smile. That was just Swirkle being dramatic. Some kids got lost in the building and were poking around the 80th floor. Made them all jumpy. The boss took care of it though, sent some guys to redirect them. Oh, thank goodness. Sam let out a shaky breath. I thought perhaps some heroes had managed to escape. Yeah, that thought would make you nervous, wouldn't it, old man? Karma thought with an inner sneer. Her eyes must have narrowed because she saw his tension go back up, and he averted her eyes by busying himself on the data panel. She didn't care for the fact that David was being lured into villainy due to this man's treachery, just like she'd been lured in by love. And a ticket into UA High School, David Shield was now being led by the nose at the promising thought that his invention would save his friend. David was a well-known and respected scientist who helped create so many incredible items and costumes that he was referred to as a hero himself. Yet even he had stepped onto the dark path known as villainy with the proper motivation to fuel him. Mr. Shield, she spoke low, watching this man work with an anxious smile on his face. I know it's a bit late to be saying this, but do you really think this is a good idea? She saw Sam tense up first and give her fidgeting looks. David didn't look up from his work, but instead kept typing even as he answered her. I had reservations at first. I know what I'm doing it morally wrong, but I'm confident the ends will justify the means. He paused, turning his eyes to another screen to check its lists before typing again. No, I really don't think it will. She clenched her fist at her side. I know you think it's going to help, and maybe it will for a time. But all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. You can't give All Might immortality. Now David stopped, his face going pale and his eyes whipping over to her. How did you? I'm not an idiot, Professor Shield. She clenched her hands at her sides. All Might is the friend you want to help, and there's been rumors that he's losing his strength and power. Look at how easily he backed down during the hostage situation. In his prime, we would have never been able to get away with this, and you're taking advantage of his weakened state in hopes that it would pay off in the end. But really, you're just making it more clear to him that as time goes by, he becomes less useful and less of a symbol than before. How can you say that? Sam pushed David out of the way, shaking and glaring at her, his fear turning to rage now. It's not just All Might that will benefit from this. Every hero in the world could benefit from this. It will. Is that what you told yourself when you brought us all here? She grit her teeth. Is that what you told the little voice in your head called a conscience? You're even worse than he is for talking him into this, so shut your trap, you bald geezer. Sam gulped loudly but continued to shake and stand in front. We had a deal, young lady. If you want to get paid, then I suggest you. Oh, I have every intention of getting paid. But what makes you think I'm letting you be the one to write my check? She pulled out her gun that she'd retrieved from the hall. She took it off safety and cocked it before pointing it directly at Sam. It wasn't loaded, but he didn't know that. Now then, if I did my research properly, then there's a series of switches that allows for every box to be open in case of an evacuation. Both of you are going to put in that code for me. The hell is this? What are you trying to do, Phoenix? I'm getting paid. Didn't your assistant tell you? Her lips turned sinister. I'm not an actress, Professor Shield. I'm a real villain. What? David choked and looked down at Sam, who clenched his teeth. Sam, you didn't. I'm sorry, Professor, but I didn't have a choice. How else was I supposed to get back all those years of work and effort that were taken from us? I need compensation for my work. Sam, David's voice held such betrayal and sadness that it tugged on Izumi's heartstrings. Pitiful, isn't it? She said with a small laugh and stepped closer. It's pitiful how easy it is for someone's character to change so drastically. You trust them, put your faith in them. Her eyes took on a look of sorrow for a moment before she hid it with a smile. ... And all they do is disappoint you. Is that what happened to you, Phoenix? David looked at her with a bit of pity. Did someone betray you? No. A single tear slipped down her cheek and she lowered the gun just a fraction so that their eyes could meet. I did the betraying. Hey boss. Twice skidded into the door, and Karma's gun lifted back up in a threatening motion. We got a problem. Those kids split up and the bulk of the group is moving up the tower. Boss, David whispered even as he held up his hands in defense against Karma. TCH. Figures that Wolfram's goons are a bunch of weaklings. She glanced back over her shoulder. Oi, tell Compress to get his ass in here and have Dabi to keep Wolfram occupied. The clones should almost be done gathering up the goods and point us, so we need to snag what we can from here and get gone. Righto. Dabi saluted but then slumped. What about the kids? They're a real nuisance. Hey, it's no big deal. He quickly waved it off as if the problem didn't exist. The security doors are sealed tight after they pass the 150th floor. There's only one way to get up to the tower from there, and that's where we'll stop them. She looked at him over her shoulder. The look in her eyes had twice bouncing with excitement. Ooh, you got a plan, don't ya? Tell me. He crosses his arms up in an X over his chest. Not interested. You've my measurements, don't you? She smirked and lifted her mask into place. Make a copy of me, and I'll handle those nuisances personally. Meanwhile, it's pretty quiet, don't you think? Achako huffed a little as they took a small breather. Yeah, we haven't had any disruptions or disturbances since the 80th floor. Kaminari agreed cheerfully. Maybe they've finally lost track of us. Or it could be they're just lulling us into a false sense of security. Melissa argued and held her chest. A fresh bead of sweat dripped down her temple. Could be they've got men waiting for us, or are setting a trap. Either way, we don't have much choice but to press on. Ada took a deep breath to calm himself. We've gotten this far. It'd be shameful if we backed down now. He rounded the corner but then stopped and cursed under his breath. Damn, it looks as though the path is blocked from here as well. We'll need to find another way. There's a way in from outside, through the wind tunnel platform. We can use Achako's weightless quirk to float, and it's a straight shot from there to the control tower. Melissa provided and had all of them smiling. That's perfect. Lead the way, Melissa. Ada nodded his head and the group followed Melissa down a set of paths and out to the platform. Here it is, Oh. Melissa stopped when she spotted the single figure standing in the center of the platform. With her back to them, she created quite a picture. The wind from the high altitude blew her long duster jacket and red curly locks, giving her a very ominous look despite her small size. What is it? Yaorazu peeked around and her eyes narrowed. A single fighter. I recognize her. Hiroraka whispered. She was the one standing over All Might when we went to check out the party. What's she doing all the way up here? I recognize her too. Minta whispered. She's the haughty Kaminari and I served drinks to at the expo earlier. Hey, you're right. Kaminari thumped a fist in his palm. Damn, she was villain all this time. What a jip. Now is not the time for banter, you two. Ada stepped forward onto the platform first, his team behind him and forming a strong line of defense if needed. Karma tapped her ear, signaling her crew that the gang of students had arrived before slowly turning to face them. With her mask on and the dark helping conceal her face, she let out a little laugh. I've been waiting for you, young heroes. She applauded. Congratulations on getting this far. But your tour of the tower ends here. If you would be so kind as to return to the lobby, you'll soon be released with the rest of the hostages, providing that is you don't give us any further trouble. You're one to talk. Jiru countered with a sneer. It's you villains that started the trouble. We're just here to finish it. You tell him, Jiru. Uraraka thrust her fist. Surrender or prepare to lose. PFFT, Karma had to laugh. Izumi always did like Uraraka's spunk. Whatever for. I'm in the clear advantage here. How do you figure that? Jiru scoffed. It's 7-on-1. For starters, your math doesn't quite add up. She cocked her head to the side. Only 2 of you have strong combative quirks, and out of those 2 only one of them knows how to handle it well. Hey, Uraraka blinked in confusion. Say what? For a second you're all held under society's thumb. The lot of you are students and there are rules in which you're forced to abide by if you want to become heroes. She shrugged. I'm a villain, so those rules don't apply to me in the slightest. I could kill each and every one of you and no one would look at me any different. A villain is a villain after all. Oh, is she for real? Kaminari whispered to the rest of them. How the hell does she know all this about us? Is she a mind reader? Thirdly, the fact I'm alone doesn't hinder me at all. You're traveling in a large group of people you consider friends and have a strong sentimental attachment to them. If I endanger one of you, then another will gladly sacrifice themselves to protect them, whereas I only have myself to worry about, no one to hinder me, and no one to distract me from the task at hand. Karma held out her hand and gave a come-hither motion. Her eyes pierced through the dark, a glowing green against the black. Still, if you all believe that you've the advantage, then come at me. Let's find out who's right. A cold bead of sweat dripped down the side of Melissa's face. She swallowed hard and clutched her hands together, trying to steady them. Something about this girl just sent shivers down her spine. Fine, Kaminari stepped forward. I don't like fighting girls, but since you're giving us no choice, I'm going to prove you're wrong. He tossed off his apron and tie and rushed forward. Wait, Kaminari. Jiru shouted and gasped as Yaoyorozu pulled her down and the insulated blanket appeared and covered the group. Take this, you bitch. 1.3 million volts. HMMPH, so predictable. She lifted her head, her face flashing in the light, and Kaminari got a perfect view of her face as his lightning struck across the sky. Kaminari-kun, stunned himself. His electricity discharged against a fiery barrier that thrust out at him, knocking him on his ass and sent him rolling across the ground. His sparks sputtered and he sat looking stupefied. What in the hell was what? Jiru pulled up the sheet, staring awestruck. Did she just block his lightning with a wall of fire? That doesn't make any sense. Melissa agreed, narrowing her eyes on the situation. Even when used as quirks, fire doesn't have the right properties to discharge lightning like that. It was almost as if it was reinforced by something. Her prediction had been right, Karma thought, inwardly pleased with herself. The bluff had shaken them up, and she was able to put her power on display in the best possible way against the idiot Kaminari who jumped straight into it. Is it starting to sink in yet? You're all out of your league. She faced the group fully again. She let the flames dance up in her hands in a spiral motion. Be intimidating, be assertive. Force them to back down. This is your last warning. Go back downstairs and surrender to the boss, or face me and die. Oh, nice touch there, Phoenix. Wolfram spoke over the comlink and she had to smirk. It seemed as though Dabi had patched her taunt through to Wolfram to appease his interest in the battle, keeping him focused on the intruders rather than what was happening upstairs. If you think that's something, then you should see her fight. She's got a mean right hook. Dabi added over the speaker. You're sure you can handle that group of kids by yourself, Phoenix? Need me to send you some backup? Wolfram suggested. Have some faith in the kid. Dabi interjected before she could weigh a word. Trust me, she'll have these kids practically running off the side of the building within 10 minutes. Karma strained her ears so she could read the code in his words. Right hook, faith, side of the building. 10 minutes. She had to stall these guys for 10 minutes, then be prepared to take a leap of faith off the building. So what's the verdict, heroes? She taunted and flexed her hands out, forming flames in the palms. Are you all gonna attack me, or are you gonna heed my advice? What should we do, Ida-san? She seems way more powerful than the other villains. Yaoyorozu swallowed hard. I agree. She's so confident even though there's so many of us. Eda agreed and grit his teeth. He rubbed the scar on his arm and looked at Kaminari, who hadn't moved from his spot on the ground. We're in over our heads. Well, what are you waiting for? Getting heated and enjoying the moment of superiority, Karma let her villainous nature take over. Her grin spread wide behind the mask, causing those green eyes to go wide and the pupils to shrink. Attack me. Gladly. Bakugo's voice suddenly called out, and Karma whipped her head around only to get knocked on her ass by a massive explosion. Where the fuck did he come from? You guys all right? Kirishima asked as he and Todoroki raced up from behind. Kirishima, Todoroki. Ida turned and then glanced back at Bakugo, who stood by the villain, hands braced for attack. When did he? You know, Bakugo, we got a look at the situation from the doorway and he wanted to make a flashy entrance. Kirishima laughed, jerking a thumb in his best friend's direction. Question is, did he get her? Todoroki ripped off what was left of his tie and let it fall to the ground. Sure looks like it to me. Kirishima laughed and then saw Kaminari on the ground. Whoa, hey Kaminari, you alright, man? He raced over to his friend and knelt down to help him up. MNNG Kirishima. Kaminari stirred awake and looked up at him fearfully. It's not. It's her. Huh? What are you saying? Confused by the spaced-out sentence, he looked back over at Bakugo and the villain, who was stirring and collecting herself from the sneak attack. Ready for more, you bitch? Bakugo flexed his hands, laughing. I'll take you on all by myself if these cowards don't want to. Nice to see you haven't changed. Karma laughed and stood up, her wig falling off and face turning to her opponent. It brought on a sense of delight to see the stunned expression on his face. Hello, Kakin. Uzagi. For the first time in his life, Bakugo took several steps back from an opponent. Todoroki, who had been walking towards them, stopped dead in his tracks and looked at her pale face. Izumi. Guys, what's the matter? Why did you? Uraraka paused her sentence when she too got a look at the villain without her guys. No, Midori-chan. You guys look so surprised to see me. She pulled off her mask and tossed it aside, then ran fingers through her messy black hair, grinning at them. Truth be told, I'd hoped to postpone our reunion for a later date, but it would seem fate loves twisting knives in my back. Why, Midori-chan? Uraraka whimpered as she fought off the tears. Why are you here? Why are you doing this? Do I really need a reason? She faced the tears with a look of pity. She felt the tugs on her own heart, the ache and hole each of these familiar faces put in her. But she wouldn't falter. She wasn't the young hero they'd befriended. Don't give me that wounded look. I'm a villain, remember? You're a Chan. You were our friend first. Todoroki corrected her and stepped closer. This time it was Karma who took a step back. We trusted you, believed in you, ... and loved me. She smirked at him, turning the look of pity in his direction. Or so you told me every chance you got. I told you from the start I had priorities, people who mattered to me more. Unfortunately, society and hero school frown upon fraternizing with villains, so I decided to join up rather than cut them off like the rest of this heartless society. That's the biggest bullshit lie I've ever heard. Bakugo snapped. They warped you, Uzagi. They're trying to turn you into something you're not, and you're playing right into their hands. Ha. She had to laugh at that. You're a fool if you think I'm a victim in all this. She pointed at herself, still laughing. Do you honestly think I didn't understand what was happening to me during that whole process? I knew the outcome. I knew what would happen the moment I found out Sensei was a villain. I knew I dug myself in too deep. I didn't run away from it. I embraced it. I ate all that negativity up like candy, and now look at me. She stood up straight and let her quirk dance around her. The kids of Class 1A could only stare in horrified awe at what had become of their friend and classmate. I was a quirkless nobody, but now all of Japan knows my name. Soon the entire world will know it too, thanks to this infiltration. I'm the queen of villains. I am all-powerful. I'm going to pull the strings of society and turn it into my puppet. Like hell, Bakugo screamed. We won't let you do that, Izumi. Todoroki let the ice form around his hand. We're going to stop you. You can try, Shodo, but get that sick puppy love look off your face first. I'm a villain, so you'd better treat me like one. She crouched and let the flames twist up in her palms. Because I won't pull my punches. Fair enough, Uzagi. Bakugo launched at her again, and she dodged quickly, whipping the flaming energy out. He dodged as well, using a small explosion to jettison to the left and avoiding having his hand snapped right off his wrist. Todoroki moved next, unleashing a massive barrage of ice in her direction, which her flame whips cut down to size. Kirishima. Bakugo whirled back. Icy hot, and I will handle Uzagi. You and motorcabs use your quirks to bust through those security doors and get to the control booth. Got it. Round face. He turned around to look at Uraraka. You, grape face, and Ponytail, get Kaminari out of here and treat his wounds. Do what you can to find a way outside and alert the other heroes about what's going on. Okay. She obeyed. Using her quirk on Kaminari to lift him, she and the others in her group hurried back inside. Karma skidded off to the side to avoid the oncoming attack for Todoroki, and she put a finger to her comlink. Dabi, they're splitting up again. What's our situation upstairs? Never mind us here. Do you need some backup? I can be down there in 2 minutes, Dabi said in cryptic speech. Translation being was that her double had finished with the professor and Sam, and they were just waiting on transportation. ETA was 2 minutes. Not necessary. I can handle these punks. Just worry about your own task and be careful not to damage anything. What the hell is going on? Wolfram announced through the comlink. Give me a status update. A little busy at the moment. Wolfram, let Dabi give you the details. She shouted and sprung up to avoid Bakugo's blow and snagged him by the hair. She yanked him down, slamming his skull against the brick. Bakugo heard tweeting birds for a minute as the pain of the impact rattled his brain. He was lucky she hadn't cracked his skull open. In a move that was more instinctive than planned, he brought up both hands and unleashed a furious blast against her belly. Karma barely had enough time to bring up a barrier before she was sent skidding back by the blast. Todoroki caught her with his ice, her feet now frozen solid and trapped. Well shit, nice timing. Bakugo grunted and held his head as he got up. Thanks, TCH. Since when do you two get along so well? Karma taunted and briefly checked the levels on her flamethrower. She didn't have much fuel left, which meant she'd be relying on more of her own energy after this. Shit happens when you're faced against odds, Bakugo explained. We didn't want to do this to you, Uzagi, but you left us with no choice. Well, I'm happy to contribute to your brohood bond. She crouched down and used the last of her flamethrower to burn away the ice and release herself. The two boys stepped back into fighting stance, looking ready for more. You guys took on 2 villain flunkies all by yourselves, and still had more than enough energy to deal with me. She laughed, her bright smile sending shockwaves of nostalgia to both of their hearts. Honestly, your stamina amazes me. Guess I've got more training to do myself. You're not gonna have any training time in prison, Izumi. Todoroki narrowed his eyes, fighting back his emotions and focusing on the task at hand. We're not letting you escape. Words are cheap. I'll believe it when one of you actually manages to take me down. She flicked hair from her face. I kicked both your butts at the sports festival, and I've gotten way stronger since then. I'm not losing to you again, Uzaki. Bakugo raced forward. Never again. Like I said. Izumi heard the signal in her comlink and she leapt backwards and off the building. Talk is cheap. What the? Bakugo stumbled to the edge, screaming out as he watched Izumi plummet downwards. USAGI. Izumi. Todoroki joined him and braced a hand over his face as a gust of wind rushed up past them. The multipurpose transporter caught the falling villainess and she latched onto the top, creating claws on her hands with her quirk and holding on for dear life. The rush of adrenaline from the death-defying leap had made her face go pale and sweaty, but she laughed. She peered down through the window and saw her team manning the controls and waving to her. Nice timing, boys. USAGI. Bakugo went to blast his way up to the jet, but Todoroki held him back. It's no use. It's too big a risk. Get the hell off me. They're getting away, damn it. Heroes aren't supposed to lose. I am not going to lose to that damn rabbit. Bakugo blasted his way up, using the racks of fans to help his ascension to the rooftop. He focused his quirk on the craft, his teeth gritting. I won't let you win. He let loose a massive explosion that erupted over his head and in the direction of the plane. The smoke and fire covered plane, and Bakugo unleashed the fury over and over and screaming in pure frustration because he knew that it wasn't going to work. He fell to his knees, holding his arms that now ached from overuse, and his teary eyes stare up at the pristine plane, protected by Izumi's quirk. Damn you, Uzaki. He punched the ground and hung his head in defeat as the plane disappeared into the night. Villains aren't supposed to win. There they go. Clone Karma watched the Og Karma and her merry band of thieves make their escape. Lounging back in the security chair, she switches camera angles to peek in on the party. Wolfram paced the floor behind All Might, looking irritable and impatient for results. Now what to do about you? She'd tied up both David, Shield, and Sam and debated on how she wanted to handle things from there. She could just reboot the system and let the heroes take out Wolfram and his crew. But it seemed unnecessary since her former classmates were already on their way to do just that. She eyed the clock on the wall. The group was running up from the 140th floor. With 60 floors between them and the security box, she figured she had a bird 20 minutes before they arrived. It would give her just enough time to leave her mark on I-Island before the heroes went into action. So, let's get up close and personal, shall we? Standing up, she grabbed both Sam and David by their shirt collars into the elevator and pressed the down-out her throwing knife. She admired the shine in her reflection. David started to stir and she glanced in his direction before crouching down, smiling. Oh, you're still conscious, huh? Guess I didn't hit you hard enough. Why, Phoenix? He groaned, bleeding from his temple. Why are you doing this? You're really in no position to be asking me that, Professor. She gently rubbed the knife over his cheek. You may be as much of a victim as the rest of the hostages, but your failure to resist temptation has led us all here. Now karma's coming back to bite you in the ass like the true bitch that she is. That may be. He laughed sourly. ... But if that's the case, she's coming back tenfold for you. Oh, you poor thing. She pat his cheek, giving him a sympathetic look. She came for me a long time ago. She grinned at him and grabbed his face, smacking his head hard against the elevator wall. He slumped over, unconscious again, and she stood up straight to enjoy the leisurely trip down the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, she dragged them both with her and eyed the two guards watching the door. They gave her one long speculative look before opening the door and letting her in. Wolfram glanced up and was immediately up and strutting to her with a sneer. What the hell do you think you're doing? They're supposed to be. They've fulfilled their usefulness, Wolfram. I'm just returning them. She dragged them past his form and propped both against the stage under All Might. Dave. All Might shifted, trying to look down at his friend. What did you do to him? Nothing that he hasn't already done to himself, trust me. She twirled the throwing knife in her hand. The security system will be back up and running soon. I thought you'd heroes would appreciate having the bad guys in easy access. What? All Might's head jerked up. What the hell is that supposed to mean? It means we're finished here. She looked back at Wolfram with a smirk. The man looked both puzzled and intrigued. ... And you can thank the two losers at my feet for inviting us. Are you saying Dave was the one who? All Might's voice trembled with disbelief. Well, he was just along for the ride. She lifted up a boot, pressing it against Sam. The real villain is this guy here. Little Reed was Tubby here, who pulled the strings and convinced the professor here to dip his toe into villainy. All for the sake of his invention, which is now going to be my cash cow. Wolfram laughed, but the laughter died when she whipped around, her knife going straight for his head. He stopped it just inches away from his face and his teeth grit. The hell do you think you're doing? My cash cow. It's kinda hard to milk something when it's not in your possession, Wolfram. She laughed at him when he pointed the sword at her. Oh, I'm so scared. What's that supposed to mean? He grabbed her by her jacket, pointing the knife under her chin. Didn't you get the damn invention? Oh, I got it all right. Along with every invention in the vault as well as a few from the expo. She grinned wickedly at his reaction and the surprised murmurs from the room. I do want to thank you for helping me acquire the goods. In the act of fairness, I should tell you that you've 15 minutes to get yourself and your men off the island before those kids I was fighting earlier reboot the security system. So I suggest you all leave. She pretended to check her watch. Now. Why, you little. He gave her one hard shake and pressed a hand to his ear. Swirkle, what's this bitch talking about? Swirkle, sorry, he won't be answering your calls. He and the rest of the group from security are all taking a nap in a storage closet. They're just so lazy. She laughed and flipped another knife up to knock the other one out of his hand and away from her. It flipped and embedded in the wall behind All Might. Now I'll tell you again, Wolfram, get your sorry ass off the island before All Might here recuperates and kicks it from here to Brooklyn. Don't play smart with me, Phoenix. You're bluffing. Otherwise, why would you be here instead of making your own escape? He shoved an accusing finger in her face. That's not my name. You don't know my real villain name. Neither do most of the people on this island. So the reason I haven't left. She removed the wig and mask and tossed her messy black and green locks free. Is to change that. Little Midori. All Might blinked in surprise when she revealed her true face to the crowd. Wolfram grit his teeth staring at this young woman whose face looked so innocent, and yet the crazed look in her eyes offset everything innocent about her. I created the alias Phoenix for security purposes, but now that I've got what I wanted, it's time I let everyone here know who I am. She stepped back and spread open Sam's shirt to show the letters she'd carved into his chest. The name is Karma. Remember it well, heroes and villains, because it's the name that's gonna change the world. Why, you little. Wolfram pulled out his gun ready to place a bullet right in the middle of that smug face of hers. As his finger traced the trigger, the security features revert to normal. The binds that held all the heroes down release. The security robots in the city disperse. And All Might jumped from his spot on stage, snagging Karma out of harm's way just as the bullet zipped by. Whoa, nice save. She smirked up at him and grunted when his grip increased on her as if to make sure she didn't move. She went along for the ride as he proceeded to help take down Wolfram's men. The boss in question cursed and made a dash for the elevator to make his escape. Boy, All Might, you're letting the boss get away. You be quiet, young Midoria. You may have helped stall the villains, but you're still under arrest. Give her to me, All Might sensei. Mirio suddenly appeared, wearing only his tux pants and looking pissed off. I won't let her escape again. Good timing, young Mirio. He shoved Izumi at him and hurried after the boss. Hello again, senpai. She looked down as Mirio cuffed her with the same cuffs from before. She raised a brow, holding up the cuffed hands. You can't be that stupid. You do remember these don't work on me, right? I'm well aware, but I'm not letting you fool me a second time. Karma. He hissed out her villain name and carried her to the pile of villains that were being rounded up. She sat with her arms bunched behind her. You may be able to easily break out of those cuffs, but you'll have to get past me if you want to escape. And I'm not letting you out of my sight. Whatever you say. But you really shouldn't let All Might take on Wolfram alone. She shrugged. The man's been holding that form for hours. It's only a matter of minutes before he loses his strength and reveals his weakness. Mirio tensed up and he narrowed his eyes. Unlike you, I trust All Might. He won't let the villains escape. You really are a fool. She lounged back, crossing her legs. He already did. Back with the true villains. The video feed cut out. The original Karma told her crew and lowered the device with a sigh. Too bad. It was getting really interesting there at the end. She walked down the small hallway of the multipurpose ship and called out to Dabi and Twice, who were messing with some of the mechanisms. Did you find it yet? Not yet. Dabi informed her with a grunt. I really wish we had an expert in mechanics or something. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking for. It's a tracking unit. It should be plenty easy to spot. She pulled out the digital blueprints, scrolled through and magnified the picture. It looks like this. Kinda like a cable box, but with these extra pieces here. Yeah, I saw the damn picture, but there's like 100 things that look like that. Clearly there's not. She shoved the blueprints at him. Try harder and stop complaining. I'd like to see you try and decipher between one cable box from another down here. He grumbled and grunted when Twice bumped into him. Watch it. Found it. Twice held up the box, ripping the cables out. Dismantled. Excellent. Karma grinned and high-fived Twice. Nice work, boys. Now that we're off the radar, let's take this thing into the water and try out its underwater capabilities. We'll need to find a nice stashing place somewhere within Kurogiri's warping limit. Yes, my queen. Compress, who sat at the controls, gently glided the plane down and flipped some switches. I have to warn you though, I'm not a pilot, so this may get a little turbulent. Get strapped in and brace for any sudden impacts. Despite his humble speech, Compress eased the craft into the water. The transition between plane to submarine effortless and brought on a sense of giddiness amongst the crew. Since Karma was kind enough to give him the tablet with the ship's capabilities and blueprints, Dabi took a moment to scroll through the manual. Apparently this thing runs on a clean biodegradable energy source. We can locate sources of it relatively easy, but it's not cheap. The better the toys, the higher the price tag. Karma followed up and unbuckled her seatbelt so she could get closer to the window and admire the underwater life. Totally worth it though. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the fact we just got away with the biggest heist in villain history? Twice said, emphasizing his excitement with his usual elaborate posing. We totally sucked today. I wouldn't say the biggest heist, as I think Wendigo's multi-billion-dollar bank heist during the pre-All Might era was probably just as big. But he didn't have to go through a Tartarus-like security system, so yeah, kudos to us. Karma agreed. I can't wait to see the look on Tamura and the others' faces when we come home with the cargo. They're gonna be struck speechless. That'll be the day. Dabi muttered and unbuckled so he could lean in over Karma's shoulder. So wanna tell me what happened on the roof? Did your little fight with Explosion Boy and the prodigal son ruffle your feathers? What are you talking about? She looked over her shoulder at him. He pointed his fingers to his eyes, then back at hers. You had that same sickened look on your face that you did in the arena. Don't tell me that little wannabe hero got under your skin again. Of course not. Don't exaggerate. I was just tired from the fight. In case you didn't notice, it was 2-on-1 and they're not pushovers. She shoved him back and stuck her tongue in her cheek. I don't buy it, Karma. He pulled her away from the window and lowered his voice so the other two couldn't hear. You may have fooled the others, but you can't fool me. Don't read into it, Dabi. She squeezed his hand, her eyes taking a pleading look. We won. It's over. Let's just enjoy the victory, okay? All right, ... but you will tell me what's going on in there. He stroked her temple affectionately. I can't protect my queen if she's not willing to share what's hurting. You may be a knight, but you being so chivalrous and charming. She shoved his hand away, blushing. ... is really creeping me out. Would it make you feel better if I said it sarcastically while patting you on the head? Short stuff. He used her head to rest his arm on and made her laugh. There's my Dabi. She smirked and moved from under him to poke her nose into the window again. Dabi took his seat again and contemplated the stirring ache he felt in his chest when she called him her Dabi. Back with the heroes. Thanks again for your help, young ones. All Might finished securing Wolfram, who was unconscious after the final battle. All Might's form started to smoke and wither, and he coughed up some blood into his hand and sighed heavily at his student. With your help, we've captured the villains. Not all of them. Bakugo grit his teeth and held his sore arms. Uzagi got away. Little. That is, Karma is downstairs with young Mirio. She's been apprehended. All Might explained, but Bakugo shook his head. No, she's not. I don't know who that is, but she's not Uzagi. He's right, Uncle Might. Melissa walked up, folding her hands. Karma and the League completely cleaned out the vault while Wolfram kept everyone hostage downstairs. I think that Karma that's in custody is a fake. It can't be. All Might dropped to his knees and looked at his bony fingers. He shook and grit his teeth. We failed. Shoto corrected and hung his head. Bakugo and I had her cornered, 2-on-1. But she gave us the slip. It's our fault she and the rest of the League got away. We're sorry. We are too All Might. Uraraka agreed and wiped at tears. We were also shaken up by the fact she was here. We told ourselves that we'd take her on, that we'd bring her to justice. But all of us still are having a hard time coming to terms that she's one of them. The entire class bowed apologetically, and All Might felt both pride and shame in this. Do not blame yourselves, young heroes. He stood up again and bat away a quick tear to hide it from sight. You're still students, and despite the loss we still managed to capture a dangerous villain before he had a chance to hurt anyone. Still, I think all of us need to come to terms with the fact that young Midoria is not on our side anymore. I'm not so sure about that. Shoto spoke up, looking at his hands. From what I saw, I don't think Midoriya's really accepted the fact she's a villain. What the fuck are you talking about? Icy hot. Bakugo whirled on him. You heard everything she said. We were just toys for her to play with on a string. She just duped us all and got away with billions of dollars in hero items. How is that not the deeds of a villain? I agree with Todoroki. Mirio stepped out onto the roof carrying an evidence bag of dirt-like material. Some things don't add up. Young Mirio. Whereas All Might started to ask where Karma was at, but Mirio held up the evidence bag to answer his question. One of the guards got a little rough with her, and she just disintegrated into this. She was a clone of some sort, probably meant to distract us while she and her team got away. He set the bag on the unconscious Wolfram's lap and stood up straight. As I was saying, there's some things that don't add up to me. Such as? Bakugo asked irritably and tapped his fingers. For starters, if Izumi was 100% a villain, then why didn't she kill me when she had the chance? She'd tricked me, had subdued me, and left me helpless in my own hotel room. She could have stabbed me or shot me and rid herself of a possible threat. She could have taken my hero costume, but she left it and all my other valuables in the room with me. So she's sloppy. Kaminari started to suggest, but Shoto held up a hand. No, Izumi's not the type to do something like this without thinking it through thoroughly. If she really wanted Senpai dead, she would have done it. He thought about the words Izumi had spoken to him the day of the sports festival. I believe in fairness, and you weren't playing with all your pieces. Some pieces are missing," he murmured, rubbing his chin. "During our fight, she told us to treat her like a villain, to not hold back because she had no reason to. And yet I felt like she wasn't fighting us seriously. I felt like she was just biding her time, distracting us rather than confronting us. She was outnumbered and you guys have better combat ability." Kirishima tried to rationalize, but Shoto shook his head. "That doesn't matter. Senpai is far better at combat than we are." Yet she confronted him head on. She challenged him and took him down, but didn't finish the job despite the fact he's clearly a threat and would only trust her less after this encounter. It continued to explain. "Ruh," Bakugo snarled and paced away, still rubbing his wrists. "This is so fucking stupid. I've never been able to figure out what that damn rabbit is thinking." "I know the feeling, Katsuki-kun." Mirio folded his arms. "I felt ashamed when she got the better of me. When I was watching over her clone, I had time to think about everything that had happened. Karma told me that the reason she took me out ahead of time was because she wanted to ensure that she and her team could get off the island safely. She wasn't after hurting anyone or killing anyone. Hey, in case you forgot, she knocked me flat on my back." Kaminari pointed to himself. "Actually, you did that yourself," Jiru corrected. "Whatever," he growled at her, sore that his ego had been bruised more than his body. What was the point in all this? If she wasn't after villain stuff, then why was she here on the island in the first place? She was after the goods. Mirio responded and crossed his arms. "It was all about the technology that you can't get anywhere else. She's leading a group of villains that is only going to gain a more solid following after all the exposure she's received. This makes her responsible for the lives, weapons, and overall support of her comrades, and that has to cost a great deal of money." The last piece, Mirio crouched back down in front of Wolfram and lifted up the bag of dirt. She left a clone behind to warn Wolfram to escape off the island before the security system went back online. He didn't listen, but that's on him. None of the heroes downstairs knew what was going on. She could have left Wolfram to get caught by the security system, but she didn't. Any normal villain would toss aside flunkies to escape on their own. "There's still a hero in there." Todoroki nodded and held his heart. He closed his eyes, thinking of the way Izumi looked and acted, and he read in between the sarcasm and boast. Izumi's always the type to hide her true emotions. She's bottling up her good and heroic qualities because she feels she has to. This isn't what she wants. This isn't who she is. I can feel it. We haven't lost her yet, guys. All right, that's enough. All Might held up his hands and motioned his class and pupil to simmer. "I want to believe what you say is true, but the truth of the matter is little Midori is a villain. She's made her choice to walk the path of villainy, and so long as she continues to walk that path, it is our duty as heroes to capture her and bring her to justice." "All Might's right, you guys," Uraraka said with a grim face. "As much as I want to believe in her, we can't continue to let our feelings cloud our judgment. She's gonna expose it and use it to win against us every time." "Yes, but..." Shoto started to protest, but then glanced back when Bakugo put a hand on his shoulder. "Bakugo, do you really think Uzagi is the kind of person to let someone talk her into something she doesn't want to do?" He gripped his shoulder harder. "Are you really okay with that, Bakugo?" He turned to him fully. "I know we're not exactly friends, but I know you care about Izumi more than any of us here. The Izumi I care about isn't the one stealing things and killing people." He let go and fisted his hand at his sides. "Why, Uzagi would never do that, even if she's buried down there somewhere." Bakugo tapped his temple. "She's been damaged beyond repair because of the psycho that's taken control. I don't know about you, but I refuse to let that psychopath hurt her anymore. The next time I see that bitch, I'm taking her down no matter the stakes." Shoto looked down at his left hand, remembered Izumi's words, her determination, and her smile, then recalled the woman he'd seen on the platform, cold, sarcastic, and completely lost to the demons inside. She had helped him out of a dark place, had helped him grow stronger and appreciate and respect the power given to him even if it came from a dark place. He wanted to help her, he wanted to save her. "I want to help Izumi. But in order to do that," Shoto suddenly looked up fierce and determined, "we have to take down the bitch that's holding her down." Bakugo smirked and the two of them slapped palms. From now on ... and no mercy. He'd all but forgotten his past. So when he dreamed of his family, the vicious nightmare tore him from sleep with violent tremors and pure outrage. Through the muddled and cloudy memories, he remembered feeling helpless, scared, and completely abandoned by the people who were supposed to love and comfort him. Never talk about heroes in this house. Wanting to be a hero will cause nothing but trouble. Heroes are people who abandon their families to help complete strangers. The bitter voice of his father echoed in his mind and made him want to curl up in a ball and cover his ears. With the gloves Karma had given him, it allowed him to rub at his face, press his palms to his temples, and let his emotions and fears just crawl out of his skin. Why was he remembering that man now? Why was that awful and terrifying time ripping through his mind after all this time? He looked around the room. He saw Toga curled up in a ball beside him, half dressed in the guise of Karma, completely melted off. Without karma there to supply the blood for her transformation, he'd overused that method of comfort and was left with nothing but a poor substitute, karma. He got out of bed and walked to the window, pressing his hand to the glass. Where was she? Where was the one person who knew exactly what to say to calm his heart and make him feel at peace? She was with him. That stupid zombie was monopolizing more and more of her time, and it was damn infuriating. He didn't care if the logic made sense or if Dabi was technically reliable and useful to him in the league. The guy was stepping out of alignment, gaining more and more influence over his woman, and he didn't care for it. Tamura-kun. Toga sat up looking sleepy-eyed and oddly adorable with her mussed-up hair and rumpled shirt he let her borrow. What's wrong? None of your business. Go back to sleep, or if you're awake then get out, he said grumpily, his eyes staring out at the slowly rising sun. He tensed up and grunted when he felt a hand on his back. Turning his head, he glared at her. I told you to go. You seem sad. Do you want me to try turning into Queenie again? I don't want a replacement. I want the real thing. He clenched his fist against the cool glass of the window. How much longer is she going to make me wait? I'm sure she'll be back soon. She pouted when he shrugged her off. Poking her fingers together, she tried to think of something to cheer him up, and then a smile suddenly split her face. I know. Why don't we go out and have some fun? We can find a hero to kill and release another video with Ace and broadcast. You like doing that? It's not the same without karma. He walked away from the window and started to pace. She makes the scripts, picks the targets. You didn't have a script when you put Queenie on trial. Look at how well that turned out. It's still not the same. There's nothing driving me, nothing acting as inspiration. Everything feels empty. He holds his chest as the pain ached there. When she's not here, the world comes back. This suffocating and infuriating world. I want to escape it, destroy it. I can't. He trailed off as Toga placed her hands on his face and looked into his eyes with surprising sympathy. It hurts, doesn't it, Tamura-kun? She gently ran fingers over his face. This world is just too hard to live in. No one understands us. No one shows any sympathy for those of us born a little different, who long to belong and yet can't. Yes, he murmured the reply, his hands slowly coming up to clasp over hers. Queenie promised to change the world. But it's hard being so patient when we want to destroy everything around us. Queenie knows us. She understands and tries so hard to help us. She stepped closer to him. Her blonde hair, free from their normal twin buns, framed her face, giving a softened look. We're the same, Tamura-kun. We both want a world that accepts us the way she does. Yes, his head tilted some, their lips brushing just a moment, creating that spark of attraction. For a moment, just another moment, Tamura let himself take in the comfort of Toga's understanding. The kiss wasn't like the fiery passion or need he felt with karma, but something sweeter, softer, and yet somehow much deadlier. Shigaraki, I've just received karma's signal, and there he opens the door and sees the embrace. He quickly cut himself off, his face showing a great deal of expression for being an open void. I beg your pardon, my king. I didn't realize you were busy. Tamura pulled back from the kiss and held Toga back at arm's length. Her face had gone flushed and her grin wide and stupid as she stared lovingly at Tamura. She's back. He ignored the gooey puddle that was Toga and brushed past her. Yes. He cleared his throat. She followed it up with a text message asking me to wake you and bring you along. I can tell her you're busy if you want to continue your business. No need. Business is concluded. He snagged on some proper clothes. He gave Toga one glance and grunted. You just gonna stand there all dazed or put on some clothes, you twit? Hey, Toga blinked and then giggled, holding her cheeks. Right, I'll go do that. She skipped out, humming happily to herself. Do I want to know what happened? Kirigiri asked as he opened the portal for them both. Nothing of consequence happened. And if you tell Karma otherwise, I may have to kill you. He scratched at his neck, stepping through the dark. With Karma's gang. Karma lifted her head up from admiring one of many gadgets in the hall and smiled brightly as Tamura stepped through the portal. She dropped the equipment back in its box and ran to him, arms spread wide open, and she leapt at him. Tamura held her tightly, breathing in her scent, and for the first time in nearly a week relaxed. You're late. I know, she murmured and pulled back, stroking his face. Forgive me, but we had some complications. Tamura could barely peel his eyes away from her face, but the sheer size of the room was too grand to ignore. They were in some kind of underground facility, the jury-rigged lighting system blinking every once in a while to indicate its low-power source. I see that didn't stop you from your shopping spree. He pulled her with him, refusing to let her go. Where the hell are we, and where did you get all this stuff? The facility is an abandoned underwater research facility that was shut down due to illegal experimentation on marine wildlife. As for where we got the goods, we got them from I-Island, she explained, and laughed when his face stared at her in disbelief. I know, right? I can hardly believe it myself. She gripped his hand and tugged him through the maze of cases and crates holding the goods, costume materials, experimental products, new and inventive hero items. We even scored a transport. She motioned to the docking system where they parked the craft. We call it Black Steed, and it's the one item for sure I'm not giving up for sale. sale. Curiosity getting the better of him, he let go of her long enough to open up a case and admire the tech inside. You're actually planning to sell all of this? Yes, the market for I-Island technology is ridiculous with figures. Even sell just a few pieces would keep us in comfort for decades. Impressive. Kurogiri clapped his hands in applaud and Karma took a bow. Another brilliant execution. Somewhat, as I said, we ran into some complications. But I'm pretty sure we shook any eyes that may have been following us. What kind of complications? Tamura asked and grunted when Dabi stepped into view holding one of the digital handbooks. The hero kind, Dabi explained. All Might was on the island as well as the kids from UA. What? Tamura looked to Karma, who sent a withering glance in Dabi's direction. It was a minor complication and one we handled. She snagged the handbook and walked over to Kurogiri, going over the inventory process of getting the sellable items logged and ready to ship out. Don't let that poker face fool you, King, Dabi warned, stuffing his hands in his pockets. The encounter shook her up pretty bad. I nearly called off the whole thing just to get us out of there, but Karma was determined to muscle through it. Damn those brats for always interfering. He cracked a knuckle and narrowed his eyes at Dabi. Did she at least finish them off this time? No, she was adamant about now killing anyone. Stupid, her sensibilities are gonna get us all killed one day. He started to pace. I don't care if the mission was a success. Those brats and All Might are the one thing standing in the way of our complete dominance over society. When you spend a lot of time with someone, you either hate them irrevocably or start forming a bond. Karma is the latter. She says Izumi Midoria died with Nakahara, but I'm not convinced. If we don't remove that bond she has with you, then like you said, it's going to be her downfall. I won't let it happen. Already coming up with a plan, Tamura turned his eyes to his queen, her face full of excitement and energy. Mark my words, UA. High school is going to be the first thing of hero society to fall to its knees. A few days later, Karma kept busy by helping log inventory and working with Ace and Jurin to sell bits and pieces of the equipment at a time. Little by little, their hidden account grew a more steady income, and she could feel the knots of tension in her body slowly release. At the rate they were going, she was certain they could afford to purchase some land and a more comfortable base to work as a headquarters. She started picturing underground training facilities, lavish bedrooms, and a view that would have made her old sensei weep from pride. And that was an uncomfortable thought. She hadn't given an old man a thought since the day she killed him. Any mention of his death or murder she'd quickly brushed off as an annoyance. But this was the first time in a while she'd actually pictured him alive and active. Was she finally starting to feel the guilt? This was the path he'd chosen for her, wasn't it? What was the point of killing a man who had her best interest at heart? And that was a load of shit, she decided. No, she'd killed him for good reason. The man was self-centered, controlling, and had nearly torn her and Tamura apart with his mind games and obsession to destroy All Might. He didn't care about her or Tamura or even the League. All he cared about was his final goal. She was a different leader. While she did have a goal in mind, it was a goal she and her entire crew shared. She brought these villains together and formed a bond with them like a real family. She cared for each individual and their needs. Isn't that why she'd risked her neck on I-Island to begin with? That was another thing. Her sensei had no personal risk in any of his plans. Being crippled from his fight with All Might left him free to watch from the sidelines and let his subordinates handle the dirty work. She, on the other hand, got impersonal. She made the risks. She saw the plans through personally and worked hard to achieve her goal. Nothing could stand in the way of that. You were our friend first. Todoroki's voice suddenly pitched in her mind, and she dropped the tablet in her hand to clutch at her head. We trusted you, believed in you. The guilt and fear pitched in her gut so hard that she wanted to throw up. Her eyes darted around. She spotted Twice and Ace working in tandem with each other to handle several of the smaller items in their stores, and she quickly backed away and around a pile of crates so her panic attack could go on without interruption. Her breathing shortened and she curled up in a ball trying to stop the shaking. They've warped you, Uzagi. They're trying to turn you into something you're not, and you're playing right into their hands. Damn him. Damn them. She'd barely blinked an eye when she went up against Senpai. When Uraraka and the others had approached her on the roof, she'd felt so confident and in control. Yet when her disguise came off, and both Bakugo and Todoroki had taken front and center, her confidence had wavered and she felt her heart ache and twist. Go away, Izumi, she told her inner self and clenched her fists. You're not in control anymore. You're not going to ruin this for me, you stupid child. She pulled out one of her throwing knives and sliced it over her wrist, letting the pain ease away the guilt and memory of her former self. After a minute or two, she finally calmed and held the bleeding wrist. Her face was pale and sweaty from her panic attack, but she smiled despite it. Much better, Queenie. Toga looked down at her from atop the crates. I smelled blood. What are you doing? Toga, it's nothing, she cut off when Toga landed in front of her and took her wrist. She placed her mouth over the wound and licked and suckled it. Filled with affection, Karma smiled at her and pet between her twin buns. Thanks, I got a little carried away. I love it when you bleed. You're so cool and beautiful when you do. I want to see more blood, but Tamura-kun wouldn't like it if I killed you." She sighed and pulled out a bandana to wrap the wound. "Tamura-kun," Izumi laughed. "Since when are you on a first-name basis with him? We got very close while you were gone." She blushed and giggled. "He even kissed me." "Hey," that caused a sharp pain in her stomach. "What?" "Hey, Queenie, I like Tamura-kun." She lifted her face, the expression a bit lovesick but in a twisted fashion that had Izumi's blood running cold. "I like being close to him, letting him hug me and kiss me." Her true self started to melt away, and Izumi watched her become a mirror image of herself. "Can we share him?" Later, Dabi cracked up after hearing Karma retell the tale. He laughed so hard she was surprised his jaw didn't fall off. "It's not that funny, you asshole." She snarled it at him, her temple throbbing and fingers tapping her forearm irritably. "I beg to differ." He snickered, holding his sides. "I think it's hysterical." He held out a hand silently, asking her to give him a minute to calm his laughter. He wasn't used to letting out his emotions like that, but the scenario had been too humorous not to show it. Okay, I'm calm." "Oh, you sure about that?" She snarled again and threw a book at him, earning a few more chuckles. "Relax, all right. So Toga's got a little crush. What's the big deal?" He shrugged it off. "You and I have sex even though you say you're devoted to him. Let him play with her and satisfy the sick fantasies in her brain. That's a bad idea all around for several reasons." She gripped the nearest object, which happened to be another book, and got ready to chuck it at him if he said anything else stupid. For starters, if Toga falls in love with him, she's liable to kill him. Good point. He nodded his head in agreement. For second, Tamura doesn't even like her. She was just a replacement for me. Or so he told you. He ducked the book she chucked his way, but she used her quirk to boomerang it back and catch him smartly in the back of the head. "Oh, I'm serious. Tamura wouldn't lie to me. He doesn't want her. He used her to keep sane while we were separated." "That's bullshit and you know it." He stood up and snagged her chin. "He finds her attractive. And the fact that she can morph into you helps that. He's curious and hungry for more attention, and Toga is willing to give it to him." "I don't believe it." She pulled away with a jerk of her head and turned her back to him. "Tamura loves me." "Sure. And you love him, or so you keep telling me." Yet he wraps his arms around her and nuzzles into her neck. "You let me in so easily." We're different." She squirmed in his hold, but he only pulled her tighter to him and trailed kisses up and down her neck. "How so?" He unzipped her costume, letting the material part so he could touch more of her flesh. "You're my knight. You're protecting me and keeping me somewhat sane." She stifled a moan and her eyes go wet from his intimate touch. "I need you." "Tamura doesn't need Toga." "Say that again." He turned her towards him and cupped her face. Karma looked into Dabi's eyes, her heart doing one quick rap against her chest before she sank into those eyes. "Tell me who you need." "You." She whispered it, practically praying for it. "I need you, Dabi. I'll always be here, my queen." He lowered her to the bed and served his queen's needs. Afterward, somewhere between the third and fourth orgasm, Tamura had barged into the room. While the obvious rivalry and dislike between men had the air filling with tension, the shared desire and need brought them together in an experience that solidified itself in Karma's memory. These two men knew how to make her body pliant and obey their every command. They knew just how to touch her to make her cry in pleasure and weep for joy at feeling so wanted and needed. And she in turn serviced them both in the way they deserved. She treated Tamura like the king he was, satisfying his every want and need with little restraint or guidance, whilst allowing Dabi to satisfy his own needs and giving him his much-desired reward for his loyalty and service. When the three of them were together, she felt so at ease, so calm and at peace with herself and her decision to be with them both. And yet as the night crept and sleep eluded her, she eyed the wound on her wrist, the stitches Ace had put in wrapped up in a neat and tidy bandage. When the wound healed, there would be a nice new scar reminding her of her own weakness and guilt. Not wanting to wake her two men, she slipped secretly out of bed, an occurrence that was becoming more and more common. She cleaned herself up, got dressed in some comfortable jeans and other hiking gear, and decided it was time she got a look at the surrounding grounds of the cabin. She packed a quick bag filled with water, dry foods, and emergency supplies, and hefted it onto her back before exiting the grounds. She didn't bother with a map or compass. If push came to shove, she could always signal Kurogiri to pick her up. Besides, the woods were so dark, even with the illuminating moon, she doubted it would have done her much good. She walked down the maze of paths for nearly 2 hours, pausing for brief moments to slurp down water or climb a tree to get a more wide-angle view of her progress. The mountain range was so vast and beautiful it was hard not to wander in further and just enjoy Mother Nature. She didn't mind the bugs or the lingering wildlife. She knew she could protect herself if need be, and it left her feeling free and calm once again. "I could stay out here for days," she murmured to herself as she climbed atop a large hill and spotted a cavern. "Well, now look at this." She peeked her head in and looked around. Maybe she should have taken a map after all. This would be a great place to. "Who the hell are you?" The voice had Izumi crawling back up, panicking as she whirled around and saw a little boy with a hard expression and bunched fists. He wore a red hat with little horns, his black hair leaking out the back and sides. He couldn't have been more than 6 years old and despite being so young looked ready to punch her. I guess I wandered farther than I thought, she murmured to herself and offered a polite smile. Well, hi there, what's your name? Izumi. She blinked in surprise at that. Kota Izumi, he explained and crossed his arms. Now I repeat, who the hell are you? Kota Izumi ... She hadn't expected to run into any kind of camper, let alone a kid this deep in the woods. He looked at her like she was trespassing. Which okay, yeah, she could very well be. She hadn't really explored much of the area or gotten her bearings when she left, which she had to admit was stupid on her part. Without much choice, she decided to play the role of lost camper and hoped it would alleviate any suspicion. He was just a kid after all. How hard could it be to gain his favor? It's nice to meet you, Kota. She laughed and scratched her cheek. I'm sorry, but I kinda got turned around on the trail. Got a bit excited about the hike. You're a camper. What are you, stupid? He grunted and had a knot forming at her temple. This is private grounds and you're trespassing. Oh well, forgive me, you little. She trailed off and looked curious. Wait a minute, private land? Who does this land belong to? Doesn't matter, like I said, you're trespassing. Now leave. HMPH. She turned from him, stepping out towards the edge and looking over the land in question. She saw the signs of a clearing at the base of the mountain. The pussycats. Figured it out, huh? He chastised. Well, considering the area we're in and the types of facilities that could be located here that would allow small children such as yourself to wander, I could only assume it was a hero agency. The most well-known in these parts are the wild pussycats, but I didn't think their agency was so remote. Are you still talking? Kota grunted in frustration and grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away. I said get lost. This is my secret hideout. You can't be here. So bossy, she grunted, looking down at the boy. In a way. In many ways, actually. He reminded her of Kaken. Full of nostalgia and sudden affection, she turned her hand around to clasp his, catching him off guard. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm lost, remember? Wanting to tease him, she sent a flirty smile to the dumbfounded kid. How am I supposed to find my way back in the dark without an escort? She cocked her head to the side. Come on, just let me stay until the sun comes back, and then I can find the road a lot quicker. To blushing, Kota clenched his teeth and let his hand go limp in hers. Fine, you can stay, but you better leave right away. He yanked his hand free and held it to his chest. Okay. She sat down on the edge and pulled her pack off and ruffled through it. She heard the sound of her rumbling stomach and let out a small chuckle. Haven't had breakfast yet, huh? Here. She pulled out a protein bar. This ought to tide you over. Humph. He turned his nose up at first, but her coaxing eyes eventually made him crack and he swiped the bar away, ripping it open. What the hell are you doing out here in the middle of the night anyway? He plopped next to her and munched on the bar. Escaping, she said, and bit into her own bar. I needed the walk and alone time. I've had my fill of alone for now, so I don't mind the unexpected company. She sent him a quick smile. This is a nice place to escape. I can see why you made it your secret base. Yeah, it is, he mumbled between bites. I never really had a secret base when I was a kid, except the occasional blanket fort I made with my mom. She laughed a little at the memory. Kinda makes me wish I'd grown up in a place like this. There are so many places to hide away, and all this space where you can just escape. Not as many as you'd think. There's always somebody somewhere watching you, or just being plain annoying. Which is why I like this place. Nobody bugs me here, or didn't until you showed up, he said, sending her a grumpy look and making her laugh again. Sorry, it's whatever. You're here and soon you won't be. He shrugged and handed her the empty wrapper. Don't litter. Yes, sir. She took the trash and put it in her pack. I can understand that need for privacy, Kota. The world is always watching, always lingering and waiting for you to do something stupid. It makes you afraid to express yourself, or just be who you are. What the majority of the world sees and wants doesn't always agree with your viewpoints, and she pauses and laughs. Listen to me getting theoretical with a kid your age. I'm probably boring you to tears. Not really. He twiddled his thumbs, his hard expression softening at her speech. I kinda get it. She watched his expression, the thoughtfulness, the deep emotions lingering in his eyes. You really are so much like him. It's almost frightening. Like who? He turned his eyes up. My childhood friend. We were really close for the longest time and kinda just. Her expression saddened as she looked back to the sky. The darkness started to lighten from the rising sun, making the stars blink away one by one. Drifted apart. Why? Different ideals, I guess. She pulled her legs to her chest. I tend to ramble, so stop me if I get annoying. She lay her chin on her drawn-up knees. My friend, I call him Kaken. He and I grew up wanting the same things, liking the same stuff, but as we got older our goals started to differentiate. Kaken wants to, and has always wanted to be the #1 hero. He's suited for it too. Strong, determined, smart, competitive. And even though he's a bit conceited, he's got a kind heart hiding behind his bravado. Heroes are stupid. Kota grunted and leaned back on his hands. Your friend sounds stupid too. He sounds like a big show-off who only cares about himself. Well, Karma couldn't help but smile at that apt description of her childhood friend. You're not wrong, but why do you think heroes are stupid? Heroes, villains, doesn't matter what label you give them, they're all stupid, all using their quirks to show off or to hurt people. There's nothing honorable or glorifying in that. Karma's amused expression faded and she turned her full attention to this little boy who glared at the sunrise as if it owed him something. Karma, in theory, wasn't just about reward and payment of people's actions. It was the influences of moments like this that lead you towards your path and future. This walk had started off as nothing more than to get away, to breathe and relax her busy mind. What she found was a connection to this boy and his outlook on society. You're right, she murmured, and a tear slipped down her cheek as something released in her chest. You're exactly right, Kota. I feel exactly the same way. You do. Surprised by her confession in tears, he looked up with wide and eager eyes. Yes, this is exactly the kind of thinking that caused Kaken and I to drift apart. She swiped her tears, sniffling. I made promises to him and to myself that I'd become a hero like him. But the more I went down that path, the more I realized I didn't want any part of it. What's the point in being a hero when you're really not accomplishing anything? Light, dark, hero, villain, none of it exists. We're all selfish people wanting attention and abusing our powers to gain it. Yeah. Feeling relieved that someone agreed with him for the first time, Kota stood up and clenched his fist. There's no difference at all. I totally get that. Thank you, Kota. She beamed a teary smile at him. It feels so good to have someone agree with my opinion. I've been suffocated by these images for so long. I really feel like myself again. You're welcome. And hey, I know you said you had to leave, but you can come back here if you want. You can escape here whenever you want and just be yourself. Thanks, I think I'll take you up on that. She grabbed his face and kissed his forehead. She found it amusing that his little face went bright red from the contact, and he pressed his hand to the place she'd just lay her lips. Well, I should get back before my crew finds out I'm missing. Want to walk me back toward the path? As sure, I can do that. He took her hand when she stood and offered it to him. She let him walk ahead of her, making it seem as though he were leading her even though she'd known the right direction to begin with. So, what's your name? My name. She tilted her head to the side, wondering what she should tell him. Izumi was dead. The only thing left of her was bitter and nostalgic memories that were hindering her job. Better, she thought, to go with her current persona. My friends call me Karma, so you can call me that. Karma, that's such a weird name and it doesn't suit you at all. Kota wrinkled his nose at it and made her pause and glance down at him. Are all your friends stupid? It should have been funny, she very nearly laughed. But his offhand comment had struck a chord. The name Karma didn't suit her. She'd chosen it herself. It was the name that defined who she was and what she was trying to accomplish. How could it not? Well, I guess you could call me Izumi. Izumi, like my surrogate name. He thought about it, pausing briefly to look up and down, and then his smirk came fast. Yeah, Izumi fits you way better. I'll call you that. None of that big sis or Nissan stuff. Okay, she agreed and finally let out a small laugh. I can deal with that. So you're gonna come back tomorrow, right? I'll bring some games or something and we can play at the base. Sure. I'll even bring my favorite game and teach you how to play. She crouched down and tapped his nose, grinning. After all, we're friends, right, Kota? Yeah. He smiled for the first time, and his big grin brought back all the nostalgia of her time with Kaken when they were kids. She could picture his face, the messy blonde hair and smug smile. She could still remember how it felt to have Kaken hold her hand and how he pulled her along as they went on adventures. Caught up in the moment, she pulled Kota in and hugged him, burying her face in his little neck. Thank you, Kota. Later at HQ. Where the hell were you? Shigaraki grunted at her when she walked through the door. I took a hike. You should try it sometime, as the woods are beautiful in the morning. She set her pack down and pulled out a fresh bottle of water from the fridge and downed it. I was tempted to call Kurajiri though. I wandered a little too far and now my feet are killing me. Serves you right for sneaking off. He watched her plop on the couch and rub at her feet. Anything interesting to report? Yes, actually. If you'd like to call everyone else in, I have a group-wide warning. A warning? He questioned and pressed a button on the intercom system. 3 rapid beeps could be heard echoing throughout the house. There were groans and complaints that followed, but one by one her lead correlated to the living room and stood in front of her and Tamura, who joined her on the couch. Sorry to wake you all up so early, but I went on a little adventure this morning and wanted to share some information that's crucial. She told them. What kind of information calls for a sunrise wake-up call? Dabi complained and rubbed the back of his neck. For starters, we're just outside the territory of a hero agency. The yawn coming out of Twice's mouth stopped in his throat and he looked at her wide-eyed. Seriously? Dead? The wild Pussycats. They're veterans with at least 12 years of hero duty under their belt. They excel in forest rescue missions. but I know at least 2 of them have battling experience. Couldn't tell you what their quirks are though. They don't really highlight that information in the guidebooks. Now that I think about it, I remember the master had his eyes on one of the pussycats. Apparently she has a very unique and powerful quirk that allows her to gain information on someone after looking at them. What kind of information are we talking about? Karma asked, her eyes serious and all the emotional baggage from earlier gone. Names, locations, quirks, weaknesses. That's enough info to completely tears us down if we're not careful. If they catch wind that we're here, it could end disastrously. We should start looking for an alternate hideout to roost. Compress, call Jurin and get started on that. While you're at it, ask him if there are any bids for the equipment we scored from I-Island. We can use the money to buy a safe house ourselves if we need to. Yes, my queen. Compress bowed and flipped open his phone to make the call. Twice. Use your quirk to make a few clones to help you log in the rest of the goods we brought back from the island and get them ready to ship. If any of them are half finished, be sure to label them properly and that all the pieces are in place as well as the blueprints and notes. Even half-completed projects are worth a lofty sum to the right buyers. Such a pain. I'm on it. Twice groaned, then immediately perked and saluted. Dabi, Toga, I want you to work with Tamura. From what I understand, he has some new recruits that are in need of testing. Between the 3 of you, come up with a good test mission to send them on as a sort of initiation. Be careful not to share too much information with them just in case they get caught or are spy inserts. Understood, but what will you do? Dabi questioned. I'm taking a quick nap before I get back to what I do best. She stood up. We completed our first objective in attaining some financial stability, but our main goal is still far out of reach. I need to figure out what I want our next statement piece to be. And after all the fuss we made on I-Island, more people are listening in. Her smirk cracked her calm expression and made those green eyes light with mischief. Let's really give them something to talk about. Meanwhile at UA High School, with the latest information from I-Island, now worldwide news, the security of the students was top priority. It was decided that instead of holding camp at their initial location, it would be held at a special off-site location that was known only to a select few. I don't see the point. Bakugo grunted as he took his seat on the bus. It's not Uzagi and her League of Losers want to get caught. They're just being cautious, man. Kirishima patted his shoulder and took the seat next to him. Remember, Midori used to be one of us, and she knows everyone's strengths and weaknesses. We're an easy target if they decide to get violent. Did you really have to put that thought into our heads, Kirishima? Mind a coward and turn white. I don't want to think about what would happen if we met with her entire crew. I watched a replay of those trial videos, and every single one of those guys is bad news. We're lucky we didn't encounter any on the island. Senpai pointed out the same thing when we filled in what we knew to the police. Shoto spoke up from the row behind them. Aside from Karma, no other members of her crew were confirmed to be there, or if they were, they remained at a distance. I think that was to ensure they stayed busy and no one got hurt. Putting in another vote for Uzagi is still good bit. Well, I don't buy it. Bakugo grunted and Shoto shrugged in response. And I don't buy your attitude towards it. He retorted and opened a book to read during the trip. You already cast your vote a long time ago and just don't want to admit it. When Bakugo only grunted, Kirishima turned around in his seat and jerked a thumb in Bakugo's direction. You've really got his number, don't you, Todoroki? He grinned and laughed at Bakugo's quiet brooding. Yes, we did exchange contact info, Todoroki said simply and had Kirishima cracking up again. I don't understand what's funny about it. Nothing, it's nothing. He continued to snicker about it as he righted himself. Who boy were these two entertaining as hell. Between Bakugo's flustered reactions and Todoroki's oblivious nature, he was ready to split a scene. Man, I love you guys. Go fuck yourself, shitty hair, Bakugo muttered. Back with the villains. Are we all here? Tamura sat atop a pyramid of boxes in one of the many supply storages Karma and Kurogiri had sustained for the League. On the far wall, the 5 remaining Namus sat in their tanks waiting to be released and used. By my count, Ace concurred after ticking off names and faces from a list. The room was filled with all the current League members excluding Karma, and included the newbies, Spinner, Big Sis Magni, Moonfish, Mustard, and Muscular. So, Dabi shoved his hands in his pockets and walked up to Tamura's makeshift throne. Mind telling me why we're disobeying Karma and all gathering in one place without her? Yeah, the only reason I joined the League in the first place was to serve the Queen of Villains herself. Spinner stepped up, his arms spread out and looking perturbed. I'm assuming it's because whatever we're doing is not gonna bode well with Her Majesty. Compress concluded and eyed the fresh faces. I don't care what it is, I'm tired of just lingering. Muscular grunted and crashed his bunched fist into a pile of crates, obliterating it and anything inside. I need to smash some faces in. Oi, crazy over there. Tamura pointed a finger at Muscular. Shut your mouth. As for you, he looked to Spinner. I am king, and you'll show me respect as well as Karma, or you can forget about joining. Of course, sire, forgive my rudeness. Spinner bowed his head. That's better. Now I'll tell you exactly what we're all here for. He stood up. I've been put in charge of sending you newbies on a test mission. Prove yourselves useful, and you'll be full-fledged members of our league. And if we fail, Mustard questioned, fiddling with the buttons on his school uniform, you'll either be captured, excommunicated, or more likely killed. Tamura told him bluntly. So how come the rest of us are here? Twice questioned, shaking his head. We've got our own projects we're supposed to be doing. I'm super free, y'all know. He shouted, all the while pointing an accusing finger. I need a group consensus. Karma has taught me it. In order to be a powerful king, I must be a smart one. A smart king confides in his plans with his confidants and peers, and that, my friends, is you. He folded his hand over a knee and eyed each and every face with a surprising stern expression. My plan is to have our newbies, along with a select other few, attack UAS Class 1A. Again, Twice scratched his head in confusion. What for? You recall what Karma said about our home base being near the Pussycat Agency? Well, roughly an hour ago I got a message from our contact at UA. It turns out their training camps have changed location and they'll be completing said camp at the Wild Pussycat Agency. Convenient. Dabi agreed and saw where this particular plan was going. What's our overall goal? These two. He held up pictures from the UA Sports Festival. You are to capture these two students and bring them to me alive. They can be bruised or broken, but try not to damage them too much, as I've questions and a proposition for them. Wait a minute. Twice blinked with wide eyes. You're not serious considering. I'm dead serious. Karma's motivations are slipping because she can't let go of her attachment to these fools. I won't have my queen, our most valuable asset, be brought to ruin by a couple of angsty teenagers. They will either join us, he tossed the pictures at Dabi, or die. Dabi took a close look at both of them and his face twisted with a sneer. He slowly brought the flames out of his palm and he watched the familiar faces burn. Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Kota scowled at the kids emerging from the tree line. It was bad enough he had to live with heroes, but now he had to share space with a bunch of dumb aspiring heroes. These stupid teenagers were all trying so hard to impress and show off that it sickened him. Hey, who's the kid? Kirishima asked, pointing to Kota. Oh, this is the son of my cousin, but he lives with us now. Say hi, Kota, Mandalay encouraged, her eyes pleading with him to make nice. He grunted and narrowed his gaze on the group again. None of them approached, just kinda stared owlishly. That was fine. He had no intention of getting to know them. Lifting his chin, he flipped them all off. You're all a bunch of idiots. He walked off, leaving Mandalay looking horrified. The last thing I want is to hang out with some wannabe heroes. Such a demon child. What uncouth language. Eda exclaimed, waving his hands in the air in disbelief. How cute. Bakugo smirked. Kid's got some spunk. He's like a mini version of you. Todoroki followed up. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Bakugo snarled in response. Settle down, you idiots. Aizawa scolded. Get your bags off the bus. Once your belongings are put away, we'll have dinner in the lounge, after which you can bathe and sleep. We're starting early tomorrow, so be sure to get some rest. Yes, sir. As the class obeyed their instructor, Kota made his escape. He pulled his pack from where he'd stashed it before and snuck out the back door to head for his secret base. He and Izumi had decided on a time to meet again today, and he didn't want to be late. He couldn't wait to tell her about these losers. He'd always wanted a friend he could really talk to. All his old friends loved heroes. They wanted to fight crime, fight bad guys, and protect the peace. How could anyone truly be at peace when there were people being crazy and hurting each other? Those kids weren't his friends anymore because they didn't understand that truth. Izumi understood it. She understood what a messed up place the world was and would listen to him without looking, as if he were some kind of sob story case. She understood how stupid society was, worshipping heroes who foolishly risked their lives for stupid things like fame or money. She understood why he hated everything, why he refused to be a part of it all. Izumi just understood him. He wondered how long she would be camping for. He hoped whoever she was with had a camper or something and they'd stay for a long time. He didn't want her to leave, forcing him to be alone again. Because he could feel the tears stinging, he quickly ran his arm over his eyes to stop them. Maybe, just maybe, he could convince her to stay. He was sure if he asked Mandalay, they'd let her. That stupid cousin of his was so eager to please and console him, she'd do anything to make him happy. With that idea in mind, Kota jogged up the rock and a sudden smile broke the deep frown that had been on his lips. He spotted Izumi in front of the cavern. She'd set up a little blanket and was watching the sun go down, all the while munching on a sandwich. She turned her head and smiled affectionately at him. Hey Kota, you made it. I was afraid you'd forgotten our date. D-date. Kota blushed. Overjoyed by his adorable reaction, Izumi laughed and stretched out a little, patting the spot next to her. Silly, come on. I whipped up some sandwiches for us. I'm not much of a cook, or I would have made something a bit more generous. She offered him one. I hope you like peanut butter. I like it. He set his bag down and took the sandwich, folding his legs and sitting with her. He nibbled a bit, then noticed the folded case in front of them. What's that? Izumi peeled her eyes away from the sunset to look down. Oh, we said we'd bring games, right? She opened the case to show off the chess set inside. This one's my favorite. You play chess. He reached out with one hand and picked up a knight. He admired the figurine on a horse and scowled at it. I heard it's really boring. Well, you heard wrong. She insisted and took the piece and immediately set it up. People only find it boring because they don't understand it. They don't understand how interesting its complexities are, or how impactful the significance is in it. I don't know how to play. He dusted his hands off and knelt on the white side of the board. That's okay, I can teach you. That is. She picked up the last piece, the white king, and handed it to him. If you want to learn. Kota eyed the piece grimly. His scowl deep. He had wanted to play one of his games, but her eagerness was causing his guard to fall. The genuine smile and affection in her eyes broke down his wall, and he set the piece down in the last empty space. Okay, teach me. An hour later, even as the light dimmed, they continued to play. Izumi had known they'd be there after dark, and she brought along a lantern to illuminate the board and its pieces. She was used to playing in shadowed and candlelit areas, so it didn't bother her much. She'd taken the time to really explain the game to Kota. He was a lot younger than her when she'd first learned, but his ability to pick up the basics quickly impressed her. I guess I can see why people like this game. He moved his tower and frowned when she moved her knight to check the king. I just wish I didn't suck at it. It's your first time, Kota. Trust me, when I first learned to play I was constantly losing. It just takes time and practice. She started putting the pieces up, but he stopped her. One more game. I don't want to stop yet. You brought games too, didn't you? She motioned to the pack. We can play one of those instead. There's still time. I want to play this game. You really like this game? He started setting up the pieces himself, frowning a little as he tried to remember what space the bishop was supposed to go. I do, but I just like games in general. She leaned her head on her drawn-up knee, watching him set the board up eagerly. I see life as a game sometimes. All the challenges and obstacles you have to overcome. It's frustrating and sometimes painful, but it always feels so good when you win. What kind of idiot designed that stupid game? Kota muttered and fisted his hand around a rook piece. There's no need for that, pout Kota. She snagged his cap off and gently bat the top of his head with it. Just because a game is really challenging doesn't mean you should give up on it. You don't want to be a sore loser, do you? I've already lost. He started to complain and winced when she whacked him again, but harder. So have I, so have a lot of people, but that doesn't stop them from trying. She shoved the hat back on his head, sighing when it lowered, and he shook. I get it, Kota, I really do. Life sucks, the world sucks, society sucks, but we're here and we have to make the most of it. If we don't like the game we're playing, then we just take our losses, pick up the pieces, and start a new one. Simple as that. It's not simple. Nothing is simple anymore. Kota grit his teeth. I don't like this world and I don't want to play its games. Izumi stayed quiet for a minute, letting Kota get out his frustration. When she saw the first tier, she said the first thing that came to mind. Then make up your own. His head slowly raised to meet hers, and she turned the board around so he played black and she white. Come up with your own rules, your own goals, and find the people you want to play with. You don't have to play someone else's game, you can just make up your own, or even change the rules of someone else's. She reached out and brushed the tears away. That's what I'm doing. I didn't like the hand dealt to me, so I tossed out the entire deck and picked up a chessboard. Your metaphors and puns are really cheesy, Kota complained, but the smallest hint of a smile took the edge off his words. What kind of game do you think I should play? You're a smart kid, she told him, starting the next game by shifting a pawn forward. So play a smart game. They played for another hour, and during which time Kota confessed about the UA training camp and his opinions of the students he'd met briefly. Somewhere in the back of her mind she could sense karma there, watching her, guiding her every move, feeding her every word. It was frightening to know that somehow she'd retained those puppet strings Sensei had attached to her. Now, instead of him holding the ends, it was karma who took control. When had that happened, she wondered? Just when had she gone so far down the deep end that there was no saving her from drowning in her own darkness? No matter how many lifelines she was thrown, the water was just too dark and deep for her to escape. Kota had reawakened her past, and her desire to just be herself again. It had been so long since she'd genuinely allowed herself to just be a normal teenager. No plots, no villainy, no lofty responsibilities. Just her, a game, and a friend to play with. It's getting late, she heard herself murmur and wished desperately to cry. At Kota's distraught face she couldn't help but smile. I know, kid, she consoled him silently. I know just how you feel. I need to go home. My friends will wonder where I am. Are you coming back? We can play again tomorrow. He helped her put the game away, his eyes searching for answers. Next time I'll bring food. I can sneak it from the fridge. I have to be honest with you, Kota. She stood up and turned towards him, looking grim. I'm not sure how much longer my friends and I can stay up here. We're trespassing like you said. And I'd rather not of your hero family find out that I've been here. They won't find out. I told you I'd keep it a secret. Kota panicked a little. I don't want you to go. She'd done it again, Izumi realized, and her heart slowly started to break. She'd interfered where she shouldn't have, influenced someone's life, become their friend and gained their trust without even having to try. When he found out who she was, just how hurt and betrayed would he be? How many more people did she have to drag into the darkness with her? Kota, I may not be able to stay, but that doesn't mean we can't still be friends. She knelt in front of him and took his shoulders. I'll come visit whenever I can. I promise. This isn't goodbye. She saw the tears and the ache increased. Thinking quickly, she removed her bracelet from her wrist and slipped it on over his. Here, I want you to have this. What is it? He admired the bracelet as it drifted loose up and down his arm. It's a GPS tracker, but consider it a friendship bracelet. She pointed to the little button on the side. If you're ever in trouble, or if you really need to talk to me, just push this button here. It'll tell me exactly where you are and I'll come to you as fast as I can. Okay, really, but try to avoid using it around Mandalay and any other heroes, okay? It needs to stay a secret. She pressed a finger to her lips. Otherwise I may not be able to come. I don't really get it. But if this means you'll come back, then I promise I'll keep it and take care of it. He cradled the bracelet to his chest. You gotta keep your promise though. If I push the button, you gotta come fast, okay? I promise. So long as you have this, I'll never be far away from you. She kissed his forehead and hugged him to her. Thank you for being my friend, Kota. You too, Izumi. Thanks for teaching me to play chess. It really was fun. Be sure to keep practicing and we'll play again the next time I see you. Dawn. Izumi collapsed onto the bed, burying her face in the pillows and snuggling in. She relaxed for only a minute before the door opened and had the tension building up. She felt the weight of another person brace over her and grumbled as his breath lingered on her ear. You're in the wrong room, Shigaraki murmured and nuzzled into her neck. You have Dabi to keep you company, and I'm sleepy. Karma grumbled under his weight. I already have to spend the majority of the day with him, he complained. Give me this at least. You've been awfully greedy as of late. She complained back and shifted, trying to wriggle free, but he just moved with her. It's your fault. He breathed in her scent and pressed further into her. You've been acting odd ever since you returned from the island. Have I? She lay still a long moment and closed her eyes. I feel the same. Dabi told me your altercation with those UA fools shook you up. He rolled her over, his sour expression making the guilt twinge in her belly. Tell me the truth. Damn you, Dabi, Karma thought, narrowing her eyes on Tamura's disapproving face. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Flashback. So are you going to tell me what happened, or are you just going to ignore what's going on? Dabi leaned against the wall holding a flashlight as she tried to jury-rig the lighting in the underground facility. Neither of them really knew what they were doing, and he found it a damn miracle neither of them had gotten electrocuted yet. I don't know what you're talking about, she retorted and winced as sparks singed her fingers, but the lights flicker on. Finally, you've lost your focus, Dabi started to explain, but she cut him off temperamentally. I've lost nothing. She slammed the fuse door shut and brushed by him. Irritated by the interruption and brush off, Dabi snagged her by the arm and pinned her up to the hallway wall. You can lie to yourself and the rest of these losers, but you can't lie to me, Karma. He stroked her cheek, his piercing blue eyes both intimidating and alluring. Unlike the king, I pay attention to things other than your looks or words. I read your expression. I can tell when the wheels in your head start to turn. He tapped her temple. Your mind has been too preoccupied to function properly. You're imagining nothing. He cut her off and lay a kiss on her lips to silence the argument. Tell me what's wrong. That's fighting dirty. She sighed and lay a fist over his heart. You can't tell anyone, not even Tamura. Fine. He took the fist, holding it protectively. I swear to secrecy. Okay. She looked around to make sure no one else was listening, and she lifted her eyes to his face. Izumi Midoria isn't dead. That's kind of obvious. He motioned to her and grunted when she punched his chest. Oh, that wasn't nice. I'm being serious. I swore when we released that footage of my reveal that I'd cut all ties I had to my past. Izumi Midoria would die just like she did in the video, and Karma would take her place. But she's refusing to die. I keep feeling these waves of emotion that are hard to control, and it's all her fault. You make it sound like she's a totally separate person, but she's not. When all she did was pout at him, he sighed heavily. Listen, Karma, I'd like to be able to completely remove my past. If I had a choice, I'd erase all memory of who my father was and who he wanted me to be. But the truth is, Tauya Todoroki is always going to be who I am. I could call myself whatever name in the book, but nothing will change that. The same goes for you. Izumi Midoria is where you started, and she'll always be there because she's a part of who you are. So you're saying I have no choice but to live with this? She lay her hand on her chest. Whatever it is, yes, but just because it's there doesn't mean you have to listen to it. He tapped her temple. Use your head. It's never steered you wrong before. Focus on the task at hand instead of whatever pesky feelings those twerps have dragged up, or you'll just wind up regretting it. I guess you're right. Her smile turned sly and she patted his cheek. Thanks, Dabi. Don't mention it. He took her hand, giving it a mock kiss and bow. Your Highness. End of flashback. Karma sighed heavily and she rolled onto her back, offering a smile to Tamura. I'm just frustrated is all. There's been more obstacles than I've predicted and it's putting a hitch in my stride. She rubbed his cheek. It's nothing we can't overcome. I just need some time to feel like myself again. We could always just completely remove the obstacles. He pulled her up and onto his lap and let her settle in there. I wish it were that easy. She murmured and slowly closed her eyes. She felt his hand run through her hair, soothing her mind and heart. With fatigue set in, and the calm winning over her unbalanced heart, she finally let sleep take her. It will be, my queen. Shigaraki smiled secretly and wrapped his arms possessively around her. It will be. Later, as the queen slept, the king prepared his troops for war. The supplies he'd asked Jurin to prepare for the new recruits finally came in, and he oversaw the group trying them out and admiring each piece with excitement, curiosity, and impatience. Now that we've got you crazies geared up, let's go over the plan one more time. Dabi sighed heavily, still feeling uneasy about this whole adventure. He lay his hand over the map of the area. According to our intel, tomorrow night the UA students are going to participate in a night training activity. This will be our time to strike, when the students and staff are divided and their resources cut off. The group went over all the points, distributing positions and avoid zones over the maps, checking equipment and individual goals, as well as going over a few possible trip-ups. As my associate has pointed out, my queen may not approve of this particular test. Shigaraki told his group and lounged back in his seat. So in the case she may try to interfere in our plans, you've my full consent to ignore her wishes and complete the objective. I'm the one who ultimately decides if you'll stay or go. Sounds good to me. Finally, I get to bash some heads in. Muscular smacked his hands together, muscles rippling and struggling to remain contained. Flesh, beautiful flesh, Moonfish chanted some, swaying back and forth and making Dabi's skin crawl. He folded up the plans and leaned into Shigaraki's ear. For the record, I don't care for these insane jerks you've hired, nor do I really like the idea of doing this mission without Karma's consent. I'll put it on the record. Tamura snagged the maps and tapped his head with it. But Karma left you with me, and you'll do as you're told. Understood. Dabi glared at him a long moment, contemplating his choices. He could tell Tamura to go to hell, tell Karma his plan and let them have a whole debate about it. Or he could keep quiet, do his job and get rid of the threat that's been lingering on them for months. Both actions presented pros and cons, but the thing that worried him more than Karma's disapproval was her lack of focus and faulty motivation. They needed to get these two boys on board, or out of the way, or Karma would wind up putting herself and the rest of the crew at risk. So despite Tamura being one of his least favorite people, he knew what he had to do. Understood, Your Majesty. Things are quiet, Izumi said offhand as she eyed her game meticulously. Kurogiri and Ace stood in the kitchen, Kurogiri washing dishes and Ace drinking what seemed like his fourth cup of coffee. Too quiet. Well, you did put all the troublemakers to work, Ace commented with a smirk. That I did, she smirked back at him. I take it you're on standby, Kurogiri. Yes, I've already dropped the potential recruits off at their destination. He set the glasses in the cupboard and turned to her. Tamura, Dabi, and Toga are overseeing the mission and will signal me when they need pickup. Tamura is. That's rare. She raised a brow. He says this particular mission is important to him. He wants to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Makes sense. I'm really proud of him. She leaned on her hands, smiling affectionately. He seems to be coming into his power and really giving his actions thought and caution. Ace and Kurogiri exchanged knowing glances before separating. Kurogiri sat across from Karma to play against her in chess, and Ace sat down on the couch and opened up the newspaper to browse through the latest news. Your I-Island heist is still top billing despite it being over a week since the event. You really have made a name for yourself, Queen of Villains. I have you in broadcast to thank for that. She moved her bishop into position, her lips quirking a little when Kurogiri took the bait and left her queen's path open for attack. Your assistance with the videos has helped put the league in the spotlight and highlight exactly what I wanted. It's been my pleasure, and I'm receiving all kinds of praise for my deduction work. He bragged and tapped the paper with his own article highlighted. Was there any fallback on your supposed kidnapping? They've put me in therapy with other PTSD victims, which I've humored as it helps play up my innocence in this role. The police have been patrolling my house and my work, but thanks to Kurogiri I'm able to slip in and out without much suspicion. Good, because more than likely I'll need yours and broadcast's help again soon. The I-Island story will only stay highlighted for so long. I've gotten everyone's attention. And now I need to make a clear and concise statement. We need to show them we mean business and what our overall motives are. How do you propose to do that? Kurogiri questioned. I've been asking myself that every day for the past week. What's the next step? Just how big of a risk should we take? She held up her queen, hesitating a moment as she contemplated on what to say. I think it might be time to take All Might out of the picture. Ace choked on his coffee and beat on his blinked in surprise by her words. Are you serious? Ace wheezed when he finally gained enough breath to speak. Yes. She stroked the smooth marble of her piece and set down the queen in check position. I don't necessarily mean we have to kill him, though I'm sure Tamura would feel differently on that matter. What I'm suggesting is taking down his position. His weakness has already been revealed. Now we just have to fully exploit his limitations. The man can only do so much, and unless other heroes step up and make a better example of themselves, hero society will start to crumble. The people will have doubt, questions, and be more open-minded to alternative realities. Makes sense. Fear makes people weigh their alternatives. They try to find the best way to survive. And if we offer up a solution to the decreasing morale of the heroes, then more and more people will rally with us. If that happens, then the government will be forced to take action and make changes to appease those masses. Exactly. But we need to be careful. One false move could very well put us in a bad light and ruin our image. We can't do anything to discredit what we've accomplished so far. Kurogiri and Ace exchange glances again and both nod. Yeah, about that, Ace started. But Kurogiri's phone goes off. Karma's head lifted up in curiosity. Is that Tamura? No. Kurogiri's face looked puzzled. The signal is coming from you. Why is your bracelet being activated at a different location? Crap. She slapped her forehead. I forgot to tell you. She stood up, gathering the chess set pieces and putting them away. I've been, I guess you could say, mentoring a potential ally. His name is Kota and he's a relative of Mandalay who is one of the Pussycats. I gave him the device so he could contact me. Kurogiri narrowed his eyes at the signal and the coordinates. It was on the outskirts of the area, but still well within visual of where the mission was taking place. Isn't that dangerous? Does he know who you are? No, and I'm not planning on telling him. She loosened her tie, preparing to change into some hiking gear. He's just a lonely kid who needs a friend. And he shares my ideals on hero society, and I've been enjoying his company. I'll just pop by to humor him a little and... You shouldn't go. Kurogiri fisted his phone. What? She narrowed her gaze on Kurogiri, who turned his back to her. Why the hell not? I'm telling you, the kid knows nothing and I've been super careful. It's not that, Your Highness. Ace stood up. If you go, then you'll wind up right in the middle of the mission. What? Her fists clenched. What the hell are you talking about? What sort of mission did Tamura send these guys on? At their silence, her temper rose. She knocked the chessboard across the room. Tell me. They were sent on a covert mission to disrupt the hero class training camp at the Pussycat Agency. Kurogiri spoke, glaring at Ace, who had removed his glasses and looked him straight into his eyes. The new recruits were given a list of priority subjects to remove and others to kill. Are you fucking serious? Why the hell wasn't I told about this? She grit her teeth and immediately made a grab for her gear, strapping knives to her thigh and hooking her whip on the belt around her waist. Are you guys stupid? Do you realize what kind of bad publicity this will send our way? This will completely disrupt my plans for the League. Tamura didn't know of your plans. None of us did. Kurogiri tried to calm her as she suited up for combat. Karma, please calm yourself. This is for the best. Like hell it is. She tugged her gloves on and made a fist. Open the warp, Kurogiri. Send me to Kota's coordinates. And while you're at it, give me any information you have on the new recruits. Here. Ace pulled out a digital pad, handing it to her. These are the files Jern put together for us. It lists all of the candidates by their codenames and gives a brief overlay on their quirks and experience in the field. Thank you, Ace. She snagged it up, opening it and quickly browsing through. A few faces rang her alarm bells and she cursed. The outcasts and teenager is one thing, but two of these jerks are well-known murderers. One of them is even a death row escapee. Is Tamura insane recruiting their help? He felt their quirks would be useful and dangerous. Warp me to Kota now, Kurogiri. I won't ask you again. She shook with incredible temper. I'll warp you there. But I must warn you, Karma. Tamura knew that you would try to stop him if you found out what was going on. So he gave the order that the recruits are free to ignore your direct orders that conflict with the mission. Is that right? She slipped her face mask on. Well, I guess I better remind him just who the brains of this operation is. In the woods, Kota clutched the bracelet between his fingers as he stared out horrified at the flames that erupted across the horizon. He could hear Mandalay scream in his head for him to come home, but he ignored it. Izumi wasn't caught up in this, was she? Is that why this stupid bracelet wasn't working? Or maybe she'd left with her friends already and was safe. But what if she wasn't? He pushed the button again, his hands shaking now. Come on, he mentally screamed. Damn it, answer me. Well now, a sinister voice called out from behind him and Kota whirled around towards it. The bracelet dropped to the ground as a tall, menacing figure approached him, donning a mask and cape to hide his identity. I came up here to find a good scouting vantage point. And here I find someone who's not on our list. Kota backed up further, careful to not walk off the edge of the cliff but not taking his eyes off the villain in front of him. Nice hat, kid. He jerked a thumb up to his face. Why don't you trade me for this lame mask I'm wearing? Honestly, giving me a loaner until the new shipments come in. How lame is that? He tossed the mask off and braced his legs as Kota turned to run from him. He leapt up and over him, cutting off his escape. Let's have some fun, kid. The hood fell off Muscular's head, revealing his face, which Kota immediately recognized. This man was the same man who had killed his parents. Mom, Dad. Tears fell down his face and he lifted his arms up in a weak attempt to protect himself. A warp appeared behind him, Karma leaping through and snagging him with her quirk to pull him back and away just as Muscular crashed his fist down in the ground where Kota had been standing. Kota. She hugged him as he came straight to her, his hat flying off as she hugged him protectively. Are you okay? Izumi. Tears still slipping down, he looked up at her. Is that you? Why are you dressed like that? I don't really have time to explain. Get behind me. She motioned him back, cursing as the warp closed. Kurogiri had meant it when he'd said she'd be on her own once she stepped through. Well, look who finally decided to make an appearance. Muscular tossed off the cape. If it isn't Queen Karma herself. Karma. Kota vaguely remembered Izumi mentioning that was her nickname. This guy knew her. Did that mean, Izumi, you're a villain? A villain? Muscular laughed. Kid, do you not know who this is? This is Izumi Midoria, more popularly known as Karma, Queen of the Villains and the brains behind the League of Villains. Kota stared in disbelief at this. He watched Izumi's head lower a bit, but her eyes staring glued to Muscular. I see my reputation precedes me. She gave a sour smile. Since you already know who I am, then do us both a favor and return to the checkpoint. Once you and your associates are all back, we're returning to headquarters. Sorry, Queenie, but no can do. He jerked a thumb at himself. The king told us we were free to ignore any of your orders if you tried to stop us. He's the one pulling the strings. And besides, I've been dying for some action for weeks. They've kept me on a tight leash and I'm ready to break free. Damn you, Tamura. She grit her teeth and shifted Kota further back. Fine, if you won't listen to me, then complete your stupid mission and leave Kota out of this. Don't get your panties in a twist. I just wanted to interrogate the kid, is all. Part of the mission given to us by the king is we're supposed to be tracking down a couple of kids named Todoroki and Bakugo. What? Izumi's eyes flared with temper. Kaken and Shoto. Little by little the pieces were falling into place. There was only one reason why Tamura would want Todoroki and Bakugo, and that was to kill them. Where is he? Where's Tamura? Beats the hell out of me. He and Dabi are probably at the checkpoint we set up in the woods. He pointed out towards the flames. They gave us coordinates, but damn if I know where that is. I'm just gonna let loose and have some fun. So long as I get to punch someone's face, and I don't care. Muscular turned his attention back to Kota, cracking his knuckles. Izumi. Kota gripped her shirt. You're not really friends with this guy, are you? No, Kota. She answered him right away. I don't consider this asshole my friend. She stood firmly between Muscular and Kota. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? I'm having fun on the job. I love killing people. It's the only thing in the world that gives me such an adrenaline rush. Shigaraki said that the targets are off limits, but anyone else that gets in my way is fair game. So I'm going to enjoy every minute of pounding that kid. God, this man made her sick. Just what the hell had Tamura been thinking about enrolling his help? There was no way she was gonna be able to keep this asshole on a leash. He would kill whoever he wanted to kill, no matter what age or gender they were. The whole reason why people hate villains is because of creeps like this, she murmured to Kota. Selfish, dangerous assholes who use their quirks to hurt people. It puts us that are actually trying to change the world for the better to shame. Izumi. Kota saw her shake. Not from fear, but from anger. What are you doing? Anyone else's fair game, huh? She called out to Muscular and stealthily unstrapped her throwing knife from her thigh. Guess that includes me then, huh? What? Though the smile didn't fade, there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He caught a flash of movement and put up his arms over his face as Izumi's knife flew through the AI and embedded into his forearm. The blade sank deep into the muscle tissue and dripped blood on the ground. Had he not put up his guard, that pinpoint throw would have shot right between his eyes. Ho 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 ho, now I see. Queenie wants to play. I'm game. Look out. Izumi snagged Kota up in her arms, dashing out of the way just in time before Muscular pummeled the ground at their feet. Kota, go get out of here. Warn the others about what's happened. What about you? Kota wailed a bit, looking between the two. That man's a killer. He killed my mom and dad and they were heroes. What makes you think you? He trailed off when she set his hat back on his head. He stared up and hat had flown off his head when she'd pulled him away from the villain. When did she have time to grab it again? It's okay, Kota. I prefer to fight when I have something to protect. She smiled warmly at him and wrapped her quirk around him. I promise I won't let him get past me. She watched the boy flail a little as she lifted him off his feet, but she kept the grip firm. As Muscular recoordinated and turned towards them again, she flung Kota down the path and out of harm's way. Now go. Hey, that's my prey. Muscular shouted and rushed her. She quickly dodged and snapped her whip from her belt. She cracked it once, looping it around the arm that imprinted into the ground, and she gave it a firm tug. The thorn-like spikes dug in, and though it failed to remove the limb, she could see the blood dripping down. Damn, you're not gonna be as easy to dismember as a normal person. She braced her feet and yanked hard while pushing her energy pulse through. More blood squirted out, but still the arm wouldn't budge. That really hurts, y'all know. Muscular smiled sinisterly and shifted in her direction. Her eyes went wide a moment, and she immediately let go of the whip before he could use it to pull her towards him. She surrounded herself in her quirk, dodging and moving across the cliff to avoid being hit, but he was too fast. His kick caught her side, and though her barrier cushioned it, the pain of impact rippled through her. She skidded nearly off the edge and leapt up high above him, landing on his back and snagging him around the throat with her arm. She couldn't find the right time to attack. If she let down her guard, one of his hits could easily break her. She had to keep up the defense and find another way of taking him out. Her fingers jabbed into the sensitive areas on his face, tugging on his eyes and nose as he thrashed about, trying to buck her like a wild bronco. She coughed when he suddenly threw himself back against the mountain. The wind knocked from her lungs and she slumped down and cursed as he took a firm grip on the front of her costume. "You got a nice protective quirk there, missy," he yanked, but the shirt didn't tear. "It won't even give me the satisfaction of watching you get all mussed up. But even if you're supposed to be this high and mighty queen of villains, you're still just a dumb kid to me." He lifted her up and tossed her back down. She coughed at the impact, thankful that there was no pain, but her breath was shifting and it made it hard to focus on maintaining the balance of her quirk. "All I want to do is have a little fun." He slammed her again, pulling her over his head and face down into the ground. Izumi felt the first layer of her shield break away, cuts and scrapes forming on her skin. At the sight of blood, Muscular grew excited. "That's more like it. How much more can you take, I wonder?" Izumi spotted her whip and she made a reach for it, wishing she could lower her quirk just enough to float it to her. Hell, she wished she had time to form some kind of weapon with it. At least then she wouldn't just be a turtle hiding in its shell. She had to make a move. She had to find an opening or he would break her quickly. She felt her back hit the ground again and she coughed and wheezed. Her barrier wavered and he pushed her down into the rock, watching her with a sick look of glee on his face. "Not so high and mighty now, are you, your highness?" He wrapped his hands around her throat, squeezing down. The barrier kept her from choking, for now, but he kept increasing the pressure, forcing her to push out more energy. She felt her body sink further into the rock like a crater and she clenched her teeth, refusing to give up. As she struggled to breathe and things started to go black, she could hear herself talking, conversing with the polarizing personas she'd created. "I can't lose here. I can't let him beat me. Who the hell are you fooling, Izumi? Your primary weapon is your brain and he's not giving you time to think. You can't attack. You can't even move." "That's not true. That's not true. I'm stronger than that. There's more to me than just my mind. I can win. I have to win. I can't let Kaken and Shoto get kidnapped or the others get hurt." "Why not? They've been nothing but a distraction. They're hopeless fools who can't see the truth of who you are and what you've become." "What have I become? The world sees me as a villain and I accepted that. But I don't want to be a villain like this guy. I don't want to be somebody who takes delight in hurting other people. That's not the kind of villain I am." "What do you want to be, Izumi? If you want us to fight and survive, then tell me what you want." I want to be a heroic villain. If I have to do terrible things like lie, cheat, steal, and kill, then let it be for good reasons. I want to lie to protect the identity of the people I've taken on. I want to break the rules so that I can change society and make the world better. I want to steal in order to provide a good environment and stable living for those that work for me. I want to kill people who stain the world with their cruelty and self-serving antics. You want to help others, but you can't even help yourself. The heroes won't save you. The villains won't save you. Who's going to watch your back now that they've all got minds of their own? Let her go." Kota's sudden scream snapped Izumi out of her inner dialogue. She felt blood drip on her face and looked up to see he had crawled on top of Muscular and now held a knife in Muscular's one good eye. "K Kota." Izumi gasped for air as she looked up at the furious-faced kid. "Rogue, stupid kid. Wait your damn turn." He snagged Kota by the shirt front, bleeding from his face and tossing him aside and into the rock. "Kota." Izumi screamed, and with the fresh rage burning through her, her quirk radiated with new life. Using his temporary loss of focus to finally knock him off guard, she went on the offensive, her tendrils snaking out, pushing him off her and stabbing through the massive muscles. MNNG this power. Muscular struggled, trying to push against her quirk, but she wasn't budging. Finally getting him pinned, Karma picked herself up, wiping the blood from her lip as more dripped from her temple. He felt the first trickle of fear drip down his spine as the young queen walked to him and picked up the bloodied knife Kota had dropped after being tossed. "You were beaten. How did you get stronger, Asia?" she told him, her voice raw from both being strangled and heightened emotion. Her tendrils snaked around, threatening to swallow his massive form, save for his head. "You pissed me off." She finished him off, stabbing him right under the chin and cleaving down his jugular. Blood oozed out and he spat more, his artificial eye popping out, and the other oozing gorily from Kota's attack. "Checkmate." She coughed and turned her back to him so she could kneel down and pull Kota into her arms. Fearful he was dead, she checked for a pulse and let out a small sigh of relief to see he was breathing and his heart beating strong. "Just unconscious. Thank God." She held him to her. I'm sorry, Kota. I'm so sorry for getting you involved in this. She kissed his bruised temple. Don't you worry though, I'll make it all right again. I'll set these losers straight. She turned her head to stare out towards the burning woods. Muscular had given her a general idea where their meeting place was, but it was going to be difficult to round them all up on her own. Tamura really did seem to enjoy putting her in sticky situations. Love, she sighed heavily and pulled her face mask back up over her mouth. ... can be such a complicated distraction. She picked Kota up and leapt off the cliff to float them down onto the path below. If she'd measured the distance right, it wouldn't take her long to reach the agency. Once Kota was safe at home, she could fully commit to giving these new recruits and the rest of her idiot crew a piece of her mind. When Aizawa had heard that the camp was under attack, he left the study group to his associate and ran out the front door. The first thing he saw was the wave of blue flames shooting up and cutting them off from any escape routes into the forest. All the man roads to the highway, the detailed trails leading up the mountain, all of it cast a circle around them, making them unable to leave. This is bad. Seems your concern for your students has left you vulnerable. Eraserhead. Dabi warned, shooting off a full palm flame directly at Aizawa. Despite being caught off guard, Dabi could feel instantly that his opponent hadn't been charred in the flame, which meant he'd managed to dodge the close encounter. You truly are a pro. He looked upwards at Aizawa and smirked. This guy was good. There was no doubt there. Knowing he couldn't let up, Dabi aimed another blast at him, but his quirk wouldn't work. Damn, that's right, Eraserhead's quirk could cancel out his. This was gonna be a quick loss. Almost immediately he felt the bindings wrap tight around him, as Aizawa slammed his knee into Dabi's face, knocking him back and down on the ground. Tied up and unable to move, Dabi lay on the ground, wondering how long it would take for him to break. Why are you here, and where are your friends? Aizawa interrogated. Huh? My what? He turned his head, clearly amused by his choice of words. He'd hardly call the members of the crew his friends. There was a clear snap of his arm breaking and Dabi grunted in pain. Your right arm is next. Be logical about this. At the very least save your legs, Aizawa suggested coldly. He won't tell you anything. The sound of a new voice made Aizawa tense up and he looked up, his eyes wide. Karma came out of the woods, holding an unconscious Kota protectively in her arms. Midoria. I should have known. Aizawa grunted and his attention shifted again as the sound of feet came rushing towards them. Ida, Mainta, Kirishima, Ajiro, Sato and Kota all came rushing forward, panting from the run. Mr. Aizawa, Ida called out, seeing the villain on the ground. Everyone get inside quick. He ordered and kept his grip firm on Dabi. Better do as he says, Karma suggested and offered a sour look to her former classmates. Things are about to get ugly. Midoriya. Kirishima turned his head, seeing her. You're a part of this too. Do I look like I'm eager to take on a bunch of heroes? She held Kota out and floated him over to the group. Kota held his arms out, taking the boy, looking frightened and puzzled all at once. It was an emotional conflict that everyone in his group could relate to. I'm here to collect my idiotic subordinates and keep them from doing something stupid. I'm not buying your story. Aizawa held Dabi's arms back and pressed a foot into his back. His eyes turned red and his hair floated as he erased Karma's quirk to keep her at bay. Tell me the truth. Why the hell are you here? Cautious as always, she mused. Despite the tense situation, Karma couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Or you'll what? Kill him? Go right ahead. Because like I said, she snagged her dagger and sent it zipping straight into Dabi's head. He won't tell you anything. Aizawa let out a shocked gasp. He was positive he had erased her quirk. Did she kill her own guy by accident? No, there was true intent in that throw. She just took out her own guy, 20 feet away in the dark, with pinpoint accuracy. She's insane. Mainta cowered back, looking pale and shaken. She just killed her own ally. No. Aizawa felt his hold on Dabi's body loosen. The form disintegrated into dirt and left a mess at his feet. It's a fake. Pretty convincing doubles, wouldn't you agree? Karma placed a hand on her hip. Twice his work, no doubt. Damn fool should be doing inventory, not playing puppet master for Tamura. Alright, you got my attention. Aizawa stood up and held up his scarf. Start talking. What the hell is going on? I really wish I had time to answer your full Q&A, but I'm on a time clock here, so I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. She kept her eyes on Aizawa, confident if her classmates made a move she could outmaneuver them easily. I gave Tamura the task of testing our new band of recruits, but he's stupidly gotten carried away with his plans. You're testing your recruits. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. I would think a crew like yours couldn't afford to be picky. You underestimate my popularity. I've attracted all kinds of attention and have been weeding through the useless dribble and scum that don't fit my ideals. Your ideals include attacking a little boy and your former classmates? He scolded. No, they don't. She snarled at that. I would have been happy avoiding you lot altogether. And frankly, I'm a little pissed Tamura dragged you and Kota into my business once again. Kota, Aizawa questioned and took stock of her condition. Despite the calm and calculating attitude, she appeared tense and fresh from a fight. How do you know his name? Sorry, Eraser, like I said I don't have time to talk. I gotta find Shoto and Kaken before they get kidnapped. She waved and made a dash back into the forest. What? Kirishima's expression changed at the mention of Bakugo. He started to go after her. Hey wait, Kirishima. Aizawa snapped the order back as he rushed past them and after Karma. Get inside and tell Vlad what's happened. I'll go after Midoria. But she said Bakugo's in trouble. Kirishima looked conflicted. He's my friend. I can't just abandon him. For whatever reason, Midoria is temporarily on our side trying to pull these guys out. Nevertheless, I don't trust her, and I won't have any more of my students be put in danger. Get inside and leave this to me and the other pros. Understand? Yes, sir. Kirishima hung his head and clenched his fists at his side. With the villains, Karma alert, Twice shouted suddenly as he danced around. She totally PW'd Dabi, you weakling. Already, that was fast. Dabi grunted and looked to Shigaraki. I wonder how she caught on. Doesn't matter, Tamura told him and scratched his neck a little. We're keeping to the plan and focusing on our targets. The rest of the crew remembers what I said if she should interfere. Whatever, Twice make another copy of me. We need to keep those pros occupied and off our companions' back. It would also be a pain if Karma were to get caught because of this. Another small fry coming right up. Twice flipped him off with one hand then gave a thumbs up with the other. Leave it to me. As Dabi watched himself emerge as a clone, he started to wonder if what he was doing was right after all. He hated Tamura, hated his morals, his cockiness, and the superficial power he had over the league. Most of all, he was jealous of him because he had the attention and affection of the one girl he'd been stupid enough to fall for. Karma was just a kid, really. She'd just turned 16 and should still be in school, hanging out with friends, going on G-rated dates to the movies or the planetarium. Instead, she'd been tossed into the world of villains at the tender age of 14. And for the past year and a half had been slowly warped into a competent yet conflicted and fierce young woman. Her body was strong, toned, and full-figured. Her voice could be both sweet and tender, but also could turn rich and seductive with the slightest switch in emotion. Her face held youth, but her eyes held wisdom and calculation. She was smarter than most adults he knew, and always thought ahead. She was emotionally tough too. She grieved from the loss of her mother, survived horrific training that turned her into a powerful weapon for the League, and was being both used and abused by Shigaraki, who took her affections and proclamations of love for granted. She'd had everything ripped away from her. Her family, her friends, her dreams. Could he really blame her, doubt her, for having a moment of weakness when faced against her past? Especially since he'd yet to look beyond his own. What's that ugly look for? Tamura narrowed his eyes on him, having noticed the confliction on the normally stoic Dabi's face. Nothing, get off my back, king. He turned away, gritting his teeth. He'd already stepped in it, had already agreed to help. Nothing left to do but to follow through and accept the consequences of that. At the very least, he thought as his calm returned, he wouldn't be going down alone. With Karma, she'd found the clearing where two of the newbies were taking on two of the wild pussycats. She positioned herself in the trees and out of direct sight so she could pull out the tablet with the names and quirks of both. Codename, Big Sis Magni. Quirk, magnetism, allows her to magnetize people around her within a 4.5-meter radius. Can magnetize a person's entire body or specific portions. Men are polarized south, and women are polarized north. Quirk cannot be used on herself. Codename, Spinner. Quirk, Gecko, gives him the appearance and abilities of a lizard. So one quirk is thoroughly complicated, while the other is straightforward. She murmured as she studied their background a little, then turned her eyes to the fight. Good candidates either way. Definitely a step up from muscular. I think I'll leave them to their own devices here. I need to move on. She slipped the tablet away and gasped, barely dodging Aizawa's scarf which latched onto the branch above her. The shift and brush made her lose balance and she scrambled to right herself during the fall. You say you're on a time limit and yet you stop to analyze the fight. Even as a villain you're still Midoria underneath it all. Aizawa pointed out, his eyes clearly removing her quirk. He lifted up his scar, snapping it free of the limb and readied to take her down. Shit, Karma thought as she pulled herself up from the ground and dusted herself off. She really didn't have the time or energy to waste fighting off a pro, let alone her former teacher. You know I'm really not in the greatest of moods, Eraserhead. She pulled up her remaining knife and stepped into a defensive stance. I'd really hate to kill a man I respect just because he got in my way. Don't worry, you won't. He ran at her. She only had seconds to think of a strategy. And in those seconds she recalled a recent training exercise she'd completed with Toga. While Karma was considered the leader of the group, she didn't mind taking lessons from those that had more experience in the villain world. Dabi was an expert at collecting information from the underground. Kurogiri was a top-notch negotiator and knew how to work a crowd of disgruntled villains that had varying opinions. Then there was Toga, whom surprisingly had learned a varying degree of techniques by taking on the shape of various people. martial artists, assassins, and other fighter types. There was one technique in particular she'd admired, and begged Toga to teach her, and right now it was her only method of defense that didn't rely on her quirk. Finding her calm, she closed her eyes, held her breath, and like a shadow she blended into the darkness. Aizawa threw out his scarf, eyes darting around when it fell limp ahead of him. How did she UUGH? Aizawa felt the stab in his leg before he could regain his composure. Karma released her breath on a laugh and ripped the blade out. Aizawa stumbled and held his bleeding thigh, turning around to face her, but she'd vanished from sight again. I see. You've picked up a few tricks since the UA Sports Festival. Must be techniques from your little family of delinquents. He taunted, trying to goad her into revealing herself. He grunted when the next cut slashed against his arm, and quite testily. Just as he thought, she was using an old ninja technique that made a person invisible by hiding their presence. Aizawa calmed his breathing. Now that he knew what she was doing, he just had to calm down and find her. When she attacked again, he slid away and brought his free hand up to grab her, his fingers catching the end of her tie. Thinking quickly, Karma cut the tie free and jumped backwards out of the brush and right into the clearing. All eyes shifted to her, and Spinner paused his fight to gasp in awe. "My queen, you're here. Idiot. Don't get distracted," Magni warned him as she dodged Tiger's next blow and struggled to keep blocking and moving. On cue, Mandalay landed a solid punch to Spinner's gut, knocking him back. "About time I got a solid hit in." Mandalay grit her teeth, glaring down at her opponent, who stumbled onto his rump. "Idiot," Karma whispered and shifted her step to narrowly avoid Aizawa's next attack. It was becoming more and more clear to her that she was fighting a losing battle. The man had way more experience in hand-to-hand combat training than she did. The difference in physical strength and ability was way too spread. She needed a plan, and fast. She formulated a game board in her mind, analyzed the pieces she had left, and immediately formulated a strategy. "Magni," she called out, hoping the newbie would listen and understand. "Polarize." "What?" Magni slid down to narrowly avoid a punch. Karma's dagger flew straight at Tiger and caught him in the paw, making him pull back. It was only a few seconds, but that bought Magni enough time to land a solid hit and knock Tiger down, her foot crushing against his throat to cut off his air supply. "Tiger." Mandalay rushed towards Tiger, but Magni used her quirk on Mandalay and Aizawa. The woman was lifted off her feet and she flew directly at Aizawa, the two of their heads colliding together and bodies tumbling to the ground. "Nice one." Spinner sat up, but then immediately got on his knees as Karma walked over, holding out her hand to help him up. "My queen, I'm so humbled by your presence. My name is Spinner and I am at your service." "Get up, you fool." Karma snapped the order and used her outstretched hand to yank him by the scruff of his neck. "You've kissed enough dirt for tonight." She turned her attention to Magni, who kept the magnetic power on the two heroes to keep them pinned down. "Did Tamura give you guys some links?" "Yes, my queen." He pulled his out and handed it to her. "Both he and Dabi are at the meetup point. Do you wish to speak with him?" "As a matter of fact, I do." She snatched the comlink from his hand and she lifted it up to her lips. "Tamura, Dabi, I know you're having fun with your little game." She spoke sweetly at first, but then quickly changed into a threat. "But unless you call off this ridiculous little venture right now, I'm going to kill every single person that dares to defy me, just the way I killed that beast of a human muscular." A cold chill passed through the air. All who heard Karma's threat felt it in their bones. When all Kiki got was static on the other end, she grunted and pulled it into view. The speaker was damaged, probably from Spinner's fight. "TCH, broken. Figures. Guess I'll just find them myself." Both Magni and Spinner stare in shock and awe at this. Spinner remained in a bowed position, the euphoria of seeing Karma in person too much for him to contain. Magni, on the other hand, felt the spine chill of fear. What did she just say? Did she actually? Magni paled considerably as she remembered the rumbling on the ground earlier. She's just a kid, and yet she's even more powerful than him. She tensed up, letting out a meek sound as Karma's cold eyes turned to her. "Magni, Spinner, you both have potential. Do yourselves a favor and return to base while I hunt down the rest of your motley crew. If you find any of them on your way there, pass on my warning." "Yes, your majesty." Spinner bowed his head to the ground. "As you command." "Hey, wait a minute," Magni interrupted as Karma started to walk off. "We still haven't found those kids. Is this some kind of..." She felt her voice cut off as Karma's aura pulsed dangerously around her. "Tamura told you to ignore my orders and prioritize the mission." She held up a hand, her dagger and whip floating back into hand, and she turned the bloodied blade in Magna's direction. But I'm giving you fair warning. Anyone who disobeys my command is getting set at the very top of my kill list." Her smile came quick and demented. "Is that clear?" "Crystal, ma'am," Magni said defeatedly and looked to Spinner. "Let's go." "Yes." Spinner shot up and saluted. "A pleasure working with you, my queen. We take our leave." He jogged after Magni and disappeared into the shadows. Karma let out a sigh and glanced back at Aizawa, who was picking himself up. "You may want to get Tiger to a hospital." It sounded like Magni did some permanent damage to his vocal cords. She said coldly and ran down the path. Damn it. Aizawa grit his teeth as he pulled himself and Mandalay up. I really underestimated her. He really did only see his student. How lame and rookie level. I'd heard the reports from other heroes, but I never imagined a kid her age could be so powerful. Mandalay held her head and looked down at her two fallen comrades. I thought Shigaraki Tamura was their leader, but why did it seem that she held the reins? It's because she does. Though it sounds to me that Tamura was in charge of this particular operation and made the arrangements without consulting her. It's why she's so pissed. He looked down trying to figure out what to do. I should go after her. But if Karma really is trying to call off this attack, then antagonizing her will only result in more wounded and possibly casualties. If you think that's best, I can call for medical assistance and backup from the agency, but I need to find Kota first. He's safe. Karma brought him back to the agency, which is where I ran into her. Aizawa lowered his head as he recalled Karma holding the boy protectively. He's got a bad bump on the head, but he'll be fine. She saved him. Mandalay looked both relieved and confused by this. I'm not entirely sure what happened. You may want to get the details from Kota when he wakes up. Right now I need you to get a message out to the students. Okay, what do you want me to tell them? She rubbed her temple, hoping the hit to the head wouldn't affect her quirk range. Tell them they're free to use their quirks, and to make their way back to camp by any means necessary. I'll take full responsibility for it. Are you sure? Yes. The students need to be able to defend themselves against the threat, even if Karma is on our side. I highly doubt all of them will be as cooperative with her as these two. Aizawa looked up at the flames that were starting to disperse. This camp was made to train them up for situations exactly like this. I only hope what little they've received will pay off. She didn't have a plan, and she always had a plan. Karma didn't care to just rush into things and follow her emotions, but the situation didn't give her much time to think. Even as she ran through the dark, her only thought process was to find Kakin, find Shoto, and take down whoever got in her way. It was reckless, haphazard, but it was the only plan she could think of in her current state of emotional turmoil. She was afraid, she was panicking, and she was completely pissed off. Damn you, Tamura. The minute I find you, I'm gonna. The quick movement caught her eyes, but she couldn't react in time. The large claw-like shadow swiped at her, and she let out a cry as it sent her hurtling through a tree and into the arms of Shoji, who'd seen the hit and raced to catch her. Gotcha. Are you okay? Midoriya, Shoji asked, concerned at first until he saw who had been attacked. His grip on her suddenly tightened. MNG, what the hell was that? Bleeding and dazed from the hit, Izumi held her severely wounded arm and glanced up at the massive shadow looming in the woods. Don't tell me that's... Yeah, that's Tokoyami. He hushed his voice and cradled her in his arms while sticking behind a tree. You can thank your disturbing friend with the flesh fetish for that. Moonfish, she groaned, recalling the brief look she'd had in the files. He's not my friend. He's not even technically part of the league. She grunted and curled up tighter to him as dark shadow attacked just above their heads, wood splintering everywhere. In the distance she could hear Tokoyami in absolute pain trying to control the beast. This is bad. If we don't calm Dark Shadow down, then Tokoyami could be swallowed up by him. I know. And the only way to do that is with light. I need to lure Dark Shadow towards a fire source, and the closest one is camp. He put emphasis on the singularity of his mission. Izumi felt the sting of it instantly. And the faults in that plan. No, she whispered it hoarsely. Your camp is too far away. You'd never be able to outrun him for that length of time. I know that. But in order to help people, you have to take risks. He rationalized, shifting just a little to avoid Dark Shadow's view. What about fire? Suddenly wishing she was wearing her phoenix gear, Karma patted his shoulder. Shoto can produce fire. Do you know where he is? He'd be able to. He and Bakugo were behind us, not sure how far away, but with the villains attacking, I have no idea what direction they'd go. And at any rate, I don't feel comfortable taking you to them, especially since Eraser and Mandalay announced to us that those two are the ones you're after. I'm not a part of this. I know it's hard to believe, Shoji, but she shoved him down, landing on top of him as Dark Shadow attacked again and scraped up her back in the process. She winced and straddled Shoji, looking down at him, pained and furious. This isn't my plan. These guys are completely acting on their own, and I'm trying to stop them. The only reason Aizawa knows is because I told him. Please, I need to find them. Shoji stared up at Izumi, scraped up, bleeding, the confliction and panic on her face causing all kinds of emotions to build up inside him. Unlike Shoto and Bakugo, Izumi never really seemed to pay him much mind. The only time she'd given him any kind of notice was during the sports festival. In fact, it had been him and Tokoyami who'd partnered with her to grasp victory away from Todoroki, who was the favorite to win. They'd worked so smoothly together, so effortlessly, that it had stung when she'd come out as a villain. The absolute trust and faith he'd had in that partnership was gone. But seeing her like this, seeing a bit of the old Izumi coming out, he couldn't help but want to cling onto it just a bit longer. We've been given permission to use our quirks to get to safety. Maybe if you follow the path backwards and keep an eye out for their use of quirks, you'll be able to find them," he told her, and saw relief swim into those familiar green eyes. "Okay, come with me. If we stay low and quiet, we can get out of range." She sat up, started to stand, but Shoji placed his hands on her waist to keep her. There's a moment. The press of hips against hips had him blushing and loosening his grip, but he kept her still nonetheless. "It won't work. Dark Shadow lashes out at any sound or movements, and you'll just wind up getting hurt again. I can distract him and run as fast as I can back to camp to give you away." "No," she said it firmly and placed her hands on his. "I'm not abandoning you." She paused for a moment as an idea struck her. "Now that I think about it, I don't want to leave Takoyami either. It's my fault he's in this state because I didn't keep a close eye on my comrades. I need to take responsibility for it." "Then what do you suggest?" He rolled them over, wrapping his arms back around her protectively as Dark Shadow pounced where they'd been laying. "Kaken and Shoto have quirks that can shut Takoyami's down. If he's lashing out at sounds and movements, then our best bet is to work together and take Takoyami straight to them. It's risky." He started and caught her wicked smile. "In order to save others, you have to take risks, right?" She touched his cheek, giving him a look of affection before shifting back to serious mode. "We'll need to be careful. We should try to run as close in tandem as we can. If one of us falls back, the other. Then let's do this." Shoji pulled her onto his back and wrapped her up in his tentacles like a protective cocoon. "This way we can't be separated. Your chivalry is admirable, but ill-advised under the circumstances." She laughed a little against his ear. "Extend your arms out to the far sides to act as distractions. But be sure to keep a smooth rhythm. I know it's a lot to process, especially when running for your life, but let's do it." Shoji stood and took a deep breath to calm himself. "Let's save him." "Save?" Izumi's eyes softened and looked at Shoji's determined expression. That, paired with Takoyami's cry of pain, brought back all the emotional attachments she had to the students of Class 1A. She felt the burn in her throat, and the tears that wanted to spill, and lay her head down on Shoji's shoulder. Midoria, are you all right?" Shoji glanced back. "Yeah, just a bit lightheaded from the hit." Immediately Karma hardened her gaze and slowly lifted her head to breathe into his ear again. "Just remember, this doesn't change anything. Once everyone's safe, I'm back to being your enemy. Got that, Midoria?" He'd heard the change in tone and voice, and caught the hardened gaze. He turned his head back around to Takoyami and nodded once. "Understood." Shoto and Bakugo. Shoto unleashed a mountain of ice to protect himself and Bakugo from the attack. He grit his teeth, keeping his eyes peeled for the quick movement. On his back he had one of the Class B students whom had passed out from the gas attack. "This is getting us nowhere. We got permission to use our quirks, but neither of us can get a good hit on the guy without setting the forest ablaze again. How fucking annoying." Bakugo agreed, his hands sparking and dying to let loose on the creep. "Flesh, beautiful meat." Moonfish groaned in what sounded like a mix of pain and euphoria. He stared down at his prey, his metal-like teeth acting like stilts and suspending him high in the air and out of Bakugo's immediate range. "Teeth attacks? Seriously? I've had it with playing safe. It's time I blast this guy with everything I got." "We already discussed this. You can't." Shoto discouraged. "If the trees catch fire, just cover them with ice, stupid. My vision will be impaired. I may not be able to see all of it," he retorted, tired of having the same argument. They needed more help. They needed someone who could overpower this guy from a distance. But who? "I see the ice. They must be fighting." The voice had Shoto's breath catching, and he quickly looked to the side in the direction of it. There were loud sounds of trees crashing and the thudding of something massive heading their way. "Is that Izumi?" Shoto whispered. "Yuzaki. If it is she." So he trailed off when Dark Shadow's massive form came into view. "The fuck? Todoroki. Bakugo. We need some light," Shoji said in a panic as they ran out of space to hide and join the group. Karma immediately dropped from his cocoon hold and she held out her good arm, creating a protective barrier on herself and the other students. "What the hell is going on?" Bakugo cursed at her, tempted to attack her where she stood, but wasn't stupid enough to bring down the barrier that kept them protected. "We'll explain later," Shoji said and pointed. "Right now Dark Shadow is out of control." "All right." Shoto set the Class B student down. "I'll use my fire." "Wait." Bakugo held out his hand. "Not just yet." "Why?" Shoto started to protest. "He's right," Karma shouted in agreement. She struggled to maintain the barrier, pushing harder against Dark Shadow's onslaught. Despite the difficulty, she smiled wickedly as Moonfish started to pick himself up from initially being trampled on. "Not just yet." "Flesh." Moonfish wheezed, looking demonic as he pulled himself up with his teeth. "Slabs of meat. Cannot allow this. Only I get to slice them open." More of his teeth stab out in attack. "No one gets to steal from me. You don't matter." Dark Shadow overpowered him, clasping him in his large claw and crushing him like a big, insignificant insect. Now, Karma finally let down the barrier and both Bakugo and Todoroki raced forward. As Dark Shadow returned his attention to them, he was reduced to a tiny sparrow size from their combined firepower. Takoyami pulled him back inside and collapsed on the ground, huffing and puffing from the exertion of controlling his quirk. Thanks, he sighed in both shame and relief. You saved me. We could barely defend against that guy, but you finished him off with ease. Shoto looked to the unconscious villain slumped against a tree. Even the most powerful quirks have bad pair-ups. Karma spoke a bit winded herself from defending against Dark Shadow. For example, Kaken is weak against water quirks. Is that what you told everybody in your new crew? Bakugo sneered, watching her walk towards Moonfish. What the hell are you even doing helping us? Don't these guys take orders from you? Not this one. She stood over Moonfish, sneering down. These guys are villains Tamura chose. And this whole little excursion was his idea. I'm here to shut it down before things get too out of hand. Doesn't matter, Bakugo sneered. Whether you help us or not, we're gonna roast these assholes. I made a vow that the next time I see you, I wouldn't show you any mercy, so unless you want to wind up the same as your friend there, I suggest you leave. He's not my friend. She shouted back and clenched her good fist, going to a knee in front of Moonfish. She eyed his horrific face, hate and frustration building up inside her. Is he dead? Takoyami asked, worried that his quirk had gone too far. No, Karma responded coldly, and pulled out her knife. But he will be. She raised it above her head, ready to bring it down into the villain's skull, but Shoto grabbed her wrist, sneering. What the hell do you think you're doing? He yanked her up, the knife dropping at their feet. She struggled against him, glaring up with tears in her eyes. I told you, he's a loose end. She yanked her hand free and stepped back. There's no way I'm letting a man like this into my league. He's an escaped convict from death row, which means he's going to wind up dead either way. At least this way there's no chance for his escape this time. Do you honestly think that makes it right? Shoto whispered, his eyes staring fiercely into hers. There's laws and a justice system for these criminals. The justice system is beyond flawed. And the fact he managed to escape in the first place proves that. She pointed an accusing finger at Moonfish. Do you have any idea how many sick crimes this man has committed? Murder is the least offense on that long list. Pot and kettle, Bakugo scoffed and laughed at her. Just how many people have you killed, Uzagi? That's not my name. The name is Karma, and I kill only those that deserve it. She whirled on Bakugo. My job is to pass judgment on the guilty, even if it means passing it on my own people. Does that include yourself? Shoto whispered and caused her to tense up. Isn't that why you resorted to giving in and joining them? Izumi Midoria has paid for her crimes with her life, Karma said with a twisted little smile. You all saw that, didn't you? Tamura made a nice splashy display for the world to see her for who she truly... Bullshit, Bakugo snapped, and caught Izumi off guard for a minute. I've never heard such a ridiculous load of crap in my life. Why you? Izumi started to stutter, and Karma forced her smile back into place. You don't change at all, do you, Kaken? Still so abrasive. You don't belong with them, Izumi, and you know it. The whole fact you helped us just proves that. Shoto argued, but Karma shook her head. Don't make me laugh, Shoto. She played it cool by turning her back to him. To add to the act, she set a hand on her hip and let out a huff. I only helped you because I was keeping my people from doing something stupid. He has this ridiculous notion to induct you into the league because he thinks I still harbor feelings for you too. PFFT, such farce. As if a villain like me could think of you two as anything more than an irritating annoyance. Something was wrong with everything she just said. Bakugo's initial annoyance with her calmed, and he had to laugh a little. He'd never been able to tell what she was thinking, but right now she was an open book. Do you think we're stupid enough to believe that? He snorted. Face it, you're not cut out to be a villain. Excuse me. Pissed off, she slowly turned her head and eyed him with disdain. Knots formed at her temple, and she could feel her temper meshing with the other raw emotions already bubbling. Damn it, you guys, don't make her mad. Takoyami whispered, but Bakugo brushed him off. You heard me, ya damn nerd. You've always wanted to be a hero ever since we were kids. You can't bring yourself to hurt us. It's why you took us on yourself instead of sending one of your thugs on I-Island. It's why you can't sit still when your own people are plotting to hurt us. You can't let go of your dreams. And you can't let go of us. Oh, for Christ's sake, Kaken, get over yourself. She whirled on him and cut a hand through the air. I already told you my being here has nothing to do with the past. I've hurt plenty of people, and I'm fully capable of hurting and killing you. I'm just not stupid enough to maim a kid, because how many masses of people would support that? Oh, and while we're at it, stop calling me that ridiculous name. Oh yeah, he retorted with a confident sneer. If old feelings have nothing to do with it, then why the fuck do you still call me Kaken? Izumi's confidence faltered a moment as that comment hit straight home. She ran nervous fingers through her hair and grit her teeth. You're looking too deep for answers. Bakugo. The taste of that name was so sour it made her flinch, and she turned her back to him again to hide it. That was pathetic. He stepped towards her, holding out his hand. Stop lying to yourself, Uzagi. You're not one of them, you never have been. When she stayed quiet, he got even closer and let his face go gentle with affection. In his mind, he kept picturing the sweet and happy girl he'd known as a kid. Izumi. The sound of her name coming from Bakugo's lips did something inside her. Pain erupted in her chest and she held it tight, wanting to bend over and throw up. No, she's dead. She's dead. She's dead. She muttered that phrase over and over, trying to convince herself it was true. I killed her. Karma killed her. She's alive. Bakugo reached out for her, feeling so close to his childhood friend. She's standing right here. No, she whirled, slapping his hand away. Bakugo suddenly got a reverse case of deja vu. As kids, Izumi had attempted to help him, but he'd slapped her hand in very much the same way she did just now. The look of hatred in her eyes was the same that had been inside him, and it made his chest twist with guilt. She's dead. I killed her. Liar. Bakugo screamed back at her and grabbed her shoulders, shaking. You're fucking lying and you know it. Let go of me. She shoved at him, the tears that had been burning in her eyes now starting to slip down. I said let go. I won't. He pulled her to him, hugging her to his chest as tears of his own spilled. Never again. I won't lose again. He clung on for dear life, burying his face in her neck. I can't lose you ever again. His words and resolve shook her to the core. She looked back at Shoto, Takoyami, and Shoji, and she could feel her heart splitting right down the middle once again. Shoto smiled a little in her direction. Shoji nodded as if agreeing with Bakugo's words, and Takoyami just stared straight at her, as if looking right into her soul. Baka. She teared up and closed her eyes. Her own arms came around him, hugging him back. Bakugo, Baka. The two of them fell to their knees and Izumi clung on for dear life. She felt Bakugo's hand stroke down her hair and just completely broke and sobbed into his chest. The other boys surrounded her, offering comfort by joining the embrace. It's all right, Izumi. Shoto pet the top of her head. Everything is gonna be all right. No, it's not, she continued to sob even as they soothed. Nothing is all right. None of it is ever going to be all right. I messed up. I messed up so bad. We can figure this out, Midoria. Shoji offered. The four of us will support you, and so will the rest of the class. Agreed. Takoyami nodded. All of us have missed you. Class just isn't the same without you there. Shut up. She snapped it and shoved away from them all, using a spark of her power to push them away. Shut up with your it's all going to be okay attitude. Nothing is going to be okay anymore. Not for me. She held her head, the aching pound of so many voices screaming at her, making her begin to snap. Her heart and her mind were being pulled and shoved in so many directions, and she just couldn't take it anymore. I'm no hero. She whispered it and lowered her hands to hug herself. It doesn't matter how many lives I save now, because nothing can fix what I've done and what I've become. I've lied to everyone, even to my own mother. I manipulate and betray the people who care for me and validate the people who use me for my mind and my power. I've killed so many people. She sobbed and pulled her hands away to stare at them. I stained my hands with far too much blood to be considered nothing but a monster. The boys all stood in grievous silence as Izumi confessed everything that had been weighing on her heart. Shoto was the first to approach her. He knelt down, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her. Bakugo made a strangled sound of irritation, and looked ready to rip him back and off, but saw what the effect was doing. He watched Izumi's eyes go wide at this and her hands fall limp. When he pulled back, she just stared dumbfounded at him. Even so, Shoto spoke and wiped the tears away. It doesn't stop us from caring about you, or erase the fact I'm in love with you. No matter what you've done, or how many times you fooled us, all of us kept hoping you'd come back. We know the real you, Izumi. Not the monster these villains have turned you into, but the real Izumi. Shoto. She sniffed and held his hands, shaking. You don't understand. I wasn't corrupted. I chose to be this way. Every bad decision I've ever made has led me down this path. All because I did what you're doing now. I'm protecting the person I love. I never thought I'd have regrets for something like that. I never thought I would miss you guys so much. Izumi. Shoto stroked her face again, smiling when she leaned into the touch. Tamura and the League aren't the only people I care about. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. Even if we are on opposing sides, I can't help but want to protect you too. I love you all so much. About damn time you said it aloud. Bakugo smirked and had her sobbing out a laugh. Better late than never, I guess. She kissed Shoto's palm and then stepped out of his hold. His fingers stayed outstretched for her and his eyes turned sad and worried. She raised her head high and the stern expression returned. You four should head to camp. You'll be safer now that you're in a larger group. I'll do what I can to pull the villains out and give you a clear passage back. No, Shoji stepped forward now. You should come back to camp with us, Midoria. We can help you. You want to help me? She lifted her hand, her quirk flowing out of her. Then stay safe and stay out of my way. She whipped the power out, kicking up dirt and dust, allowing her to flee into the trees. The four young heroes stood in the path, watching her form disappear in the dark. Shoto turned to his comrades. Well, what's the verdict? Do you really have to ask? Icy hot. Bakugo grunted and immediately started running after Uzagi. Shoto shrugged and jogged after him, followed closely by Shoji and Takoyami. Just checking. Karma finally found her group 10 minutes later after discovering Ragdoll's bruised and beat-up form on the ground. The guys had really done a number on her, probably as a precaution so she couldn't give her teammates information on them. After following the tracks where her assailants had come from, she spotted Dabi, Tamura, twice, and the 2 new recruits waiting around casually. "Well, aren't you boys hard at work?" Her voice was thick with malice and irritation. She gave a couple of weak hand claps. Her left arm still banged up from Dark Shadow's attack. "Nice job on fucking everything up. Karma, how nice of you to join us." Tamura stepped forward holding out his arms. "I'm told you're not quite satisfied with the little gift I've been preparing you." "Gift for me?" She laughed. "No, more like gift for yourself. Call off the search party, Tamura, right now. I've already had to kill 2 subordinates because they wouldn't obey orders. Don't make me kill more." 2. "I heard you killed Muscular from Spinner and Magni, but who was the other?" He teased, looking quite impressed by this. "Doesn't matter, I said call them off." She crossed her arms and whispered the other harshly between her teeth. "Or you and Dabi can sleep with each other from now on." Dabi snorted at the threat, and Tamura made a sickened face and scratched his neck in irritation. "You're always ruining my fun," he said irritably, but quickly found his calm. "Fine, but we're going to have a serious discussion when we return." "Agreed. It's time we had a deep and serious discussion." She crossed her arms, waiting. Tamura pressed a finger to his neck and spoke aloud. "Everyone report back to base. You have 10 minutes or we're leaving without you." He looked to his queen, satisfied. "Should have made it 5. She muttered and leaned back on a tree. Dabi approached her, taking the injured arm in hand, but she jerked away from him. "Easy, I'm just checking the wound." "It's fine, I'll have Twice stitch me up later." She scowled up at him. "I can't believe you of all people agreed to this." "I was worried." He murmured it so the others wouldn't hear. "My mistake. It won't happen again." "Nice try, you're still in trouble." She sighed heavily, sweat sheened over her pale face. "Honestly, I've had one hell of a night. You're all getting a lecture the minute we get back. Can it wait till morning?" He groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm beat. Lazy ass," she teased and turned her head as Toga came skipping through the trees. "Queenie, you decided to join us." Toga jumped over to her. "I met some friends of yours. They were such nice girls." "You didn't kill anyone, did you?" Karma narrowed her eyes, a bit of panic bubbling in her chest, wondering whom she could have run into. "No," Toga sighed heavily. "These mean boys ran through the bushes right at me before I could finish them off. But I did get some nice samples." She giggled and held her cheeks. "It's for the best, Toga." She lay a hand on her shoulder and offered up a smile. "I know you express your love differently, Toga. It's beautiful and unique. But remember one thing. If they're dead, then they're gone. You can't befriend a corpse." "Not true. Staney's dead and he's my friend." Toga grinned again and Karma grunted. "More like a trophy." She muttered. "Sorry to keep you waiting, my king." Compress floated down. "I was checking on the groups as you requested. I'm afraid the others in our group have been defeated or apprehended." "Then they fail," Tamura said firmly and looked to Spinner and Magni. "Congratulations, you 2 have made the cut." "Yes." Spinner jumped for joy then bowed. "I am honored, my liege. Call Kurogiri. It's time to go home." Karma stood up straight and walked to him. "Just one moment, Your Majesty. I do have a bit of good news." Compress juggled 3 marbles into view and held them out between his fingers. "I happened to find a few potential recruits on my way, 2 of which were on our list." Izumi's eyes widened, and she turned her expression to Tamura. His eyes were so expressive with excitement that panic bubbled in her chest. "Tamura, no, release them now," Karma ordered, waving her hand in the air. "He went through the trouble of finding us new recruits, Karma." Tamura rubbed her shoulders and breathed on her ear. "Don't you think we should at least ask if they want to join?" Tamura held up his fingers. "Release them from their capsules, but let's keep them contained until they've given us an answer." Tamura said. She started to protest, but Compress released Shoto, Bakugo, Shoji, and Takoyai from their capsules. "Welcome, gentlemen," Tamura called out, keeping his hands on Karma. "I hope the ride was pleasant." "What the hell was that?" Bakugo sneered and eyed Uzagi, who struggled to remain composed and in character. He then eyed Tamura, who showed off his possession but gently stroking gloved fingers along her neck and shoulder. "You ... so you're the bastard. None of them are any good," Karma called out, interrupting them. After taking a deep breath, she found her calm again and smiled sadistically in the hero's direction. "I could have told you that none of these UA students are fit to be villains." "Oh, what makes you say that, Karma?" Tamura asked, his grip tightening and making her wince a little. "Because they're heroes, Tamura." She laughed with pity. "My goodness, it's so obvious you can't change them. I went to hero school, but I was always a villain from the start." Izumi. Shoto looked at her, pain in his chest as he realized what she was doing. "Please don't. Alwa, don't feel sad, Shoto. We had some great times, but I'm afraid society just won't let us play together anymore." She snapped her fingers. "Dabi, call our ride." "Yes, ma'am." Dabi pressed the button on his bracelet and the villains congregated together. Kurogiri's swarm formed and one by one the villains stepped inside until only Izumi remained. "This is goodbye, you guys," she told them. "Don't do it, Uzagi." Bakugo stepped towards her, making her step back. Don't leave again. This is wrong and you know it. You're not a villain. I'm a villain in the eyes of society, Kaken. Izumi faced him fully, her eyes filled with emotion. They had a special connection, she knew, one that not even rivalry could tear apart. But it's time I and the rest of the world stopped caring about labels. Hero, villain, good, bad, black and white. We're all just humans with abilities trying to survive and force ideals onto other people. It's the popular opinion that counts, and right now I'm in the minority. But things will change. She ripped off what was left of her tie and grinded it under her boot. All I've ever wanted was to help other people. I wanted to be someone who could inspire and give others comfort the way All Might did with his strength and his smile. My dream was taken from me. I'll never be a true hero like he was, but I found out I don't have to be. I can still help people even as a villain, and that's what I'll continue to do. I will change the world and force them to see my perspective if that's the case. I will keep pushing forward and never give up. She reached into a pouch beside her whip and pulled out her hero journal, something she'd always kept on her instinctively. She tossed it at Bakugo's feet, the charred pages flipping open to All Might's autograph. Do yourself a favor, Kaken, and let the past go. I can never go back to the way I was, to the Izumi you knew, and you'll just have to accept that and move on. She turned her back to him and walked towards the warp. Bakugo bent down and picked up the book. He watched the pages flip through, and the first page was about him, shown in clear highlight on all his strength. Her grit his teeth and closed the book, gripping it in hand. No, I'll never accept it. He ran forward, blasting up and rushing her. Izumi whirled around, her eyes wide as their bodies collided and they both fall through the warp. Bakugo, Shoto shouted and rushed forward. He could see it closing and he made a running leap, diving headfirst into the shadow before it closed behind him. Kota groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. His vision blurred and focused on Mandalay's happy and relieved face. Kota, oh thank goodness you're all right. Mandalay, where am I? You're at the hospital. Everything's okay now, the villains are gone. She petted his head gently as the tears of relief trickled down her face. Villains, he murmured, and then his eyes went wide as he shot up in bed. Izumi, where is Izumi? If you're talking about Midoria. Aizawa came in, his head bandaged and holding 2 cups of coffee. He handed one to Mandalay. She made a nuisance of herself before escaping with the rest of her motley crew. She's okay then. She's not dead. He looked relieved. No kid, she's alive, but she's in serious trouble. He sat down on the end of the bed. I need you to tell me what happened before you got knocked unconscious. He just woke up. Eraser, are you sure this can't wait? 2 of my students are missing. Time is of the essence. He argued and looked back to Kota. What will happen to Izumi if I do? Are you gonna arrest her? Kota narrowed his eyes. She's a criminal, Kota, so yes, she will be arrested. She's a bad person. Mandalay tried to soothe, but he slapped her hand away. No, she's not. Kota screamed at her. Izumi isn't a bad person. She's just trying to help people. Is that what she told you? Aizawa narrowed his eyes. She didn't have to. I can just tell. I'm not stupid. Kota lowered his head, tears springing from his eyes. She listens to me, she understands me, and she saved me when the real villains attacked. She's just trying to protect the people she cares about. What's so criminal about that? She's killed a lot of people, Kota. Mandalay tried to rationalize. Because people won't listen. She tried to make that muscular guy go away, but he wouldn't listen. So she fought him to protect me. She's not bad. She's not. He wiped his tears and glared at Aizawa. How is it our fault? I don't have to tell you anything. Kota spat. You're all the same to me. Heroes and villains. Izumi isn't like the rest of you. She's not gonna play by your rules, and neither am I. League of Villains. You just had to jump in after her. Shoto grunted and wiggled against his restraints. Shut up, icy hot. No one asked you to follow me. Bakugo sneered back. He glanced up as the criminals all gathered in the living room in what looked like an elaborate cabin home. So this is where the villains had been hiding out. He wondered if it would be possible for him to get a look out the window so he can venture a guess to where they were. Get off me, twice. Karma shrugged him off as he tried to finish the stitches on her wounded arm. I can wait until I finish what I've got to say. She walked up to Bakugo and Shoto, glaring down irritably. Unless she took control of the situation, there was no way she'd be able to convince her crew to let these 2 go. No more Miss Nice Guy, she murmured before lifting her head to her crew. Where ... I and your puny little minds ... Did you think this was a good idea? She lashed out, her quirk raging and knocking over furniture and random objects. The other members of the league took shelter behind walls and counters, trying to avoid the consequences of her rage. Shoto and Bakugo, who were restrained, had little choice but to lay on the floor and hope not to get hit with the debris. Now that we're finally getting support, now that we finally have financial security, you want to ruin it by putting us back where we started. Attacking UA didn't work the first time. What in God's name did you think was gonna change this time? You're overreacting, Karma, Dabi said calmly as he rubbed his inner ear. He was used to her tantrums by now and felt confident he could calm her down if needed. We did this for your benefit. My benefit. My benefit. She scoffed and laughed, pacing the floor as the irritation grew. You attacked a secret training session for UA students, maimed and possibly killed several of the pro heroes looking after them, set the surrounding forests on fire, and kidnapped 2 students for your own selfish needs. How is any of that beneficial to me? Or to the League? Technically, they jumped through the warp on their own. Dabi started to argue, but Tamura held up a hand. Let it go, Dabi. Tamura sat down in his seat and lounged back. He felt fully in power, despite Karma's lecture. No point in sugarcoating the reason. He eyed his queen, his red eyes narrowing on her fury-filled face. I chose this mission for our new allies, because I want these 2. He pointed to Bakugo and Todoroki. Dead. I know full well what you wanted them for. She hissed through gritted teeth and glared at him. You know my policy, Tamura. All of our victims have to have committed an act that is of equal value to the punishment. Aside from being heroes in training, what possible crime could have they committed? I want them dead because they're the reason you strayed, he said simply, and the tension in the room thickened with a knife. Tamura stood back up, pointing an accusing finger at her. You were and have always been mine. But these 2 adolescent boys are the reason you are in constant debate with yourself. You're attached to them, you want them, but because you can't have them, you chose to have an affair with this ugly zombie. He jerked a thumb at Dabi. To rid yourself of these desires. Karma said nothing, because she couldn't deny it. She'd told Tamura the truth about her affair with Dabi, the reasons why she ultimately allowed Dabi into her bed, and ultimately into her heart. If it weren't for these brats, you would belong solely to me. I wouldn't have to share you with him or feel the need to seek another woman for comfort because you're off canoodling with him. He spat at her, his gloved hands scratching at his neck, with unsatisfactory results. I wouldn't have to wonder where you are, or who you are with, because you would be here with me. You'd be by my side like you said you would be from the start. You belong to me. He screamed it at her, his insanity and obsession for her in plain view for all to see. Are you quite done? Karma said, coolly, waiting for Tamura's breathing to calm. She unfolded her arms and let them fall at her side. I've had enough of this pity me act, Tamura. More than enough. I've stayed by you, been your support, your ally, your friend, your lover, and your fucking punch bag because I know what you've gone through. I know how painful it is for you to face the world in its current state. And I'm doing all I can to change it because I love you and I want to help you. She walked forward, blood from her wounds dripping bright red on the pale carpet. But as I said before, despite how I feel about you, I'm not just going to let you run wild and have your way. I'm not going to indulge you like Sensei did and feed everything to you on a silver platter. You should do as I say like the rest of them. This is my league, and I am king. Tamura started to protest and got another scoff and laugh out of Karma. You're a fucking man-child playing with action figures. She scolded him and spread her arms. Do you really think it's been you pulling the strings of this organization? I gave you the title king because I wanted you to learn to take charge. I wanted you to learn responsibility and to think your actions through. She tapped her temple. Be a smart king, remember? I was smart. I thought everything through just like you said, and we would have succeeded easily had you not interfered. Tamura snapped. You just had to get involved. You just had to make it difficult. The plan itself was well executed, but what about your motives? Karma spat back at him, waving a hand out and spreading blood over the carpet. 2 of your choice men had good quirks, but they were sadistic criminals who would rather beat a man bloody than think things through logically and take orders. Muscular nearly killed a harmless little boy because you set him loose without keeping a proper leash on him. We're villains, Karma. We're all criminals. He motioned to himself and the others around the room. No, there's a difference between us and them, and you know it. I don't kill for the fun of it, Tamura, and neither will the League. There is a purpose in everything we do, and a goal we need to reach, and we won't reach that if we're just killing people at random. That's your weakness talking. Tamura pointed a finger at her. You still think you can be a hero. You can't let go of that image, and it's their fault. He points to Bakugo and Todoroki. Once I get rid of them, then you'll see. You'll see my vision, the way I see the world. Vision my ass. You only want to kill them because I admitted being attracted to them. You're letting your jealousy and need for me ruin everything. Her eyes go sad and held such disappointment. I trusted you to give these grunts a mission because what you came up with for Nakahara was brilliant. I was proud of you for really thinking out the strategy, for coming up with a plan all on your own without it damaging our objective. I thought you were stepping up and living up to your title. But now I see that I was a fool for trusting you with anything. You want to talk about trust? Tamura snapped, his fury on high boil now. How about you fucking Dabi behind my back? I didn't hide anything from you. I told you up front that I slept with him. Unlike you, I had to hear from Toga that the 2 of you locked lips. That's different. I'm not whoring myself to every good-looking man who comes my way. Whoring. As the fight escalated from a simple disagreement to a full-blown argument, the rest of the league looked on with varying degrees of concern and intrigue. Why are Mommy and Daddy fighting? Twice poked his fingers together, looking conflicted between the two leaders. I don't know, but does anybody else feel like we shouldn't be here right now? Toga whispered, shifting uncomfortably and trying to step back out of the room. And miss the fun. Someone should be making popcorn. This is prime entertainment. Compress lounge comfortably against the wall as the two lovers quarrel. Aren't you two going to do something? Ace looked over at Kurogiri and Dabi. What can we do? Dabi shrugged. This was bound to happen sooner or later, and if we get involved now it'll just make it worse. Agreed. Better for them to let it out and clear the air. Kurogiri agreed, but immediately regretted it as a vase went flying. I can't believe I was stupid enough to fall in love with you. You're nothing but a self-serving jerk who only cares about helping himself. Karma spat, throwing random objects at Tamura as she reached the end of her patience. Self-serving is it? Well, if it wasn't for this self-serving jerk, you'd still be a quirkless little nobody, crying and pining over All Might. Tamura spat, stepping up to take on the challenge. It was my idea to give you a quirk. My idea that sensei train you and get you into UA. He snagged her by the throat and pulled her in, but Karma didn't budge, her eyes staying fierce and lips peeled back in a snarl. Without me, you'd be nothing. You're wrong, Tamura, she hissed at him low. It's not my quirk that makes me powerful, but my mind. She snagged his wrist and pressed on the pressure points to make him let go, and she yanked his grip away. I will thank you for one thing though. Without sensei's training, I wouldn't be able to do this. She shoved his hand away and she punched him in the gut. He fell back, slamming into the coffee table and breaking it in two. The other members of the league suddenly shifted and spread out as Tamura pulled himself up out of the debris, his clothes ripped and blood dripping from pieces of glass he'd landed on. You fucking bitch. He ripped his gloves off and charged at her. Karma avoided his touch and grabbed both his wrists, keeping his hands off her, and the two pushed each other, shoving and wrestling until they hit the ground. Tamura's hand gripped the leg of a chair, disintegrating it. Karma's tentacles whipped out chaotically, her emotions too wild to control their trajectory. That's it, I'm outta here. Toga squealed as one of the tentacles snaps over her head and she makes for the front door. We're all gonna die at this rate. I'm with Toga on this one. Twice shouted and comically ran out the door, immediately following the others. Todoroki braced himself up with his knees, ducking a flying chair that nearly caught him across the temple. This is our chance to get in touch with the heroes. Let's go while she has him distracted. Bakugo got to his feet and the two of them made their way through the house to find a phone. A search through the kitchen remained futile and dangerous, with the destruction from the living room moving in the direction of glass and sharp implements. They made their way up the stairs, searching through bedrooms and finally stumbling upon a burned phone laying on a king-size bed in the master suite. Bingo! Todoroki went to it, using his chin, nose, and mouth to pry it open and dial 911. He lay on the bed holding his head above it so he could hear it ring. 911, what is your emergency? I need help. My name is Shoto Todoroki, son of Endeavor. My classmate and I have been kidnapped by the League of Villains and are being held captive in some kind of cabin in the woods. Okay, Shoto, try not to panic and keep the line open. We're going to track your phone and send help. Please hurry. A fight broke out, and it's getting Todoroki. Bakugo shouted and slammed the door closed, bracing himself against it. They've found us. The door went up in blue flames and Bakugo leapt and rolled away to avoid being burned to ash. Dabi stepped through the burning archway, his eyes gleaming in the dark. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? Shit. Shoto stood up looking pale and panicked. Do you really think calling in the authorities is going to help you? He cupped his hand as more flames formed. Or better yet, do you think it'll save Izumi? The two hostages eyed each other nervously, then back at the villain in the doorway. You're the idiots who jumped through the portal. Izumi had convinced Tamura to back off and pull everyone back. But you wasted her efforts to keep you safe. It's because of you she's unleashed all the chaos in her mind. It's because of you that everything she's worked so hard to build is crumbling. It'd serve you both right if I burned you alive right where you stand. Both boys braced to fight, but knew they stood no chance. They were pinned down, bound by the cuffs, and without the use of their quirks. Dabi reached out and snagged the phone. Down the hole. He crunched the cell phone in hand, burning it to a crisp. Take a right and use the back stairs. It leads to a back entrance and the path to the Pussycat Agency. If you know what's good for you, you'll run and keep on running. Get out of my sight and stay away from Izumi. He shoved them out the bedroom door and let go as their paths veered. Dabi took the steps back down to where the fight was still going on, and the other two looked at each other. What should we do? Todoroki asked, looking conflicted. Should we really just leave? The whole point of us jumping through the portal was to save Izumi. If we stay here, we'll just make things worse. Bakugo answered. It had been a stupid and impulsive move on his part to jump in the first place. Not that he'd admit it openly. We're not doing ourselves or Usagi any favors by staying. At the very least, we can get help and tell the pros what we know. I guess you're right. Still, Todoroki lingered, listening to Izumi's grunts and cries of battle, and felt his heart ache. I'm sorry, Izumi. He turned his back on the fight, and in doing so turned his back on her. Downstairs. Get off me, you fat whore, Tamura shouted at Karma as she pinned him down. She finally gained control of her quirk after feeling her fatigue kick in, and she wrapped his hands up, rendering his quirk useless. Not until you apologize. Like hell. Okay, I think that's enough excitement for one evening, your majesties. Dabi yanked Izumi off of Tamura. Let's settle down. Let go of me, Dabi. I'm just as pissed at you for going along with his whims. She shrugged him off, huffing and puffing. Her costume torn up, hair disheveled, and both she and Tamura were covered in scrapes, cuts, and blood. You won't get an apology from me either, he admitted. We did what we thought was best for you, or at least that's the reason I did it. How is this? She started to repeat her argument, but Dabi cut her off quick. Your attachment to them is unhealthy, he shouted at her. They're future heroes, Karma. They're your enemies, and tonight proved that you're incapable of hurting them. You need to fully commit to being a villain. I have committed. Just because they're heroes doesn't make them my enemies. I only punish. That's not good enough. Not anymore. You can't let your emotions and morals cloud your judgment. If it comes down to a choice in protecting us or protecting them, you can't just take the middle road. Why the hell not? She grit her teeth. I told everyone from the start that this isn't about heroes versus villains. It's about survival. It's about making the world a place where everyone fits in, a place where even the outcasts can mesh with society. It's a beautiful dream, Karma, Shigaraki said, standing up and holding his side. But that's all that it is. A dream. The world will never see things from your perspective. Tears stung Izumi's eyes and she turned her back to them to hide them. Then what the hell have I been doing all this time? Wasting my efforts, playing around. She lowered her head and bat the tears away. I want to change the world. I want to make it a better and more open place for people like us to live. We can make it better, but we can't make it perfect, Dabi said, surprisingly patient. No matter what society chooses, will always be the outcasts, the bad guys, the villains. You'll have to live with it. He waited a beat for her to respond. When she only stared at the floor, he walked over to her and ran fingers through her disheveled hair. For the record, Karma, you're not wasting your time. You said you wanted to help the outcasts. And you have. You're building a strong kingdom here, Karma. You're teaching a bunch of misfits how to coincide and work together as a team. You're giving a home and a place to belong to those whom society have abandoned. That means something, doesn't it? She lifted her head and looked up at Dabi, teary-eyed. His normally stoic expression was soft with affection, and she felt that familiar thump in the heart. Dabi, God, you make me sick. Tamura scratched at his throat. All this sentimental blather is annoying. Watch it, King. Dabi hooked a comforting arm around Izumi when she tensed up. You may find it annoying, but it's what has been holding this team together from the beginning. TCH. He looked to Karma, who stayed silent and seemed to stare off into space, her mind wandering off in thought. I'm still not apologizing. Then don't, she whispered and took a deep breath. Because Dabi is right. I've only been half-assing my role until this point. She held her heart. Despite all I've accomplished, I've been letting this unrealistic ideal take my focus. In truth, I was the one being selfish, because I wanted to be able to mesh my old world with my new one. She lifted her head higher and she walked over the debris and out of the house. She looked at her crew that had cluttered on the lawn, all with their own mix of curiosity and worry. She offered them a smile. This crew is my responsibility. This is the path I've chosen. And as much as I wish my old friends from UA could be a part of it, I know where their hearts truly lie. Shigaraki stepped up behind her, lifting a pinky as he set his hand on her shoulder. So, are you done being stupid? Are you done being an ass? She smirked up at him, and he let out a pithy laugh in response. I believe some reevaluating is in order. Tamura, Queenie, Toga jumped up and down and raced up to hug them both. I'm so happy you're not dead. You are. Karma raised a brow. Yeah, I can't be friends with a corpse, right? Toga beamed and Karma's heart warmed to her. She offered a smile and gave her a genuine hug filled with affection. Right, so, Twice fidgeted a little in place. Is the fighting over? Can we go back to normal now? Yes, Twice, the fighting is over. Dabi brushed by the royals and walked down the steps. I suggest we all gather what we can from here and find another hideout. Those two hostages escaped during the battle and they're bound to let the heroes know where we are. Damn it, I forgot about them. Shigaraki scratched at his neck with a sneer. Not to worry. Compress came from around the house bouncing 2 marbles in hand. I happened to catch them fleeing out the back door. He displayed them between his fingers. TCH. Dabi grit his teeth, damning his little brother. Good work, I guess. Indeed. Now shall we dispose of the little beasts via video? Or how shall we handle these loose ends, my queen? Izumi stared at the marbles and held out her outstretched hand for them. She stared down with a sober expression, her inner turmoil still causing discomforting noise in her busy brain. Well, Karma. Shigaraki snagged her chin, lifting her eyes up to his. Who do you choose? Karma clutched the marbles to her heart, silently apologizing to the two inside as she leaned into Tamura, stood on her toes, and kissed him. You guys are my family. and I will protect my family from any who try to destroy it. She tossed the marbles back at Compress. Keep them contained, and let's move locations. I will give them one last chance to join us. Her eyes go crazed and her smile spread as the plan and idea struck her instantly. Even if they don't, they'll make the perfect bait to lure in our real target. All Might, Izumi thought with a low laugh in her chest. It's time for your reign to end. About damn time you showed up. Bakugo sneered as Karma entered the room he and Shoto were being held in. What's your plan for getting us out of here? My plan. She cocked her head to the side. You ruined my plan, Kaken. She twirled a knife in hand. You just had to follow me. You just had to get involved. Now you're both gonna have to pay the price for it. What the hell are you talking about? He eyed the dagger and his body suddenly went cold. You can't be serious. You're gonna kill us. Have you completely lost it? Bakugo shouted accusingly. Don't look so surprised, Kaken. Her eyes flirt with him as she dragged his body into position, shoving him in a chair and eyeing his body, trying to figure out what the best way to kill him was. That would seem poetic. You know this is who I am. You told me that over and over that I could never be a hero, and now that I agree with you, you're taking it all back. She laughed sadistically. How pathetic. Please, Izumi, don't do this. This isn't you. You don't want this. Don't let them brainwash you. Karma, annoyed by his broken record pleas, silenced him by taping his mouth. He looked at her wide-eyed as she smiled almost playfully while patting his cheek. Believe me, boys, I don't want to do this, but what other choice do I have? I told you both in the woods that there's no going back for me. I'm a villain, that's all the world is gonna see. I need to start owning it. She picked up the blade again, eyeing the shine. Unfortunately, my ties to the past are messing with my conviction. It's that whole wanting to be a hero kick. I just can't get rid of that dream. And it's all because of you, Kaken. She pointed the blade at Kaken. You're my childhood friend, my rival, and my first love. All my earliest memories start with you, and it's making it hard to move on. She stroked his chin in her hand, eyeing him affectionately. Bakugo went pale as a sheet as he tried to think his way out of this. He didn't know what to say, or what to do as she pointed the shining blade in his face. She straddled him, nuzzling her lips with his a moment in a kiss that was both tender and terrifying. Some days I wish I could just go back, start fresh, and just be with you and everyone in UA. I could be free to follow my heart in my dreams. But it's all just a fantasy. She dragged the knife down his cheek, her eyes looking so pained and tragic. You taught me that, Kaken. I'm not capable of being a hero. I never was. That's not true. Bakugo whispered as both fear and pain caused the words to just stumble out of him. I should know because I lied to you every single time I said you didn't have what it takes. Tears sprung to his eyes. Karma's expression shifted to shock as he was reduced to tears and confessions. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been such an ass to you, if I'd been more supportive, you would have never joined that bastard Shigaraki. I was just so high on myself and overprotective of you. I thought I was strong enough to protect you, but I was wrong. I'm weak. I've always been weak compared to you. Bakugo wasn't sure why he was blurting all this out now. Maybe because he knew he was about to die and this was the only chance he had to tell her the truth. The whole truth. In his mind, he kept playing images of their childhood in his head, wishing he could go back, wishing he could make things right. You're so awesome, Kaken. Kaken, look. I got All Might too. Isn't he awesome? I'm gonna be a hero and make everyone smile just like All Might. You've never given up, no matter how many times you failed. Bakugo looked in her eyes. He could see his Izumi struggling to get to the surface, see the battle inside. You've always done your best, exceeded your limitations trying to achieve your goals. I thought it was stupid how you'd risk your own safety for others, how you climbed up a tree to save a kitten and wound up falling and breaking your arm. How you ran down a rocky path to pull me out of the water because you thought I was hurt. How you stood up to me even when you were scared. I hated you for it. And respected you because of it. Kaken, her breath hitched and the hand that held the knife shook. What are you waiting for? Do it. Karma screamed internally at her, causing her gaze to sharpen again. Cut your ties. Remove your weakness. I deserve this, Izumi. I deserve to die for not cherishing you the way I should have. I thought I could keep you tied to me. I thought you'd go on worshipping me forever and I could keep you like a pet. But I was wrong. You're no one's pet, Uzagi. You're not a pet, not a tool, and sure as hell not a punching bag. You're your own person capable of making your own decisions. If this is really what you want. If you really want to kill me, then do it. But make sure it's what you want. Not Shigaraki, not Karma, but you. It's your choice. She stood up so to clutch the knife in both hands. Her teeth grit, trying to push back the guilt and sympathy she felt for him and for herself. She was determined to see this through. She would not cower away again. She would not let her childish dreams ruin her plans. You should have said that years ago. Tears slipped down her cheek one by one. But now it's too late. I know. I'm sorry. He swallowed the dry lump in his throat. I'm sorry for everything. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Shoto struggled more against his bindings, screaming through his gag as Karma lifted the knife over Bakugo's head. As he thought of his life, of his regrets, he spoke the words he'd always wanted to say, but never had the guts to admit to her. I love you. The knife clattered to the floor and Izumi just crumbled to her knees. Bakugo let out a trembling gasp and looked down at her. She covered her face with her hands, sobbing into them. Damn you, Kaken. She sobbed and rubbed at her tears. I can't. I just can't. End of flashback. Karma snapped out of her daze as a ladder tipped over, causing a massive crash. The buzz and vibrations of the work being put in were loud, but satisfying as her plan B started coming together. This, Tamura grumpily motioned to the large warehouse, and the various clone grunts putting things together. The scene Karma was creating. ... is your plan? I think she's feverish. Twice put a hand to her forehead, looking concerned. Cool as a cucumber. Lay off, you two. Karma shoved it twice and went back to eyeing her chessboard. You do realize this is not how reality works, right? Dabi motioned to the game board. What you're planning on doing is insane, and filled with holes for error. You're the ones who wanted me to get invested, and here I am. She moved her queen forward, smirking a little. Relax, it's not like I'm putting any of you in danger, which is why it concerns us. Kurogiri pointed out, picking up her piece. You discouraged Shigaraki from challenging All Might, and yet you feel you can take him on your own. There's no guarantee he'll come alone, either. Even if you somehow manage to beat him, more than likely his backup will be waiting to come pick up the slack. Dabi added, crossing his arms. I don't like it. Why can't we just make a video like we've always done? Yeah, we can use those kids as our victims this time. Twice pointed in the direction of Bakugo and Shoto, who were rigged up in cages and knocked unconscious. That wouldn't work. Karma snagged her queen back from Kurogiri and stared at the black piece. I killed Stain for attempting to kill Ida, who merely made an error in judgment. I'd be contradicting myself if I killed 2 high school students who did the same. Besides, she shut her eyes as she recalled that memory again. I wouldn't be able to finish the job. Walk me through it again. Tamura rounded the little table she'd set up, taking up the white pieces. Just how do you plan to lure him in? Once we've taped the video, I'm sending it off to Tsukachi, whom I know has ties with All Might. I'm treating this as a sort of hostage negotiation. My only demand is that All Might comes alone to my chosen destination and fights me one-on-one. Kaken and Shoto will be free to go once he has arrived, and it's proven that he has no assistance from any other heroes. He's allowed to bring police assistance as backup to secure the boys. But that's it. They may agree to that, but they'll have heroes on standby in a different location. More than likely ones that have teleportation or speed quirks in order to get there quickly if things go south. Dabi rationalized, and Karma nodded in agreement. My goal isn't to win this fight. My goal is for All Might to drain what little power he has left and leave him incapable of continuing his work. Once the symbol of peace falls, Karma knocks down the king. It's game over for everyone else. It sounds good in theory, Kurogiri stated. Still, there's a matter of power difference. You said yourself that Mirio Tagata, who is his eventual successor, has bested you. How do you expect to last more than a few seconds against the original? I'm glad you asked. She smirked and stood up from the board. She walked over to a small stack of crates and rummaged through them. There's a few things in my favor. One is he won't be trying to kill me. Thus he'll need to watch the control on his strength and speed. 2. We'll be in a busy area with pedestrians nearby, and he'll have to avoid excessive damage to the properties and perimeter. But this, she pulled out a silver case and held it out to them. ... is my ace in the hole. It's still a prototype, as are the additions I made to my costume. But if it works, then I'll give All Might a fight he's sure to remember. 2 days later, the police received the video with little fuss. Once the contents were analyzed, not just All Might, but all the heroes from UA were called for a meeting to discuss how to handle the situation. Long time no see, heroes. Karma stood on screen. Her normal suit-like costume had been destroyed, so she's reduced herself to wearing her phoenix gear minus the trench coat. She still had scrapes and bandages from her wounds, but she looked calm and confident in front of the camera. It's your friendly neighborhood league of villains with a special message for the symbol of peace. The camera panned to Bakugo and Todoroki, who remained unconscious and bound in their cages. Despite my best efforts to keep them where they belong, a few little wannabe heroes decided to follow me and my crew home. As a good citizen, I'd very much like to return these boys to you, but I'd be a fool if I did it for free. Somehow I knew there was going to be a catch. Aizawa rubbed his neck, sighing. After what Takoyami and Shoji explained happened in the woods, I had hopes Karma would just deliver with a warning for us to mind our business. But it's not going to be that simple. All Might, she touched her chest. I've missed having you as my teacher, and hope you could come in person for one last training session. You're more than welcome to bring in police assistance so they can see to Kaken and Shoto's safety. But it'd be a real bother to have any other hero entanglements are in the picture. Once my associates have her verified that you're alone, we'll release the boys into police custody and my associates will leave us to complete the terms. I think that's a fair trade, don't you? The smile she gave the camera was both cute and disturbing, the way it stretched over her face and was paired with an intense stare into the camera. Oi, 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 she can't be serious. Present Mike pointed and was hushed in response. I'll be sure to leave the details for you at the end of this video. Please be mindful that if you don't follow instructions or fail to show up, I'll have to have my associates. She held out her arms as the camera zoomed out and showed the new full-length league lineup. Deal with the problem instead. And as you may have noticed, they're not as friendly as I am. Everyone watching went grave and silent. The message Karma was delivering was crystal clear to them. I'm looking forward to receiving my final lesson, and I hope to see you soon, my hero. She made a heart with her hands and sent a wink to the camera. Toodles. The video turned off and Tsukachi turned towards the group. So that's our situation. I've already got an idea on how to deal with this, but I would like your take, especially you, All Might. I think the message is crystal clear, Tsukachi-kun. All Might said, standing up tall and bulking up. It's a personal challenge, me versus the league. If I don't do it, then young Bakugo and Todoroki are in danger. Even if you aren't at your peak, isn't this a bit suicidal on their part? Present Mike tapped a pencil on the table in a steady rhythm. I smell a trap. I agree. Nezu nodded. Even if she's not thinking clearly, I don't see young Midoria making such a rash move without some kind of plan. We'll need to make sure we can provide All Might with backup and find a safe way to remove the boys without risking the hostage situation. Since she's releasing their location willingly this time, it's more than likely she'll have eyes in the sky or some kind of method to keep an eye on the surrounding area to ensure they aren't being ambushed by other heroes. Midnight pointed out. Also, they have the warp gate, Present Mike put in. So if they catch wind of things going south, they could easily escape with or without the kids in tow. So we follow their rules, but I'll still make some calls and inquiries to other heroes suited for this mission. We'll keep them on standby for backup, but our main source of action and defense is you, All Might. He looked to his friend. The absolute priority of this mission is to guarantee those boys' safety. Stop Karma and capture the League if you can, but rescue Bakugo and Todoroki by any means necessary. That is your mission. I shall make up for my failure on I-Island, my friends. He beat a fist over his heart, forcing a smile to hide his fear and doubts. Just leave it to me. Camino Ward, Warehouse District. It was quite nostalgic to be back in the place that started it all. Karma recalled using this warehouse for all manner of things, including the production and storage of various nomas. Still, the image that stuck out to her the most was her training here. She remembered fighting against said Namus, being tortured and put through endurance training, and most vividly her endless matches against Sensei that sharpened her mind and focus. As it began, so shall it end, she murmured and put a hand to her ear. Broadcast, are all the cameras in position? They are, he responded. I'm already attached to the satellite, and we'll be ready to release the stream at your command, my queen. Excellent, then stand by. She switched frequencies, checking in with each of her members to make sure they were fulfilling their role. Behind her in their cages, Shoto and Bakugo had stirred awake and stared blankly at the girl pacing in the warehouse. I never thought I'd say this, Bakugo murmured. ... But she's a damn good leader. I can see why the villains value her. I really thought she was gonna kill you, Shoto said hoarsely and swallowed hard. I thought she'd finally gone off the deep end. I could see it. I could see her tipping over, the struggle that's going on in her head. Bakugo shut his eyes again, the pain in his temples causing him to be woozy and feel sick. I thought I was dead, and I was pissed at myself for letting it happen. Is that why you said all that stuff in your confession? Shoto asked curiously. Shut up, Bakugo sneered. If we get out of this, you better not repeat anything you just heard. Got that? My lips are sealed, Shoto promised and struggled to stand up. His movements caused Karma to turn her attention to him and she offered a playful smile. Well, hello, sleepyhead. Izuno, Karma. Shoto corrected himself and leaned his face between the bars. What's going to happen to us? If all goes well, you guys will be heading home within a few hours. She stepped up to him and stroked his face. Did I scare you before? Yes, he admitted, staring pitifully in her eyes. I can see now what you meant about not being able to go back. How far you've tipped over. Oh, she cocked her head to the side and kept a hand on his cheek. ... And what's your opinion on that? I don't know. I guess I just want to know why you're letting Karma take control of you. He leaned into her hand and closed his eyes. It's not just Karma who's the villain, Shoto. Her expression softened. Karma may be the driving force behind my villainy, the moral compass I use to make decisions. But Izumi is just as much a villain as she is. How can you say that after all the good you've done? He opened his eyes, her hand dropping to her side. The people you saved, the donations you've made, all your best qualities come from her. No, Shoto. Izumi's eyes go moist. Karma only kills those that deserve death. Muscular, Nakahara, Stain, Sensei. They were all killed because they'd committed acts she considered unforgivable. But it wasn't Karma and the League that killed your father. It was me. It was Izumi that killed Endeavor. What are you talking about? Shoto narrowed his eyes. That one guy burned him alive. Smoke and mirrors, Shoto. Just like when my identity as a villain was revealed, your father's death was just a cover-up. I killed Endeavor, not because Karma told me to, but because I hated him. She pulled back and lowered her head looking guilty. I hated him so much that I lost control of my quirk, and it killed him. Shoto went silent for a long moment, soaking up this information and letting it all process. He lowered his head as well and let out a painful sigh. Why didn't you tell me? I guess I didn't want to admit it to myself. I didn't want to admit that I cared enough about you that everything Endeavor did to you felt like a personal attack. Then he has the nerve to try and use me to control you. I'm telling you this now because the moment you're free, Shoto, I want you to stop holding back. Own the power you have and master it. It's your quirk. It's always been yours, so take it, use it, and be the best possible hero you can be. She placed both her hands on his cheeks, looking at him with pure affection and heart. We'll be on opposing sides, so I'll be really pissed if you continue to hold back on me. Izumi. He leaned his face in and kissed her palm. I made a promise to bring my father's killer to justice, so the next time we fight, I'm going to win. You better watch out. Looking forward to it. She kissed him lightly, then shoved him down on his ass. Now shut up and be a good little hostage. The show is going to begin soon, and you two will have some prime front row seats. Less than an hour later, All Might and Tsukachi arrived to the warehouse. The squads loaded up their stun guns and non-lethal ammo, preparing for the shakedown. All right, Genist, Tsukachi spoke in his two-way. Is your team in position? Ready on command, Detective, Genist told him. He and his small crew of backup heroes were ready to rumble at a moment's notice. He'd taken particular interest in the case as it was his two interns who had wound up kidnapped. Man, Mount Lady groaned as she peered through the long-distance binoculars. I hate just sitting around. We don't have a choice, Mount Lady. Kamui Woods pat her shoulder supportively. We can't risk putting those boys in any further danger, I suppose, but this is so boring. She leaned on the railing of the rooftop and handed Kamui the binoculars. I know, but we're professionals, so let's act like it. He peered through the binoculars. They're moving in. Inside the warehouse. The entire warehouse was dark and smelled like fresh cement. The odd combination of rock and water. Cautiously, All Might stepped in, holding an arm out to keep Tsukachi back until he'd had the chance to survey the room. Spotlighted under a skyroof, Karma sat on a throne, her legs crossed and head casually leaning against her knuckles. It was an image, she admitted to herself, that she'd picked up from Sensei. Welcome, my hero. She smiled coyly. I've been waiting for you. You've seemed to have made yourself comfortable. All Might said calmly and stood tall and proud. Where are young Bakugo and Todoroki? Right behind me. She lifted a remote and casually pressed a button. A light flashing on, showing off Bakugo and Todoroki in their cages, awake but still contained. They've been waiting too. I imagine they're getting quite uncomfortable. You said you would release them if all your terms were met. Tsukachi spoke firmly. Hand them over, Karma, and we'll discuss your surrender. My surrender. She laughed and folded her hands in her lap. What makes you think I'm doing any of that? Why else would you want to fight the #1 hero, if not to lose? Why indeed? Her smile turned twisted and she played with the remote as she spoke. Tell me something, Detective Tsukachi. Do you think I'm stupid? Tsukachi paused a moment before giving her a genuine answer. No, just naive. Naivety is defined as lacking experience, wisdom, and/or judgment. Experience I can agree with, but the other two I find rather insulting. She stood up, showing off her new look to them. Just like the video, she wore her Phoenix jumpsuit, minus the flamethrower and duster, and instead kept it looking sleek by adding different support items. Her gloves gleamed like onyx and fit like armor from fist to elbow. Her boots had metallic-looking support soles that wound up the leg to her knee. She added a headpiece that looked like a coronet that doubled as a comlink, and the longer they looked at her, they'd see her eyes shifted and focused like camera lenses. I see you made use of the items you stole. All Might shifted the conversation, quickly noticing that Tsukachi had ruffled her feathers. I have. Please do thank David for me when this is all over. She held up her hands, cracking her knuckles inside the glove as she flexed. These items are mostly prototypes, but the few tests I've completed with them have proven successful and useful to me. She paused in her speech as she received a message from Ace over her comm. Her smile spread wide and she flipped up the remote. Well, it seems all my terms have been met, so as promised, these two are yours. She pushed the button and both Bakugo and Todoroki are freed from the cages. Detective, if you would be so kind as to escort them out and leave All Might and I alone. I believe it's time for that lesson. What are you up to, little Midori? All Might put his hands on his hips. Even with these items, you must know how foolish it is to take me on alone. Where are your associates? Not here, she said simply and shooed Tsukachi and the boys along. Come on, move faster, detective. As you pointed out before, I don't stand a chance against the mighty symbol of peace. Somehow I don't believe that. Do you want me to stay, All Might? He turned to his friend, but Karma asked him. Detective, are you that eager for a lesson as well? Karma flipped the remote again and gripped it firmly as the doors to the warehouse closed, leaving the three of them alone. Very well, I guess I can include you in my lesson. Your lesson? All Might's expression faltered. That's right. She pushed a button and the doors and warehouse became sealed up tight as a bunker. There's banging from the outside from where the police tried to get in and interfere. But it was too late. All Might felt a vague sense of déjà vu as he felt himself being bound and forced into a curled-up state by metallic tape-like material. What the? This security measure. Did you also? As it happens, the vault included the plans and materials for several of I-Island's security measures, including the lockdown doors and quirk restraints. She pushed another button, several screens popping up and various parts of the city were being shown. You thought I was here to challenge you, All Might. Please, I'm not stupid. I've watched you fight since I was just a baby. I know I'm no real match for you even in your weakened state. She walked up to him, kicking the bound Tsukachi over as he was in the way. My job isn't to beat you, All Might. These items aren't for fighting you. She pressed the remote to his head, very much the same way she had on I-Island with the pistol. As she pushed the next button, she imitated the sound of a gunshot, and on cue there was a massive explosion outside. I'm only here to keep you occupied, while the world outside crumbles. All Might looked in horror as outside several buildings go up in explosive blue and red flames. Nomas flooded the streets, and the heroes that had been on standby were suddenly ambushed by the missing members of her league. Welcome to my class, All Might. Karma laughed down at him, her face twisted up in a pained and excited expression. I call destruction 101. First lesson is fear. She grabbed his chin, forcing him to watch the horrific scenery outside. Get used to it. The door is not opening. Something's gone wrong. Genus, come in. Sansa, Tsukachi's partner, tried to reach the gathered heroes, but got only static. No response. We don't have a choice. We'll have to leave it to All Might. Let's get these kids out of here. What's going on? Shoto asked as the paramedic bound his raw wrists with gauze and bandages. Nothing for you to mind. Both of you are safe now, but we've got a dangerous situation here. He looked to the paramedics. I'll send 2 squads with you to escort you past the uproar. Steer clear of any villain activity. Use backroads if you have to. Got it. The paramedic nodded and tried to usher Todoroki inside. He shoved him off. We're heroes in training. There must be some way we can help. This is our fault. Let us take some of the responsibility. Absolutely not. Sansa waved a finger at him, his cat ears twitching irritably. You're to do as you're told and steer clear. Now get inside. You heard the feline, icy hot. Let's go. Bakugo nudged him towards the ambulance. Are you serious? Shoto looked to his friend astonished. You of all people want to leave. Look, you moron. I want to beat these assholes as much as anyone, but we're in no condition to. We're only students, we don't have our licenses, and we'll just wind up getting in All Might's way. That guy doesn't need our help to take down Uzagi. Bakugo grunted, looking as frustrated about the situation as Todoroki was. After everything she's done, you're still underestimating her. He cut a hand through the air, and the argument. She killed my father, Bakugo. She killed the number 2 hero, and on accident. What do you think will happen when she actually has the intent? I know full well what she's capable of. Or did you forget she very nearly killed me? He sneered in response and grabbed Shoto by the front of his shirt. Don't make me repeat myself, Todoroki. There's nothing we can do. Suck it up and let's go. He shoved him into the ambulance and climbed in himself, his head low and teeth grit. It's our fault All Might is in this position, because we were the idiots who were weak enough to get kidnapped. I'm not going to be the idiot that gets in his way. Inside, tears slipped down Izumi's cheeks one by one as she watched the destruction unfold outside. Despite the pain in her chest, she casually sat on her throne, floating the remote over her palm in a calm and meditative state. At her feet, All Might and Detective Tsukachi lay on the ground, completely bound by the quirk restraint tape, and forced to watch as well. You're crying, little Midori. All Might spoke firmly, wriggling some against his binds. This can't be what you really want. Release us, let us help. You're right, she murmured softly and lowered the remote back into her hands. Her eyes slowly shift down to him. This isn't what I wanted. I didn't want to be a villain. I didn't want to kill people. I didn't want to become the queen of villains. She leaned forward in her chair, bracing her hands on her knees. Do you know what I really wanted? A smile slowly spread across her lips, one that was bitter and filled with animosity. I wanted to be you. She watched his expression flicker with emotion, pain, guilt, sadness. It was both delicious and irritating to see. I wanted to be a hero who saved people, who always smiled. She felt the smile on her face begin to waver and forced herself to keep it there. I wanted to stand beside Kaken as his equal. I wanted to be a genuine friend to my classmates. I'm none of those things. She glared at him, the tears and the sweat shining off a face completely overtaken with madness. I tried. I tried to become a hero. I tried to show Kaken I wasn't a stupid meek rabbit. I tried to make friends, tried to save my mother, tried to save Tamura. But I couldn't do any of it. I'm a fucking failure. That's not true, All Might said calmly and tried to smile at her. You saved me when Shigaraki tried to kill me. You saved your classmates and young Kota after they were attacked. You sacrificed your reputation, your dreams, all to protect and nurture the people you care about. You're a hero, little Midori, you've always been. Shut up, she snapped and covered her ears. You and your ridiculous optimism. Wipe that stupid smile off your face. It's all a big lie, isn't it? She stood up and kicked him hard in the ribs. All Might spat up some blood as she got him right in his weak spot. It's a lie you use to hide the fear. It's a lie you use to give false hope to those you try to save. You can't save me, All Might. You can't save everyone. Nothing is going to be okay anymore. Not for me. She turned her back to him and began to pace. She ran fingers through her hair, shaking as she struggled between her personas and to keep her cool. I should have given up being a hero a long time ago when I saw that the entire industry of it was a big fat lie. I joined UA because I began to understand that the true power heroes held over society wasn't the ability to stop villains or to save people, but polarity. The more popular a hero is, the more they can influence mass opinion. With mass opinion, you can change rules and laws. You can mold and shape the world as you like it. I thought if I could become the #1 hero, if I could rise to that pinnacle, I could make the world see its flaws and help change it. The problem was the longer I stayed in the hero spotlight, the more it made me realize I didn't belong there. She stared down at her hands, opening and closing them with such a pained expression. My hands were stained with blood. I was lying to people I cared about, prioritizing popularity over helping others. I'd become a fake hero, doing exactly what I was preaching against. I hated it. I hated myself. So when I was outed as a villain, frankly, I was relieved. You were relieved. Sukachi, wheezing a bit from the tightness of his own bindings, stared with confusion. Yes, I'd felt so suffocated under society's thumb. Villainy was easier, more flexible. I could gain popularity in a different light, one I was more comfortable with and surrounded by people who shared my vision and goal. She clutched her hands over the remote, staring back at the destruction outside. And it was working. I'd gained so much popularity that I was deemed the queen of villains. I was getting floods of requests to join the league, gaining support from underground channels who were preaching my philosophies, and getting respect and acknowledgement from peers. Everything was going according to plan. Tears slipped down her face. Or so I thought. Tamura and the others approved of my vision, but even they didn't fully support my efforts. They don't think I can commit to being one of them, because I'm walking a middle ground, torn between my loyalties. I'm not the kind of hero I dreamed of, nor am I the ruthless villain the world sees me. It's clear that I can't keep walking down the gray path and need to commit to one side. But my past actions and my heart just won't let me. She hardened her gaze and grit her teeth. Just the thought of how she spent nearly an hour crying made her furious with herself. I'm losing sight of who I am, and what I should be. I can't go back and fix my mistakes. I can only push forward. It's time to make another statement. Time to prove I belong at the helm of the league. I need to commit a crime that is so ruthless that my dedication will never come into question again. She turned to All Might, the tears just extenuating the desperate plea on her face. I originally planned to kill Shoto and Kaken ... but I couldn't find the will to. I don't kill just for the sake of it. That's not who I am. So instead I'm doing the worst possible thing someone can do when people are screaming for help. And that's absolutely nothing. In the city, Toga as she shifted out of Mount Lady's form. Infiltration was a success. She giggled and slid her hand over Mount Lady's uniform, loving the soft and sleekness. All around them were knocked out heroes and police reinforcements. While Best Jeanist and Gang Orca had gone to the source of the explosion, Toga had shown her true colors, turning on the weaker heroes left behind and signaling Kurogiri for reinforcements. Nice work, Crazy. Tamura congratulated and bound the last of the group up with the same quirk-binding adhesive Karma used on All Might. This ought to keep these nosy heroes out of Karma's way. What about Ed Shot, Best Jeanist and Gang Orca? They are ranked in the top 10 elite heroes and won't go down as easy. Magni pointed out. Dabi and Twice can handle those three on their own. If they give them trouble, we've got Kurogiri on standby. Do you really think those two can handle 3 top-tier pros? Twice has some skills other than his cloning, but Dabi doesn't have much combat skill without his quirk. Compress showed concern. Karma has faith in him. Tamura scowled and stared out at the nearby burning building. If he fucks up, then he has no business calling himself her knight. Team Jeanist. There's no one inside that I saw. It looks as if the police had already evacuated this area before the explosion went off. Ed Shot reported, the sprinklers and firefighters going to work on the building. I didn't see any sign of the villains. Could it have been a rigged explosion to distract us from the warehouse? Maybe we ought to go check in with All Might and Sukachi. Gang Orca suggested. That may be a good idea. Things have been radio silent for a while, which is not normal. Genus tried using the radio the police gave him but only got static. Perhaps instead of worrying about All Might, Dabi's voice called out, catching them all off guard. They turn in the direction of it and see him jump out of the alley, his hand thrust out and palm erupting with blue flame. You should worry more about yourself. The entire front of the building erupted from the explosion of flame. Genus narrowly was able to drag himself and the crew out of the way. Immediately after unleashing the flame, Dabi ducked away again, running into the dark. After him, Genus called out. Ed shot immediately, zipping after him. Orca, keep your distance. You're weak against flame. I'll keep assisting the firefighters in getting the flames put out. He broke open a fire hydrant, filling his mouth with water and then spitting it out in a wide stream over the flame-covered street. Dabi ran quick, his trench whipping behind him in a blur of black and metal, the heavy sounds of his footsteps helping to guide Ed shot in his direction. It didn't take long for him to find the source. Zipping through, he reformed and pounced on top of Dabi, sending him to the ground. Almost immediately after, Genus used his quirk to bind Dabi by his clothes, keeping him bound tight. Nice work, Edge. Now then, villain, I don't suppose you'd like to tell us where the rest of your merry band is? Genus hefted him up, suspending him by the clothes and pinning him to the wall. I've got a reputation for being a nice guy, but I'm not against a forceful tactics in order to receive the right information. Ha, you heroes are all the same. Dabi laughed at the two. Eraserhead had the same frame of mind back at the training camp, and look at how well that turned out. You're pretty mouthy for a guy who's been caught. Ed shot warned and turned his hand razor thin. If you're not gonna talk, I'd be happy to just knock you out and keep you out of our hair. I'm sure your friends will come out of hiding sooner or later. Do you really think it's that simple? Dabi laughed. You can do whatever you want to me. It's not gonna change what's happening. What do you mean? Genus tightened the hold, making Dabi grunt. I mean, the damage is already done. Karma is finally on board with the rest of the crazies. But what makes her different is she's a hell of a lot smarter than them. She knows exactly what buttons to push to get society to listen. Hero society is being taken down by a 16-year-old girl, and I find that hysterical. I've got news for Karma. Genus grit his teeth. No matter what plan she's got cooking in that brain of her, the heroes will never bow before her. I wouldn't be so sure. Dabi choked as his form melted into a muddy paste on the ground. Both Ed shot and Genus look on wide-eyed. The hell? Ideological. The painful sound of Gang Orca's voice erupted and the two heroes rushed back only to see him on the ground, trying to roll and relieve the pain of being burned. 3 Dabis surrounded the hero and unleashed a tornado of powerful flames, torching the hero. Gang Orca. Ed's shot went thin and zipped through the air, piercing each copy till they turned to mush on the ground. Gang Orca lay unconscious on the ground, alive but shriveled from the intense heat. You heroes have no idea what's happening right now. More Dabis fled the streets, all of them with hands poised to attack with palms glowing blue. This night spells the end for you. The trust humanity has in their heroes will go up in flames. They all smile wickedly, eyes glowing from the flickering light of the fire. ... and I can't wait to watch it all burn. Warehouse. Izumi saw the eruption of blue flame, and knew that the second sequence to her plan had been triggered. She let out a slow calming breath to ease the guilt and tightness in her chest. Well, I think they've had enough fun, Izumi murmured, and she looked to her hostages. All Might shook as he tried to remain composed and calm while listening to the sounds around him. She'd never seen the man so broken and beaten down before. There was a slight thrill to having been the first since All for One to show him true humility. But it also reminded her that she'd grown up watching this man succeed at everything. She worshipped All Might like a god, had centered all her hopes and dreams on him and her ability to be just like this idol. But it had all been a lie. Her entire life had been one long disappointing fabrication of this man's ego, and she would not let today's youth be fooled by this facade anymore. This can't be easy, being forced to watch the destruction outside. She knelt down in front of All Might. I can call all of them off right now. I can stop everything and keep more citizens from getting hurt. But whether or not I will is up to you. She pushed a button and the screens now showed various angles of them and even included sound. The entire world is watching this stream, All Might. If you tell the world the truth, if you show them your true form, then I'll pull back my crew and release you and the detective. Whatever for. The world knows my secret already. All Might started to protest, trying to buy himself time, but Karma's glare pierced through him. Do they? I don't really think so. No one wants to believe the words of a villain. They need to see it with their own eyes. They need to be told the truth. She stood up again, pressing her foot harder on his side, making him groan in pain. You've a time limit. I intend to keep you here until your time is up. And my crew is prepared to take on whatever reinforcements show up for as long as they can. No matter what you choose, the world will see your true form. But it depends on you just how many innocents suffer due to your pride and vanity. All Might cursed under his breath, trying to think of a way to break out of this. But the horrific sounds from outside broke down his walls. He looked to this girl. This once sweet-faced and innocent girl who had been warped by his greatest enemy. He'd failed to protect her, failed to guide her down the right path because he'd been blinded by his own goals. He could still remember the day they first met, big bright green eyes so full of wonder and excitement, long curly green hair mussed and framing a childish face, her smile as big and bright as any star. He'd failed Izumi, a true fan and believer, and now her counterpart Karma was coming back to bite him. He started to smoke ... to let the form fade. You win, Karma. Meanwhile, broadcast munched chips with one hand as he kept record of every camera screen, making sure to display all the interesting and various angles to different channels. He flipped back and forth between the destruction and Karma's domain to keep the image interesting. But he kept Karma's voice as audio, punctuating her words with random shots to emphasize her points. Now this is entertainment. He grinned and shoved another potato chip in his mouth. He paused momentarily as one screen in particular caught his attention. He narrowed his eyes on the form and sighed heavily. Damn, just when it was getting good. He set the chips aside and signaled Karma's comlink. Hey boss, he called her, making Karma grunt in annoyance. He could sense the tension and annoyance in her voice and had to hold in a shudder. What? She snapped back testily, pressing a finger to her ear. This had better be good. I'm about to check the king. Yeah, about that. You've got company approaching the doors. He zoomed in on the figure, shrugging off a chill that went down his spine. The police seemed to be giving him a wide berth. Is it a hero? She glared at the front door. That was just great. She was finally on the verge of victory, finally about to succeed in her plan, and someone decides to sneak in a few extra game pieces. Dirty cheats. I don't think so. I've never seen a hero dressed like that. Frankly, he's kinda giving me the creeps. Broadcast admitted. What? Something shuddered through Izumi, a feeling of dread she couldn't quite shake. She narrowed her eyes on the door, feeling sweat drip at her temple. Put him on screen. You're the boss, boss. Broadcast switched views. Karma jerked her head up as the screen flashed to the front door view. She took a careful scan of the person in question, and choked at what she saw. No, impossible. The tall black figure placed his hand on the door and she screamed into the comlink. Abort. All the villains stopped their movements as Karma's voice pierced through the comlink. It was echoed by the massive sound of the warehouse being blown clean apart. The sonic boom ricocheted around and just obliterated anything in its path. Buildings crumbled. The ground shook, and the nearby police officers could only stare in absolute pale-faced shock after witnessing what had just happened. From his overhead position, Dabi stumbled and ran to the edge of the roof, looking out towards the warehouse. What in the hell was that? Twice shouted, crouched on all fours looking wide-eyed. Something's gone wrong. Did All Might escape? Dabi placed a finger to his comlink. Karma, come in. What the hell happened? Karma. Dabi's voice echoed in the receiver of Karma's comlink. As the dust and debris cleared, the intruder stepped forward, clapping his hands in a slow applause. Bravo, bravo, what a stunning performance, Karma. The muffled voice spoke from behind the mask. I used a great deal of power behind that attack. But you managed to not only save yourself but your hostages as well. As expected of a former hero, Karma stared through the dust, panting and wheezing from how much energy she had to expend in order to build a big enough barrier to withstand that attack. Her face was ghostly pale and she looked up wide-eyed and shaking at the man who approached her. This can't be real. You're dead. You're supposed to be dead. Saw to that personally, didn't you, my dear? I'm afraid you weren't quite successful. I'm alive. All for One smiled behind his mask, looking to All Might as he laughed the following phrase. And I'm here. Bakugo was quiet during the drive, tucked in the corner of the ambulance while Shoto sat on the gurney, both of them miserable. They could hear the driver muttering something over the radio, and the overhead siren echoed. We're almost out of the danger zone, boys. The paramedic in the back reassured, giving each of them a gentle pat on the shoulder. You'll be home soon. There was a long moment of silence. Then a small tremor had Bakugo's head jerked up. He immediately latched onto whatever he could. Todoroki. What? Shoto looked back and was thrown further back into the gurney as the vehicle swerved and was knocked around. Equipment rattled and shook off their secures and the paramedic mimicked Bakugo, grabbing onto whatever he could. When the vehicle finally stopped, surprisingly still upright, the driver whipped open the peephole and looked back. Is everyone all right? I think so. Paramedic looked to the boys who both nodded. What the hell happened? The road's completely blocked. You gotta come see this. He closed the panel. The paramedic opened the doors and immediately lost his breath at what he saw. The ripple effect of the sonic wave had caused a long line of buildings to just crumble on top of each other like dominoes. The street pavement was uprooted and cracked, causing the vehicle to lean to the side a little. What in the? Bakugo jumped out of the ambulance and stared down the long stretch of destruction. Shoto joined him, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did Karma do this? No, there's no way. She doesn't have the range for this. Who the fuck could have done this? The warehouse. A nightmare. This had to be a nightmare. Either that or she was hallucinating. How the hell did this man survive? He'd been examined and confirmed dead by paramedics and coroners. So how? You. Hands up. Sansa and his men held up their guns ready to take down the assailant. All for One gave them one brief glance. Insects. His arm bulked up. Karma gasped and shouted, "Fools, get out of the way." A second sonic boom launched in their direction, screams of agony meshing with the overpowering sounds of crumbling concrete and broken glass. Karma felt her throat go dry as she watched the display of power. She'd known her sensei was powerful, had known he had a plethora of quirks at his disposal, yet seeing him use them in person was deathly frightening. Now then, he dusted his palms off before clasping them together. Where was I? Oh yes, hello again. All for One. All Might sneered his name in a raspy voice. I knew it was too good to be true. I can't wait to hear how you escaped death once again. 'Twas a simple feat. All Might. A strategy I've had in play for emergencies such as treachery and deceit. All for One boasted and held out his arms. I obtained a quirk that allowed me to present body doubles for both myself and my associate, and let the events play out just as I predicted. Quirk, body double, can use DNA samples to create doubles of himself and other people. Each double takes a large amount of stamina and material to make, which makes it inconvenient for battle use. Body doubles. Predicted. Karma whispered and slowly got to her feet. You knew I was going to kill you. Yes, in fact I was counting on it, my dear. It made sickening sense. She gloated on how she'd caught the man off guard ... but the truth was she'd found it too easy. He just happened to be off his game even though she'd never beaten him before. He hadn't noticed her slip the poison in his drink even though he had senses like a wolf. The doctor had been so easy to find when normally she'd rarely seen him. Stupid. She was so stupid to think he would have just left himself open against her animosity. He stepped toward her, laughing a little as she took several cautious steps back. Don't be so shy. Come give Papa a hug. He flicked out his fingers and Karma gasped as the tips extended out, snagging on her and dragging her forward and right to him. She fought, pulling against the hold, but it was no use. His arms came around her, holding her close and petting her hair as a doting father would. Karma could feel the leash latching around her neck, feel it tightening and making her lose breath, and she lashed out. Don't touch me, she screamed at him, and her quirk burst out like a quick explosion. All for One skidded back some, but remained upright, and Karma brought up her fists ready to fight. Body doubles. Predictions. Don't make me laugh. If you knew what was going to happen, then why the hell didn't you just kill me? What kind of a father kills his own daughter? All for One rationalized in a mocking tone. Besides, I considered it a useful stepping stone. You were still far too meek, still too lost in the world of the heroes. I considered my death the catalyst for your eventual fall to villainy. You did not disappoint me, my girl. Karma's brain raced. Panic and self-doubt bubbled in her chest, making each breath she took painful. Her fingers clenched together. Her eyes couldn't look away from the menacing mask on her sensei's face. If all that's true, then why are you here? She mentally cursed when she heard the shake in her own voice. If me committing to villainy is what you've wanted, then why did you stop my plan? Why did you attack us? Tell me why you're here. All for One waited for her to finish her rant, enjoying the sounds of her ragged breath and obvious signs of panic. He was gonna enjoy ending her little game by making a complete fool of her, just as she did him. Oh, he had expected her to betray him. Had expected her to lash out, maybe lose control of her quirk and kill him. ... But for her to outwit him, even as a double, was infuriating. On top of that, she had outwitted the heroes at UA, had conned her way onto I-Island, solidifying her reputation in the villain underworld, and now had the symbol of peace begging for mercy, an act he hadn't been able to accomplish himself. No way was he going to allow her to steal credit for this. He would remind her just who held her leash, who had made her the villain she was today. Your plan was ingenious, my dear. I can feel the hope fade and despair sink in. I can sense the trust people have in their heroes begin to wane. He started and then lifted his hand up. However, he flicked his fingers out again, latching onto Karma. This time she was ready for it. She pushed out her power, smacking the tips away, and tangled her energy with them to keep them at a standstill. She dug her heels in deep, eyes going hard and teeth gritting. However, she finished for him. I didn't do everything you hoped I would do. Ahaha, there's that clever brain at work. Yes, your idea has great merit, but your final execution is lackluster. You intend to let the symbol of peace go after he reveals his weakness. You intend to just up and vanish, creating an anticlimactic ending for the citizens to watch. It doesn't send enough of a message. It doesn't have the cold truth I know you're capable of showing. Don't pretty it up. She snapped the hold, her energy whipping his grip away from her, and she snagged a dagger from her thigh, holding it up. You just to kill him yourself, don't you? You want the symbol of peace dead, as I've always wanted. That should come as no surprise to you. He shrugged. I'm going to enjoy finishing what you started. Like hell, she screamed at him. I killed you because I refuse to be held down by your ideals and goals. You think you can just waltz back in as if you never left. You think you can tie your leash around my neck like you own me. This is my plan. This is my statement to the world. So do us both a favor and go to hell. She pressed a switch on the coronet around her head. the small gem on her forehead glowing, and she felt the effects of the item immediately. It was as if switches were going off in her brain, unlocking power she didn't know she had. All for One watched with avid curiosity as Karma's quirk vibrated around her, pulsing and swirling with dangerous aura. I see you've taken the liberty of claiming David Shield's invention as your own. Do you really think it'll be enough to stand up to me? Probably not. She smiled, feeling more aggression than fear now. Hell, if she was gonna die, she was gonna go down with a fight. She whipped off her trench coat, her power-up items activating with her quirk. ... But we're about to find out. As you wish, Karma. He laughed and lifted his hands. Come then, do your best to kill me a second time. No, little Midori. All Might shouted at Karma as she leapt into action. He heard something fall to the ground and saw the remote landed next to her trench coat. He started to wriggle, inching his way towards it. He had to get free. He needed to get free and prevent All for One from killing Izumi. He grunted as his body and Tsukachi were tossed back from a ricochet of power. The remote skidded with them, clattering around before falling into a crevice of debris and out of reach. Huso, Karma screamed with fury as she propelled herself forward. She channeled energy into her palms and punched out with the added power, creating a rippling effect that met against All for One's fierce resistance. Impressed, All for One took a much firmer stance. Perhaps he should take this fight seriously. If she could properly channel that energy radiating off her, he may very well have a challenge. You've grown so much, All for One said with a mock sigh of nostalgia. You're not that timid little rabbit anymore, are you, Izumi Midoria? He clamped his hands over her fists, whipping her around and into the side of the building next door. But you're still wet behind the ears. Karma burst out of the building, her head bleeding and skin scraped up, but the ferocity in her movements still intact. She sent two blades flying at him, one scraping over his bicep, the other he caught nimbly with his fingers. She'd hoped for an opening, but immediately saw her diversion had failed. She tried to put on the brakes, to back away and keep a distance, but he unleashed his extended fingers, snagging her by the waist and sent her diving into the pavement. She coughed up saliva as the hit knocked her insides around. She didn't have time to even catch her breath before he was scraping her across the ground and flinging her like a rag doll. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Think, Karma. At this rate you're gonna die before you even get a clean hit. What's the matter, Karma? You're a much better fighter than this. He tossed her up, then slammed his fist in her gut, knocking the wind out of her and sending her flying upward. You've all this extra power, and yet you refuse to use it. Why? He watched her drop like a stone. As she struggled to get up, he eyed the nearby police civilians still pulling themselves from the rubble. I see. You still have a case of hero syndrome, don't you? All for One took aim, his arm bulking up. Allow me to remove the obstacles. Stop. Karma brought her whip out, a quick flick making it coil around his arm. She yanked it down so that it launched them both like a rocket. Now with the proper leverage, she pulled him toward her, and finally landed a solid hit, kicking him in the face. This is between you and me, old man, so leave them out of this. You're the one who brought them into this. He snagged her wrist, cracking the arm between his fingers. Karna screamed in pain and proceeded to kick and wriggle, trying to get free. This elaborate plan to change the world is nothing but a show of your power. You're weak. He flicked his finger, a small shockwave pulsing and snapping her shoulder back. Karma grit her teeth, determined not to scream. Limited, he did it again, the shoulder jerking back and popping out of its socket. He smiled with glee, watching her face contort from the pain. Power, All Might. Tsukachi grunted as he worm crawled to his friend. We have to get free. She won't be able to last against him. I know it. All Might wheezed some as he fidgeted, his large hands trying to reach under the rock but couldn't. I can't reach it. Damn it, come on, All Might. Despite her singing shoulder, Karma kept the grip on her weapon firm. She pulsed her energy through the whip, its thorns cutting through All for One's arm. The limb spewed out blood, and All for One let out his first grunt of frustration when he felt the sting of the hit. He flung her up, his body levitating midair. He looked down at the blood, annoyed that she'd drawn blood. Impressive, most impressive. I've underestimated you, my dear. He looked up at her, her energy barely keeping her afloat as it flickered and waved erratically. That determination of yours deserves a gift. Let's see if you appreciate it. He rubbed his fingers together, creating friction, and fire suddenly formed in his palm. All Might jerked his head back when he heard Karma scream in pure agony. He saw her fall from the sky, creating a small crater on the ground. She wriggled in pain and agony, the fire he'd unleashed from his palm having singed her head to toe. You remember that quirk, don't you, Karma? All for One floated above her. The day you got your name, you wanted to punish the man responsible for killing your mother. You asked me to remove his fire quirk, and then proceeded to torture him mercilessly. Quirk, static fire, can create balls of fire ranging in size depending on the amount of friction created. Karma shuddered and struggled to get up, her energy depleting even faster after using David's invention. She powered down her quirk, trying to catch her breath and think while letting All for One talk. He must have seen her guard drop, because he floated down, standing intimidatingly over her. I was so proud of you that day. I could see the true potential you had as a villain. His voice held such pride, and yet she could tell he was mocking her. If only your love of All Might and doing the right thing wouldn't stand in the way of your growth. You have different goals than the rest of us. On top of that, you enjoy being in charge, feeling empowered. I knew one day you would turn on me, attempt to take my place, and I was right. I just didn't think," he thought bitterly to himself, "that you'd be so good at it." Karma slowly lifted her head, her hands flexing and then curled into fists as the inevitability of her demise became clear. "So why keep me around? Because of this." He crouched down and tapped the middle of her forehead, slowly increasing pressure, making her grunt and wince in pain. "You reminded me so much of my younger self, always thinking, always planning, and I didn't want to waste it. Shigaraki is to be my successor, but he's not much of a thinker. When he showed great interest in you, I knew I had to keep you around to help make an example for him." He grabbed her up by the hair so her face was better displayed. "You've done wonders with Shigaraki, my dear. You did everything I expected, and everything I feared." She could hear the animosity in his voice grow, could hear the anger starting to build as All for One lost his cool. She wheezed out a breath from the screaming pain in her skull. Her entire body sung with pain, but she didn't have the energy or the strength to pull herself free. Just as he started thinking on his own, making decisions for himself, "You interfered with your lackluster morals. You interfered with our plans to attack UA. You interfered with Shigaraki's plan to kill your classmates. And now you're robbing him of his sole wish, the demise of the symbol of peace. I wish you hadn't done such a selfish and foolish thing, or I wouldn't have been forced to intervene." Little Midori, All Might, wriggled more forcefully, now trying to break his bindings. "Let her go. All Might, aren't you being a bit rude?" He hoisted Karma up higher, as if to put her up on display. She let out a short scream as the pain to her temple forced her up to her feet and she dangled on her toes. "I'm scolding my daughter for misbehaving. Stop interfering." Karma's eyes went wide, knowing All for One was on the edge. She covered his hand in her quirk, jerking it upright so his next attack missed and broke apart more rubble and debris. "You're full of shit." She struggled to stand. Stumbling forward a few steps, she took her place in front of All Might, glaring up at him with sharp green eyes. "Why don't you just say you're gonna kill me, instead of making it sound like a twisted punishment?" "I have no intention of killing you, my dear." He reached out, smiling wickedly behind his mask when her eyes showed fear mixed with the hate. He brushed his knuckles along her cheek. "Whether you like it or not, you're my kin. I took you in, raised you as my own. I gave you everything you have. Your power, your training, the money you used to fund the start of your little gang. But then you had to go and ruin it all, didn't you? You're the one ruining it. You're supposed to be dead. I'm not going to be leashed down by you again. Old man, this is my league." Karma screamed at him, her voice pitching higher when he slapped her across the face and sent her skidding back across the pavement. "Foolish child, it was never meant to be yours." He shifted his hands a little, a few seconds passing before black gooey puddles formed and spat out the members of her league. "BLEGH. What the hell was that?" Spinner choked and gagged. "Ugh, I feel sick." Toga agreed, holding her mouth and nose. "That reeks," twice shouted, then made a sweet face. "Smells so sweet." "Master," Tamura spoke suddenly, catching everyone's attention. The young man went to his knees, staring in disbelief. "You're alive." "I am." He stepped towards his protege. "I'm grateful I got here in time. I've come to help you, Shigaraki, as I always have." "Help, my ass." Karma grunted, struggling to stand but collapsed back down to the ground. "Karma." Dabi ran toward her, kneeling down and hooking his arm around her waist. "Are you the one who did this to her?" Dabi yelled accusingly at All for One. "I did. My daughter needed to be punished for her bad behavior." All for One spoke truthfully, sparing Dabi a single backward glance. Dabi's temper flared as the image of his father slapping his mother and Shoto around came to memory. "Why, you son of a..." "Dabi." Karma gripped his shirt and looked up at him. Don't aggravate him. He's too strong. He'll just kill you." "I don't understand, Master." Tamura stood up on shaky legs. "What happened? Why did you make us believe you were?" "I did it for your benefit, my boy." He ignored Karma's scoff and stepped towards Tamura. "I knew Karma would help you grow, and I was right. You've become so strong, thinking ahead, carefully planning, and valuing your comrades. But it's time for you to step out of her shadow." "What do you mean?" Tamura narrowed his eyes. "We're a team. I'm not in her shadow." "Are you sure about that?" "I think the world sees Karma as the leader of the league, but she's not as she. You are the king, you hold the power, and yet Karma has been keeping you from reaching your full potential." He pointed at Karma accusingly. "Karma." Tamura spoke low and deadly. "You want to explain what he's talking about?" "I've nothing to explain." She grit her teeth. "Because he's lying to you. He's always lying to you, trying to control you." "I'm a bit confused. What exactly is going on here?" Twice scratched his temple. "It would appear that the role of leadership has been put into question. Though I really don't think now is the best time for such a discussion." Compress explained and took a wary glance around for any lingering heroes. I thought both Tamura and Queenie were our leaders. They're a team, aren't they? Toga pointed out, pressing her fingers together and making kissing sounds. That's the way it was, or so we thought. Compress continued. It would appear our new guest is questioning Karma's loyalty and leadership skills, and believes Tamura should be the undisputed leader, as it was always intended. Well deduced, Mr. Compress. All for one clapped. Karma was meant to be merely a tool for Tamura to train with ... but she didn't care for that role. Instead she killed me, took on the brains and finances of the league, and made it into her own personal pet project. Ew. Karma tried to stand but fell back down into Dabi's arms. Easy, Karma, he murmured and jerked his head up. I don't buy what you're selling, you creep. Why should any of us trust you? I don't expect you to, Dabi, as your loyalties clearly lie with her. Whatever fate Tamura decides for her, you will share it. What Tamura decides? Karma questioned and laughed. That's a load of shit. I'm not here to seize control. I've come to terms that my reign is over. I just don't want there to be any debate on who I've chosen as my successor. He held his hand out to Tamura. Well, my boy, what is your decision? Tamura looked between him and Karma, his head a muddled mess of emotions and thoughts. He replayed his fight with Karma over and over, trying to find reasonable doubt in what his master said was true. Tamura stood up, locking eyes with his queen. He saw her, in the arms of another man, looking fierce and angry. Do you really think it's been you pulling the strings of this organization? I thought you were stepping up and living up to your title. But now I see that I was a fool for trusting you with anything. I can't believe I was stupid enough to fall for you. He scratched at his neck and held his chest as it ached and throbbed with the thought of betrayal. He bristled when Dabi started tucking her behind him, a knight protecting his queen. This was all his fault. There would be no debate, no doubt, if he and those brats from UA weren't in the picture. The scratching stopped, the irritation stopped, and Tamura relaxed and breathed again. His hand lowered at his side. That was the whole point, wasn't it? He didn't really care if Karma was seen as the leader, because she'd proven herself capable. The real problem was that she didn't see him as capable. She didn't see him as someone who could take charge, because of his jealousy. I don't care if she wants the league. I don't care if she wants to claim she's the leader. He spoke, finding his calm again. She's more than proven capable of ruling at my side. But I've yet to show my dedication to her. Tamura. Karma smiled at him, tears forming. Karma, I love you. The tears fell and she stood up shakily and walked past All for One and straight into his arms. She felt Tamura hold her, laying his cheek on her hair. I love you so much, my king. She clung onto him, so happy that he accepted her, that he chose her over Sensei. I know, it's going to be okay. He kissed her temple, then eyed Dabi over her shoulder, his arms enclosed tightly around her, intimately, possessively. Sensei, kill him. What? Karma's eyes popped open and she struggled to get free. Dabi's breath caught and he already started backing up. Tamura, no. As you wish. All for One laughed and gave a little bow before turning towards his prey. King Tamura. No. Tamura, please make him stop. Please don't do this. Dabi. Karma screamed, fighting off Tamura's possessive hold, and her hand stretched out trying to stop what was about to happen. Tauya. Touya. Dabi heard Karma scream his name, and everything else around him disappeared. He couldn't see All for One, couldn't see the massive ball of fire All for One formed in his hand. All he could see was her, and wondered why the thing that hurt him most was seeing that pained expression on her face. Izumi. Several months prior. You were contacted by the League of Villains? Dabi raised a brow at Jurin as the two of them shared a drink. He'd heard about this guy's reputation, and sought him out in order to find others like himself. He didn't care for people in general, but being a villain required allies. In order to find the right sort of people to coincide with, he sought help from a professional. That's the group that attacked UA High School in order to kill All Might, isn't it? From what I hear, they're just a rowdy group of losers looking to stir up trouble. That's the old league. They've recently had a change in power, and in turn their goals have changed. He handed Dabi a card. I've already got one kid biting, but they're looking to expand their ranks much wider. You've a powerful quirk, and a good head see on your shoulders. I think you should come with me and hear what they have to say. It could be a worthwhile investment. To ch. Dabi stared at the card, flipping it over this way and that. He burned the edge a little, tempted to waste it, but then remembered why he'd sought this guy out. Fine, I'll take your advice. But I don't see how these fools could have changed in only a few weeks. I almost walked away from all of it. Almost went in a completely different direction. How different would my life have been if I hadn't met her? Shigaraki Tamura hadn't impressed him at all. Neither had the crazy tart who bounced around like a kid waving a knife. He sat in that plush apartment wondering what the hell he was doing associating himself with these losers. ... And then she walked in, and his opinion shifted. She wasn't much to look at first glance, but the way she talked, worked the room, and smoothed down the tense atmosphere was impressive. He liked her moxie and spirit, but he wasn't quite convinced that she and her league suited him. If you're going to partner with Stain, then I've no objections about joining. But I'm warning you now, I'm not a team player. I looked after myself, I always have. That's right, ever since I ran away from home I've always looked after myself. I didn't need friends, I didn't want friends, but I got both, and something extra I hadn't been looking for at all. Thanks for the warning, Karma playfully responded. He saw the smile hinting in the eyes behind her mask, and his impression of her grew more intrigued. How was it that a kid could become a master puppeteer? She tied her invisible strings around Toga, lulling the girl in with the kind of friendship that borderlined on insane. And yet she made it look endearing and genuine. She had those same strings wrapped all around Tamura and the rest of her crew, bringing the supposed big bad villains crawling to their knees. Who was this girl? He caught himself hanging on her every word, reading her every movement, and wondered just what sort of secrets lay behind the mask. That mix of innocence and seduction had him eager to touch, eager to peel away the layers of bravado and find the truth. After the meeting had been adjourned, he spent the next hour researching. It didn't take long for him to figure out that the woman in question was none other than Izumi Midoria, aspiring hero, UA, alumni, and the winner of the sports festival. She'd beaten out his little brother in the finals, had shown impressive displays of strategy and power and drive. Before joining UA, her mother had died in a horrific fire, and she was taken in by a rich tycoon who apparently had been tutoring her. Only a few short months later that tycoon died, and she filed for emancipation. Ever since then she'd used her inherited wealth to donate to charities and fund her former mentor's company. Now she was the head of the League of Villains. Busy little bee ... You just get more fascinating by the minute, he murmured to himself, staring at her picture on screen. In the paper they painted her as a young and ambitious woman. She looked sweet and innocent to the average Joe, but Dabi could see the facade. This double life she was living only intrigued him further ... And the fact that his baby brother seemed to have a thing for her was just icing on the cake. He'd planned to just ruffle her feathers a little, get under her skin and peel away that faux confidence she strutted around in. But he'd lost himself the moment she'd walked out of the bathroom. Dripping wet, scantily clad, and every mask completely peeled off, he saw the real woman under it all. He saw the innocence, saw the fierceness, saw the determination, the fear, the panic. In her eyes he could visually see that stunning brain working through so many scenarios, asking so many questions, and plotting her next course of action. It stirred him up, and suddenly he couldn't hold back the urges inside. What do you want, Dabi? He could have said a million different things. He could have told her he wanted to talk, a drink, a damn cigarette. But the answer that came out of him was the truth. You. End of flashback. From the moment we met I knew you affected me in some way. I knew something had changed. I knew that you were different than anyone else I'd ever met. But it wasn't until I had you in my arms that I realized I never wanted to let go. I said I wasn't going to let you wrap me around your finger, but I failed to notice you take hold of my heart. Is this how it ends for us, Karma? Am I gonna die without knowing how you truly feel about me? Is the last thing I'm gonna see is you crying in Shigaraki's arms? To hell with that. Dabi sneered and raised his hand, literally fighting fire with fire as his own blast pushed up against all for ones and negated it. Smoke rose and embers sizzled on the ground, adding a chalky scent to the air. Dabi's blue eyes seemed to glow through them, and he spoke directly to Shigaraki. I'm not gonna die because of your petty jealousy. You wanna fight? Then let's do it. But don't make this creep do all your work for you. He gave Shigaraki a come-hither motion with his hands. Tamura sneered and he started to shove Izumi behind him, but she shoved him back, running to Dabi and holding her arms out to protect him. Stop it, Tamura. Stop it right now. Don't you dare kill him, SHR warned, struggling to remain standing. Get out of my way, Karma. This is all you're doing. Shigaraki stepped forward, holding his hand out. You want me to take charge? You want me to make decisions? Well, this is the decision I've made. It's clear to me you trust him far more than you trust me, and I don't accept being second place to anyone. I'm removing him from the picture, just like I'll remove those UA brats you insist on keeping alive. Izumi, Dabi warned, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for a fight. This isn't the same as your scuffle in the woods. He's not gonna listen to anyone but himself. Please, she continued to plead, ignoring Dabi's advice. Please, Tamura, I get that you're trying to make a point, but I won't let you hurt him. She looked to her king, her lover, the tears streaming down her face. I need him in my life, Tamura. I need Dabi by my side or I'm no good to you. Dabi, her voice cracked a little as her emotions came to the surface. He's not just my knight, he's my confidant. It keeps me focused, keeps me strong. Please, I need him. You love him. All for one corrected her, and Izumi's breath audibly hitched. You claim to love Tamura, but I think it's clear to everyone here who your heart truly belongs to. No, she whispered it, almost as if trying to convince herself it wasn't real. No, that's not what I. Stop lying to yourself, Karma. You're only going to make this worse. All for one side and looked to Tamura, who was shaking with absolute fury. How do you want to handle this betrayal, your majesty? Karma is mine. He seethed and looked to his sensei. Make her mine. I don't care if you have to break her. I don't care if you have to rip that zombie to pieces. Karma is mine. Tamura, Izumi pleaded, but Shigaraki refused to listen. Very well. I believe I have a solution to this. All for One held out both his hands. Dabi wasted no time. He snagged Izumi by the hand. Run! He blasted out a stream of fire trying to cover their escape. They made a break for the opening in the debris, hoping to cut into the tight alleyway and avoid the next oncoming attack. He couldn't run fast enough, couldn't get Karma away fast enough. He felt a stab in his back, heard Karma grunt as she too was caught, and both fell to the ground. All for One dragged them back by his extended fingers and then repositioned his grip so they latched onto their temples. You say you need Dabi in your life, Karma, yet you want to remain useful to the king you've devoted yourself to. I know the perfect way to satisfy his needs and yours. I will make you and this man closer than you've ever been. What are you planning? What are you? She trailed off as Dabi started to scream in agony. Her eyes went wide and fresh tears poured out as she saw the familiar glow emulate around him. Dabi, why are you taking his quirk? Do not to worry, my dear. I'm putting his quirk to good use. He focused on her now, and Izumi felt the familiar sting and pounding in her brain. The quirk combination I've planned for you will make you the ultimate weapon for Tamura. It's just a shame it'll break that beautiful mind of yours. But at least you've completed its purpose. Hey, is this really okay, Tamura? Toga poked her fingers together looking at him and then other league members who just watched what was happening. Yeah, Karma is one of us, isn't she? Twice agreed, looking conflicted as well. Why are we just letting this creep hurt her? Wake up, fools. Magni threw a hand out towards All for One. Karma's strong enough to take on a guy like Muscular, but this guy has been tossing her around like a rag doll. Not to mention he just stole Dabi's quirk and blew apart the city without so much as a sweat. I don't know about you, but I'm not standing in his way. Magni is right. Spinner spoke boldly but with tears in his eyes. As much as I respect and admire her, our queen has fallen, and the power has shifted to our king. We must obey the rules of the game and remain under his command. Karma screamed as the pain intensified. Her body jerked on the ground as if electrocuted as Dabi's quirk was shoved into her. There was such intense heat, she felt as if her bones were melting. Damn it, damn it. He's trying to force me into submission. Break me, break my mind. God damn it. Tamura, you idiot. You stupid, selfish idiot. He's gonna turn me into a fucking Namo. No and no I won't let you use me like that. I'd rather die. Second by second she could feel herself slipping into the dark, but she fought against it. Her eyes lifted up, and the first thing she saw was Dabi lying unconscious on the ground. She grit her teeth. He was alive, but he wouldn't be for long if she gave in. Her vision turned hazy and it became hard to focus. She tried so hard to think, to ignore the pain and find a solution. Her mind had to survive. She needed to think. She needed to save Dabi. KUSO. She heard All Might curse and her eyes shifted to him. She saw him trying to shove his bound hands under a rock and wondered what he was trying to do. And then it clicked. All Might. She wheezed and grit her teeth as she stretched her hand out trying to focus her quirk. You may be weaker than before, she spoke hoarsely, but you're my last hope. Prove me wrong. Be my hero again. The last few dregs of it sparked to life. The rock All Might struggled against lifted up, allowing his hands to slide under and grab a hold of the remote. Save him. I got it. He pushed the button, the tape unwinding and setting him and Tsukachi free. Karma collapsed on the ground and All Might jumped to his feet, bunching up his fists. Texas. Smash. The wind blasted everyone back, knocking All for One and the league off their feet. All Might snagged Dabi and Karma out of the air in a flash and returned beside her friend to square against the villain. He set Dabi down beside Tsukachi, who was still catching his breath, but he took the time to look down at Karma, who lay still in his arms. Little Midori. He spoke with some dread, but relaxed as he watched the slow breath rising in her chest. Unconscious but alive. Be my hero again. I've failed you more times than I care to count, little one. You lost all faith in me and in heroes due to those failures. He hugged her to him, comforting himself with the sound of her breath. And yet you chose to set me free, knowing it was your friend's best chance at survival. I promise you, I will not waste this chance you've given me. I will not fail this time. He set her down beside Dabi, the two laying as a pair. I will make you pay for what you've done to my student All for One. Your student. All for One laughed. She calls me sensei. I taught her everything. Not everything. This girl has some decency left in her. She knows the value of a person's life where you don't. I won't make the same mistakes I made 5 years ago. I'm going to make sure you're locked up for good, along with your despicable league of villains. All Might launched forward and directly at All for One. The tall and proud man held out his hand, the power bulking up his arm and springing All Might back like a yo-yo and hurtling him into the wide stretch of building debris. All Might. Tsukachi called out to his friend and gave a wary glance to the others. With Karma and Dabi unconscious, and his men laying wounded or dead on the ground, he faced the group of villains alone. It would seem we've reached the end of the game. That won't stall the hero for long. All for One glanced back. Kurogiri, warp everyone to these coordinates. He phased a piece of paper into Kurogiri's hands. The doctor will be waiting for you all. What about you, Master? Tamura looked up at his teacher. I will hold All Might off. I've given you what you wanted, Tamura. Collect your prize. He motioned to the unconscious Karma. The doctor will know what to do with her. You'll finally have a queen that is strong and 100% devoted to you. Tamura eyed Karma, his emotions twisted inside as he walked towards her. This is what he wanted. This is what he asked for. Karma. He held his hand out towards her. ... and jumped back as a mountain of ice blocked his path. Get the hell away from her, you sick bastard. Bakugoi screamed. Todoroki standing beside him seething and both seeing red from what they'd just witnessed. After seeing the destruction, they'd ignored the paramedics and rushed back into the city to help. You, Tamura turned towards them. Why do you two always have to show up and ruin everything? We're not the ones who just ordered to have his own people killed. Todoroki retorted. They'd seen almost everything, from Karma being tossed around like a rag doll, to All for One's monologue, and finally Karma's final stand to protect her friend against her lover. What kind of a leader doesn't value the people on his team? What kind of a man doesn't trust the woman he claims to love? A sad and pathetic one. Bakugo finished with a smirk and let his quirk pop in his hands. You cocky little kid. Master. He jerked a finger at the two. Kill them. Bakugo and Todoroki crouched into a readied position. They were ready to take a stand, to fight with everything they had. All Might came crashing through the buildings and back into the fray. He shook off the dust and debris looking to his two students. You two shouldn't be here. Take cover now. We came to help. Todoroki tried to explain, but Bakugo placed a hand on his shoulder. He's right. Let's get Karma and the extras out of here so All Might can show these bastards what a true hero can do. Bakugo leapt off the opposite side of the ice wall and hauled Karma onto his back. Oi, detective, can you walk? I'm fine, Bakugo. Sukachi nods and helps Todoroki haul up Dabi. Let's get these two out of here. They're getting away. Karma. Shigaraki started to run forward but felt a pull against his back. He glanced and saw Magni using her quirk to pull everyone towards him and Kurogiri. Leave the girl. All Might is too powerful, plus I hear sirens. More heroes are on their way. We gotta get out of here. Magni is right, Shigaraki. Kurogiri insisted and opened himself wider to encompass the group. No, Karma. Master. Shigaraki reached out his hand towards All for One. It's your time now, Tamura Shigaraki. All for One called out to them even as he pushed against All Might's power. Make it count. Master. Tamura screamed while being pulled into the warp. As the dark closed around him, he felt the filth and cruelty of the world suffocating him. His master was still injured. He could very well lose against All Might and the other heroes. He lost Karma, the one person who could possibly comfort him in this stressful moment. What had he done? What the fuck had he done? No, not alone. I can't do it alone. He curled into a ball and let the madness of his emotions run wild. Karma. Some time later, the city of Mustafu is still recovering from the massive villain strike that happened only a few days ago. Many citizens were either killed or injured, and even several pro-heroes were put out of commission. A stone-faced woman and her male co-host stare into the camera at the audience as they gave the highlights from the battle that shook the whole world. Despite the tragedy of all that, the symbol of peace stood tall once again, facing down the threat. Despite a massive amount of power loss, All Might came out on top and reminded everyone who the #1 hero in the world is. The male tapped his papers on the desk and brought the grim atmosphere up by smiling. That's right, Kara. Thanks to him, the most powerful villain group has lost key members. The mysterious powerhouse known as All for One is now safely behind bars, and 2 others were captured after being incapacitated by their own crew. Karma, also known as the Queen of Villains, and her right-hand man Dabi, suffered tremendous injuries against their power struggle with All for One. Both are now under hefty security at a discreet medical facility by local police and All Might himself. We will bring you more information after the break. Bakugo snapped the TV off, lounging back in his hospital bed and staring up at the ceiling. Todoroki sat on the bed beside him, flexing his hands in and out and admiring the bruises and welts on his wrists. Did we do the right thing? Todoroki wondered aloud. Of course we did. Don't be stupid. Bakugo sneered but turned his face away to hide the pained expression. Karma's a villain. Doesn't matter if she's hurt and doesn't have a league now. It was always meant to end like this. Then why do I feel so terrible? Shoto covered his face. Why do I feel like I'm the one that betrayed her? Well, you're not. The one who betrayed her was that Shigaraki asshole. If he hadn't gone off the deep end, Karma wouldn't be in this mess to begin with. Bakugo rolled onto his side. I guess you're right. Todoroki clenched his teeth as the tears spilled out. He couldn't get the image of Izumi's final pleading look and limp body out of his head. I just wish there was some way we could help her. In another room. What's the status? Sukachi stood beside a shrunken All Might as they got word from the doctor on his patient's recovery. Whatever All for One did to them seemed to upset their mental stability. The tall sandy blonde informed him as he ran through Dabi's chart. Dabi wasn't too physically injured and is showing great progress. He's regained consciousness and little by little is recalling details from the night before. Karma, on the other hand, is a different story. She sustained serious injuries that will take time to heal. On top of that, she hasn't woken up once since you brought her in. She's in a coma. All Might questioned, looking distraught. Yes, but I doubt it's a permanent one. Take a look at these readings. He lifted up a long stretch of paper that looked like someone tried to scribble the entire page black. Are those her brain waves? Sukachi leaned in close for a better look. Yes, normally in a coma the waves have a steady motion and stay relatively within stages 2 and 3 of sleep, with only the occasional burst of activity usually triggered by someone speaking or other familiar sounds. Karma's wavelengths, though, are jumping in and out of REM, almost like they're fighting for consciousness. There's some major activity going on in her brain. He tapped his temple. Yes, well, All Might let the smallest of smiles appear on his lips. She's always been one to use her head in times of crisis. Considering the amount of damage she's taken, I would have liked to run some more in-depth tests to make sure there's no damage. But with these readings, I'm worried she may wake up in the middle of the procedure. It may be better for everyone if we just wait out the comatose state. I see. Sukachi put his notebook away and scratched his temple. Dabi is a good start in terms of witnesses. If he's willing to talk, he may have a lot of information we can use. But Karma would be better. She was their financial backer and tactician. She'd have almost all the ins and outs of the league, including the most likely places they'd go to hide out. Well, when she wakes, I'll be sure to inform you, Detective. She's a fighter, a strong one. I doubt injuries and loss of stamina will keep this girl grounded for long. Thank you for your time, Doctor. Sukachi tipped his hat and pat All Might on the shoulder. Let's go get a coffee. Good idea. He agreed and gave a heavy sigh. While we're at it, I want to go over my speech with you. Are you sure this is what you want? Sukachi said, looking sad. Are you sure you want to retire after everything that's happened? Yes, I can't sustain my form anymore. I used all I had left to take down All for One. It's time for the next generation to suit up and take my place. He looked at his hands and then gripped them into fists. Young Mirio is nearly ready. He's so strong and full of light and hope. Now that my image has faded, it's his turn to shine. He's interning with your former sidekick, isn't he? Yes, Night Eye has done a good job with him. All Might hung his head, sighing. I should go see him and thank him for taking Mirio on. But I'm a bit ashamed for him to see this form. I've ended up exactly where he warned me I would go. Don't beat yourself up too hard, All Might. Sukachi bumped his fist against his shoulder. You did good out there. You did heroes proud. Perhaps. He sighed heavily, thinking of Karma's plea and wavering trust. I just hope it was enough. In Karma's room, one of the nurses walked into Karma's room setting a bouquet of flowers, a balloon and a teddy bear. She smiled at the cute designs and placed them beside Karma's bed. Guess even villains have secret admirers. She pet her hair, sighing. Such a terrible thing to happen to you. Hopefully when you wake up they'll get you some real help. She pat her cheek and walked out. The room went dead quiet, the only sounds being the heart monitor and the random beeps from the brainwave machine. The small teddy bear started to shift and move, its head turning towards Karma and big black eyes staring intensely. Found you, Queen of Villains. Kota peeked his head around the corner, watching the doctor and Sukachi leave Dabi's room. He had gotten tired of being cooped up in his room and snuck off when Mandalay finally drifted to sleep. During his wandering, he'd seen the detective and had decided to follow him out of curiosity. Well, back to square one. Sukachi sighed heavily. That man sure is familiar with police protocol. All the usual tactics had no effect whatsoever. He would have worked with you had you granted him permission to see Karma. The doctor pointed out. It was his only stipulation and not an unreasonable one. In fact, considering how close they are, he could very well be the key to waking her up. Karma, Kota whispered, then his eyes widened. Izumi, it's their closeness that worries me. They may have helped us, but Karma and Dabi are dangerous when working together. It was their teamwork that pulled off the I-Island heist. If I grant him permission and she woke up, there's a possibility the two could devise an escape route with little more than eye contact. I'm not taking the chance that either could escape. I suppose you have a point. When do you plan on moving him to lockup? If he's got medical clearance, I want him moved first thing tomorrow. I'd prefer today, but I don't quite have the manpower for it. Sukachi nodded to the guard and continued to walk with the doctor. Tomorrow I can brief my team and get a more solid guard on duty. For now they can stay here. I'll get a few heroes to remain on site for emergencies. Kota watched them walk away, listening to everything that was being said. He thought long and hard for a moment, devising his strategy like Izumi had taught him before taking action. He innocently approached Dabi's door and tugged on the police guard's jacket. Hey, mister. He bent over, flipping his hat out of his eyes. You lost or something, kiddo? Kota took a winding swing and punched the guard full force in the balls. When he went down, Kota snagged the keys from his belt and ran inside. Dabi eyed the kid from his hospital bed and raised a brow when Kota started going through the keys. "You my new watchdog?" he inquired with a slight smirk. "You're Izumi's friend, right?" he asked without looking up from his task. "If I release you, will you help her escape?" "If I can manage it." Dabi held up his cuffed hands. "You know she's in a coma, right?" "Yeah." Kota's eyes went soft with sadness. "The doc said you could help wake her up, because you're real close. They're taking you away tomorrow, and I know you guys did bad stuff and hurt people, but Izumi wouldn't do it without good reason. I don't want her to go to prison. I want to help her, but I can't do it by myself." He held up the key. "So I set you free, then you help me save her. Deal?" Dabi thought for a minute as he looked down at the key. He knew he didn't have long to contemplate and decided it was his best chance at freedom. "All right, kid." He holds out his cuffed hands. "You got a deal." Kota unlocked him. Dabi rubbed his wrists and stood up. His legs buckled. Somebody quickly shook off the weakness. "Do you know where they're keeping her?" Dabi asked as he pulled the guard from out of the hall and cuffed him to the bed to keep anyone from seeing him. "An ICU, I think. It's where they keep all the seriously injured people," Kota explained, and Dabi nodded. "All right, I can't walk around in just a hospital gown." He poked his head out, and as an anxious man in a surgical gown walked by, he snagged him and covered his mouth before he could scream. With a quick chop to the back of the head, the guy was out like a light. He switched his clothes, put on the cap and face mask to hide his identity, and then calmly walked out the door with Kota in hand. "This guys won't work for long. We need to snag Karma and get out quick. Also, avoiding any police or heroes would be a plus." "Got it." Kota pushed the button for the elevator. The two heard a commotion down the hall where they just came from and hurried inside before they could be spotted. Once on the floor with ICU, a rush of cops ran right past to the emergency stairs. "Call for backup." Sakachi screamed the order. "We can't let anyone leave the building until she's found." Dabi raised a brow and he ushered Kota onto an empty gurney and rolled him down the hall. "Did she wake up?" "I didn't see anyone but nurses come in or out." "What about the window? Could she have climbed out?" "In her condition, she'd fall right off the edge." Dabi and Kota both eyed the room as they passed by, trying to remain inconspicuous. What they saw was a group of frantic heroes and policemen investigating an empty bed. Shai Hisakai. "Good work, boys." Kai Chisaki, known to his crew as Overhaul, stared down at his prize. The queen of villains herself lay unconscious on the tatami mat-style bed in his feudal-style house that served as the base of his Yakuza group. Did the cops catch wind of who was behind it? "No, and frankly I'm disappointed," Mimic complained. "We expected a lot more resistance from the heroes and police on staff." "You make it sound easy," Larceny complained. "Being in that building was stressful, especially with all the cops. I was barely able to snag the keys from the guard." He tossed the set up and down in his palm. "Not to mention the stench of the place." "Agreed, though I have to say that the hardest part was unhooking her without setting off the machines. I was able to sneak in with one of the nurses, but keeping everything in slow motion whilst wheeling her out and not drawing attention to myself was by far the most difficult task. It helped that the security was so lax. The police force lost a great deal of numbers from the attack. And I suppose with both All Might and Endeavor out of the picture, heroes have lost their gumption." Chronostasis reaffirmed. "Nothing but blowhards and weaklings left in the lineup." "That may be, but there's plenty of heroes who can claim to be the next #1 hero. It's time for us to take our place and prevent further infection of hero syndrome. But in order to do that, we need this one." Kai held his hand over Karma, at full strength again. "While I was incognito, I overheard the doctors talking about her condition," Mimic informed. "She's in a coma, but not a permanent one. Her brain activity was off the charts, but she would need surgery to fully heal the damage, all for one cause. We don't have time for such nonsense." He removed his glove and held his palm out towards her. "Let's speed up the process a little." "You sure you want to do that, boss?" Chronostasis took a couple steps back in. "She isn't your normal thug, ya know. She's no good to me, brain dead. If this doesn't wake her up, then she's expendable." He lay his palm on her forehead, his arm immediately breaking out in hives at the contact. He quickly pulled back, shuddering and sweating as Karma's body mishappens. Inside her mind, Izumi mentally screamed in agony. The pain. It was nearly unbearable. It had come on so sudden, interrupting her dreams and ripping her back to reality. She felt her bones crack and reform, setting themselves back to rights, and her busy mind cleared. Her eyes snapped open, sweat pooled on her skin, and she let out an ear-piercing shrill as her body jerked upright. Dark black flames shot out from her pores and scorched her bed, turning it to ash. "Holy shit," hissed against the burn as he tried to usher Chisaki back. Almost as fast as it appeared, the fire died down. Izumi's breath labored and her eyes darted around as she struggled to focus on her surroundings. She crouched in the ashes of her bed, looking wild and in shock. "Welcome back, Your Highness." Chisaki replaced his glove after sanitizing himself. "Did you enjoy your sleep?" Where am I? She spoke in a croaky voice and eyed Chisaki speculatively. You're in my home. He crouched down so he was eye level with her. Tell me something, Karma. How much do you remember from your fight with All for One? At the mention of All for One, Karma's eyes went wild and she searched the faces in the room for him. When she didn't see him, she grit her teeth and stood up, naked and heat just radiating off her. Everything. She looked down at her hands, watching the fire dance along her palms. Her demeanor seemed to calm, but when her gaze returned to the group, they looked into a pair of eyes that were full of animosity and pure hatred. I remember everything. Meanwhile, hurry up, will ya? People are starting to look at me funny. Kota complained to Dabi from the passenger side of a car. No one said you had to come. Dabi grumbled as he snapped the wires together, causing a spark and hot wiring the engine. Got it. Are you kidding me? Kota glared. I just helped a wanted criminal escape police custody. No way I'm going back and getting punished for it. The engine came to life and Dabi cautiously rolled the vehicle out of the parking lot. The police had surrounded the hospital and both he and Kota had to escape on foot, moving past the security. Once a few blocks away, Dabi spotted an unlocked car and decided it was the perfect getaway. Now you've just helped me steal a car. Congratulations, kid. You've officially joined the dark side. Dabi congratulated him. Shut up. Kota slumped into his seat and folded his legs. It just felt like the right thing to do, even if it was illegal. He puffed out his cheeks, glaring out the window. So now what? We're gonna need some real clothes and a quiet place to hide out for a bit. Then if you're still on board, we go look for Karma. Izumi. Kota grumbled that. Her name is Izumi. He glanced from the driver's seat and down at the pouting kid. He recalled Karma mentioning that she'd bonded with a kid, the same one she'd saved from Muscular. You're right. We'll go look for Izumi together, Kota. He glanced back up wide-eyed. You know my name. Izumi mentioned you a few times. She said you share our view of the world, and that the two of you had become friends. Yeah, I guess we are friends. He looked down at his hands, twiddling his thumbs. Is that why you wanted to help her? Sort of. She is my friend, but it's more that I wanted to save her because she saved me. She kept her promise to come whenever I needed her. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't return the favor? Dabi smirked and rubbed the top of the kid's head. Good point. So now that you know my name, are you gonna tell me what your is? My name. He started to tell him to call him Dabi, but then thought of his current situation and abilities. Taoya. He smiled down at him. You can call me Taoya. Back with Karma. Karma ran a towel through her hair. The kimono she was provided was a bit loose on her, but at least she wasn't walking naked around a room full of men. She paused the drying to admire her reflection and could hardly believe what she saw. She retained all the muscle and body she had acquired from the last year, but the rest of her had reverted to that of her middle school self. Her curly hair was back to its original dark green color and flowed silkily down her shoulder to the middle of her back. Her skin felt new and clean. All the scars, cuts, bruises, and broken bones she'd had were completely gone. It was as if all traces of Tamura and All for One were purged from her, and all that was left was Izumi, which was probably for the best, she thought, looking down guilty. It was clear now that she and Tamura would never have a strong and healthy relationship. He was too dependent on her, and she still had delusions of grandeur of being his hero. It was high time she accepted the truth and that neither of them truly loved the other. Karma, I love you. Pain erupted in her chest and she brought the towel to her face. Tears slipped down her cheek and evaporated as the heat on her skin started to build. The towel started to catch fire, but all she could feel was the pain and loneliness in her own heart. You'd best calm down before you burn the entire house down, Chisaki warned her as he stepped into the room with her. Karma immediately calmed at the sound of his voice. The fire died. The small sparks that singed the towel were nothing but small clouds of smoke. My entire life came crashing down. And you expect me to act rationally? She turned to him, tossing the singed towel in the trash can, the air now thick with the scent of char. When he said nothing, she knelt at the small table in the center of the room. Are you finally going to tell me who you are and why you brought me here? Temperamental, aren't you? He remained standing, keeping his distance. My name is Kai Chisaki, and I'm the current head of the Shy Hisakai, the Yakuza. She twiddled her thumbs in an old nervous habit, wishing she had a writing utensil of some kind to take notes. Now I remember why you look familiar to me. All for One told me about you during my training. He said you and I had similar ambitions and that I should know your face. I even looked you up when I was browsing for potential allies. You're pretty young for a Yakuza leader, so says the teenager who once ruled over the crime world. He mocked and stuffed his hands in his pockets. When she gave him an impatient stare, he shrugged. My crew and I liberated you from police custody for the purpose of negotiation. Negotiation. She rubbed her throat, which still felt raw from the recent smoke inhalation. She ran the events of the attack in her mind and had to sneer. If you're talking about with the League, I'm no longer associated with them. All for One saw to that. My negotiations are with you, not with them. He finally sat down across from her, leaning over the table and tapping his gloved fingers on the wood. You've gone and turned the world upside down, little queen. Even now the police are looking for you, frantic with trying to find out where you've escaped to, and I can't blame them. You're a very valuable piece in the game of life. One no side can afford to lose. Yet so far everyone's treated me so expendably. She leaned her head on her hand, sighing heavily. Their mistake. You were in a coma for nearly a week, and a great deal of things have changed since your fight with All for One. A week, huh? She whispered it at first, and her eyes suddenly hardened. What exactly happened after I passed out? He indulged her, answering all her questions of the events from the past few days. He told her of All for One's defeat and imprisonment. He told her about All Might's public apology and retirement announcement. He told her of the rise in criminal activity that came from such news and the heavy burden Hero Society was facing because of it. So it's begun. The smallest of smiles passed over her face, glad to see my efforts to make change weren't totally in vain. The smile instantly faded and she sighed heavily. Guilt and failure stirred in her gut, making her want to throw up. So are you one of those that are trying to cash in on All Might's retirement? It is the loss of All for One that interests me more than All Might's retirement, Chisaki told her, looking into those enigmatic green eyes. My generation considered him an urban myth, and the elders believed him to be dead. However, he revealed himself out in the open, and largely because of your influence, now resides in Tartarus. Are you mad at me for that? Izumi inquired, tucking the kimono more tightly around her. For some reason she felt ridiculously cold. On the contrary, you've presented me with a wonderful opportunity. Now that the leader of the underworld has been removed from the picture, the big question everyone has is, who is the next leader? All for One made it abundantly clear that he's chosen Tamura for that role. She pointed out. A sharp pain lodged in her stomach at the thought of her ex-boyfriend. You mean the fool who disregarded your orders at every turn, made a nuisance of himself, and very nearly destroyed what was his most useful tool? He reached out and scowled from behind his mask when he felt the heat of her new quirk begin to sizzle in warning. He pulled back. The boy won't last without you. All for One doesn't seem to share your sympathies. He has faith in him, and once so did I. He's got a clever mind when it's not distracted by pettiness. She didn't know why she was defending Tamura. Old habits die hard, she supposed. Perhaps, but he has no plan, and no ambitions besides gaining power. Chisaki pointed out and cupped his hand up as if holding the weight of the world in his palm. I, on the other hand, have a plan, but I lack the recognition he has in order to gain finances for it. Understandable. She spoke in a bored tone. The Yakuza seldom act nowadays. Ever since All Might showed up, the threat of your organizations are practically non-existent. Who wants to support that? Which is why I asked my associates to bring you here. He told her, smirking from behind his mask when her eyebrow rose. The League of Villains is backing Tamura instead of you. And after your fight with All for One, you were put into police custody and said to have sustained life-threatening injuries. Despite all that, the whole world knows who you are, Queen of Villains. Izumi's face went stony, and her shoulders straightened instinctively. I see, so that's what this is about. Sorry, but I'm not gonna be your cash cow. She slowly stood up from the table, her legs still not quite solid underneath her. When she gripped the edge to steady herself, it went up in flames. She squealed and fell backwards, holding her hands out instinctively as the flames quickly puttered out, leaving a charred pile of wood. You're a bit too sick to be out and about just yet, Chisaki told her, and backed away as well. He called for one of his men to clean up the mess. All for One. She looked at her palms that smoked. She knew she'd been given Dabi's quirk the minute she woke up, but hadn't expected the raw power she now contained from the slightest touch. He tried to break my mind, but all he's done is give me another, more powerful quirk. 2, actually. While you were still unconscious, we took a look at your DNA, and it would seem you've 3 quirks. Sentient aura, your subordinate's quirk cremation, and a third we've yet to identify. He crossed his arms. You've been severely infected. You analyzed my DNA. She gave him a questioning look. How? My plan involves a lot of scientific analysis of quirks and how they work. I took the samples mainly out of curiosity, and those are the results I pulled. I don't believe this. She didn't know how many more surprises she could take. I have so many questions and I don't even know where to start. Compile a list for me, but for now work on your recovery. It's best that you stay here. Your face and name are known worldwide. You're a wanted criminal with no crew to support you, and your so-called friends have all but abandoned you. Friends? Dabi. A sudden panic and urgency came over her. Dabi hasn't, and he's out there somewhere. I need to find him. I can tell you he's not in police custody. He escaped just around the same time we liberated you, Chisaki informed her. Dabi. She closed her eyes, remembering how Dabi's face would often be the first thing she'd seen in the morning. How he'd supported her quietly from the background. How he took care of her and watched over her even knowing that she chose Tamura over him. How could she have taken him for granted? I'd like to leave. Do you really think you can find him in your current condition and all on your own? He grunted with annoyance. All you'll end up doing is getting yourself arrested or killed, your highness. Don't call me that. She snapped at him, hair flickering with black flames. Chisaki cocked his head to the side, wondering just what other quirk she had other than the gift from her subordinate. I'm not a queen anymore. Don't be so sure. You may not have a kingdom right now, but I can still give you one. He lifted his hand up in a beckoning motion. Join me, lend me your name and power, and together we'll dethrone the false king. Not interested. She scowled and backed away from him. I've had enough of being used as a tool. I've had enough of men who think they can control me. I'm not anyone's pawn to play. Who said anything about making you a pawn? He smiled at her, watching the flames flicker through her hair. He stepped forward, grunting a little at the heat that radiated off her body. Something crawled along his skin, but he kept his tone soft and pleasant. I don't care for intimacy or romantic gestures. The thought of touching another person, especially in this sickly world, repulses me. But I'd be willing to do that with you ... and make you my wife. There was a long and eerie silence. Izumi stared up at him dumbfounded, and had to let out a snort. You're joking. She laughed with disbelief. I can't marry you. On top of the numerous reasons you just listed, I'm only 16. You're still legal to marry. 16 is the age of consent. And you have been emancipated if memory serves. You're more than free to take a husband. He argued and stepped back from her. At any rate, you will need to come up with a false identity in order to avoid police custody. It's a simple matter for my contacts to forge the right documents and pass you off as a legal and of age citizen. Izumi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her, the wife of a Yakuza leader. Just where in this guy's sick mind did he think this was a good idea? More importantly, why would he want to? Aside from my name, why in the hell would you want to marry me? As you said before, you don't like intimacy, and clearly don't have any romantic interest in me. So why marriage? You have a bad habit of removing star game pieces from your roster if they don't mesh with your ideals. Stained, muscular, moonfish, all for one. He stepped towards her, making her bristle like a cornered cat. Making you my wife will show your commitment to my cause and put more faith in our alliance. I suppose that makes sense. Sensing his hesitation, she lifted a hand out, forcing him to pull back. The man was misophobic, she concluded, which would explain the plague mask. Fascinated and intrigued by his contradicting behavior, she pressed further. Wouldn't your backers find it odd that someone like you would choose a wife, let alone one so young and inexperienced? I'd hardly call you inexperienced. He tucked his hands in his pockets, pacing a little as he spoke. You may have only been a villain for little more than a year, but in that short amount of time you went from being completely unknown to becoming the world's most notorious villain. You gained more status and wealth within the span of a few months than veterans do in years. You do have a point, but I'm still not quite buying into it. She watched him carefully, listened to his explanations, and knew there was something hidden in his objective. There's more to this that you're not telling me. I do have other reasons for wanting a wife, he told her truthfully. But I'm not yet ready to divulge that information until we can come to an accord. Give the offer some thought, and we'll talk again. He turned his back to her. Get some rest, and try not to burn the house down while you're about it. He left the room, and Izumi listened to the echoes of his footsteps until they became inaudible. She eyed the charred floor where the table had been and knelt back down, looking at her hands. Marriage, huh? She let out a short, pithy laugh. Yeah, right. One loveless relationship was enough for me. Tartarus prison. Well, now this is certainly a surprise. All for One spoke as the guard announced that he had a visitor. All Might has come to visit me. Feeling some regret, are we? No regrets on my end. All for One. All Might clarified, sitting in his shrunken form and swimming in his former costume. I did what I was always meant to, and that was to ensure you live out the rest of your days behind bars. If that's true, then I'm curious as to why you're here. Surely it's not to offer me a deal. Tamura Shigaraki, where is he? All Might questioned and got a grin out of All for One. I don't know. Unlike your pupil, my young man has left the nest. Soon he will be in pursuit of his own path. I only gave him the little nudge he needed to take charge. By nudge, do you mean your attempt to eradicate Izumi Midori? All Might closed all 10 of his fingers into tight fists. Attempt? He laughed. Is she not out of the picture? I believe I accomplished exactly what I wanted. You said you were going to turn her into a weapon. All Might said, doing his best to remain calm. You took the young man's quirk and gave it to her. But what else did you force into her to try and break her mind? Try. Now the question came out surprisingly irritable. All Might heard the tone and tried not to feel smug about it. Karma lives on. Her mind is as active as ever. He informed him and watched the muscles in All for One's body tense. Both she and her friend Dabi have escaped police custody. He leaned forward in his seat. You were dead set on breaking her mind, but you failed. She was in a coma for a few days, but now she's loose on the world again. Like her name speaks, she'll be out for revenge. She'll tear apart any plans you have, make her own way through the world, rising in power while you rot away in this cell. Outwardly calm but internally seething with irritation, All for One side. It would seem you and I have something in common. We both underestimated Karma's strong mind, he said with a slightly amused expression. I don't know whether to be impressed or appalled. Matters little to me how you feel about it. I'm retiring from hero work, but she's a loose end I can't afford to let go. I'm determined to find her, but no one knows what her new abilities are. No one but you. I see. Your initial question about Shigaraki was only a ploy. She is the real reason you came here. There are plenty of heroes working on finding Shigaraki and his league, but my connection to Karma is personal, and I won't rest easy until I find her again. Just what's in it for me to give you the information I have on her? What makes you think I'll just hand over this valuable information to you knowing I'll receive nothing for it? I've never known what you wanted to accomplish. You spent years preserving that body, devoting that time to exploiting, controlling, and toying with people. Whatever you're planning, whatever your final game is, it no longer includes Izumi Midoria. She's played her part, which is why you tried to remove her from the picture, but you failed. She'll continue to outsmart anyone who attempts to overthrow her. She'll find new followers, build over and over until she finds the one that sticks. With or without her kingdom, she is still a queen amongst villains, and has rightfully earned that title. All for One remained silent, staring at his foe with a calm expression. On the inside, however, he was seething with fury. To imagine his plans were unraveling because of an arrogant teenager. You'll get nothing from me, All Might. Shigaraki will take his place as my successor and deal with karma in time. A queen is nothing without a king to put her in her place. Shy Hisakai. Izumi took Chisaki's advice and rested for a few days before attempting to go out and about. She worked on controlling the fire that haphazardly appeared on her skin whenever her emotions started to go haywire. She'd had some practice with controlling fire before, when she and Dabi had worked on her Phoenix persona, and it helped her really grasp the control its flow. It was far from mastered, but at least now she wouldn't have to worry about setting fire to everything she touched. It was an odd punishment being given this new power. Despite liking Dabi's use of his quirk, she didn't care to wield it herself. The haphazardness of it made her think of the man who'd killed her mother, and the way the flames flickered through her hair was very reminiscent of Endeavor. And didn't that just suck? As if she didn't feel guilty enough about the path she had chosen. But now every time she used her new quirk, she would be forced to remember how she'd killed that man. Not by design or by tactics, but by accident. She had no qualms about killing Stain, Nakahara, or Muscular, and she certainly hadn't felt guilty over All for One and the Doctor because she had done it all with intention. She did it to protect the people she cared about and could find no regrets about that. Endeavor was the only life she'd taken out of pure rage and hate. It was the only kill that truly made her feel like a villain. Still, just like she told Kota, if you didn't like the cards you were dealt, then accept the defeat and play a different game. She would use this new power to her advantage in whatever she was going to do from now on. She had several prospects to choose from. She could move on, get out of the country and start fresh. She could go back to Tamura and give him and the other ingrates a piece of her mind. She could stay with Chisaki, accept his odd proposal and find out what this elaborate plan of his is and return as the queen of villains. All of them had pros and cons she weighed in her mind. All of them had good strategic viewpoints. But what did she want to do? Her mind had led her this far, but her heart had fought her the entire time. Maybe it was time to actually listen to what it had to say. All right then, Izumi, what do you want to do? She asked herself, and replied with no hesitation. Dabi, I want to find Dabi. For the first time in months she was separated from her knight. When All for One threatened to kill him, it made her realize just how much Dabi meant to her. She enjoyed his company, respected his thoughts and opinions, and appreciated all he'd done for her. It's strange. She hugged herself, fire lighting from her fingertips to warm her skin. It was like he was there, holding her protectively. You're nowhere in sight, and yet I've never felt so close to you. Is it because your quirk is mine now? Are you still protecting me even now, my knight? You love him. How stupid was it that she needed the old man to point out what had been right in front of her face? She denied her feelings for Dabi for so long because of her connection with Tamura. In the end, Tamura was just someone she'd wanted to save and protect, and she let it drag her down to where she was now. Now, without a doubt in her mind, she knew it was Dabi whom deserved her love and affection, and it was Dabi whom she'd save and protect from now on. Okay, goal assessed. Now how to go about it. Now that she knew what her heart wanted, it was time to use her head to achieve it. Chisaki was right that she couldn't find Dabi on her own, and it was unlikely that she'd get help from anyone else. Question was, could she get Chisaki to help her without resorting to marriage? The aspect of marriage felt strange to her. She was still young, and the thought of it had never even crossed her mind. Now that the option was laid out in front of her, with promising benefits included, she had to give some serious thought to accepting it. Just what would being his wife entail? He made it clear to her that their relationship wouldn't exactly be romantic or physical in any way. If anything, it was more like a partnership agreement. Given that, she doubted she'd have trouble convincing him to allow her to be with Dabi for real relationship things such as skinship and affection. Still, that pegged the question of what would her wifely duties be. Did he really just want her name and reputation connected to him? More than likely they'd have to be seen together, live together, eat together, and she knew the Yakuza often handled business deals and such with others, which included formal events and meetings. Ugh, this is all just theory, she concluded and stopped pacing the room. I should just ask him to spell out what he wants. I'd have a better idea on how to handle the situation if I knew what I was getting into. The smell of char caught her attention and she looked at the rut her feet made from pacing back and forth. There was a clear line of burnt carpet, more than likely caused by her increasing frustration. Just like sentient aura, it would seem cremation was also connected to her emotions. I need to get a better understanding of this new quirk, and the third one I've yet to uncover. She held out her hands, watching the flames dance over her skin. She turned and called out to the guard at her door. Hey, ask your boss if he's got a training room or something I can use. At least find me someplace a bit more fireproof. Sorry, no can do. Chisaki wants you to stay right. EGH. The guard yelped as Izumi burned down the door from touching it, setting his clothes on fire and forcing him to roll around on the ground. She watched him, amused and a bit embarrassed by the accident. Still, the man was pathetic, and she felt a little insulted that Chisaki would choose such a clown to watch over her. Fine, if you won't help me, I'll find more suitable accommodations myself. She smirked down at him and walked away, waving her hand and enjoying the effect of the blazing fingertips. As she wandered, she started coming up with a game plan on how to properly train the quirk. I still have my sentient aura. She held out both hands, one covered in fire, the other in fire. When practicing in her room, she'd found out the way it flowed out of her was similar to that of her first quirk. The dark green of her energy and the blackish blue fire really did look alike. The only major difference between them was their properties. Sentient aura also had more diversity in the way she could change its shape, whereas cremation didn't have any real form at all. As a test, she wrapped her energy around the fire and smiled as it formed a ball, the flame flickering around inside it without extinguishing. Nice. Now I wonder what would happen if I... Hey, the guard from before ran up behind her, cursing. She paused and turned towards him. Chisaki told me to keep you from wandering off. Now be a good little minion, and he stopped as eyed the flame in her hand. Izumi watched his face go pale, his body cowering back some. Her lips slowly curved. Minion, she cocked her head to the side, gently moving the energy from palm to palm. Last I checked, you're not the boss of me. Chisaki is not the boss of me. I go my own way, walk my own path, and any third-rate, mouthy, and persistent little nuisances that get in my way. Her eyes go fierce and the smile turned twisted. Are expendable. She launched the fire at him, opening the energy so the flame popped like a firework in front of his face. The guard let out a terrified scream, falling back on his ass and scampering off on his hands and knees before running away. She had to laugh at that. The experiment wasn't nearly what she had expected, but the outcome pleased her. It was a nice little scare and intimidation tactic she'd have to save for a later date. Pleased with her own progress, she continued her wandering, her hands now creating more little balls, experimenting with different levels of fire and energy. It took close to 30 minutes for her to find what she was looking for. The wide, spacious training area seemed to be a fit for a multitude of quirks and damage-resistant material. She wrapped her hands and feet in energy to keep the flames at bay and jumped up to snag hold of the chin-up bar. She started to do pull-ups, dragging them out to increase the strain and weight of each lift for maximum effect. The clothes Chisaki had given her were simple enough, the jeans and t-shirt allowing her both comfort and function. She'd managed to control the fire enough that it only came out in her hands and feet, but it didn't exactly allow her any kind of footwear. It was a small annoyance, as she didn't mind walking around barefoot for the time being, and with sentient aura activated she could keep the fire at bay while training. She was surprised at just how good she felt. Her body felt so strong and healthy despite having been in a coma for a week. All she remembered after passing out was being in a severe amount of pain, and waking up from her nightmares surrounded by fire and ash. She'd have to question Chisaki on how he'd managed to heal her so quickly. She lifted herself up into a handstand on the bar, her arms feeling the burn of tightening muscle, but stayed steady under her weight. She could feel sweat pooling around her temples and wished she'd pulled her hair up and out of her face before beginning. That was the other oddity. Not only was her body completely healed, but all her scars and external damages were removed. The hair she'd cut had grown out, the wounds she'd taken from Tamura's abuse and her own training had vanished. Just what did he do to her? Having fun. Speak of the devil. Karma flipped upright and sat on the bar looking down at Chisaki. He stood, calm as you please, looking up at her. His expression was hard to tell as the mask hid his mouth, but his eyes were fixated on her in an almost odd expression. "You here to scold me?" She crossed her legs, smirking down at him. "Should I?" He shrugged. "I would have preferred you stay in your room, but I can understand you needing some time to stretch your legs. I did ask the guard so I could ask you directly, but he was being unreasonable. So I took matters into my own hands." For effect, she lifted her right palm and let the fire out. Again, understandable. He pointed to the ground. "Come on down from your throne, your highness, and let's have a chat." I suppose I could spare a moment. She flipped backwards off the bar and landed smoothly. If you're wanting an answer to your proposal, I don't have one just yet. I'm wanting more details before I decide to commit to anything. I figured as much. Now that I don't have to worry about you setting fire to my home, I will show you around, and we can talk about the future. He stepped sideways, holding his palm out towards the door in a gentlemanly gesture. Shall we? She gave a shrug and walked side by side with him. Each time he increased his pace, she walked faster to match it, which she noticed irritated him, but didn't care. She needed to let him know right off the bat that she wasn't his subordinate or someone he could push around. If he wanted an alliance, it had to be on equal footing or none at all. You said you have a plan, and that you need my help to collect finances for said plan. Would you like to enlighten me on exactly what your goal is? My goal is to purify the world of its spreading illness. He stated simply. Illness? She raised a brow. Hero syndrome. It's a disease that has infected society. Quirks in general are disgusting. They're abilities that contaminated our species and allowed for hero syndrome to take root. I'm working on a cure that will eliminate quirks and bring society back to the way it was meant to be. I see. Strange that his motivations made sense to her. In a way, he reminded her of Kota and his pure hatred of quirks. I take it the work involving the cure isn't exactly legal, which is why you've resorted to villainous tactics to achieve it. There aren't many who support my plan, and because of this I've been forced to find my own way of doing things, hence why you need my name and the influence I've gained over society in general. Are you sure you don't want to be speaking to Tamura about this? It's the League that has the world's attention, and I'm no longer at the hub of it. You're wrong about that. He ushered her into a room and motioned for her to sit down. He picked up several newspapers and threw them on the table. The tabloids read, Queen of Villains down for the count. Izumi Midoria, tragic hero or likable villain. All Might final speech evokes karma's logic. What's all this? She picked up a paper with All Might on the front and started to read. What she read completely shocked her. During his retirement speech, All Might spoke of you. He said you were once his fan, a true believer of heroes in the system. But his failure as a teacher led you down the path to villainy, and he was ashamed of it. He was happy that you gave him a second chance to redeem himself, but couldn't ignore his long list of failures prior to it. He said his time as the symbol of peace is over, and it was your actions that showed him that truth. All believes it's time for the world to change. And now all of society is contemplating the same thanks to you. Tears slipped down her cheek and evaporated into small puffs of smoke. The paper in her hands started to burn, and she watched as All Might's face slowly turned to ash. When you said All Might's retirement caused an uproar in society, I thought it was just due to the lack of said symbol. That wasn't the case. Not only did All Might retire, but he actually agreed with the words of a villain. The very thought of that rocked her down to the core. All Might, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, conceded to a villain. Not just any villain. He agreed with you. Chisaki pointed at her. You've influenced the most influential man on the planet. And now the entire world is paying attention to your actions. There are videos on the web cataloging your entire life, from infancy to now. There are websites dedicated to you. There are people on the streets preaching your logic to the world. Everyone is watching you. Karma and the heroes know it. Had you stayed in police custody, it was almost assured that the heroes would have attempted to reform you somehow. So that's what you meant by I was an important piece that no side could afford to lose. The decisions and actions I make now have a lot more weight on what society will do. She dusted the ash off her hands. Exactly, which is why I knew I had to act fast. I wanted my chance to persuade you to see my view on society and earn your support. I see. Now your proposal makes more sense. My connection to the League of Villains has been severed. All for One saw to that. He believed it was the League that had all the influence and looked to remove me from the picture so that Tamura would possess it. Heh, her grin spread. He dug his own grave, because now my loyalties are put into question. If I were to marry you, it would solidify our alliance, put my faith in your plan, and bring more support to your cause. Precisely. Now that I've given you the reasoning behind my actions, will you join me? He held out his hand. I have a few more questions regarding the details of our possible alliance, Chisaki. Overhaul. Chisaki grunted. My villain name is Overhaul. Overhaul. Izumi corrected herself and leaned back on the couch. You don't have to go into detail about your cure or the process of it. I would, however, like to know more about the business side of it. Just how do you expect to release it amongst a society that has grown accustomed to their quirks? I've started off small. He pulled out a case from his pocket and opened it, revealing a gun cartridge. There was a single bullet beside it, and he lifted it up for her to view. This is just the fledgling fruits of my labor, a temporary fix for a long-term problem. I've been selling it to various other organizations to further finance my plans. Smaller villain groups and other Yakuza clans, I take it. She took it, watching him flinch and break out when their fingertips connected. It's a start. My research has allowed me to decipher the source of quirks, and the cure deactivates it for a short amount of time. It sells, but now as well as I'd hoped. I've had to resort to selling quirk enhancers as well. Even villains are obsessed with the disease. Can't be helped. You need a more permanent solution. She set the bullet back in its case. In order to do that, you need more money. She rubbed her chin. That always seems to be the biggest problem when running an organization. My own team had a similar crisis after we lost our financial backing. You solved that crisis relatively quickly, he pointed out. Through luck, mostly. Dabi and I went on to do some mercenary work which just happened to lead us to the biggest heist opportunity the world has ever seen. I doubt I'll be able to pull off anything that big as of yet. Are you saying you'll help me? I don't have much of a choice. I need your help if I'm going to get anywhere. I'm not looking to get caught and controlled by hero society. And no way am I returning to the group of ingrates who just stood by and watched while All for One had his way. She lifted her eyes up. Let's make a deal. I'm listening. He tapped his fingers together, remaining patient and attentive. I've got a few stipulations. However, if you help me control my quirk, provide me with an alias, costume, and the resources I need to find Dabi, I'll consider it a wedding gift. Sounds fair. Though remember that this is a small-time Yakuza clan. The costumes and supplies you receive may not be up to your liking. Leave your financial worries to me. She tapped one of the papers in front of her. I think I know how you can earn a quick buck. It should provide you with enough finances to assist me and put a little deposit on your research. Oh, Chisaki eyed the paper and the name listed under it. His smile spread from behind his mask. I see. In that case, you have a deal. Meanwhile, of all the houses in all of Japan, you choose mine as your hideout. Ace complained as he lit a cigarette. You do realize I'm still under the public eye. You're also the only other league member besides me that is still loyal to Karma. Dabi pointed out. Relax, I made sure that we weren't followed. I've been at this long enough that I know how to hide from the public eye. Ace eyed Kota, who was fast asleep on his couch. And you brought the kid? Why? He insisted on coming. He's also on Karma's side. Dabi snagged the cigarette and took a quick puff before handing it back to take the edge off his own nerves. I was under the impression that the League was behind Karma's disappearance. They're not. I thought so too when it was announced that she'd vanished from police custody. No one knows where she is, what condition she's in. He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. When you showed up at my door, I thought you two escaped together. But even you're clueless as to where she is. She's got no other allies that I know of. It could be a different organization is hiding her, but I don't even know where to begin looking. I've got contacts all throughout the police force. If they hear anything about Karma's whereabouts, I'll let you know. Until then, I guess you can use this secondary house as a temporary hideout. Just make sure you and the kids stay out of sight. I've been super careful to hide my involvement with the League of Villains, and I'm not about to let my reputation be garnished. Fine, but if and when we find Karma, what then? I don't know about you, but Ace pulled up a flash drive. Karma gave me a task before shit hit the fan. When we do find her, I can tell her that I've completed it. What task was that? Dabi questioned and caught the flash drive on the fly. Ace put a finger to his lips, smirking confidently. To unravel the mysteries of hell. This is the Queen's master plan. Chronos complained as they rummaged through rock on the side of the mountain. Digging in the dirt. Filthy. Chisaki agreed, staying way back as his subordinates dug through debris. But if what she says is true, we'll find the means to fund our venture. Found them. The largest of his grunts held up 2 silver cases he'd salvaged from the rubble. Chisaki walked closer. Opened them. He kept his hands firmly in his pockets and only slightly leaned in when the case opened, revealing the tech inside. I-Island goods. Now this will fetch a good price on the black market. Mimic rubbed his hands together, already crunching the numbers in his head. I'm beginning to like this girl. There's only 2 items. Are we sure it'll be enough? Chronos wondered aloud. This is just a down payment, but it'll give us enough to continue our production and give Karma the costume necessities she needs. Overhaul motioned them all back toward the path. Let's get out of here before we're spotted by unwelcome company. What's the plan for locating her friend? Mimic inquired. Should I put out some feelers? I'm to get in contact with a man named Ace and pass on a message. Overhaul told him. If we're lucky, he'll meet with us and use his own connections to track down the schmuck for us. Ace, isn't he with the League of Villains? How do we know she's not trying to send a message to Shigaraki? Believe me. Chisaki stared down at his hand, recalling the conversation he'd had with her before they left. She wants nothing to do with that useless king. Flashback. You hid product from your team. Chisaki raised a curious brow. Yes, I did it for emergency and trust purposes. I'm giving you coordinates to the first batch as they'll be the easiest to find. There are a lot of blueprints. You'll need to find someone who can put the materials together. A finished product is worth a whole lot more than just materials. Karma suggested, crossing her legs and making herself at home in the meeting room. There is one other item I want you to pick up for me personally. I duplicated the original David Shield project and customized the item for myself. I used it in my battle against All for One and it worked well, but the duplicated device was shattered to pieces during the fight. I still have the original hidden away. Don't you think you're sick enough? Chisaki complained. You may have gained some control, but you're still learning about this new sickness. Why do you want to empower it? You know you've a very sour point of view about quirks despite having a powerful one yourself. She shrugged it off. As for the why, I want to keep it out of everyone's hands but mine. This is the kind of item that if replicated could very well cause the world to go mad with power. And that's exactly what you're striving against, isn't it? If it's that dangerous, then the thing should be destroyed. He fisted his hands tight together. No, trust me, Overhaul. This is an item that you can benefit from. It targets the quirk gene directly and amplifies it. If we can figure out how to reverse the process, then you won't need these puny darts to achieve the effect you want. She held up the sample he'd given her. She watched his eyes go a bit wide with thrill, and knew she had him on board with her own plan. All right, where does this guy come into play? He tapped Ace's article. You want me to pass on a message to him even though he's still a member of the League? Aside from Dabi, Ace is the one I trust most. He and Broadcast were hired by me and supported my plans from the beginning. Neither of them were directly involved in the Musutafu incident, and may very well still be on my side. I want to set up a meeting so I can find out what Ace knows and see if I can gain access to any of the other materials, as well as the funds I collected for the League. You're going to steal from your former team? He questioned curiously. It's not stealing as it's mine. She sneered and fire started flickering through her hair and scorched the upholstery of the couch. It was my plan, my effort, and my ingenuity that acquired those goods. I provided everything for them. Funding, resources, popularity. I refused to let those no-account traders hog all of my spoils. All right, you've proved your point. You're making a mess. He motioned her to calm down and stood up. My team and I will head to the locations you gave us and I'll deliver the message just as you requested. Good. She stood with him, and as he walked past her she took his gloved hand. His body instantly tensed up, and skin started to break out. Overhaul. Don't touch me. He tried to jerk his hand away but she kept it firm. Her sentient aura surrounded her body, protecting her from any direct contact. Something about it, about the fact that she stood there unafraid of what he was capable of, stirred something inside him. He didn't like it. The hell are you doing? I'm trusting you, Overhaul. She rubbed her thumb over his knuckles, making his body jerk in response. Against my better judgment, I'm trusting you to acquire the people and items I need. She slowly pulled her hand back and held it up, palm out. If this arrangement is gonna work, you're gonna need to put some faith in me as well. He held up the hand she'd contaminated, staring at it with anger and fear. He wanted to lash out, break something, but her words and actions prevented him from doing anything. Without a word, he whirled away from her and slammed the door shut on his way out. End of flashback. Chisaki narrowed his eyes and clenched his open palm into a fist. He cradled it in his other hand and took a deep breath. Why was it the initial disgust of having her touch him was slowly fading away? What was she doing to him? Karma is going to be a key element in my plan's success, he informed his crew and lifted his eyes to the setting sun. So I'm choosing to trust her despite my better judgment. That's new, Mimic murmured to Kronos as Overhaul led the way off the mountain. The boss is actually putting his fate in someone else's hands. Is this a good thing, or a bad thing, I wonder? Kronos questioned. Who knows, but I guess we'll find out. Dabi, you know kid, you could afford to slow down and actually chew your food. He snagged the plate away from Kota, the kid's cheeks stuffed with pancakes. How do you even taste anything like that? Like this, he said muffled and then stuck out his tongue with the food still on it. Dabi shuddered and dumped the contents of the plate into the trash. I'm never having kids, he muttered and gathered the rest of the dishes to get them clean. Kota watched him, chewing what was his in his mouth thoroughly before swallowing this time. How are we supposed to find Izumi if we're stuck in this reporter's penthouse? We should be out in disguise looking for her. When you're a wanted criminal, no matter of disguise is a guarantee you'll stay off police radar. Dabi explained and turned off the water to let the pan soak. Ace has contacts with both the underground and the police force. If anything about Karma pops up, he'll hear about it, and then we can go check on the lead. Until then, we're staying right here. Kota pouted and leaned on his hands, kicking his feet back and forth. God, he was bored. The stupid reporter didn't have any games or toys. His computer was the only real source of entertainment, and even that grew stale. He glanced back over at Dabi watching him clean dishes. Can I ask you something? At his silence, Kota pushed on. Are you in love with Izumi? Dabi's hand stilled for a moment, but he answered with a calm, almost bored tone. I don't see how that's any of your business, kid. Oh, come on, you can tell me that much, can't you? Kota complained and sat upright in his chair in order to face him. The subject of love and relationships are ones I avoid in traditional conversation, let alone discussing it with a kid. How come? Because they're complicated. Dabi explained and turned towards him, wiping his hands dry. He winced a little as one of his stitches caught on the towel and he pried it off gingerly. Adults don't even fully understand it, so trying to explain it to a kid is just a big headache. So what you're saying is you don't know how you feel about Izumi, is that it? Kota deduced, and Dabi threw his hands up in frustration. Why is this such an important topic for you? Why the hell do you want to know how I feel about Izumi? Well, it's because I want her to be happy, Kota explained simply and slumped back into his seat. Whenever we talked, she always seemed to have such a sad expression on her face. When I found out she was a villain and just who her friends were and all that stuff that happened on TV, I started putting it together. Kota brought the image of Izumi back into his mind. The broadcast he'd caught, her words, her tears, her struggle. Izumi's a good person. He lowered his head as tears filled his eyes. She doesn't want to be a villain, but she doesn't have a choice because that's what everyone sees her as. They don't see the good she's trying to accomplish. They don't see who she is under karma's mask, but I do. The tears spilled over now. She just wants to help people the only way she can. Dabi looked down at this little boy with an odd expression. How was it that this kid saw more of his queen than any of her comrades have? He walked to him, crouching down to eye level in order to wipe the kid's tears away. I'm in love with her, he told Kota, finally answering his question. I also want her to be happy, which is why when we do find her, we're going to do whatever it takes to help her achieve her dreams. He held up a fist. You with me, kid? Kota eyed it a moment before bringing up his smaller fist and bumping it against his. Yeah, I'm with you, Izumi. Well, it looks like you had fun. Overhaul looked around the destroyed workout room. Did you leave me any men at all? You said so yourself that they were all disposable, and it's not like I killed them, Izumi told him, tightening the guard around her wrist. They'll just be in a world of hurt for a while. Did you get some satisfying results at least? He asked, and she turned a sinister smile in his direction. Did you? HMMPH. Overhaul wasn't sure if he liked her spunk, but at the very least he liked her efficiency. Chronos and Mimic are dealing with the items in question. We'll see if the price tag on them is as high as you say. I was lowballing, so unless your crew members are total fools in bartering, you should be immensely satisfied. She placed a hand on her hip. As for me, I've made significant progress in control. A few more days and I'll feel at ease about going out in public again, which means you can keep your end of the bargain and arrange for that meeting. I've delivered the message to the man you call Ace. He kicked one of the expendables, rolling him over. I've got a temporary costume ready for you. It'll have to do until your more durable materials come in. Excellent work. You accomplished everything in just one day. I'm feeling very positive about this arrangement, Chisaki. She offered a smile. Overhaul. He corrected her with a sneer. We're not married yet, so don't think you can get formal on me. If I was going formal, I'd call you Kai, not Chisaki. She pointed out with a shrug. Either way, I still haven't quite made up my mind whether or not to marry you. I'd hope to come up with a less personal contract that would benefit us. After all, you're not exactly an intimate person. We don't have to be intimate to enjoy the benefits of marriage. He brushed debris off one of the tables and sat on it. I'm failing to see what benefits those are. Your definition and mine are two different kettles. I've always considered marriage a bond, something you only do with the person you love, trust, and respect. I don't love you, I barely trust you, and I don't know you well enough yet to respect you. Marriage is a legal binding of a man and woman. It is a contract, a merger of two people's lifestyles to create a more balanced one. You don't need love to make it work, but I will admit you need trust. I will gain your trust, just as you've gained mine. Have I now? She raised a brow, smiling curiously and crossing her arms. Yes, I've trusted you this far, haven't I? I gave you access to my home and base. I let you in on my plans for the future. I even let you touch me. He held up his hand as a reminder to her. In return, you trusted me to collect those items and gather the materials you need to regain your strength. It proves you have faith in my plan and are eager to be involved. I will admit your plan intrigues me. I've spent the majority of my career looking for ways to improve society and heroic behavior in general. Your concoction will be the key to a much bigger plan that hasn't been thought out yet, and I'm waiting to see what might stir up. That's fine by me so long as you stay interested. But is that the only reason you're agreeing? No, Izumi admitted and looked down at her hands. The truth is my being here has changed something in me. I can feel it. She turned and admired herself in the broken glass of a mirror she'd shattered. Her body glistened with sweat from her workout, and she stood with such pride in herself that it was a bit shocking. It's not just my quirk, or my ambition, or even the way I look, but it's the way I feel. She stepped over her opponents, admiring what she'd done with her own two hands. With Tamura, I was constantly at war with myself. My two halves argued over and over about what I was doing. It was a twisted back and forth tug of war about right and wrong, and I felt split right down the middle. I lied, I stole, I killed, all sorts of villainous acts, telling myself it was for the sake of others. And yet I couldn't shake away the guilt or regret I'd managed to suppress under karma's bravado. She brought a hand to her face, remembering how she'd always look in the mirror and see two different sides to herself. She'd see the innocent and foolish girl with stupid heroic dreams, and she saw the dark and twisted villain she had become. The backlash of it always left her rattled and unsettled. It took me too long to realize the truth. I thought I had control of Tamura. I thought I was leading the group with my own efforts, but I was wrong. He somehow manipulated me into believing that I loved him, and because I believed it, I did things that went against my better judgment, and in the end it changed me for the worse. I struggled with my battling personas, and ultimately tried to kill off my more pathetic and innocent side that I'd been suppressing. That's not what you really wanted, though, was it? Overhaul asked, watching her have her epiphany with great interest. No, it's not what I wanted. She turned to face him fully. All for one helped me realize that I'm not who he is. I'm not the kind of power-hungry villain that wants to gain influence for selfish purposes. I want power in order to help all manner of people, not just myself. I want power so I can change the world for the better. And now that I'm freed of the League, the goal is in clear sight. I've made society aware of the hurt hiding behind All Might's smile. Now I want them to see the hurt and damage of the people who are not being saved as a result. I want them to understand what horrors hide behind the facade of a peaceful world. I want them to see people who are shunned because they don't fit the mold. I want them to see the crying victims whose voices are never heard. I want them to see the greed and selfishness hiding behind pretentious deeds. So you are going to become the queen of the outcasts, is that right? He laughed with wry humor in his eyes. Oh no, dear Kai. She walked to him, caging him between her arms. She watched him bristle like a cat, his tension so obvious that it amused her. She arched her neck to look up at him and offered up a flirtatious smile. I am the queen. Queen of villains, queen of outcasts, queen of the forgotten. I am all of that and more. It is my duty to help those who cannot help themselves, and speak up for all the voices that have been silenced. Good, bad, or caught in the middle, I will give each of them a place to belong. That is my dream, my goal, and I will fulfill it. All right, you've made your point. Now back up, you stupid. He raised his hand and cursed when she brought up her aura, the glow protecting her from his touch. You're so disgusted by people and quirks. Do you really want to marry someone when you can't even stand to be close to them? She touched his chest, and he shook now, his face pale and eyes showing fear for the first time. It doesn't matter, he said with strain, and he crawled back on the table, scampering across it to get some distance between them. He panted heavily from behind his mask, glaring at her. Your sickness doesn't matter because it frightens you, she offered with a smirk. No, damn you, he cursed her. Will you shut your trap and listen? Your sickness doesn't matter to me because it's different. Different? She jumped on the table now, crouching down so that they were completely at eye level instead of one looking down the other. How so? Quirks in general are a plague. They're a disease that spread throughout the world, causing normal humans to become obsessed with heroic or villainous identity. You're the only one I've seen who has assumed both identities and yet fits in neither. I'm a villain, she told him straight up with a narrowed look. No amount of good deeds will erase that fact. So you claim, and yet you still save people. That's not a very villainous thing to do. He pointed out and lay his hands on the table, this time taking the initiative and closing in on her. His breathing was labored behind the mask, showing his discomfort, but he pushed through it to stare her down. You said it yourself that you struggled between two different personas. Your point of view is so askew from the norm that it's intriguing to me. I've only ever cared about one person. Everyone else in the world I've only ever looked at as pawns or pieces to play but you. I'm not a pawn, she interrupted him with a glare. I warned you before that I would never be used again. I sometimes refer people as pieces in a game, but I at least acknowledge they have their own spirits and mindsets and take that into account when setting up my board. Your way of treating other people is exactly why you fail to gain the right attention and is ultimately why you're still seen as a minor player. You're right, and that right there, he pointed at her face, is why I need you. His hand shook as it lifted to her face and cupped her cheek. Izumi's eyes widened a bit in surprise. I'm a logical thinker, a planner, but I lack the connection with people to fully utilize my goal. HMMM, are you saying? She touched his hand with her own and he yanked it back, walking away to scratch at the hives forming. ... You want to change? Don't be ridiculous. People are incapable of change. He rubbed at his neck, gritting his teeth behind his mask. I'm using you, but you'll be using me as well. Everything will be 50/50. Equal ground, a compromise. I think you're wrong about being able to change. However, I will concede to your opinion for now. She sat properly now and crossed her legs. More and more I'm beginning to understand your reasons for bringing me here. And more I'm tempted to stay. Then stay. Do whatever you need to in order to be comfortable here. I need you in order to make my plan a success, and you need me to fulfill your wish of creating a better and more equal world. He was right, Izumi realized, and it was exactly the reason why she decided to trust him. She could clearly see the path to her own goal line, but she needed Chisaki to be successful in his plan in order to reach that goal. I will consider it. She jumped off the table and pulled her hair free of its tail. She tossed the curly locks around and strung her fingers through them. For now, I will shower and change into the costume you've provided. Then we'll have a powwow with the expendables to discuss the protocol for tonight's meet." Chisaki nodded his head in agreement and briskly left the room. With so much physical contact, he desperately needed a bath of his own. But despite the trauma from his interaction with her, he found himself grinning ear to ear with excitement. "Dabi and Ace, welcome back." Dabi greeted Ace as he walked through the front door. "Any luck on finding our wayward queen?" As a matter of fact, Ace held up a letter. "I found this today. It's from someone who claims to know where she's hiding." He found her. Kota leapt up excitedly from the couch. "Pay attention, Squirt," he said. "Claimed to know where she's hiding," Dabi said, clearly suspicious. "Where did you find it?" "It could be a trap set up to lure you into revealing your connection with the League." "You would think so, except this was delivered to a private box. It's a secret lifeline, Karma and I arranged for communication and to avoid police suspicion. The only two people who know about it are me and her. Which means Karma's trying to contact you." Anxious now, Dabi took the note and read it. "Ace, I have information regarding the whereabouts of your missing queen. Let us meet and we shall discuss terms of negotiation. Come alone. Kai Chisaki, leader of the Shy Hisekai." Dabi flipped the paper around for more information and scowled. "Meet where?" "The code is encrypted in the envelope, an old Yakuza tagline. I'll be meeting him tonight at the coordinates. We'll need to be very careful that you two aren't spotted." The letter said to come alone. Dabi pointed out, "There's only one of two reasons Karma would be contacting me. She wants information about what's going on in the League, or she wants my assistance in something important. I get the feeling it's the latter, with the first to be used as dressing." "That still doesn't answer my—" He started to protest, but Ace held up his hand. "Trust me, whatever is going down, you'll want to hear about it. You want Overhaul to speak to him directly without your involvement." Kronos questioned Izumi's plan as she stood beside his leader, already feeling empowered by her position. "Yes, all of you question whether or not to trust the person I've asked to meet with. He's still a member of the League of Villains, and as such has obligations to Tamura. If I were to speak to him directly, it would be more compelling for him to favor me and twist his words to gain my trust. So instead, I want you to speak to him as if you're holding me hostage and find out his true intentions." "What if he decides to get violent?" Mimic questioned and brought up a gun. "Can we kill him?" "Ace is not a fighter and ill-suited for any kind of combat situation. He's a lot like Yushin." She glanced to the side at one of Chisaki's men. "His power compels people to speak the truth, and his true usefulness is in collecting information. I can assure you he won't get violent, and he's not stupid enough to bring anyone who will." The notice said to come alone. "If he disobeys, then it all depends on who he brings with him." Izumi interrupted the argument and leaned forward on the table. "If he brings someone, then it'll be someone whom he finds valuable to his survival, or will turn the tables in his favor. He's smart, charismatic, and has connections all over the world. It's why I valued him as an ally. This meeting isn't to determine his loyalty to me, but to determine his willingness to join you, Overhaul." There was a moment of silence, and since no one decided to speak up, Izumi pressed on. "I'm the odd number out here, Overhaul. I need people I'm familiar with and whom I can trust 100%. Even if it is just two people, I need that support if I'm going to be useful to you. I need Ace to find Dabi, and I need Dabi to stay focused and calm. Whenever I have a meltdown, he's always there to keep me grounded. He knows me, comforts me, and he is my rock to hold me steady. Tamura was fool for trying to take that away from me, so don't follow his example or you'll share his fate." Overhaul lounged back in his chair, his fingers pressed together in his trademark thinking pose. All eyes turned to him, and he let out a deep sigh as his mind became clear. Ambition without a plan is just a delusion, and a plan without ambition is a lost opportunity. He stood up and shoved a case across the table at her. "The same logic applies to us, Karma. Without you, my plan is a good intention with nothing to show for it. Without me, you're a loose cannon shoving her morals onto people who won't listen." He watched her open the case, admiring the costume inside. "I'll get you the people you need, but just remember, I know." Her smile came fast and warm. "We need each other. That hasn't changed." She turned her eyes up to him. "Thank you, Overhaul." Later, ambition without a plan is just a delusion. Overhaul's philosophy was inspiring to Izumi. More and more she was finding reasons to like him. Even though he had many flaws to counteract those reasons, she found herself looking over them to the core of who he was. He was abrasive and temperamental when provoked, but knew how to appear well-mannered and soft-spoken. He was egotistical and cold, but he had the leadership skills and tactical prowess to gain a following. He hated interacting with people, especially being touched or intimate with anyone. And yet he'd gone out of his way to show her affection and attempt to bond with her. From what she assessed, he was a man who had been hugely scarred in his past, making him hesitant to care for anyone other than himself. "I've only cared about one other person." Only one other person. Izumi wondered just what kind of person could have earned Kai Chisaki's respect and affection. Are you ready yet? Speak of the devil. Chisaki opened the door looking impatient. We're gonna be late. Sorry, it's just a lot of pieces. Izumi complained, adjusting the fingerless gloves and the straps on her wrist. She pulled her hair into a tight braid that now hung down her back like thick rope. The two-piece black bodysuit was a bit tight, hugging her curves from neck to boots. Added to it were belts, straps, holsters, and a bomber jacket with fur lining similar to the one Chisaki wore. The finishing touch was a full-face plague mask that she slipped on to hide her identity. Hey, this is more comfortable than I thought it would be. It breathes so much easier than my phoenix mask. It suits you too. He motioned her out the door. Let's go, Your Highness. Your carriage awaits. Once outside, they drove through the city, taking detours to avoid detection from police and heroes. They pulled into a misty port, parking alongside a surprisingly clean-looking warehouse. Inside were huge crates of products spread throughout the concrete building. Packaging machines had been put into idle, and despite it being a hazy night, had a decent amount of lighting coming from the pristine glass skylights. This is one of the warehouses we use to package and import goods. Unlike my personal project, all the business here is legal and society approved. Chisaki ran a finger over a keyboard, nodding with approval when he didn't see a smudge of dust. So you work on both sides of the spectrum in order to gain revenue? Izumi questioned, curiously peeking her head in an open crate. Inside were random goods, from postcards, figurines, and even ladies' wear. This side of the business is purely for the clan's well-being. My personal project is funded solely through the more sensitive means of income to avoid any messy entanglements or in-house debate. It's a hassle if I have too many complaints from underlings about what I spend the profits on. Smart. And it also keeps them from learning too much about your plan and helps avoid the risk of being outed by police and heroes. You catch on fast. He pat the top of the head without even thinking, but quickly withdrew from the touch. So this is where did you ask Ace to meet us? She sat atop a crate and crossed her legs. Yes, I've two flunkies waiting outside. Once they've confirmed Ace's identity, then they'll let him in. He pointed up. You, Larceny, and Mimic will be up there in the control booth. I'll have a comlink on and you can feed me your input on the situation and ultimately your decision on how we should advance to the next stage. That works. It'll also give me a bird's eye view of the grounds in case there's any foul-ups. She nodded her head at Larson. Go ahead and get set up in the booth. I'll be up there shortly. Larceny and Mimic looked to overhaul first for confirmation before taking their places. Izumi's mouth turned down in a frown. If she really was going to help lead these people, she needed to earn their trust and devotion. They're so loyal to you. How did you manage to gain their favor? She looked to Chisaki. Is it a Yakuza thing? All the members of my faction were losers who didn't want to live, so I gave them new purpose. None of them are afraid of death. He ran fingers over a box, still checking for dust. Their lives were that miserable? She questioned with a raised brow. If you want more details, then ask them yourself at your convenience. For now, your friend should arrive any minute, so I suggest you take your place, Your Highness. Very well, but I really wish you'd stop calling me that. You're the one who claims to be the Queen of Outcasts, remember? He looked over his shoulder, smirking behind his mask. That may be, but if what you want is my hand in marriage. She glanced back at him and her voice took on a soft and affectionate tone. Then you should get used to calling me by name. You're receiving a new identity. You won't be Izumi Midoria for long, he pointed out. I suppose not. But at the very least you could call me your wife. I could, but you haven't completely agreed to my proposal yet. No, but maybe hearing you call me that will convince me. She laughed a bit and continued to walk. Either way, you shouldn't address me as if I stand above you. It makes your subordinates wary of me, and makes you appear weak. Overhaul grunted at that and he turned his back to her. That advice I will take. Dabi and Ace. Ace pulled up behind Chisaki's car and stepped out of the driver's seat. Dabi joined him, wearing a hoodie and face mask to hide his appearance. Stay in the car, squirt. Dabi told Kota, who frowned. What? How come? Kota glared. We need a lookout. Ace offered with a practiced smile. Sit in the driver's seat and if you see police or suspicious activity, beep the horn twice. Sounds stupid, but okay. He climbed into the driver's seat and grabbed the wheel, pretending to steer. Good boy. Ace chuckled and winked at Dabi, who sighed heavily. Let's go. They rounded the building to the entrance, and Ace held up a hand, narrowing his eyes on the two guards. This is it. Those masks are the staple of Shai Hisekai. All their members wear them. Ace pointed out. Sounds suffocating, Dabi sneered. Well, at least we have the right place. You sure you want me along? The note said to come alone. They may get hostile. If my theory is correct and karma is here waiting for us, then we don't have to worry about such things. ... And if your theory is wrong? Dabi questioned. Then we're both gonna die. He joked and casually strolled up, with Dabi slumping after him. Hello, he greeted the two guards. I'm here for my meeting with your leader. He held up the note in question. Is he inside? Yes, Overhaul is waiting, but you were specifically instructed to come alone. Who is this? The guard held up a gun, pointing it at Dabi. Ace quickly got in the path, holding up his hands. I know, my bad. But I know for a fact your boss will want to meet him. Why don't you let him know what's going on and confirm? If the boss doesn't want to meet him, then I'll leave him out here with you. Deal? Fine. The guard brings up a receiver. Hey boss, Ace is here but he's brought someone with him. It's not someone from the league, is it? I don't think no. Guy's wearing a face mask and hoodie, but he's got some pretty gruesome scars. Inside, Izumi overheard the call and immediately thought Tamura and sneered. Her first instinct was to tell the guard to go away, but she thought better of it. Her sneer grew into a sinister smile and she laughed into the system. Let him in. If he makes any wrong moves, I'll deal with him personally. All right. The guard returned, putting the comm away. Boss says you can join in, but you're to behave yourself. One false move and you can consider yourself trash. Fine. Dabi grunted, silently relieved. The doors opened, and the two walked in, having crossed the first hurdle. The second and much larger one stood behind Chisaki, looking intimidating and beastly. Damn, we really are gonna die. Izumi watched the two enter from her position above. With the limited lighting, she made out the slouched figure in all black and wondered why Ace thought to bring Tamura. Had he been manipulated? Did Tamura twist the events that had happened in Musutafu? She needed to know why he was here. She leaned back in her seat and spoke calmly and coldly over the comlink to Overhaul, feeding him his line. Welcome, Keijiro. Villain name, Ace. Overhaul spread his arms out in welcome. I trust there was no problems finding this place. Good evening, Overhaul. Ace waved a hand, stopping a good 10 feet away. No issues at all, and I thank you for inviting me. I did invite you, but I don't recall inviting him. Overhaul pointed accusingly at Dabi. He heard the spite in Izumi's voice and had to hold in his laughter. May I ask why you brought this traitor with you? This man is no traitor. Ace put a hand on Dabi's shoulder. Dabi turned his head, not liking the scrutiny in which this Overhaul guy was observing. He was merely protecting the woman he loves. As for why he's here, he has an avid interest in the topic. TCH, I just bet. Tamura did twist the truth. Izumi clicked her tongue at that and tapped her fingers testily on the dashboard. If he really expects me to believe that he's a fool. She returned to the task at hand. Carry on with the script, Chisaki. I'll intercede if I have anything to add. All right then. Overhaul rubbed the back of his neck. This may get a little awkward, but let's get right to the point. You're here because you're looking for Karma, am I right? That's right. The letter you delivered states that you know where she is. But considering Karma is the only one that knows about that particular address, I'm going to assume you're housing her. Indeed I am. And I plan on keeping her there. She'll be of great use to me. Chisaki boasted. She doesn't belong to you. Dabi's voice rang low and angry. If this guy thought he could use Karma the same way Tamura did, he had another thing coming. At that moment he didn't care whether he had a quirk or not. He'd find a way to kill the bastard. She doesn't belong to you either, Chisaki retorted. Karma has her own mind and heart. And thanks to the League's betrayal has kindly offered it to me. She only gave me 3 requests to fulfill. The first was to assist her in controlling her new abilities. The second was to provide her with a new identity, costume, and support items. And the third was to find the only 2 people she still trusts and convince them to join our side. I'm loyal to Karma, and Karma only. Ace told him. If this is what she really wants, then I want to hear it from her mouth, not yours. I realize this is a little awkward, what with your friend here for this. It's not awkward at all. Ace narrowed his eyes. I would have told you the same thing whether I was alone or not. The man next to me shares my sympathies, and we will not have. Liar. Izumi's hurt voice rang out through the warehouse, halting the conversation. She jumped from the 2nd floor landing and held up a gun, pointing it at the hooded figure she believed to be Tamura. Tears spilled down her cheeks, and the goggles of the mask fog up, hazing her vision. I don't believe a single word you just said. This man doesn't love Karma. He only loves himself. Boy, the hell are you? Chisaki stepped to her, but she stepped forward and closer to her target. Aw shit, you've pissed her off. Whoa, put the gun down, miss. Ace tried to step in front of Dabi, but Dabi shoved him out of the way. What are you doing? Let her talk. Let her vent. He instructed and turned to the masked woman. Go on. Karma gave up everything to help the League. Her dreams, her friends, everything, and you lot betrayed her. She tried to hold the gun steady by grasping it in both hands now. You forced her to fit your mold, to become one of you in order to gain your trust and loyalty. But you still abandoned her when she needed you most. You're right. Dabi closed his eyes, remembering how hard Izumi had tried to fit in, how she went against the grain of who she was just to please him and the others. He lowered his head in shame. We all betrayed her. We were all cowards and put her in a position she didn't want to be in. Which is exactly why I came. I don't want Karma. No, I don't want Izumi to be manipulated into being something she's not. His voice was all wrong, Izumi thought, and her heart skipped. She could hear the tears in them, and yet he was so calm. This wasn't like Tamura at all. The gun lowered a little. Please, Ace pleaded with sympathy. Let us see her. We want to apologize for what we've done, and give Karma our. Apologize, Izumi whispered and grit her teeth, her gun raising again. You want to apologize? Flames erupted from her skin and hair, turning her into a walking inferno. Chisaki and the others backed away, and the mask Izumi wore snapped free as the leather bindings disintegrated. Both Ace and Dabi look in awe as Izumi's furious face came into view, highlighted by the brilliant blue flames. Thanks to you, my best friend is quirkless. I'll never forgive you for what you've done to Dabi. Wait, Izumi. Ace tried to stop her, but the gun went off. Dabi took the hit to the chest and fell back, his hood falling off, revealing his face. Izumi's own eyes went wide and the flames died as Dabi went down. Dabi. Oh, shit, that hurt. Dabi held his chest and looked for any blood. What the hell was that about? Izumi stumbled forward, dropping the gun and running to him. She collapsed and hugged him, tears flying down her cheeks as she cuddled into him. It's you. Dabi. Yeah, it's me. Jesus, Izumi, what was with the charade? He held her and pulled down his face mask. Damn it, what were you thinking coming here dressed like that? She sobbed into his shoulder. I thought you were Tamura. I could have killed you. Not with that weapon. What kind of bullets don't even leave a bruise? He questioned, pulling back long enough to look down at the broken bullet shell. Let's just say be glad you're already quirkless. She kissed his cheek and held on again. Thank God you're all right. I've missed you. Dabi held onto her, laying his forehead on her shoulder. Me too, Izumi. So, what the hell just happened? Mimic questioned, jumping down to join Chisaki and the rest of the crew. Are they on our side or not? Oh, right. Izumi wiped her tears and stood up, helping Dabi onto his feet as well. Sorry for the charade. I wanted to be sure Ace would be up to joining. But it seems you guys have reservations. We do, but if this is really what you want, Karma, then we'll follow you no matter what. Ace knelt in front of her. Like I told your friend there, I'm loyal to you, and only you. I brought Dabi here because he wants to remain at your side, the same as me. It would seem the ball is in your court, Karma. Overhaul told her and spread his arms out to his people. Now that you've been reunited with your trusted friends, will you leave and pursue your venture? Or will you join forces with me and achieve both our goals? Izumi looked around at the shy Hasekai, then back to Ace and Dabi. With her quirk, she could probably escape with them and be free of any ties. But somehow she'd found a purpose with shy Hasekai. She believed in Chisaki's philosophy, supported his goal, and had grown to like him. With a smile, she turned to face Overhaul and held her hands out. You've completed your half of the bargain, Overhaul. I'd be an ass if I didn't return the favor. 2 days later, Izumi was shocked to find out Kota had been the one to spring Dabi out of the hospital. Their reunion was sweet and rewarding, with hugs and tears, but also reservations. She didn't want to involve Kota in any more danger, but the boy had already buried himself in neck deep. For now, she decided to make herself and Dabi his guardians, and would keep him out of trouble for the time being. Ace returned home with the instructions to continue working as a double agent. He would feed Karma information through the PO box they'd set up, and alert her when an opportunity to gain funding would be available. As for Dabi, the two of them had a sweet reunion of their own, making use of the private bedroom Chisaki had provided and christening the brand new bed inside. Safe and content in his arms, Izumi awoke feeling better than she'd had in weeks and decided it was time to take that next step. All right, time to stop tiptoeing around the subject. Overhaul. She slapped a hand on the coffee table, staring into his eyes. She'd destroyed the mask he'd given to her before, but had grown accustomed to wearing face masks to appease his need for cleanliness. You said there was one other reason you want to marry me. I want to know what it is. Overhaul stopped shining the gun in his hand and eyed the one she'd placed on the table. Remove your hands, you're not wearing gloves. When she only glared at him, he stopped shining and sighed heavily. Fine. Considering you've all but moved in, I suppose it is time. He stood up and shoved his hands in his pockets. Follow me. All right. She got up, and for once just obediently followed behind him. He took her down the long stretch of halls of his underground lair, the complex format that made her think of a labyrinth with all its winding pathways and connected rooms. Near the bottom of the underground facility, a single man stood guard at a door and bowed his head as the two approached. She's been quiet as a mouse, sir. No trouble, he told them. Izumi murmured curiously. Good, now step aside. Overhaul jerked his head and the guard nodded, quickly getting out of the way. Overhaul pulled out a set of keys, unlocking and opening the door before stepping inside. When Izumi joined him, she was curious to see the room of a child, all white and girly with frills, pretty posters, and stuffed animals. What as she started to ask and got cut off. Erie, Chisaki called out. Come out of hiding. We have a guest. Izumi's ears picked up the sound of a whimper before her eyes latched onto a little girl who came out from the closet and looked up frightened and shaking. Karma, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Erie. He stepped back, giving them a clear path to each other. Erie, this is Izumi Midoria. Greet her properly. And then Erie stuttered, giving wary looks to her father before bowing her head but not moving from the door. Nice to meet you. Pleasure is mine. A daughter, Izumi thought with awe. So this was the other person Overhaul cared for. Filled with affection for the gentle thing, she knelt down to her level and held out a hand. Come on out, Erie. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of out here. Erie took another wary glance at Chisaki before stepping out and walking to her. She took Izumi's outstretched hand and Izumi got a good look at her. She saw the way the girl was dressed, a white shirt that resembled a medical gown, bandages on her arms and legs. An immediate need to protect the girl pulsed through her. It's okay, Erie. Izumi smiled at her and gently took her hand. It hurt her heart to see the way she flinched back from her touch. Did she have the same fear of intimacy as her father? To show she meant no harm, Izumi gently stroked her knuckles and pet the top of her head. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. Erie glanced back up at her, eyes wide with a mix of fear and wonder. The petting sensation was different than what the others tried to do. Who is this woman? Izumi saw her relax a little and her gentle smile came out more naturally. The sheer kindness of her smile immediately had Erie's attention. You know, I think Kota is about her age, she told Chisaki. I think the two of them would make great friends. Eh, friends? Erie's eyes blinked as she murmured that word. It was as if she'd never heard it before. Izumi's eyes narrowed on Chisaki, who shrugged it off. She's got a powerful quirk that she has no control over. I keep her here to prevent any accidents, he told her. I see, but everyone needs a friend, Chisaki. Izumi pointed out and made him grunt in irritation. What she needed, he thought mentally, was someone who could teach her manners and obedience. Reining in his temper, her spoke calmly. What she needs is a mother, Chisaki told her and had Erie looking up distraughtly. Izumi scowled and had him sighing. I'm not a great parent. I don't know anything about raising girls and she's too much of a handful. She would feel more at ease with you here. He wanted to stop there but could see that she was still annoyed. And I guess since you've taken on Kota, he'd make a good playmate for her as well. I'm a bit young to be a mother. Izumi thought of her own mother and lowered her head in shame. She didn't think she could ever live up to that high expectation. But I can see that she needs a more female influence in her life. She picked the girl up, holding her gently against her chest as she stood. Erie, surprised by the sudden hold, started to pull away, but the softness and gentleness of it had her cuddling in instead. Chisaki saw this and felt a sense of victory in his mind that Erie had taken to her immediately. You'll be good for her. Have you decided on your verdict? He hesitantly put a gloved hand on Erie's head. The girl flinched again, whimpering. You said that if I helped you save your friend you'd consider it a wedding gift. But I want confirmation. Are you willing to commit to me, my plan, and my organization? I'll have to get Dabi and Kota on board, Izumi told him, keeping Erie safe against her even as she stared him down. I do have some stipulations. Since we're treating this as an arranged marriage, we should both have requests that the other party should agree to. I'm positive we can come to a mutual arrangement that suits us both. All right. His eyes took on a wicked gleam that made Izumi a bit wary. You're gonna be a very valuable asset to me. A valuable partner, Chisaki. I'm no pawn, remember. She extended her hand. Erie panicked and tried to push it down. But Izumi didn't budge. Chisaki eyed the hand, shrugging off a shudder. For a long moment he contemplated the backlash from allowing this woman to contaminate him, and decided the pros outweigh the cons. He stepped forward and clasped her hand in his. Fair enough. So long as you stay useful to me, I can agree to those terms, wife. The same is extended to you. Her eyes took on a wicked gleam as she let go of his hand. Husband, she put it off for a few days. But Izumi knew she'd have to come clean to her lover. She'd just gotten out of one loveless relationship, and now was marrying into another. The difference was that Overhaul supported her relationship with Dabi, and showed no signs of jealousy or care about her at all in the sexual regard. So, no point in hiding it, she told him the truth. You're joking. Talia glared at Izumi as she changed into the kimono that was provided for her. Please tell me you're joking. Wish I was. Izumi grumbled, struggling with the weight of the fabric. She didn't really wear kimonos, but it was the traditional garb of the Yakuza women. After signing the official contract that held all their stipulations, Overhaul thought it pertinent for her to meet the rest of the clan and be presented as his future wife. In order to make the right impression, she needed to fit the part. But that's the price I'm paying for his loyalty. I've spent the last few days researching this clan, Izumi. They're small-time trash, with only a single reputation, and that's Kai Chisaki. He's got a bad rep even amongst the other clan members, and he is using you to get what he wants. You should just... He started to protest, but she turned her head, giving him a sharp look. They may only be a Yakuza group, but they've got uses, Talia. A lot of their members, particular Overhaul's circle, have powerful quirks. They've relationships and connections with the underground as well as the above-ground news circuit. I can keep tabs on what's going on out in the world, while also working on building up revenue for us. That's fine and dandy, but why do you have to marry him? Why can't you just agree to support him, and we go hide out across seas for a while? Each person in this group is loyal to Overhaul. I can't just say, oh yeah, I'm going to help and not show any commitment. It's not how the Yakuza roll. This marriage is a business arrangement, one that'll benefit both sides. There'll be nothing romantic or physical about it. She tied the silk scarf over the waist, grunting a little from frustration at the difficult piece of wardrobe. I don't care, it's still marriage. What are you gonna do if and when the heroes catch wind of who you are? The Yakuza are known for constantly being monitored by heroes, and if they find out you've joined them, we're going to wind up caught and incarcerated. Again, funny how you and Kai have the same argument for different sides. She smiled with affection even though he couldn't see it. Kai, you're on a first-name basis now. Jealousy dripped out of him, both irritating and embarrassing him. Yes. She fluffed her hair out and turned around, adjusting the front a little. She watched his annoyed expression lighten some, the effect of her attire quieting his disagreements for the moment. It made her smile. Talia. She used his first name to add to that affection. Relax, okay. I may be marrying him, but I don't love him. Then why are you? Why are we staying here and repeating the same mistake you made with Shigaraki? His eyes took on a hurt look she hadn't expected from him. He always looked so stoic and put off that it was rare for him to show this softer side. The only other time he'd let her see him like this was when Ace had used his quirk to reveal his past and opened up old wounds. I'm staying because I owe him a debt. She walked to him and took his hands in hers. He helped me find you. She laid them on her cheeks, nuzzling in, and smiled when his fingers stroked over her skin. By doing so, he helped me regain my strength and helped me find my footing. On top of that, he's given me hope again. Hope of changing the world for the better. I suppose I can understand that. I owe him too for saving you and keeping you safe. He pulled her into his arms, holding her protectively. Still, what if he decides he wants more from your relationship? He won't. She pulled back and stroked his face. Kai has a fear of being touched, and he finds the very concept of skinship disturbing. I doubt he and I will have the same connection to Mura and I did, nor will he take a shine to me. Still, he's affectionate in his own way, so it won't be awkward to anyone on the outside. What about me? He bent his head low to kiss on her neck, whispering, will he allow our relationship? I've put it in our stipulation. Since he can't see to my needs personally, I'll have you as my relief. He mentioned something about passing you off as my brother. She laughed when he grunted at that. I don't think of you as my sister. He testily shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans. True enough, but it'll work for our cover story, especially since you're so protective of me. Kota is our little brother, and we're his acting guardians. I'm hoping he and Erie could. Who the fuck is Erie? He quickly interrupted her. Kai's daughter. And the major reason I'm agreeing to his proposal. She can't be any older than Kota ... and she's so timid. She's being abused in some way, I can tell, but I'm not sure how. She trailed off when she heard footsteps outside her door. Suddenly wary that they were being watched, she walked to the desk and started to write. Chisaki wants me to act as her mother. He wants you to what? He walked over to her, reading over her shoulder in an old habit they used to exchange private words. Chisaki wants me to marry him so I can take care of his daughter. I agreed so that I can act as a shield for Erie. She sat back, letting him read what she wrote as her fingers tapped impatiently on the desk. I'm going to save Erie by either improving her living situation here, or by smuggling her out. Either way, I want to help her. Ah, Dabi thought with a quick twitch in his lips. Now it all made sense to him. He could understand her considering the act of marriage in terms of negotiation and getting what she wanted out of Chidaki. But for her to actually go through with the marriage, there had to be legit logic behind it. Saving the girl was Izumi's goal, and she would do it even if it meant marrying a man she didn't love. If you're acting as a shield, he fisted his hands on her shoulders, kneading them firmly, then you may end up taking the brunt of the abuse. I know, but I'm used to that. She murmured and closed her eyes at his massage. He started drawing letters on her skin with his fingers and thumbs. She made out the words clear as day. How long? I don't know if this marriage and partnership will work, or how long it will last. Right now it's the only option we have that keeps us hidden, but productive. She started to write again. If we can earn the clan's trust and find out what the source of his quirk-destroying serum is, then we may be able to separate from the clan and produce it ourselves. In the meantime, I'll look out for Erie and if need be get her help from outside. Until I'm satisfied with our chance of success, we have to blend in and take the opportunities Kai has given us. I suppose that works for now. But if Overhaul gets caught, and it comes down to saving you or the kid, then I'm saving you, understand? I understand. She set the pen down and burned the paper to ash over the trash can. For now, I need to finish getting ready to meet the rest of the clan. She dusted her hands free and picked up a brush, running it through her hair. Dabi helped her, taking the brush from her hands and running it through her curls before braiding it. I have one more question for you, Izumi. What is it? She felt his arms close around her, his face pressed into her neck. Did you mean what you said the other night? The other? Oh, she thought back several days ago, when they'd made love in his room. There'd been no light but for the candles they'd lit, and she remembered watching the glow dance in his blue eyes as he filled her. The ambience and gentleness of the moment had the words just spilling out of her. Talia, I love you. Remembering it now, she was so embarrassed by how weak and taken she'd been. She always seemed to lose herself when it came to sex. This time she'd let out her feelings for him without ever meaning to. She had wanted to savor that feeling, to take her time exploring it before confessing it out loud. Now her emotions were out in the open and she was afraid of losing the love she'd just found. As she started to speak, but was quickly interrupted by the door slamming open. Kota slumped in wearing an obi, his trademark hat traded for a bright red bandana. "Talia, the boss guy wants to see us." He frowned at the older man and sneered at his attire. "Is that what you're wearing for the meeting? Are you stupid? I was under the impression I wasn't invited." Talia shrugged off the insult, but scowled at the fact they'd been interrupted. "I'm a wanted criminal with an easily recognizable face. It would be best for me to lay low." "Well, that's not what the boss wants. Hurry up and change into one of these stupid outfits," and he grunts a little when Izumi suddenly ruffles his hair. He shakes her off, blushing. "What's that for? You can't fool me, Kota-kun." She smiles brightly and had Kota fidgeting in place. "You like being part of the Yakuza. It's quite adorable." "I do not." He blushed redder and hides his face behind his arms. "I'm just showing respect is all. I don't actually enjoy wearing this stupid get-up, or talking with the old farts, or stuff like that. It's all stupid." The more he tried to deny it, the more obvious it became. She couldn't help it. Izumi laughed bright and happily that Kota seemed to be fitting in with the misfits of Chisaki's clan. Heads from down the hall turned towards the bright and happy sound with quizzical brows. They'd never heard such a sound behind these walls. Any laughter was always full of animosity, sarcasm, or spite. This laughter felt genuine and pure. "Who are they again?" one member whispered curiously. "Apparently guests of Chisaki. They arrived last night," another answered. Who would have thought that stiff Chisaki had friends like that? They continued to whisper and contemplate with the other members as the lot of them gathered in the meeting room. Izumi, Talia, and Kota all joined overhaul in the meeting room. He gave a nod of acknowledgement to all three, then held up packets for each of them. "Your official documents representing your new identity." He passed them out and Izumi eyed the picture and her own face. "Karma Carson, a 19-year-old American." She raised a brow and got a shrug from overhaul. "You speak English, don't you? I figured you could pull it off." He explained. "Ku Carson, age 8. We don't even look alike. How are we gonna pass off as siblings?" Kota raised a brow at that. Overhaul passed Izumi contact lenses, which she put in without question. "You all will have the same father who works in the American mafia, but each of you has a different mother. I'm giving Karma and Talia red contacts so you will all have the same eye color. That's fine except for one thing." Talia dropped the file on the table. Overhaul's team had taken a young Enji Todoroki picture and altered it with red eyes and slimmer features. "This doesn't look a thing like me." "Not yet, it doesn't." Overhaul removed his glove and before Talia could even move he closed the gap and scratched his arm. His body bulged and twisted, Dabi screaming as the pain caused him to explode, and Izumi dropped her documents looking shocked. Kota jumped back in fear, looking white as a ghost. "What did you just do?" Furious, Izumi's hair scorched blue and she looked ready to dust him where he stood. "Calm yourself, wife. He's not dead." He wiped the blood from his hands, shuddering off the disgust as Dabi's body slowly started to shift and form. There was a groaning and roaring sound coming from the mass of blood and muscle before it starts to take humanoid shape again. Izumi stared in complete shock as Talia's body slowly and grotesquely put itself back together. But differently. His build was more substantial, his face attractive and youthful, hair a bright sunburnt color, and most surprising of all, his skin was smooth and perfect as if he'd never been burned. Talia, breathless and shaken up, Izumi went to her knees and took his face. "Is that you?" Yeah. Yeah. He set his hands over hers and looked into her eyes. "What in the hell just happened to me?" He. Kota pointed an accusing finger at Overhaul, his body shaking like a leaf. "He blew you up. I thought you were dead. My quirk can deconstruct and reconstruct matter, including human cells. There's a time limit, but I am able to kill someone and quickly bring them back if I so choose," Overhaul said, his voice dripping with intimidation. He stepped to Toya and offered him up the contacts. Dabi's and teal flinch made him smirk. "Without a quirk you're no good in a fight. Still, Karma tells me you're good at intel and surveillance. I can't use you to max capacity unless I completely rewrite your identity. Forgive me if it was a bit messy." Talia clenched his teeth and snagged the contacts, standing up on unsteady legs. He found a mirror hanging on the wall and took a few moments to really let it sink in that what he was seeing was his actual face. "I'm gonna have to dye my hair again," he spoke after taking a calm breath. He slipped the contacts in and ran fingers through the red hair, sneering. "I look too much like the old man with my old face. Wear a bandana for now." Overhaul tossed him one along with a face mask and then gave one to Kota as well. "Both of you will wear these from now on. Can't have you breathing in filthy air." Kota hesitated before accepting his, being careful not to touch the man. "For this meeting you both are to be silent unless addressed. Keep your characters in mind." and avoid confrontation with any of the members until deliberations have ended. Deliberations? Taoya questioned after setting his mask in place. I have overall jurisdiction in this place, and by my word you're a member. However, if you want to fit in and be a true member of the Hasekai, you'll need to get approval from the clan, which requires a vote and a special ritual. So that's what all this is about. Izumi questioned and motioned to her outfit. And the attire is significant to the ritual. The old way is the proper way. Or at least in this case it is. Chisaki thought to himself as he watched Izumi absorb this information, as she was keen to do. In truth, this was a test for her. He wanted to see if she could sway the bulk of the clan to accept her despite her villainous background. The majority of the clan didn't see him as the true head, but merely a stand-in for their comatose leader. Despite his best efforts to appear professional and able, his own charisma was limited in getting the other members to trust him. If Karma could pull off what he could not, then total control of the shy Hasekai would finally be his. He held out his hand to her, shirking back a shudder as he escorted her into the hall where the majority of the clan restlessly waited. They took their spots at the head of the hall, Overhaul going against tradition a little by standing between them and the people behind him. Thank you all for coming. I've brought you all here today to celebrate and receive your blessings. There was a momentary pause as collected voices huddled and whispering curiously. I've decided to marry, and the woman you see behind me is my future bride. Izumi bowed graciously to the group. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Karma, and I look forward to joining this family. Did she just say Karma? Oi, isn't that? Didn't she die? What's the meaning of this, Chisaki? An angered clansman stood up. Do you mean to tell me that this whore you've been harboring is the infamous queen of villains? That's correct. Overhaul pointed a finger like a gun at him. And you'll watch your mouth when addressing her. Villain or not, I am marrying this woman and you will show her respect. What the hell were you thinking bringing her here? Another stood up in protest. What if the police find out she's here? We'll all be arrested and the clan will be forced to disband. I don't see the problem. Overhaul shrugged. So long as you all agree to keep her true identity a secret, the world will never know that my wife and the infamous Karma are one and the same. Help me to understand something, boss. A voice from the back spoke up. One Izumi recognized from Overhaul's circle. Just how does this in any way help the shy Hasekai? From the way I see it, she's nothing but a burden. He's got a point. An older gentleman spoke up now and stood with the help of his cane. I've tolerated you bringing in these thugs. He motioned to the group in the back, the circle Overhaul called the 8 bullets, because each one has served a purpose and made themselves useful. But this woman is a different story entirely. She's the most wanted criminal in the world, and a traitor at that. I see no worth in keeping her here. I'm the traitor. That pushed one of Izumi's buttons and her hair flickered for a moment, but she managed to maintain composure. That's right. I know all about you, queen of villains. You backstabbed and betrayed every person you've ever aligned to. You took the hero course in order to discover All Might's weakness. You killed your own mentor and seized control of the League of Villains. You made an alliance with the hero killer Stain, only to kill him in the streets. Now you want to abandon your own league and join with us. I'm sorry, but I don't see any value in your loyalty at all. The old man's right. A more passionate and fiery member spoke up in rage. I'd rather die than welcome this backstabbing harlot into our group. That can be arranged. Overhaul removed his glove, his temper rising, and his eagerness to shut the loud mouth up only heightened his instinct to kill. Wait, Kai. Izumi held up her hand and stood up. Though her own temper flared up, she remained composed and spoke up. I'm aware that I will have to earn the trust as well as make myself valued here, and it will take more than just words in order to do so. I would like to prove my worth by giving them an example of my power. You've more than proven your worth by providing us with the funds for. That was a small donation in reward for your kindness, Kai. She turned her eyes to him. If I'm to be a part of the shy Hasekai, then I must show them what lengths I will go to in order to earn the respect of my peers. Training Hull. So you are considered the strongest of the 8 bullets, am I right? Karma spoke out to Rappa. At least in terms of combat ability. That's right, girl. He cracked his knuckles. Only person I've ever lost to is Overhaul. And that streak ain't about to be broken by a pint-sized princess like you. That's queen, and you may want to rethink your methods a little before coming at me single-palmed. She eyed Tengai, a quiet and Buddhist-type man whom stood silently behind Rappa. You're his partner, are you not? Why don't both of you come at me at once? She motioned them forward. It will be a far better example of my capabilities. To CH. Who in the hell does that bitch think she is? Rappa sneered, cracking his knuckles. Proceed with caution, Rappa, Tengai warned, speaking calmly. She may look like an innocent child, but that girl is labeled as one of the most dangerous villains today. Shut up. I don't care what she says, I don't need your help. I'm going to pound some humility into this bitch. He stepped forward, rolling his shoulders, slowly and raising his fists up in preparation. And when this is done, Overhaul is next. Eager, isn't he? Are you sure you want to watch this, Kota? Izumi called out to the group that watched. Kota's gaze met hers, and he watched as she calmly adjusted the sleeve of her kimono so that her hands were freed up. I know how you feel about unnecessary violence. It's fine, this is different. These guys won't accept you unless you prove yourself right. Besides, this guy is just like Muscular, hurting and killing people for his own satisfaction. Put him in his place. Kota grit his teeth. I'm not sure this fight will solve his hunger for violence, but at the very least I can shut the mouths of those that look down on me. She clenched her fist, flaming dancing around her fingers briefly for a moment, including this arrogant jerk. Don't underestimate him, Karma, Talia warned. Arrogant or not, the guy's got experience that you don't. True enough. Karma's smile turned a little sadistic, which will leave an even bigger impression. Fighters ready. Overhaul lifted his hand up in the air, and he could feel all the eyes behind him hone in on the competitors. Begin. I'll make this quick. Rappa beat his fists together, then unleashed a flurry of punches. Go to hell. The rocket-fast punches sent air pockets of power rushing by. One barely zipped by Izumi's cheek before she brought up her barrier and blocked. The remaining gingerly touched her cheek where she'd felt the impact, and wondered why the force she'd felt hadn't damaged her at all. She'd expected to feel blood or at least the sting of a bruise there. During her training, she'd taken on far lesser members and come out without a scratch. She thought it was because her own abilities and her aura had protected her, but now she was starting to wonder if something else had come into play. She'd have to test it out. She held a hand out, feeling the energy bouncing off her aura, and she let out a shudder as she prepared herself for what was to come next. I can feel the power locked behind the years of training and harnessing your ability. I can see why you have such arrogance in your abilities as a fighter. She released the barrier, taking the full force of his blows, letting them smack up against her and send her skidding back on her heels before she brought up the barrier again. Despite having the wind knocked away, she hadn't felt any pain. Not a single broken bone, cut, or even a bruise. Her smile widened. And yet I'm still dissatisfied. What just happened? A clan member murmured. Did that glow she's emitting stop the punches? She didn't take any damage. Our third quirk, Overhaul murmured, and felt a tingle of excitement from the spectacle. She's finally discovered it. Quirk, Fortitude. Her body can withstand heavy amounts of physical damage, so long as she is aware of the attack. Her body will automatically react and defend against it, which is why cremation doesn't harm her. Things like sneak attacks and surgery do not apply. Well now, Izumi tossed her hair over her shoulder. I think I've seen all I need to. She slapped her hands together, heat building and then coming free from her palms. She set loose a large blast of fire. Tengai immediately brought up his barrier to protect himself and Rappa. When the flames and smoke cleared, Izumi had vanished. Where did she? Rappa looked around frantically through the crowd. He heard a thud above him and turned his head up to see Izumi floating above them, pressing her hands against an invisible wall. Ah, I see now. Izumi laughed, looking down at her prey. Your barrier is much more structured than mine, and you don't need nearly as much energy to produce it. However, her eyes sharpened and her grin spread wide. Aura pulsed from her hand, her hair sprouting flames as the energy beat harder and faster until the dome finally began to crack under the pressure. Unlike mine, you can't strengthen the barrier's efficiency with your own power and energy. And against someone like me, it's downright useless. She brought up her fist, surrounding it in her aura. She let out a scream as she punched that fist right through the dome and released a blaze of fire immediately after to encompass her prey and fill up dome. Tengai and Rappa both scream in pain as their bodies catch fire. Tengai lowered the barrier, the flames dispersing out and free now, allowing him to roll on the ground and ease the burn. Izumi landed gracefully atop the flames, her kimono catching fire, but she calmly patted out. She stepped through the inferno, stopping in front of Rappa, who had curled up into a ball to protect himself, but to no avail. She pressed a foot against his mask, slowly crushing it underfoot. Checkmate. Strong. So strong. Shin stared in pure astonishment at the young beauty silhouetted by her own fire. These two were pro fighters, and she's only a teenager. How is it possible that she's able to endure Rappa's punches and overpower Tengai's strong quirk? It's because she was bred to be a weapon. Overhaul spoke up, his eyes taking in the sight and grinning ear to ear from behind his mask. All for one had decided Tamura Shigaraki would be his successor, but knew there were gaps in his capabilities. He saw the raw talent of Izumi's mind and decided to turn her into a weapon Shigaraki could use. He cultivated her natural talent, then trained her body to pair with it, give her a couple of quirks with wide versatility. And behold, he stretched his hand towards Izumi, who now turned to him with the sweetest smile on her face. A weapon of mass destruction. Doesn't this just prove the fact that she goes against what the boss wants? One of the underlings looks uneasy at the display. In the end, she's just villain, isn't she? On the contrary, Izumi corrected as she approached the crowd. It's because I was bred to be a weapon that I rebel against the very concept that gave me creation. behind her. Overhaul used his own quirk to restore Rappa and Tengai's bodies back to normal. It was the perfect backdrop for her speech. Many people have quirks that have given them grief. In my former circle I had comrades who were shunned from society, used, abused, or cast away. It's because society only values us by our quirks and what we can do with them. Those times are changing. Overhaul spoke up now and stepped up behind Izumi, setting his hands on her shoulders. The men watched wide-eyed that he neither flinched nor broke out from the contact. This woman is to thank for it. It is her voice that swayed All Might's heart and brought forth a time of change. It is her strength that stood against the villains who sought to destroy the world she was trying to build. I've brought her here because she shares my vision, and together we will revert everything to the way it used to be. We are going to create a world without quirks, a world where power comes from hard work, determination, and intelligence, a world where the Yakuza will once again reign supreme. There were some cheers, the hype of the moment stirring a good portion of men to grab onto Chisaki's concept. Still, Karma could see the other apprehensive faces, and she spoke up once again. I realize that many Yakuza nowadays just want to reside in peace, but there's no pride in that. All you're doing is bowing to the masses, and that's not what the Yakuza is about. The history of the Yakuza stems from proud families and clansmen who cherish the bonds they have with each other. It stems from brothers, sisters, and friends joining together and working hard to earn the power they gain. It stems from strong and smart individuals who do whatever it takes to protect what's theirs. She stepped forward and away from Chisaki, a small yet intimidating woman staring down a group of men, most of which who dwarfed her. I promise you, gentlemen, that if you accept me, I will protect this clan no matter what. I will bring you wealth again. I will give you back the dignity you've lost. And I will fight any and all who threaten to tear you down. It was the final word that took away any doubts. The men stood together cheering and raising their fists in celebration to her. When they all returned to the meeting room, she, Taoya, and Kota went through the ritual to bring them into the Shai Hasekai ranks by sipping from the glass of sake to unify their bonds. With that it's done. Chisaki held a hand over Izumi, who knelt on the pedestal looking out over the clan with dignity and pride. I present to you my bride, and the future matron of the Shai Hasekai. Karma, 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 Karma. With her villain name being chanted through the halls, echoing and bellowing until it rumbled like thunder, Izumi felt power seep into her, and the familiar joy of acceptance by those she considered her family. The Shai Hasekai was now her family, and this time she would not be betrayed. All in all, being the future bride of a Yakuza had major perks. Once Izumi had earned the trust and respect of the members, they treated her like royalty. For the most part, the men were sweet and polite to her. Some feared her, which was just as fine, and all referred to her as either Lady Karma or Lady Izumi depending on the circle. They waited on her hand and foot, taught her the general customs and practices of women in her station, such as making tea from scratch and how to properly receive guests. They even taught her new games such as shogi and karuta. With obstacle 1 completed, Izumi thought it was high time that she and Erie spent some quality time together. The girl would be her responsibility from now on, and she wanted to earn her trust and friendship. Just because she had to fill in as a mother figure didn't necessarily mean she needed to act like a mama. She would try befriending the girl first, get to know her, take her and Kota out for ice cream, and just go from there. She sent Taoya and Kota out for clothes and other items she'd need for the outing. After that, she talked a few of the clan members to keep Chisaki busy with business so he wouldn't interrupt their time together. Once she had everything in place, she snagged the key to Erie's room from Chisaki's office and made her way downstairs. Erie. She gently knocked on the door and peeked her head into the bedroom. The girl jolted up from her bed, staring through the dark room and at Izumi's silhouette. It's okay, it's just me. May I come in? The girl whimpered a little, holding her chest as the fear made her heart skip and shake against her ribs. Still she nodded, and Izumi stepped in, closing the door behind her. This woman, Erie thought as she gave Izumi a once-over, was different from the others. Her touch and voice were so kind and polite. It wasn't forced or fake. She sat upright as Izumi approached, and peeked warily at the bag she carried. Thanks, we didn't really get the chance to talk the last time I was here. She held up her hand, waiting for Erie's permission before gently petting her hair. The touch was so soft and gentle that Erie's face softened to a wondered look rather than a frightened one. Kai said, I'm supposed to be taking on the role of your mother ... but I don't want you to force yourself to think of me like that. Are you? She spoke softly and meekly. Are you really going to marry him? I am, but you don't have to worry about me, Erie. She took her hands, warming them up between hers. I know you're not happy here. I'd like to know why, but I understand if you don't want to say anything. Erie flinched and shook her head violently. I don't like it when he's angry. He's a pretty scary guy when he's angry, but I'll work on that. She smiled. I'm here to help, Erie. I'd like to start with us being friends. She stood up and sat next to her, rubbing her back. Do you think that would be okay? Friends? She nervously played with her hands, a habit Izumi remembered having as a kid whenever she got nervous or didn't know what to say. What do friends do? Well, they do all kinds of things. They tell each other stories, they play games, go exploring, shopping. I don't know any good stories. Erie quickly cut her off, her voice shaking and body curling up into a ball. And I'm not allowed to do those other things. I'm not supposed to leave my room unless he says so. Kai left me in charge of you, Erie. She tucked hair out of her face. He wants you to be more comfortable here. He doesn't know how to raise kids, doesn't know what they want or need. It's my job to make you happy. So if I say we should go out. She picks up the bag and pulls out a long-sleeve sundress and hat as well as a pair of boots and tights. Then we're going out. If anyone has a problem with it, then they'll have to deal with me. No, Erie grabbed her arms, shaking her head. No, you can't disobey him, he'll get mad. Trust me, Erie. She stood her up and held the dress against her. It'll be fine. Now come on, let's get you dressed. I can't wait for you to meet Kota. A few minutes later, Izumi had Erie all dressed up. The girl played with the hat and looked around nervously as the two of them walked through the underground and up to the main floor. As they breached the secret entrance and stepped out into the house, Kai came down the hall and stopped. What the hell do you think you're doing? Good morning to you, Kai. Izumi took Erie's hand, gripping it firmly so she wouldn't run. Erie and I were just about to find Kota. I thought the three of us could go get some ice cream and get acquainted. She can't leave. Kai pointed accusingly at Erie and made her cower behind Izumi. If she wants ice cream, then you go out and bring it back to her. It'll melt. Izumi narrowed her eyes at Chisaki. Besides, she needs to get out and about Kai. You can't keep her locked up here. If she doesn't get interaction with people, she'll never be able to go to school and learn how to control her quirk properly. That's not your decision to make. Chisaki started to argue, but Izumi lifted her chin. Isn't it? You want me to act as her mother, and I am. I'm taking her out. We're going to get ice cream and have some fun. She needs fun and freedom, Kai. And you need to mind your temper or she'll forever be afraid of you and of this place. Frustrated and conflicted on how to handle the situation, Kai looked at Erie, then at Izumi. Did you forget that you're a wanted criminal? What if you're recognized while you're out? What if you get picked up by the police? What then? I thought that's why you gave me a new identity. She spoke in clear English and held herself upright and polite. I can act the part, Kai. And I need you to trust me to do what it is you've asked me to do. I will take care of Erie. I will make her happy. Kai grunted again and he paced away, and then back to her, flexing his hands out, debating on what to do. Karma could block against his quirk, and could very well protect herself and Erie against any assault. On top of that, his plan was working. Her influence had already raised morale and production within his clan, and they'd even gained a following from other Yakuza by word of mouth. He had to keep her alive. Fine, she can go. But I'm warning you. He held up a finger at Izumi. You're responsible for her. If she runs away, gets kidnapped, or anything in between, don't expect me to be understanding when you return. Go in, guys. You may have a plain face and have changed some, but you're still recognizable. Also, you're on curfew. She's to be back by nightfall. Understand? It sounds like we've reached a compromise. She reached up, patting the side of Chisaki's face. I promise I'll watch over her. Watch over yourself while you're at it. He snagged her wrist, quickly prying it away from him and shuddering off her touch. It didn't bother him as much anymore. But he couldn't let the others see how this girl was affecting him. Get going. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back. Yes, Daddy. She picked up Erie and walked past him. Erie peeked over Izumi's shoulder, stunned that he let her go. When they walked away, however, she saw the look in his eyes and she clung on tighter to Izumi. Any thoughts of running away immediately dissipated. Elsewhere, weeks of searching and we come up with nothing. Tamura smashed a beer bottle against the wall and glared down his subordinates. We've received intel from every spectrum, police, villains, heroes, but all of them are oblivious to Karma's location, Kurajiri calmly stated despite Tamura's antics. She and Dabi are both wanted criminals, but there haven't been any sightings or reports. I infiltrated the hero license exam just as you asked to see if any of Queenie's friends knew, but they're as oblivious as the rest of them. Toga pouted. I did get some nice blood samples though. Fuck your blood samples, I want Karma. Tamura sneered. Someone has to know. Either the police are holding her and they won't share the information, or another villain group has taken her hostage in order to cash in on our success. I don't care how, but find her. May I offer some assistance in that area? My king. Ace spoke up calmly, joining the group. Tamura was up on his feet instantly. Ace, where the hell have you? Tamura paused when he finally grasped what he had just said. What have you found? This? He slid his phone across the table at him and Tamura picked it up with 3 fingers. One of my contacts sent this to me 10 minutes ago. He said he wasn't sure if it was actually her, but the woman in question could be a dead ringer for our missing queen. Dead ringer. Tamura tapped the play button. His eyes widened when it showed Izumi walking down the street with Kota and Erie in tow, all of them wearing hoodies and casual wear to help them blend into the crowd. As the video continued, Izumi tugged down her face mask for a second to flash a smile to Erie, who stared up wide-eyed and awed. Toga peeked over Tamura's shoulder and gasped. It does look like her, only she has green hair, and her eyes are different. She looks taller too. And where are all her pretty scars? Perhaps her new allies have some kind of appearance-altering quirk, Compress suggested. Where was this taken? Tamura demanded, tossing the phone back at Ace, who caught it on the fly. It's in shopping district near the heart of Yakuza territories. Ace explained. It seems Karma may have taken shelter with one of them, but there's tons of clans to choose from. It'll be hard to pin her down without Kurogiri. Tamura held up a hand, all the information finally sobering him up. Let's go. Go? Ace questioned as Tamura and the others collected their gear. We're going to this shopping district and locate this woman. If it is Karma, I'm dragging her back come hell or high water. Are you sure you want to do that? Ace swallowed hard. Working as a double agent was proving difficult. Karma told him to give snippets of information to appease Tamura's interest and keep him from getting suspicious. But this wasn't the response he'd been hoping for. It's a busy area, Tamura. There's tons of heroes and people who will recognize you. Ace has a point, boss. Twice jerked a thumb at himself. I know the area pretty well. I'll go take a browse. People don't recognize my face as much. Toga and I will go as well. Compress agreed. We're not on the radar, and all of us have methods of escape if need be. Let us be your eyes on the scene. Fine, you've a point. Tamura irritably tapped his fingers on the table in front of him. Find her, figure out if it's really Karma, and if she is, bring her home. Okay, and what about the kids she's with? Compress asked as they gathered together near the warp. They're dispensable. Kurogiri opened his warm, the rushing wind blowing his hair into his crazed eyes. If they get in the way, kill them. Back in the shopping district, a few minutes after giving his information, Ace returned home and called Karma's burn phone. I blew it, my queen. I only meant to show him your picture, not to bring a search party to your front door. He apologized, wiping sweat from his brow. It's fine, Ace. Actually, I've been kinda hoping I'd run into them somewhere along the line. This gives me an opportunity to give them all a piece of my mind. Karma retorted with a feral look in her eye. Are you sure that's wise considering your present company? Ace mentioned. TCH. She glanced down at the two kids sitting on the bench busily eating ice cream. You've a point. I don't want them involved in such a display, especially since choice words will be used. It's best if you just stay on alert. They're aware that someone matching your description is in that area, but they're unsure whether it's you. If you mingle with the crowd and do your best to avoid standing out, you should be able to avoid them completely. Very well. That's actually a good plan. Contact Dabi and have him inform Overhaul that Tamura's gotten wind of where we're at. Knowing him, he'll either come out personally or send backup. It'll give me some extra protection in case we're spotted. I shall do that. Take care, my queen. You too. She hung up and picked up her own cup of ice cream to spoon up what little she had left. You've been stupidly quiet this entire time. Kota grunted at Erie. She turned her head in his direction and flinched when he got in close. The only words that have come out of your mouth today are hi and thank you. What's your deal? Kota, be nice. Izumi scolded Kota's aggressive approach. The two of them had potential to be friends, but neither of them had interacted with other kids much before. Kota was raised in the woods with his heroic family, and Erie had been sheltered by her Yakuza family. Similar situations, but different outcomes. She's just shy and nervous, and your tone isn't helping. My tone? What the hell are you talking about? Kota turned his eyes to Erie, who averted his gaze by concentrating on her ice cream. She liked the sweet and smooth flavor Izumi had chosen for her and wanted to savor it. I want you to be nice, she reiterated. She doesn't have any friends or kids her age to play with back home because of the living situation. So I'm counting on you to help me protect her and be her friend, okay? She ruffled his hair from under the bandana. I guess I can do that. He grumbled some, closing his eyes and enjoying the motherly pet. He finished his ice cream and scowled a bit when Erie nipped and licked slowly at her cone. Come on, it'll just melt if you eat it like that. Try using a spoon. He picked up the plastic spoon from his bowl, wiped it off with a napkin. He then dug it into the ice cream before shoving it in her mouth. Erie jerked back at first, ice cream getting on her face, but she opened her mouth and clamped it down on the spoon, blinking in confusion. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess that works. Izumi laughed a little at the antics and tossed her own trash away. She eyed some of the kids playing on a playground across the street. The park near the shopping district was crowded with people all enjoying the pretty day. She wished she could let Erie wander and enjoy it too, but thought it too soon to risk getting her involved with outside kids. Until she knew what Erie's quirk was and how to help her control it, they'd have to take baby steps. This little outing was to give her a sense of freedom and get away from the tense and scary atmosphere of home. When Erie finally finished her ice cream, she let both her and Kota walk in front of her away from the park and back towards the shopping district. There they poked into shop windows, took some vendor samples, and just enjoyed the busy and happy atmosphere. Despite all the positivity, Erie remained nervous and hadn't smiled once. It was a bit disheartening to Izumi that she couldn't get the girl to smile, but hoped that with time things would change. She checked the time on her cell phone and slipped her mask back into place. It's getting late. We should head back home. Izumi spoke up, and Erie's nervous expression turned distressed instantly. She knelt down, gently wiping away some of the chocolate that had lingered. I know you don't want to go home, Erie. I don't either, but I promise you we will do this more often. Things are gonna get better at home. Just you wait. Erie blinked back tears and she stepped into Izumi's arms, clenching onto her. I don't want to be alone again. Promise me you won't go. Oh, Erie. She hugged the girl tight to her. Tears and affection filled her eyes as she embraced the trembling little girl. I promise. I'll stay with you as long as you need me to. The sound of glass breaking put her on alert. She snagged Erie up and yanked Kota behind her, looking ready to take on whatever came at them. Expecting Tamura, she freed hand to set loose her quirk. Stop. Damn thief. Heroes, hey heroes over here. A shopkeep cried out from a few blocks down. Ha ha ha. I've done it. I've really done it. Just try and stop me. Oh good grief. Izumi relaxed and set Erie back on her feet. She looked on, annoyed, as a big villain ran past with a store counter and attached register. He ignored the people and made a break for a silver truck across the street. A strength quirk like that, and this is what he chooses to do with it. How juvenile. Hey Izumi, a hero just showed up. Kota tugged on her sleeve when the pirate-esque hero suddenly jumped into the fray, ready to take down the villain. We should get out of here. You promised Overhaul you'd avoid heroes. Good idea. Let's head. She started to point down the alley, but the hero in question let out a cry of pain as he's knocked from behind by a metal pole. The large villain was accompanied by 3 smaller ones, all of them laughing idiotically at the hero's expense. Not your business, Izumi, she muttered to herself, turning her back to the scene. Just walk away. Don't get involved. Her eyes caught sight of the other people around her. They all were either watching the spectacle, capturing the moment on camera, or ignoring the situation altogether. Something made her chest twinge. Was that regret? Too bad for you, hero. But you were outnumbered this time. We're Team Reservoir Dogs, and you better remember us. Something about that sentence, paired with the actions of the people around her, flipped Karma's switch. This was the problem in hero society. They brag and bark about being the protectors of justice when majority of them couldn't even handle a petty thieves on their own. Fire flickered through her hair and she whirled around to the group. Remember you. For what? Stealing a cash register. For knocking out a D-class hero who is still wet behind the ears. Please, all of you are pathetic. All heads looked to her as she turned to boldly stand against the gang of villains. You've numbers and powerful quirks, and yet you choose to rob a convenience store instead of doing something worthwhile. I've seen people with trash quirks that amount to more than you fools. She spat at them, unable to hold in her true feelings. Kota, seeing where this was going, pulled Erie into the alleyway to keep her out of sight. Izumi, he whispered harshly. What happened to not getting involved? Just stay back and out of sight, she whispered back, her hands clenched. Faye, stupid girl doesn't know greatness when she sees it. Come on you guys, let's get out of here before more loser heroes show up. The driver, known as Blue, revs the engine as the other members climbed in. Karma grit her teeth and she held out her hand. The truck lifted up off the ground just enough to have the zipping tires whirl around and around without gaining tread. Leaving so soon? I thought you were the big bad Reservoir Dogs. You took down a hero so easily, so why not taking on someone half his size and make yourselves feel all manly? Stupid bitch. Oi, Yellow, shut that girl up. Blue shouted, still trying to rev the engine and make an escape. With pleasure, the large villain who had taken the counter jumped off the truck and raced at Izumi. People near her saw them and began to scatter and scream in fear. The knocked-out hero stirred from the noise, and he lifted his head just as Yellow lifted his fist, ready to pummel her. No, don't, he shouted, holding his gun fist up, hesitating to fire his weapon in the direction of civilians. Karma, in the meantime, only laughed. Too easy. Karma dropped the truck and her quirk wrapped around the pole laying at the hero's feet. She covered it in her energy and ducked to avoid the fist, then brought the pole up smartly, swinging into Yellow's gut. The tank-like villain fell to his knees, wheezing, and then crumbled to his side. The remaining villains in the truck were speeding off, using their companions' fall as a distraction to get away. Oh no you don't. Karma flung the pole at the retreating vehicle. It zoomed through the air and caught the back tire, making it explode and the car to swerve and roll over in the street. Izumi could hear the sirens of police coming and it snapped her out of combat mode. Damn, I guess I got carried away. That was amazing. The shopkeep rushed over, taking her hands and shaking them. You really showed those guys who's boss. I'm a total fan of yours now. What's your hero name? Sorry. She pulled her hands out of his grip and motioned the kids over to her. She picked up a trembling Erie and ruffled Kota's hair. I'm not a hero, just a concerned citizen. A normal citizen. The hero stepped up, rubbing his injured head. That was reckless. What if you'd gotten hurt or killed taking on villains like that? Oh, I'm sorry. Would that have added to your already guilty conscience? She narrowed her gaze to the hero. You stepped into the situation completely blinded. Any idiot could see that fool wasn't working alone. It's not my fault you're stupid. That's my folly. But it's not your place to pick up after my mistakes. You're right. It's not. I did it anyway, and I came out with a far better result. She turned on her heel, walking away from the crime scene. Just goes to show you how useless most heroes really are. Down the street, it really is her, Twice said giddily as he danced in place, having watched the entire spectacle. The police blockade prevented his group from venturing any further on the street, but the fact that they'd found Izumi and in prime condition really spoke volumes to the group's esteem. This is amazing. This is hopeless, he posed as his counterpart interjected. While Queenie hasn't lost her touch, Toga jumped up and down just as excited. I can't wait to tell Tamura-kun. He's gonna be so happy. We should do our best to follow without being spotted. Let's take our pursuit up to the rooftops, Compress suggested, and scurried down an alleyway and climbed up a fire escape. The three of them leapt across the rooftops, doing their best not to get spotted by police or wandering heroes. They found Izumi again. Only this time she wasn't alone. What the hell did you think you were doing? Overhaul snapped at her. I'm sorry, I just got mad. Everyone was just standing around expecting heroes to help. And these losers were just eating it up. I hated it. They make people like me look bad and I refuse to be associated with it. On the bright side, Kota spoke up, trying to help. It doesn't look like anyone recognized her. In the heat of the moment, it doesn't matter. What if someone took video of that and they put it together? He scolded and had Kota cowering behind Izumi along with Erie. Izumi remained composed against Overhaul's anger, and the two stood toe-to-toe, glaring each other down. You're implicating yourself and Erie in your personal vendetta, and I can't afford to lose either of you. Playtime is over. Get back to the house, and until you can regain my trust, I'm putting a guard on you at all times. Somewhere in that long lecture, I think you're actually starting to show care. Her lips quirked when his face became more flushed than irritated. I'll concede, considering you do have a point. I'm sorry for worrying you and causing a fuss, Kai. Just go. I've had enough of your troublemaking spirit today. He shoved her in the direction of the house, glaring at the kids who scrambled behind her. He snapped his head up to the roof, having felt eyes on them. Twice and the others quickly ducked to avoid being seen, but Twice held up a phone with a close-up shot of Karma and Overhaul gracing the screen. With a few pushed buttons, he sent the image directly to Tamura and completed their mission. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.